Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. SS, we're back, y'all. Iwarama, you know what time it is. It's open mic. Disclaimer, if you're new to the channel, please hit up the subscribe button, hit the like, share, all the good stuff. Open mic is usually a day that. Disclaimer, yeah, man. Let me tell you what open mic's about, man. It's about, if you're new to the channel, it's a day that, the floor's open, any topics on the table, have a discussion in a respectful manner. Disclaimer, any opinion or any thought that's not mine, I'm not responsible for. So, yeah, let's bring it on. How you look, Bean? Alhamdulillah. Still got a bit of the flu, your boy. That's about it. And yeah, man. I'm just have out the link from early, so if anyone wants to jump in, could jump in. Apologize if you hear me sneezing, coughing. I am a bit under the weather. And no, it's not the 90, it is the flu. I checked up. You get me? I think seasons changed. So yeah, I've been having it for the last couple of days. Streams right there. So if anyone wants to have a quick conversation while we get into it. Yeah, man. Hopefully, yeah, man. Recap of the week. Apparently, I think the last couple of days I heard there was another incident in the military camp in Mogadishu as well. So I heard there was something else that popped off. And them Khawarij boys are at it again. And yeah, so yeah, I was just wondering how everyone is on this terrible, miserable weekend that we've had. It just looks so miserable out there. But who's been out for the last couple of days where everyone been indoors? Hopefully everyone's been indoors. So yeah. Let me just check what's going on. Let me see if I've got any videos or anything to play. Let me see if there's any requests. Hopefully I think I had something to do. Yeah. Try to check that out. Let me see if the links are out there. Boom, bada boom. H2O, salam back to you, brother or sister. Brother or sister, uncle, salam, mate. Oh, yeah, salam, sorry. Oh, yeah, let me flip it. وأنا أجي ويجي حدين نفهم دونا حدين نبرم دونا ساعدوا هذا طاول ديال وبرنامجكي أوبن مايك وأيانتي أقل السماع دي فرنتاي دون كفرون مشوا قمنا conversations دوت رأي بدن نسكي إماتو opinion بدن sometimes factual sometimes مقررنا قضية تذكر ما بروح يدور يوم يكون بلان and that's it. At the end of the stream نحن ونقول ألوك لتبغى أنتم نقول عليها. That's what I saw every day. That's what I always try to do. But even myself, I'm not the best person to always speak about Hermione Winag as well. So I gotta look at my own actions as well. Give you, I'm not well. Sometimes I do get out of hand myself, but I think that's part of being life, innit? So yeah. Yeah. Let me just check something out. What's the topic? It's open mic. Any topics on the table. Also, what did you guys think about the recent? Obviously, we love to watch debates out here as well, where we about conversation, debates, ideas, brainstorming, networking, and what did you guys think about the recent presidential election debate between Trump and Biden? That was messy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh my god. Like it was crazy, but it was about 1 hour of hilarious entertainment. And apparently it was one of the worst presidential debates about how come you guys don't talk about youth in the UK? We do, Wololo. Well, again, brother and sister, we do that a lot. I've actually done videos on it. There's on a channel. If you go down, just did a whole video about it. But if you want to come on, the links right here, H2O, and maybe you could come in and discuss it, give us some new ideas, enlighten us. We have, I think, if you're new to the channel, we've done videos, we've discussed this numerous times. But, you know, if you've got any ideas or anything, come on. Don't be shy, have a say. Let's break something down in other ones. Well, I think we have. I've covered it. What do you think? Let me ask you a question. How do you think we can prove? How can you think? What changes can we make? That's the type of questions. So if you want to come on, we could, you know, break something down, have a say side. But you know, I think try to cover it to the best of our abilities anyway. But yeah.
Alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother.
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm alright, GG.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm alright. Let me say, welcome to Ibrahim. Let me say, welcome to Ukti SS. Alaikum assalam. That's a good name. Ukti SS. Alaikum assalam. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yeah. Welcome, GH. What's popping? Yo. What is going on?
How are you, man? Sorry, my computer was a bit confused.
Yeah. Yeah, what's going on, GH?
I'm trying to start up $1 billion company. That's what's up.
I love that. I love that. Thank you. Drop it. Show, man. Teach, man. Hope we're involved. I should want to know. You know the donation button, the PayPal. Push it. And it's been another.
Don't forget you, brother. That's why. I've been off work for like a few months now because of stuff that's happening in London because I work in the nightlife industry. So I just came to me like, why don't you start $1 billion company? Like,
why not?
Like,
why fucking not?
You have to find an industry that no one's into, and then create a company around it.
Straight. It's true. And like I say to GH, nothing tried is nothing gained. You get where I'm coming from?
Definitely. Like, the thing is, if you know what's gonna happen in like 5-6 years time, then you're in, because that's the key. Because at the end of the day, you're ahead of the trend. If you know where everything's heading in 5-6 years time, and you can see the trend, you know then you're in. You're in. I can't wait. I'm just so excited. Because I was gonna start a non-profit, and then it came to me because one of the industry I'm working on, there was a company that went to what you call on the stock market for 1.2 billion pounds, and I'm like, you've been thinking about this for the last 3 years. How have you done anything about it?
That's that. Do you know what I tell a lot of people is it's like the one advice I'll probably tell you: don't be scared to fail. As long as you keep trying. Oh, bro, just keep trying, keep it. As long as you got passion, and one other thing, as long as you got passion for it as well, ain't no problem.
Definitely, you know, I agree with you so much because I felt so many times in my life, like fuck, like the amount of companies that I have set up that haven't worked out. That like you're ahead of the time. Like I started a marketing agency like 5 years ago, 4 years ago actually, and I came up with this concept, and this is crazy. Yeah. I'll give you guys an excuse. I came up with this concept, and I realized that Somaliland. I'm not gonna say this. This is too controversial. We could talk this. I don't know, man. Maybe if the people want to hear this, I'll tell them. It's too controversial. But I came up with this idea.
Go ahead.
I came up with this idea about Somaliland. What I realized was going on, and how the path to recognition was being taken over by a bunch of middle-aged 50-year-olds who had no idea about Western culture. and because the reality is Somalia gets so little like mainstream views because they don't put it in a way where people can understand. It's like you don't see them trying to book chunks, for example. What was the last time you saw, like Somalia booked chunks or Mike Tyson and made him the brand ambassador? They get a meeting with Donald Trump tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But like when you tell that to older parents, they think you're crazy.
Yeah.
Like imagine you got Mike Tyson and you got him. You made him your country brand ambassador. That's what North Korea did with that Chicago Bulls guy. You remember?
Yeah, Dennis Rodman.
Like you get Mike Tyson, and then you're able to have like meetings with Donald Trump because Somaliland can't have that meetings with Donald Trump because it doesn't have the publicity.
Mm-hmm.
Am I crazy or is that ingenious? What's your opinion?
Well,
do you see where I'm coming from?
I see where you're coming from, my G.
Because I feel like in Somali people in general are terrible at marketing. Like it's one of our weaknesses.
Yeah, well, I don't. You know what it is? Yeah, I see that as well. You know, the other day I was like listening. You know, what I try to do, GH, is as well. Yeah, I try to scan through a lot of Somali news, you know. So I go into a lot of YouTube channels, a lot of stuff to do a bit of research on it. Yeah, and then I realized, oh my God, see the work on Lucia go, like you know, the news reporting is fucking hilarious. Like, months ago, look, the guy reads at 50, 100 miles per hour. I'm saying, where's all the advertising? Where's all the marketing? That's a field I never looked at.
Yeah.
I never looked at. It's a big thing, marketing. Okay? If you don't have decent marketing, you can't really. I don't know. Break it down for us, man. Seeing as you studied in that, if that's your field.
I never studied that. I started a company on it and then learned through my company. But
yeah, sure.
The first thing is you need publicity. Like, so for example, if I was recognized in Somaliland, this is my process. Okay, I'll give you the things that I would do if I wanted to recognize Somaliland, if I want Somaliland to get an independent country, and then you tell me if what I'm saying is bullshit or is this pure genius and no one's caught onto it. Okay, 2 years ago, you had hung parliament in the UK. So you had the Labour Party, you had the Conservative Party, you had the SNP, and you had the Liberal Democrats, and you had one MP of the Green Party. Somaliland never made a meeting with any of them. They never even had I'm not talking about the Conservative Party, but I'm talking about all the other parties. So in a parliamentary system, if you go to the SNP, if you go to Labour when it was under Jeremy Corbyn, if you put it through a motion through its conference, you have a chance of getting publicity of real groundbreaking stuff. Like the SNP wants to break away from the UK, so they innately have the same interests as you. The only difference is you're doing what the SNP are doing, and your rival, your competitor, is stuck in war torn and has no stability in this region. So you're there. So what do you need to do? You need to go. You need to go after Labour Party. You need to go grassroots stuff like Momentum. You need to go put a policy through the Labour conference to make it so Labour. Same thing with the SNP. You need to have meetings with. You need to invite them to your country. The Liberal Democrats. You need to do the same thing. And then when you have those things, this is when the UK Parliament was a hung parliament. For all those people that don't know, it's when there's not a majority. So when you get all the minorities, then you go to the Conservative Party and you do divide and conquer. You get all the nationalists from the Conservative Party, then you do a process through Parliament, and that's your recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get where I was coming from?
I just repeat the last bit for me, GH.
So basically, then when you have enough people in the MPs, then you could do a policy, or I don't know what it's called, a legal vote in Parliament. A motion in Parliament, where basically the 350 MPs, the majority, if you have a majority of them voting for your motion, your policy becomes legal. So it'd be legal for Britain to recognize Somalia as an independent state.
Okay. But what's been holding us back for this long, though? Because we're
terrible marketers. We're absolutely horrific marketers. A lot of people blame Musa Bihi, but it's not Musa Bihi.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is you get people who are what you call
no, but maybe that side of the world, particularly, a lot of companies look at it and say, look, instability, all of that. And maybe a lot of companies are scared.
Yeah,
Imagine you're $1 billion company. You're not gonna obviously invest in somewhere where it's unstable.
yeah, but if you don't even go to the persistent parties of the UK, then you don't have a leg to stand on.
Mhm.
Do you know where I'm coming from? And the investment that you get from a country like Somalia, the margins are so much higher, but you have to put it in a way where you're like, I know what I'm doing. I know the process that I'm running.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Double S in the building.
Double S.
Yes, my brother. What's going on?
What's good? What is it about politics? Or?
It's open mic, man.
Oh, open mic. What were you
Yeah, it's
talking
open. Right now, GH is going on about marketing, politics,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I was just getting into the idea that in Somaliland, the reason it hasn't been recognized is not actually politics, it's pure marketing.
Isn't
Sure.
it because you're not a different people?
What did you say? Repeat that.
Isn't one of the reasons that you get recognized because you are different people from the people that you're trying to leave?
No, but the reason
That's
you get
one of the reasons why you got why you can recognize.
I get you, but I'm coming from a totally different angle. I'm saying they haven't had the publicity or the marketing or even the promotion to even reach that level.
But bro, you have tried for 30 years. What do you mean?
What have they done? Like I'm still telling you, when Jerry Corbyn was there, show me a meeting with the Somali representative with Jerry Corbyn. Show me a meeting with the SNP. Show me a meeting with the Liberal Democrats. Show me a meeting. There is no meeting. With the whole this whole concept that you guys are telling me that Somaliland is in essence it's politics. I'm telling you, it's not.
Okay. Then how is it not?
Okay, so if you want to go to America and you want to meet Donald Trump, how do you get that done?
I don't know, you call him and you set up a meeting. I don't know that much about her.
Okay, fantastic. So now this is out of politics, isn't it? It's about getting stuff done. So when you go to Donald Trump and you want to get a meeting done, and you wanna meet the president of America, he's got all these other countries that want to meet him as well. So the ability to be able to meet him is highly likely and very difficult. So you have to come with a marketing strategy where you're able to get the attention of Donald Trump so that he wants to meet you.
Yeah.
So one of the things you could do is you get someone like Mike Tyson, you pay him £1 million, you invite him to your country, you get publicity, and then you get Mike Tyson to send him a message. He's like, come on, I've got like millions of followers. He goes to Donald Trump, sends him a tweet, and he says to him, yo, Donald Trump, do you want to let's have a conversation because I believe in Somaliland, it's to be recognized. And then Donald Trump, this is the craziest part. Donald Trump is more likely to reply to Mike Tyson than he is to who's ever working in Somaliland. Do you get it?
Yeah, I understand, but that's a minor reason, bro. You gotta think about the bigger picture. It's because Somaliland, if it breaks away, it sets a precedent for other countries in Africa to break away.
No, but this is the thing. Somaliland's not breaking away because it was never Somaliland. So the beauty of Somaliland and why it's so different from other countries, and why, in my opinion, what's happened in the reason why Somalia is because of marketing, not politics, is because legally they never signed any papers with Somalia. They never won.
Yeah, they sign the union.
No, it was never legally ratified. There is no legal requirements for it. The reason is.
Do you have proof for that?
What's it?
Do you have proof?
I have proof. I'm sure I could get some stuff out from the internet, but it was never legally signed.
Because how did they join if they didn't sign anything? Do you think they just came together and said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna join"? They gotta sign some paper.
Practically, yeah. I actually have a paper. I wrote a paper a few years back. I think it was 2007. I'll put on the link if you guys want to check it out. It's really
and,
good paper.
And if you say the paper is gone or something like that, is because in the Civil War, bro, everything got wiped out.
I understand that. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm saying to you, the actual practicality of getting the attention, the right media marketing, they have no concept of that. They have no idea. These people that are supposedly representing Somaliland do not know what they're doing. That's my opinion. Or I don't know about the new ambassador in London. I don't know, but the previously before, they don't know what they're doing.
Okay, how will you get Somaliland recognized if you were the leader?
So if I was the marketing, I would
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Mohammed.
Alaikum assalam, Muhammad.
Yes, Khalid. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Ahmed, you're from Somaliland, right?
Yeah, from
Do
Somalia.
you agree with GS
About what?
that it's because of marketing that Somaliland is not recognized?
Wallahi, I think it's political, personally.
Yeah, me
Because
too.
It's not legal because Mataqana, Somaliland was a country recognized by 35 before they joined Somalia.
Yeah, I know.
But
British Somaliland.
it's
Yeah.
simply because they had Mataqana, Somaliland Council, African Union, they're gonna have to recognize other ones. So
Yeah, like
That's the reason.
Oromia and every like that.
Yeah, so that's why they haven't backed it.
That's what I'm trying to tell the GS that it's bigger than just marketing. It's
Give me a second. I'm going to do a report that I wrote. Okay, give me a second. I wrote a report a few years back. I'll just get that report. Just give me some on my website.
Ahmed Gure, how do you believe Somaliland can get independence?
You know what? To be honest with you, it's the way it's going. Like this year is, it's made some movements. It controls its borders. It's been quite successful. And also you have to think Somali soldier. Like for example, Taiwan is not a country, but it's one of the richest. Is still very rich when it comes to.
But isn't it because America put a lot of money in Taiwan?
Yeah, recognition does not stop progress. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's still you can still thrive, but it's not going to be easy to be recognized because of the political thing,
and also because it's Africa, bro. That's why one of the reasons I think Somaliland is gonna get hard for them, because in Africa there's so many people that wanna separate.
Yeah. It's not gonna be easy. But you know what? Wallahi, I think. I think people are a bit focused. Like obviously, it's good to get recognition because it opens up like more doors. But they've done 30 years without recognition. They've done well. So.
But the GDP in Somalia,
30 years without recognition and still.
But the GDP in Somaliland is lower than Somalia.
I don't know about that, to be honest with you.
Bro, I looked it up. It's lower than Somalia.
Yeah, but you have to realize that Somalia's got a bigger population, hasn't it?
Yeah, but we're in a bigger trouble.
No, and also, don't forget Somalia's got a lot of aid.
Yeah, but we give you aid money.
No, we don't actually.
We give you a cut.
Give me a second, bro.
I don't think we do actually. I don't think we do.
Give me a second. I just put the report on the private chat and I put it down.
I'm gonna look at it.
So you're right, they do give us a bit of aid, but when you look at the fraction that they give us, it's nothing. Our yearly budget, which is like 350 million, it's nothing. It's like a mistake in the Somali budget. It's just that what we do with our money is far more efficient than what Somalia does. And I'm not trying to make
Yes, that's what they were talking about. That when they had the Somalia and Somaliland talks in Djibouti, one of the things they said is that aid, before they even talk about Mataqan, like they said, let's cooperate, have their own airspace controlled in Hargeisa. Another thing they said is that Mataqan, the aid should not be politicized. The aid should go straight to Hargeisa. But Mogadishu, I think they didn't agree with that. They said it has to come through Hamar, and that's one of the things they couldn't agree on. And even they said investment.
Yeah, because Somaliland is not recognized.
Like for example, when they had that Berbera port deal, like Somalia went to the UN to complain about it. So they said that if you want to like try and bring us together as one, we should at least cooperate. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
But you're making deals without talking to us.
But do we need to talk to you? That's the question.
Yeah, if you want to make deals with other countries.
But why would we need to talk to you?
Because you're still part of Somalia.
But we govern ourselves, don't we?
But the Puntland govern themselves too. But they know they are part of Somalia.
No. But Puntland is different though. Somali. Puntland is happy to be part. We said long 1991. We said we're not part of you anymore.
Yeah, I know. But if you look at the bigger
for a long time, so
if we go to the UN, they're gonna side with us every time.
But they didn't though. That's my point. When they that Mataqan Berbera port deal, they complained about it. It still went ahead, didn't it?
Yeah.
Hamad really is the paper government, Somalia. So you know that, man. They
I know.
haven't got no power outside Hamad, really. Let's be honest.
Yeah. I know. But even they don't even control Hamar, bro.
Exactly. They don't.
Bro,
And they've got they've got
I
like
saw a video.
Timberland and they've got
There's
so
like U.S. and British bases in Somalia, Hamar.
yeah, there's a lot of bases.
Yeah.
For what do they call it, Halane?
Yeah, they don't even do anything, Allah.
No, they don't, man. It's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you see the new thing they come up with?
What thing?
That thing, the agreement, innit, for the election.
Oh yeah. I believe it's. I don't know.
It's funny, isn't it?
I haven't looked.
They got represented from like Somaliland, even like in in Somalia, but they're ones that are not, what you call it, part of they're not part of Somaliland, but they're just looking to earn a little bit of money.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it too much, Allah.
Anyway, let's keep this groundbreaking. So when I did my research, I've got like I think it's 10,000 where 21 pages report. And when I did my report, what I found out was a lot of what people are saying is total bollocks. Everything that everyone knows of Somaliland is total bollocks.
What do you mean?
The reason they haven't got recognized is because they don't do their job. I mean, like literally, we had a hung parliament in the UK where the Labour Party and the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, which is for all the people that are not from UK, this is when the parliament don't have a majority. So basically, it's a coalition government where you have little parties coming together. They never had a meeting with Jeremy Corbyn in his 2 years history. The 2 years that he was in charge, they never had a meeting. Second point, and this is important. They've never had a meeting with the Democrats. So when people are going to, for example, the Democrat Party, this election that happened, you should be going to Bernie Sanders, you should be going to Pete Buttigieg, you should be going to Kamala Harris, and you should be making connections with them before they get into the politics. Do you understand? Before Donald Trump got into power, you're supposed to have meetings with him and be proactive. They don't do shit like that. Do you understand? Do you get it, brother?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, you're kind of right. Yeah,
So,
they gotta put lobbyists in other countries.
Not even lobbyists. They have to have meetings with those people. That is what they have to be proactive. So, for example, when you have Donald Trump, yeah, for example, when Musa got elected, yeah, if you had spoken to Musa the day that he got elected, yeah, or if you spoke to Musa 4 years before he got elected, yeah, is he likely to respond to?
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
So if you go to Musa the day that he got elected, yeah, or 4 years before the election, who is he likely to respond to?
They won 4 years, right?
Hello, who's that?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Is that Stack?
Yeah, bro, yeah.
Yeah.
What you saying? You good, yeah?
Yeah, family. Yeah. Salaf al-Sa'a. Hasena.
Go on, G.
Hey, Stacks, what do you think about Somaliland?
What?
What do you think about Somaliland?
See, all I'm saying is Somaliland's never going to be recognized, man. You feel me? Never, man. Never going to happen.
We're not talking.
And for what reason?
What reason? I don't know. It's just a matter of fact that no UN countries, no European country, no one recognizes them. Like, it is what it is, isn't it? They have no trade deals. They got nothing. They're not well established for them to be recognized. Really, fam. They haven't done nothing to be recognized. They're just a rebellious group who rebelled against the South, and then they still started their own independent state. According to them, they're independent, but according to the whole world, they're not independent. So I don't know what they have to do to become recognized, but I believe they're never going to be recognized. Anyway.
Yeah, me too. I believe they're never going to do it.
Guys, that's not that. I don't want to have that discussion. That's like what I'm saying to you is the method for them to get recognized. They are not achieving. They are not doing.
But GS, you do you know the requirements to get recognized?
A lot of emotions up to you.
GS.
Yes.
Do you know the requirements to get recognized?
But this is the thing. This is the thing that you guys don't understand. When North Korea had a problem with America, North Korea was Dennis Rodman, and they used publicity, and then they got the attention of.
Bro, they got recognized before that. They got recognized in the 50s.
This is what I'm saying to you. If you want to get recognition,
I don't know. That's the problem.
You need to get attention. So you need to get someone like.
What do you mean
Mike Tyson.
attention, man? Somaliland had attention. They had the biggest attention going. Man, they had attention from every country, man. But they're still not recognized. They're doing something wrong.
They are. That's what we're trying to explain, brother. So what are they? What are they doing wrong? So
But you know,
everything,
one of the
everything.
you know, one of the requirements to get recognized, you gotta be a different people. That's why South Sudan got independence from Sudan.
That's not a criteria. Actually, when you look at the criteria of getting.
Oh, you have a different. You have many different people.
I
That's why Djibouti got independent. That's they had Afar people and Somali people.
Somaliland and Somalia, the same people, man.
No,
the
no,
same
it's,
people.
it's
There's a
you know what?
difference.
To be recognized, yeah, it's nothing to do with Mataqan, the same people. It's to do with the Montevideo Act. That's how they do statehood.
Yeah, with Somalia actually makes all the criteria for a recognized state. If you read my report, which is around 10,000 words, nearly 20,000 words, you will see what I'm talking about. So go ahead and read my report, and I'll keep putting on the link for people to check it out. What I'm doing,
I'll keep telling you anyway. It's a political thing, right? It's not a legal thing. It's a political thing. They won't recognize it because of the you know, the AU. They don't want to set a precedent, man. That is the only reason that they won't recognize Somaliland.
I understand where you guys are coming from.
Farmajo said it himself. Farmajo said it himself.
Let me finish my points. What I'm saying to you guys is the basic concepts. For example, when you have a Democrat election, you go and meet the future Democratic leaders, and you get them onto your side, into your perspective. You invite them to your country. For example, now, in 4 years' time, there's going to be an election. What you're supposed to do is get, for example, the next people that you think are going to be running for election into your country. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be inviting them to your country. You're supposed to get them into your. You're supposed to get your people in the country, your lobbyists in the country, to get them into make it into a discussion. You're supposed to also get the media. You're supposed to get people to brand ambassador to you. So people like Mike Tyson, even Rihanna. I know my South, but you need to find these kind of people that are going to give you.
Okay, GS. Wait, GS. What about Mo Farah?
You get Mo Farah. He's a South guy, man. You could
definitely. Yeah.
Listen, GS. But the one thing you don't understand yet, GS, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that, anytime they ask like someone like the EU or America or anyone else about Somaliland recognition, do you know what they always say, yeah? They always say it's up to the AU.
Do you know what? You know what?
They always say that. So it's like you have to go through the AU. If you want recognition, you have to go through the AU.
Okay. But there's another way you could do it. So in the UK, you have a parliament system. There was a vote to recognize Somaliland. I think this was like 20 years ago, and they got like 30 people in the motion, 30 people. But what they have to do is, for example, you go to, for example, Labour. You get Momentum, which is the left-wing radical group of Labour, and you say, you know what? We're a democratic country. We're a secular country. We looked after the people. There is no crime.
What the hell we on about? We're a democratic country. We're a secular. Is this for Somalia? Is this for Somalia or is this for something else?
Somaliland. So when you go into them, this is how you have to talk to them. So this is what you say to Momentum, and then you put a motion in the Labour conference, and then you make Labour official policy that when it comes into power, that it will recognize Somaliland, and then you do the same thing for the Green Party.
Listen. Yes, hold on a second. How is that going to work? If the UK says we recognize it, it's not that simple, is it?
No, the UK can actually do that. The UK
it has to be majority vote, man.
Yeah,
and you know, Somalia has to accept the recognition.
No, but Somalia doesn't have to accept them.
Yes, they do.
Somalia's never going to accept them.
They're never going to do it, but they have to. If you gonna get recognized, it gotta go through Somalia first.
No, that's not right. Actually, no, it doesn't.
That's right. That's what South Sudan did.
No, it doesn't have to go through Somalia. They can get recognition without Somalia. You know that, innit?
Okay, how?
Because if the AU recognizes it as a separate country and the international community,
yeah, but Somalia is gonna say they're not.
Somalia can say no, but they can't stop it.
That's what they've done all this time.
Okay, but hold on a second. How did Kosovo get recognized? Did Serbia agree with that?
But that's America, bro. America invaded.
But that's my point, though. That's something. There's nothing to do with it. It's like Somalia.
But that's something bigger right now. It's at a small level.
It won't stop it.
And do you know how South Sudan got recognition?
Yes. How did they get recognition?
They went to the government. They had the referendum, and then they let them go.
Yes, that's my point. Though. You said
but
if you do a referendum in Somalia,
do that.
Exactly.
One at a time. Come on.
That's it.
It's not recognized. It's not needed. You don't need your neighboring country to say okay.
Bro, you're not a neighboring country in the eyes of the international world. You're a part of
It is a one
Somalia.
country. Yeah, Somaliland is Somalia for everyone.
No,
Somaliland is a made up.
Yeah, of course, legally, but the reality is different, isn't it? Because Somaliland.
But that's what we're talking about legally.
No,
Okay, but that's my point though. So when I said to you about Kosovo was legally part of Serbia, and then
bro, not every country recognized.
No, it's not a country.
Yeah, but not everyone recognized Kosovo.
No, Kosovo is a country. It's recognized.
I'm gonna look at it
internationally. Yeah, internationally by a lot of countries.
No, it's everyone knows.
Actually, my report as well. By the way, guys, this report is like 2-3 years old. So actually, 2 years old. So
the EU don't give a shit about Somalia, let alone Somaliland. So why the hell are they gonna recognize Somaliland? They don't give a shit about Somalia in totality. So I don't know, like, they don't give two tosses about us, man.
But you know what?
Yeah, go on.
One thing, the way I see it, is like obviously I'm from Somaliland, but Hunti Somalihan hada Muslim nahay. In the future, it's always best for us to be together. That's my personal opinion.
So you're a Remainer.
No, we have to be like real in it. Deen is above everything.
Unitist.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
But at the moment,
I agree as well.
The situation is not right for that to happen. Let's be real in it. Like there's just.
But bro, it's not from us. You know, it's from you.
Yeah, it's more from the north. So anything,
yeah.
No,
really. No, you gotta be a realist, man, guys. We have no resentment. Do you see it as something viable? Do you?
What do you
see viable, man. If
you see it as viable, like be realistic.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, if you forget, because you still have got the Siad genocide still in your brains, innit? So you're never gonna let that go. So it is, bro.
Why do you always want the government to apologize to you?
Yeah, man, they want an apology, they want everything in it. So I don't think that's gonna happen.
And Farmajo, Farmajo apologized.
Farmajo's already apologized, Salah. What are you talking about?
So what? I don't understand why you.
Yeah, but the people. I'm talking about the Northerners. The people. I'm not talking about the Dawla. I'm talking about the people. They always have this kind of resentment for the South based on that genocide that their people received through Mahalla Daruz. Yeah.
Be honest. Why do you think they feel that way?
Why do you think they have that resentment?
Why do they feel that way?
Yeah, good.
Because they've been.
Alhamdulillah. You man, carry on. Yeah, alhamdulillah, I'm gonna back you guys, innit?
Why do they feel that way?
Because they've been oppressed, innit?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it legitimate that they feel that way?
No, I'm saying it's over exaggerated here, man.
Yeah.
It's over exaggerated.
We say, come on, man. 30 years later, we're still on the same shit. Like, when are we ever gonna get over it here, man? It's like Israel is still talking about the genocide of Germany. We're dying. This long ago, 80, 90 years ago, this will happen. We're never gonna go nowhere if you must still talk about Siad Barre. Did this Siad Barre? It will happen. You got apology. Let's move on.
Let me finish.
That's what you're saying.
You know,
say again.
let me have a little input.
Are you saying it's not justified? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
I'm saying, are you saying what how
guys, after you're done, I beg you, let Abdi اللي back come in after this.
All right, say that, bro. Let me hear what you're saying.
I don't want to come in aggressively, but you know what? Yeah, you guys are making good point, especially Ahmed Gurey. Yeah, like you know what I mean. Yeah, whether you go from the north and the south, innit? Like we have to remember that. Marco Uhre, so we got to remember that, innit? You know.
Yeah, but Libah, how are we gonna move forward?
Let him finish.
Let me tell you this. Yeah, you know, you got to remember that there's always maybe make a win by Badinio. Sometimes make a by Badinio, but you have to come together all the time. You know, the solution is let's get in Islah. The problem is we have now with the politician, they act like a little children. That's what the biggest problem is, and that's what I'm trying to explain to them.
That's what I'm trying to tell them. They're saying everything's okay and we should it's coming. It don't make sense to me.
Exactly. No, but the first there has to be a dialogue. If there's no dialogue, then
but you're the guys that doesn't want the dialogue. That's the problem.
That's right. There was
dialogue. I know, like they had the Djibouti conference where they were talking. So how can you say Somalia doesn't want dialogue?
But you didn't want you wanted the.
But they want to see about it. They want to see about it.
Come on. You're not being fair. You got to be a realist.
It's all for the political agenda, just to show the people what's happening there. We're trying to get together.
Exactly. The difference between now, the leaders we got now, either back in the days, before Somalia and Somaliland was formed, is that Odayashiba for the century, you know, the Sultanish with the century, they used to talk, you know what I mean, without the Westerns or with the century,
Exactly.
which the
Let
century.
me ask you a
But now
question
the
then.
problem.
What is the problem if Somaliland goes their own way now? What is the issue with that? Like, can Somalia carry
Well, I
on
have
that-
no problem, but I have no problem, but only one condition though. I'll put one condition on that. If that's the solution, yeah, I would say do another like a vote and see how many people actually want it. I would love to hear what the people. I know you're gonna say there was like what was the last time they did it? There was.
But Abdi is only the only people that want to leave is the Isaac.
Yeah, it's,
That's not true, man.
I'd
That's
like
not
to
true.
use the Bashar.
That is not true, Somali. So just nonsense. You know it's
No,
not.
bro, that's true, bro.
Do you think Mataqana that like all of Gadabirsi and all of Taro that
Bro, the Bursi want to join Somalia.
No, I'm just telling you, be honest though. Do you think there's some Bahante that are not Mataqana happy to be part of Somaliland? Of course there's some that are gonna be happy.
But the majority of those wanna be part of Somalia.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, I saw a video in Amdon, they have the Somalia flag, bro.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, but that's not my
You know,
point.
Solar flag and aid, yeah.
If you're gonna say that Mataqana, there's gonna be some that are against Somaliland, you have to be honest and say there's some that are for Somaliland. Do you get my point?
Yeah, but that's the minority.
How do you know? Did you do a survey?
Bro, you can look at the people.
yeah, but I think it's majority. I think it's concentrated in the Isaac. I think the Isaacs are the majority.
Yeah, the majority.
Then it's not the majority in Somaliland, isn't it? They're like 80-90% of Mataqana.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what we're trying.
And they have a a political agenda as well, man. It's all political for them, man. Isaacs. They just want to. I don't know why it is they want. Martha, listen here.
What is in it for them to be part of Somalia? Be like, come on, everyone is interested, isn't it? Let's be honest.
First, you were part of Somalia in the beginning, right?
Say again.
Firstly, listen here. Let's talk about similarity, right? We got the same deen, right? We got the same dakhan. We got the same culture. We got the same way of life. We got this. We look the same. We got the same. Close to the same lineage. We go to the same. We intermarry. So we got nothing. The differences are so. There's no differences here. Apart from the genocide, what else differentiates Osman from you, man? Nothing. So why the hell are you trying to separate it?
Ahmed, give me a second. I'll tell you what's separate.
Go on, Jess.
Salafi, because you're a fuckers. You don't understand.
Don't go there, man. Don't go there.
Come on, guys. Let me finish my point. So basically, because you guys, first of all, you guys are not peaceful. You haven't been peaceful for 30 years. That is what's different from us. The second, let
him finish his point.
The second point is the fact that, and this is important, in Somalia, there is a consensus for a parliamentary system. There is this consensus for a process. In the rest of Somalia, there is not a consensus for what is the best way. And this is why there's a civil war going on in the south for Somaliland. In Somaliland, everyone knows what the roles of everything are. There's a structure.
What's a civil war? What civil war are you talking about? Or a boogie Ben or Carlos anyway. Civil war.
The civil war ended in 2006. Bro.
Somalia.
That's not a civil war here, man. That's a rebel group.
No, boy, that's a rebel group.
Yeah,
this guy is all over the place.
Yes, listen to this. Yeah, listen to this. What about the war? What about the war that happened between the Isaacs? Yeah, you know what I mean. Shouldn't you be separated right there? Because if you're gonna talk about war, there's been a war for centuries up to everywhere.
Wasn't it the Habarionis and the Habar?
What's the difference, though, Abs?
The Habarionis.
Yo, Abs, tell me the difference, though.
But he was
like, okay, no one's denying it. The guy will die. Yeah, between the Isaacs, everyone knows that.
There's no difference because guns were used. Both of them, guns were used.
But hold on, The difference, Abs, is what was it? It was solved, wasn't it? It was a solution. They had 3 conferences: Bur'a, Sheikh, and Borama.
That's it. No, you're right about that, bro.
But you know the people in the south have also
all the clans were involved, including Dulbahante, Wetsengali, Gadabirsi, and all the Isaac clans, and they chose, and that's how the Mataqan in 1991 came about. So what GS is saying is, you have to get to that place. Do you get it? Like,
but you don't want to get to that place. That's the thing. You don't want to get to that. You don't want to have that conversation, fam.
But Ahmed, you know there's
no constitution in Somalia.
Yeah, but Ahmed.
What does Somaliland want?
Okay, one person speak, the other person, you're ruining the stream. Okay, one person at a time.
No one appointed you as a moderator here, man. Slow down.
No, he's right, man. Hal is still. So he's at least okay. So I finished my point. Yeah. So I said to Abs, yeah, but he will die. I'll let Abs respond. So I'm just my point is, Hagi Matagal will die. Wala Heshiye. So Hammer needs to start place and they need to do a constitution. So why is there no constitution in Hammer?
No, you know what it is, Ahmed. Yeah, you know Hammer. Yeah, people when they talk about the South, people always talk about Hammer, but you know what I mean. There's more to it than that because you put them all in one box. Yeah, you have to look at if you're gonna say there's other parts that's safe. There's people mad at Mogadishu, obviously. Because it's the capital city. You got a lot of old. You know what I mean. I'm sure someone else covered this before. You got a lot of so it's a lot of there's a lot of trouble down there. But like you got to look at the rest of other parts. You know what I mean? There's like Smayo, there's Bosaso, there's also Somali women time. Okay. You know what I mean?
But you still didn't answer the question about the constitution. There's actually no written constitution yet.
I don't know.
What do you
What do you want the
the
constitution to say here?
we have don't we have the 60 constitution, the 1960.
He's talking about after the Isaq and after the genocide.
Listen, guys, I'm talking about the consensus within the country. You do not have an agreement on anything. This is why there's a problem.
The exaggeration of what I knew.
There is no agreement.
There's no agreement in anything. Come on.
When it comes to please let me finish my point. When it comes to stuff like the role of religion in the country, you don't have a consensus. When it comes to the role of how to elect a leader, there is no consensus. This is why Somalia is chaos, because in essence, you guys need a dictator. That is the difference.
Wait, what's wrong with a dictator?
Fantastic.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a
that shows the psychological difference between people in Somalia and people in Somalia.
But that's what the Somalis need, bro. You bring this Western democracy, bro. That's not gonna work in Somalia, bro. That's never gonna work in Somalia.
Never has worked.
Yeah, the Western democracy doesn't work. Yeah.
Republican libertarian society.
No, Somaliland is not.
We don't want a libertarian Western society.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Why are you trying to force that on us, man?
No,
it's not democracy to force our ideology on us.
Democracy
in itself.
Exactly. The next thing they'll be talking about is Qawmalut. You know what I mean? They'll be forcing it on us. So we'd rather be straight.
They already started that, Niho. Nakta, I'm just always trying to propagate homosexuality.
Give me a second. But there is a consensus within Somaliland. We know how to elect our leader. We know the role of religion in our country. We know the role of women in our country. There is a structure within our country. In Somalia, there is no structure
because we are one clan.
So yes. Are you saying? Yeah. Are you saying the Somaliland election was fair? Is that what you're saying?
Bro, there's one clan.
It was corrupted.
It's one clan. That's what I thought. It was one clan. It was like literally either Gale and then there was one Habar unit.
The three parties. Abdi. The three parties are Isaac.
Exactly. So what happened to Sol Salang and what happened to people from Odol? What happened to them? How come they don't get fair
because
they Isaac own the Somaliland, bro.
Isaac for the majority. The majority rule.
Is it like you Somali people just talk each other and try to say, "Oh, you said this"? If you want to have a discussion, let's have a discussion.
Yeah, okay? let's listen to each other, man. At least.
Yeah. What I see is you guys just ganging up and agreeing each other, and it's kind of progress. So you asked me a question: why is it bad to have an authoritarian dictatorship? Siad Barre, on his own people, killed hundreds of thousands.
Come on, you can't use Siad Barre as an example for a dictator, man. Wallahi billah, you bring the worst example for us, man.
Well, how is a dictatorship a good thing?
Yeah, but why is it? I don't understand. You know that the word dictator is bad in itself.
Okay, Ahmed, can I ask one question? Ahmed, you know, when Somalia got democracy, that's the thing that made us separate.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes, bro.
How? Tell me how.
Nah, I don't think it was that.
But guys, give me a second. What made Somalia separate is because we don't want to be ruled by an authoritarian dictatorship. We don't want our women raped. We don't want people telling us.
You were ruled by that for how long, though, man? How long did it take you lot to change your mind here? How long did you take?
The British,
it was the British, British motherfucker was man. That's all he was, bro.
I want to know why Somali soldier and M-Stacks won dictator, bro. That's a bit far. Like that's
one thing. CD, how? Bro,
I want one ruler. That's the only.
No, I want an appointed leader here. I don't want to. I want one appointed leader throughout the whole.
Yeah, one leader. Then you lot are just making it like Like, yeah, I say that then, innit?
That's why that's why it is, man. You feel me?
You just said what's wrong with a dictator? Like so somebody told you said anyway. Like it's okay.
Yeah, but just answer the question. What's
One
wrong with
madahawen,
it?
fam. One madahawen, that's it, man.
What's
We don't need
wrong
these
with
three.
one ruler?
Leader,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. No Mahmoud Galbed, none of this. What do you call it? You know what I mean?
Okay,
Everyone
GS.
calling it. The problem is everyone's calling himself president. That's the problem.
And
GS,
you know,
do you
Iran-
think, GS, do you think we could like that's like, you know, slowly progress into that, like not start, you know, like first to start off with, you know, people you know, Mahmoud Gobeledi and stuff, but slowly progress after that into like, you know, one centralized government, because that's, you know, that's the best, I
Okay.
think personally, in it, you know.
Can I throw my 2 cents in the sorry. Sorry, I think someone's trying to join. Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, yo, what's the damn deal? Salaikum salam.
How you doing? Beardman TV. Welcome to the panel.
What's up, man? H-Time out of the United States. What's going down?
What's going down, man? Welcome to Somali Speakers, man.
Yeah, we worldwide. We worldwide now. Yeah.
Come on.
Look,
Yeah.
I got a question for y'all.
Go on.
All right, look, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I got a question. What do y'all think the difference is between racism where y'all at and racism in the United States? Let's go.
Okay,
Bro, why
that's
this like change the topic, bro?
That's off the topic, isn't it? Like, we talk about something else.
Right, it is open mic, you know, he's a guest.
Yeah, it's open mic, bro. Come on.
Talk about later anyway. Khaled, you had a point to make anyway. You said about 2 cents you were gonna add first.
Well,
I don't
you
mind
guys,
asking
man, you
this
guys
kid. No,
can't-
sorry.
yeah, it's a bit
Sorry,
rude, man.
But Nika
Well,
Bully,
guess
man.
the first time.
The Khaled, what about
1 second, we got all night, my brothers. We got all night.
Well,
Okay,
Khalid,
yeah.
how about we answer the question, then go back to the topic?
Okay, see the answer.
Yeah.
Hey, I
Yeah,
want to hear.
I
I want to hear from. I want to hear from everybody. Just go down the line. Go down the line. I want to hear from everybody.
Hold on a second, Brad.
There's no racism in the UK.
No, can I answer first? Yeah.
I'm gonna give you one answer, brother. Yeah, and we had a topic going on, so go and see it. Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, so for me, like, we had a brother from, his name's Nasir. He lives in LA, California. He was talking about, you know, how people over there, you know, they see each other, you know, like basically it's colors over there. Over here we see culture. So like it's not the same type of, you know, when people are racist over here, they're looking down on your culture, not your skin color. I think that's the main difference.
So you saying like when you say culture, you mean like still like in the olden days, like a class type of thing?
No, not necessarily. Like, you know, culture, you know, for me, culture is basically, you know, your language, your ethnicity, your food, your clothes, your everything. Basically, your identity.
Now here, you're not really seen as a color. You know, over there, it's
not really
like
a color.
White. There's like, I don't know, because we're a smaller island, everyone's more too clever. You get where I'm coming from?
No, Khal, that's the whole Europe. That's
Europe for that. Yeah, Europe's a bit more different. I don't know.
No, but it's the ethnicity.
How do they know what culture? And thank you for answering the question, guys. How do they know what culture that like they don't like? Like, is it the minority cultures or is it a certain type of culture? Like, how do they pick like what culture that they don't like?
Yeah.
So obviously, you know, majority is like going to be English, you know. So like obviously they're always going to be at the top, if you know, when it comes to anything. But you know, colorism and stuff like that do exist. I'm not going to lie to you, but it's mainly like the culture, you know.
I got you. Yeah, I appreciate y'all.
I would say the racism here is a bit more. The racism here is a bit more subverting it. So it's not like it's not too public, man. You feel me? You got certain racist groups. You got Tommy Robinson and them likes, man. But we're not like we're a multicultural society, innit? The black, the white, everyone lives together here, fam, innit? But there are some racists like in America, but they're a fringe group, man. It's not as powerful as a race. You like got a whole history of racism, innit? You got the KKKs.
The whole country was built on racism in America, innit?
You feel me?
Have y'all ever had anybody like George Floyd? Like, have y'all ever had like the police? Because I know the police don't carry guns out there. But have they ever killed somebody?
Yeah, plenty of them.
But
Oh,
you know,
okay, okay.
can I
But
speak of-
it's not like rife like you guys. I'm not gonna lie to you.
and
Maybe
there's
everyone.
Breadman TV. Just something else. There's also a class element to it. So Britain, there's a class, so if you're working class, if you're middle class, and you're upper class, there's a cultural difference between those classes. So if you're
Okay.
like a person and you have a middle class brain or middle class culture or middle class thinking,
Mhm.
and then you're more likely to connect with middle class white people than, for example, working class white people. Do you get it?
I hear what you're saying.
So that's so important because what happens in America, it's like there isn't that class thing. So in Britain, if you go in and you come and you behave in a certain way, even though you might be black, you will be accepted in that group because of your behavior. For example, working class white girls, for example, if you wear less clothes in the UK, it's more of a working class culture. If you go up,
Uh-huh.
they don't wear they wear lots of clothes. It's kind of a weird
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. Even within the white people, there are classes. Like they're called chavs over here.
Yeah.
Okay. How much is this is my last question. How much does education play a factor?
A
I
gigantic.
think we're good. I think our education system is a bit better than the US. Do you think so? Especially in Europe
No,
countries.
I
and European.
definitely agree.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've got like none of that, and I think better healthcare. I don't know, but but then
Yeah,
again,
definitely better
PG, man, I've never been out there, so I wouldn't know.
Well, no, I'm
I
saying
wouldn't
does the education out there, does it play a factor in the class that they see you in?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And Brad TV, there's also a difference. Everyone in the UK lives together. In America, there's a lot more separation. So if
Yeah,
you're
it's more segregated.
yeah, that doesn't happen in the UK. Everyone's together. So you go to a working class area, and you have like a white family, you have a black family, you have a Chinese family, you have a Caribbean family, they're all together in one area. In America, it's not what I've heard. It's not like that.
Yeah. So is that it? Breadman.
Yeah, that's it, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all
man.
subscribe to Breadman TV. I was just coming through, man. I saw you on, so I clicked on.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna subscribe right now, man.
Please,
y'all subscribe to
please, man. Hey,
Breadman
man,
TV.
to subscribe. Hit the like button for us. You know, all the good stuff, my brother.
I appreciate that, man. Y'all hold it down.
All right, big up.
All right, now.
All right.
Okay, back to Khalid.
Yeah.
That you had 2 sentences about the Somaliland thing.
I wanted to throw in there, man. Yeah, I was listening, you know me, in the back, and I was just thinking to myself, what is that? Like, and something I think, what was it? Ahmed Guri alluded to it, but I think it went past everyone. It's what is the fear of something different? Is it because we are only used to one sort of way of Somali? No more. I don't know. I don't know why everyone's frightened of everyone do their own thing, and
exactly, Khalid. That's
I don't know why we frightened to govern in a new way. Because at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie to you, and I've said this before, and I've said this again and again and again. And I'm gonna be raw with this one. As an Isaac nation, whatever you want to call it, you know, just saying Somaliland this, Somaliland that. Well, I am not stupid enough to sit in a government right now. What you guys call the federal? I don't know what you want to call it. You get me? I always say like it's got for me now. I'm not feeling it.
Is it because the Darude?
No, it's everything. It's all of you guys. Plus in Somalia, I've only seen Darod, Hawiya, Darod. Let's be honest. All the presidents have only been 2 clans as well.
Because
when you guys were telling us,
when
you guys were telling us as well, majority clan. I don't see Rahan Wayne. I don't see no
Bro, the Rahawain have 1 point.
I don't see no.
We had a good
I'm just gonna say it's clan. I'm just gonna say it's Labala Square Al-Alinia, and right about now, really, I don't see no federal government of Somalia.
Long live Somalia.
Everyone's doing it. Everyone's doing their own thing, really. Bootland does its own thing. There's only one part of Somalia, as I see, that's paying federal taxes, and I'm always gonna say this as well. So there's not really even there. So why are we so scared for everyone to do their own thing? I just want to throw that to the table.
You know what it is? The guys in the South, they want a dictator in reality. This is what they want. They don't. They ask me this question: what's wrong with a dictator? This is their psychology.
No, immigrants. Somali soldiers was just about to say. It's about to say majority rules, isn't it? Yeah, we're gonna say that.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the when you said why don't the Rahawain have 1 point in 4.5, so they have a big.
So it's the same 2 tribes that are gonna give it to each other. It's either you're gonna be Darod or Hawiya. that's going to be president of the rest of all of it.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I
Look,
believe.
again, deja vu. Look. Let's not be stupid. I don't like to sugarcoat something. Well, I know I got raped, killed, bombed. Like, you don't just say like, oh, get over it. No, that's not gonna happen again. So all this gossip shit is not gonna work. So my brothers and sisters, by the way, can you guys actually, for once, instead of watching us, sort out your own mess? And I'm saying this in the most politest way.
Yeah, but isn't it better if you help us out?
But you do.
What's this hench about? What's this hench about? Gossip and no, and you don't exist, and we're not gonna let you, and we're not gonna. I don't really, truthfully, I'm 30 years nice, bro. I don't need no one's gonna tell me what to do. No one's gonna cross that line, and let's get this. That's never gonna happen. Like, you know what happened with Sia did. That's not gonna happen on the soft time. Watch this time round. So please come with something new. Come with something new, my brothers and sisters from the south. It's gossip
exactly,
shit.
man. All they're saying is come with something new, fam.
Come with something.
Bro, it's easy from the south too, man.
No, it's nothing.
Huh?
I don't understand. He said you're from the south. And I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to be.
I'm not from the south.
We're trying to sugarcoat nothing.
He's a fair guy. Like he's balanced in his opinion.
He's balanced as well. And again, I'm trying to be balanced as well. I'm trying to say, look, listen, the whole thing failed. The thing's still in disaster. You get where I'm coming from, yeah? And why wouldn't, for me, I see a little syndrome that a lot of people don't say. I see a lot of Isaac hatred. Instead of saying, well, nag, you dusted yourself back up again. You didn't go after no one.
Wallah, you big up, man. Straight up. I guess it's the one place, you can go.
You didn't kill no one. You didn't go after no one. You just dusted yourself back up and you just carried on your business.
Yeah, but don't you get the energy you give back?
No, we don't give you no energy. We just don't care, bro. We're just doing our own thing. We're not on mesh.
But the most hate is coming from the north.
We don't. We don't really. What hate?
I'm talking about the majority.
Maybe not you guys. No, but I'm just saying, forget the majority. You guys always say you don't exist in your hands. What do you say? If you're telling someone you don't exist, what do you think they're gonna be nice to you?
I'm saying the country doesn't exist, bro.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, it doesn't. But we're living.
The people exist, but the country, bro, they will never get recognized, bro. But
you keep saying, but what would happen if it did, though? What would you say then? What would be the
say, khalas, wallahi. But I know it will never happen. That's why I'm saying.
Okay, well, you know the future, though, Somali soldier. Like,
no, but you have tried for 30 years, bro.
You never know, wallahi.
Somali soldier, I feel like you're just scared, man.
Yeah, if it happens, so what? You live your life. Let's be happy for each other. That's what I think.
No, I'm just throwing these questions out there. It's interesting. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've always wanted to ask someone, why do you even? If I don't got no, it doesn't stop the fact that there's been how many 12 bombings in 1 year. Last year I reported 27. This year already I'm on 12.
Yeah, but that's a terrorist group.
So, no. I'm saying instability. How comes this always, instead of focusing on that shit, is
yeah, but Al-Shabaab, that's a terrorist group. You can't say that's the South's problem.
Isn't that more of a concern though, Somali soldier, for you right now than Somaliland?
This is why I you know what?
Really, we're building up our army. We're building up our army, and we're gonna deal with the problem. But if we deal with the problem,
make that your focus on soldier. Well, like that for me, if I was like living, it doesn't even have to be Hamad. It does anywhere that's affected.
Yeah, but
I would put all my energy and think to myself like,
yeah. But Ahmed, you talk like it's easy. It's not easy, Ahmed.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying that
you can go to Hamar, bro. There's some Al-Shabaab there, bro, in the corner, bro. You don't even know it's him, bro. That's the problem, bro. Everybody can be Al-Shabaab, bro.
No. Ahmed, give me a second, bro. That's not the problem. The problem is there's not a consensus within the country of how to move forward. There is not a consensus of how to elect a leader and the role of religion in the country. That is what's fucking up Somalia. When you have that consensus, then you're people that we can have a discussion with. But until you reach the basic level, which sit down, find out the role you want the country, religion to play in the country, the role, how you want to elect a leader. And third, if you want to live in a
what do you mean religion?
in Somalia, a sheikh knows his role. Because without, he knows his role. In your country, from what I've seen in the last 4 weeks, you guys don't have an idea of the role of the sheikh.
Bro, the sheikh have no power in politics. Where have you seen that they have power in politics?
My friend.
Yeah, bro.
You go to Al Shabaab, they own 40% of the country. What are they fighting for?
Bro, you said the sheikhs. Why are you going to Al Shabaab?
Bro, I don't know.
Are
But you
you
know,
an
arguing with some little kid with no life experience, man. That's in the basement, man. What are you gonna call him, bro? Well, I just
Shut
go
up,
get some
man.
life
Wallah,
experience.
you're a hater. Wallah, you're a
No, I'm not even a hater.
every time, kid.
But
Because
just
you're not coming with some. I need a grown ass man to speak to, bro. That's why someone else take over.
Bro,
I'm not even.
Somali
You
soldier.
don't even know what you're saying. That's the thing.
Nah, do you know what it is? It's about being fair. He's just gonna call you that if you're not being fair, bro. Just be fair.
I
But
don't know what to say.
Gia said the sheikhs have control
I'm
in
talking about the
politics.
religious people in the society. There is everyone in Somalia. The system is there. Everyone knows what role everyone has to play. Do you understand? The roles of the religious people in Somaliland, everyone knows their role in society. No one can mess with their role because it's protected by the constitution of Somaliland. We know how to elect our leader. Everyone in Somalia has a consensus. There's an agreement that the only way we can elect her through is through fair and democratic elections. Now you guys don't want to have that discussion. You guys want to go around in a circle.
No, it's just, I'm done talking to little عيال, man. Like, the kid's about 18, 17, I don't know, living bulky. So the other day his mom walked into the room. He wants to talk about, I don't know. I'm just like, go get life experience. I'm not gonna lie to you, man.
No, but this is the thing.
At the age is there, man. They go, bro. No, I don't even know, bro.
You know
what's my age restriction on this?
No,
he's a youngster, man. You can tell him about the way.
I know, you could just tell, fam.
Yeah,
I'm trying to have a grown ass. I'm trying to.
Well, like, you literally go in circles with him.
Yeah, he's the land doesn't exist. Cool.
What's wrong with the dictator? That's his question. What's wrong with the dictator?
No, it's just not even that. It's like you think to yourself, yeah, okay, cool. When you try to speak to no, and it's like nah, and it's like oh no.
It's frustrating when we were talking to other one. Well, I think Umar is one, whoever his name is, Salafi. I don't know. He comes up with a new name every week. When we were talking to him, it's like if you talk to people like him in Somalia, they're willing to die and destroy the federal state of Somalia to impose their ideology on people.
I don't know about that. I can't really speak for other people, bro.
No, but that's what Al-Shabaab is. That's what it is. In Somaliland, the reason that is everyone knows their role in society. There's a functioning structure in Somaliland. The problem we have is you're having a discussion with people every single week, and man, this is sort of they change the goalpost.
No, you know what though, GS? To be honest, I've listened to CD. CD is very balanced, man. Whenever he talks about this, yeah, like with him, he makes points. But I think anyway, this thing of like, I don't know, it's just almost a him, but like I don't understand. I think Somaliland got, what's the problem? Like, I still don't get it. Like they seem to be saying, oh no, you can't, you'll never be recognized, don't exist. But it really is something that people need to get out of that mentality.
I've got a decent question. How can you? Are we going to impose? Is it going to be a custom thing? Because no one's going to have it no more, innit? No one's like, unless there's people coming sitting down on the table and actually offering each other ideas or something. This whole gossip idea of and it's like, okay, something, and I'm like, okay, and it's like okay, cool. It doesn't change the fact that we don't really listen to no more or no like, and I really want to see like the federal of Somalia, Diyarat Kadogo, that would be very interesting.
Exactly.
Why hasn't he done that in the last 30 years then? So for me, it's like sitting down on the table and saying, let's start from scratch. Come with some new ideas, incentives. Okay, that's more feasible. That's more logical.
And that's what I think.
They spam away on. All right, we spam away, and it's gonna be like this for the next rare.
Yeah, and also I think people think that because Somalia is not recognized, it doesn't mean it was not recognized for 30 years and it's done good. It can be recognized, not recognized for another 30 years. It will still do good mukti. And I gave that example earlier about Taiwan. It's like one of the most like richest in Granada.
But
This notion of matakala, you need recognition to be successful. It's not true.
It's just but
give me a second. In Thailand, we should get the legal status of Thailand. If we had the legal status of Thailand, then Taiwan, we could investment in the country. We could also have basically when they recognize that you're kind of separate from China and you could do all the business trades, all the financial trades, everything that you need. So even Somaliland, they could reach that stage. And let's get back to the initial discussion. Why isn't it that we're not doing that? It's because, in my opinion, the people that are in power do not understand Western culture. They don't understand how Western people think. They don't understand marketing or policies. And that's why we're not getting recognized. That's my controversial perspective. You can read my...
Assalamu alaikum, AB.
Alaykum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum to everyone on the panel. Yo, dhageysyada adduunyada meel kastaba jooga. Iska warama.
Khair, alhamdulillah. Let me just, sorry, before he's I want to hear CD what he's got to say, man. He's been quiet.
What I got to say about what's the question?
About this thing about Somaliland and Somalia.
No, what Somali soldier is saying about not being, that's not the important thing. For me personally, if you ask me, it's, about the peace, like being able to go somewhere without fearing, just going somewhere on vacation, knowing nothing's going to happen to you, knowing that you're on your land, that's what's important for me. But about recognition and stuff, like, you brought the example of Taiwan and stuff. Like, for me, you can have a functioning, a prospering economy and state without necessarily needing recognition.
Exactly.
Because that's not what makes a country a country. What makes a country is the way it functions, not international recognition.
Absolutely, see, you're right, Ola.
Yeah, what I'm going to add to that is, you're right about, but Somaliland can get the legal requirements. They can get the thing that Taiwan has, that legal status that Thailand has, which is almost recognition, but not fully recognized. But you have all the ability to get the banks to borrow money, to have investment, to have a banking system in the country. So you can all get all of that. But we need the politicians of Somaliland to start thinking outside the box. Like, let's be real. In Britain today, in the UK, they have never met the leader of the Labour Party. Why is that? Why isn't they haven't met the leader of the Liberal Democrat? Why is it when the policies are making in the Liberal Democratic Party that there is nobody inside there that's put in case for Somaliland? It has never been voted in either the conference, the Liberal Democrats, the Labour Party, the Green Party, the SNP, the conference in which the yearly policies are put forward. Somaliland has never been voted in. So the people in the Somaliland government are not doing their job.
Sorry, GS Wala Makar Sokalayo, can I answer that question you've just put to the panel?
Come in, brother.
There is that part where our people are not fighting hard enough for the recognition. You get it? But at the same time, a lot of doors have been closed against us, and there's a couple of reasons as to why we haven't got recognition currently. Yeah, and I also want to answer the question that Khalid has put into the panel and to the listeners about why is it the Somali want to try and force Somaliland to rejoin them? Yeah, because the answer to that one is, wallahi, it is tribal, unfortunately, but certain tribes do not want to be left alone with just other tribes living amongst them and ruling them as well. Does that make sense? So
yeah, he's sending shots to man. Yeah.
No. Well, Isaac is a major part of Somalia that doesn't call your tarikh ضد ما فهم سوالف الوقوي جوردن is دو وقوي وقوية Somali ضد دمعي وبحيا ما قرانيان ما فهم ساس هو فكريان. Yeah, and at the same time, when you look at it internationally, the Somalis have already said, well, I'm not going to galam in Iran. We're going to fight. If you recognize Somalia, we're going to fight. That's what they said.
Who said that?
Get it? And the Somalis, Puntland, Antili, Jubaland, all these people, yeah, that disliking Somaliland. Somaliland got that.
They're fighting against that's what you say.
Yes, because that land belongs to, Somalia. It doesn't belong to Somaliland, aka Isaac land, as they like to call it.
Okay.
And also, on the other side as well, when it comes to international recognition, the reason why the British won't recognize us, because this Farmacho guy keeps threatening to recognize Scotland. Do you get it? So if Britain, Boris Johnson today recognizes Somaliland, Farmacho said, I'll automatically recognize Scotland. I'll be the first country to recognize Scotland and break the United Kingdom, the Union Cut. Do you get it?
Okay.
I disagree with that, though, AB. I think it's more to do with the AU. That's why I was saying earlier on, he wasn't here. And I said basically the AU is the one that every time they ask the Europeans or Americans about Somaliland recognition, they say the AU have to agree at first. If the AU agree that, there's lots of African countries.
Listen, I agree with you, Ahmedo. But what the AU is that's just a tool, yeah, for these Western democracies to use as a scapegoat. Do you get it? So iyaga no diidan walaal. You get me? Waxa iyagu no diidan yihiin AU-gu ma noo ogolaanayo. Ma fahmaysaa? Yeah? And at the same time, AU-gana waxa laga dhaadhiciyay, yeah? Separatism is not a good thing. Because if you recognize Somaliland, yeah, all these other small regions and other places and whatnot within Ethiopia and all these other places, yeah, are going to want to become separate as well and have secession, as they like to call it. Do you get it?
Yeah, I hear you, AB. But you know one thing as well that I don't understand up to this point is why can't they have like just a normal economic relationship where like there's no tension, there's no all of this without even talking about even union? Because you can get along with someone without even having to say we have to be one country or before even that comes on the table. Why can't you just function normally as two bordering countries?
Because what I believe, Walalo, is that Somalia is unstable, not only because of the internal factors, but also external factors, Walalo. So there's third parties, yeah, that do not want to see Somalia stable. I was listening to Caspian report earlier on today, and even they were saying the same thing. There's certain parties, Kenya, Ethiopia, even the British don't want to see it stable, walal. Because of this, Somalia, Mogadishu stable, walal, yeah, awood yalato. Automatically, aroorta marka awood yalato, ogaadeni dooranaysa. Do you get it? Ma fahamtay, yeah? Soomaalidu waa dad dhiig kacsan weeyaan, walal. Do you get me? Dad awood la siini karayaba maaha. Hadday awood loo dhiibo Soomaalidu dagaalamaysaa. Why is, if you notice the concentration, yeah, of military powers in Djibouti, walal. That ain't just to protect the Suez Canal, yeah, Mahaya, Bachubachayo. Why didn't I kind of load the Argroba Sahid? Do you get me? In a kind of load the Argroba, Lutone, and a Tushan Laga Historal. I think you know, united no, and but even friendly no, we start trading amongst each other. Like I was saying, open the borders, have the same currency wherever. If we start doing them things, well, that's progress.
But Somalia,
أرتو إن السلام يا أصحابنا إن السلام
عليك السلام ورحمة عليك السلام
يورو أوكي إن وحنكو يدي محلل جيبوتي military bases Somalia let's go ديارنا يا بلاد.
I believe so, Walalo. I believe so because look, Somalia do that wood yellow to yeah, or it's hoka was Somalia. Ethiopia doonanaysa. Ethiopia markay doonatana waxa kala dhan Kenya doonanaysa walal. Ma fahmaysaa? Marka gaaladii ayaa gaalada ilaalinaysa walal. Ma fahmaysaa?
Marka is to subdue Somalis is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I believe. Yes.
Okay.
Amongst other reasons, amongst other strategic reasons as well. But if you think about it, it's just the
first time I hear that because Djibouti is still at the end of the day, you know, Somalia Afroweya, so still, I'm not sure how Somalis would be, you know, preparing for other Somalis. But I know what you're trying to say.
But look, the Somalis, doesn't have.
But there's Germany there. There's China there. China is there. Germany is there. So you have to understand where we occupy in is very geostrategic, brother.
It is. But at the same time, Walalo, yeah, that Djibouti gas ma haysato, saliid ma haysato. So the only thing it can do to get that money coming in is to lease out his land. You've got a strategic position.
We don't produce anything. We don't do. There's not the natural resource that we have in Djibouti, or the land itself, and the worst position in the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so we have the ports as well. But yeah.
But AB, honestly though, I think AB is easy anyway. Let's be honest. It's not hard to divide Somalis.
Ma waxay doonayaan in the next 30-40 years Soomaalidu isku soo noqdaan amba awood yeeshaan dib u kala gooy hadana walal. You get me? Because what I believe, and what I firmly believe, yeah, you see where Djibouti is, walal, yeah, and where all the military bases are. To the north, Mecca. To the south, was Somalia. Do you get it? Muslim na mesh kabuha. All around this area, walal, Muslim na kabuha, Muslim ka salo diyar groban I'm saying, no.
But like, you know, one thing that we should also remember, and the question I always ask, the question I always ask, in 1977, Hassan Guled, who was the president of Djibouti at that time, was proposed. He was proposed with joining the Greater Somali Republic. Marka udi and one of the reasons udi dehed, igal ebe on hariste. Aya maxaa ku yiri war iska haysa meeshada yar Somali meeshada yar iska haysa lagu yiri don't join up because it's madness. Somaliland from the very start, when they went to Mogadishu, they were not received as equals. They were not seen as equals. They were mistreated from the jump. The regret happened 30 days later. 30 days later, when Somaliland, that's when the regret started happening. So we gotta like kind of what I always try to understand is Djibouti or Somaliland. So Somaliland because there is a history of Somaliland being separate from Somalia.
Because it's to do with sorry to interrupt you, Walal. It's to do with tribalism. Because wallahi, one saw barbari sweation, door someone saw barbari, yeah. And the bottom line of it is, yeah, how we waxay leeyihiin isaaqow hayga tagin aniga daaroodo kaliya meesha hayga tagin. Yeah. Wallahi, it's a reality of the situation.
Hold on, AB. Let CD answer it. Go on, CD.
Why? No, honestly, that's a good question as well. I'd like an answer to that question myself.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So أنا أقول ABO أنا فهمي يا ولد. أنا Somalina حين قبيلة وواحد نودو. لكن I like to nobody can deny it. لكن I like to kind of elevate it beyond that and see what it is that we can do, and kind of we have to kind of reverse the way we look at things, because they were going to be at the same spot. So yes, but let's try and elevate the conversation to a place where we can come to some sort of an agreement.
That's fine. Let me just finish, please, Ahmed. 1 second.
A question for the panel, yeah? Since Nuno Mardi said he said we should elevate the conversation. Okay, the generation Europe, American, Canada, whatever, and let's just say, I don't know, like 25 to 35, whatever, the new generation, do you think they care about Qabil?
I think they care about Qabil a hell of a lot more than the previous. Seriously, guys? I've seen it. You're talking about generation, say wallahi samaha. I've seen kids, bro. I swear, man, I've seen kids talk about Qabil. At first, it starts with jokes, and I'm like, "Yo, man, my generation doesn't do that." Like, and maybe I'm looking at him differently. Like, I've seen say wallahi kids talking about Qabil a hell of a lot more than if you go back home. I don't think kids over there are talking at the same rate. Like, and they see like you see how some kids were raised. And I'm not saying all. I don't want to exaggerate anything because I don't want sensationalism. But I have seen. That's a good question, Ahmedo. I have seen generation
Wait here and get جواب قبيلة. I don't want to please 1 second, yeah. So قبيلة وواحد جرتها. Unfortunately, وواحد جرتها, yeah. And وين نفهمنا? In order to destroy it and overcome it, we have to understand it. Do you get it? Now, dhalinyaradeena imika say wallahi krugan imika jira maxaa qabyaaladii ugu keenay waayo walaal waxay eegan maqanta waxay arkaan Soomaaliya oo kala daadsanaa la arkaya ya maxaa Soomaalideeni kala daadin marka la weydiiyo and they get to the root cause yeah waxan waa qabyaalad. Okay, what is qabyaalad? Marka qabyaaladii way soo baranayaan. Do you get it? And that's what I believe is happening. And the longer we remain unstable, yeah, the more our generations and generations will learn about qabil.
Okay. CD, what do you think?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's the same thing. Like once you learn what tribalism is, you get down to the root causes, and you're always gonna have to side with your own tribe, sort of thing.
No, you
so
don't.
It's
no,
about,
you don't.
No. You kind of have to stick up for your. It's always that loyalty to your people. I feel like
And we do here.
Yeah, what about you?
What disease?
It's a disease, yeah.
قبيلة دو disease. قبيل كوا وصل سكر تويا. قبيل كوا.
Listen, tribalism was disease new. Tribalism is disease.
That's true.
But you have to make a differentiation between قبيلة وقبيل ولا. There's a difference.
قبيلة وحلا قول in the context we're talking about tribalism, right?
That's correct. Tribalism. That's right.
Yeah.
A tribe. We all come from a tribe. Okay.
Yeah, we all come from a tribe. Yeah. 100%.
Tribalism, it's really a poison for our people.
Yeah, but Salaf, the question I was asking is, your generation, you could say, yeah, a little bit that age. Do you think they care about Qabil? Like that's what.
No, not necessarily. But there is an update that care about tribal.
So the ones
big man thing is the other.
exactly fam. I've experienced that myself. I was working on that. One out there from the north. He's there saying أنا كان الشباب وخالنا. He's out there fam. ما فهمت. Why he's from the north Somaliland. Then عسو هرقيس وكم هذا fam. He sees me. He says, where are you from? Mogadishu. Okay. وأنا كان الشباب وخالنا in the workplace and everyone's looking. والله.
That's banter, bro. That's banter. Come on.
Banter, I know, but I'm just saying.
Obviously, man, you didn't feel good about that. That was not good.
Nah, I know it's costly, fam. Like, what's wrong with this guy? But yeah, man,
you can't lie.
I swear, I know. But yeah, I'll just say it's the uncles and the dads who have that problem more than the youngers. We weren't brought up with this tribalism, especially down in the West. I don't know back in Somalia, but especially where I'm from, the UK. I don't think my parents have said, my parents, the way they think is different the way we think it as people. We're born in the West, we're more mahallaha, Unitarian, we like other, we're multicultural as a society, so that destroys tribalism from the roots anyways. And we got our deen, we're uprooted in our deen, and our deen speaks against tribalism. So I would say.
That's true. Okay, fair enough. What about you, GS?
So I actually have a really controversial part, and I think what happens with tribalism is because it's about power. So if you have investments back home, if you have a stakeholder back home, then you automatically will have a tribalistic nature. But what's important about tribalism is, are you going to agree with your guy when he's right or when he's wrong? When he's wrong, if you could stop him and say, you're wrong, this is our this is the way we want to behave. With whatever it is, if it's a bad business deal, if it's some sort of thing, if you're able to say to yourself, I might be from the same tribe, but I don't agree with what you're doing. And that's important. And that's just now when you look at, even in the West, when you look at the woke activist and cancel culture, in essence, what they're saying is they are saying when a person does something bad or something good, just because he has an ideology, he might be right wing, we will condemn him. Do you get it?
Yeah, of course.
And I just want to add some last point. What's the root reason why Somaliland is the way it is? And I'm going to be really controversial because I actually am. If you read my report, you guys will understand where I'm coming from. But there is no marketing within Somaliland. Like this whole discussion about recognizing Somaliland and seeing all these. What I'm saying to you is the basic stuff: going after the Labour Party, going after the Liberal Democrats, going after the SNP. Do you know? Meeting people before they get into power. My family, those shit, it's not being done. So this whole idea that there's this big project, there's this big, incredible thing that are chasing us or that's stopping us getting recognized, that is, in my opinion, bullshit. What's stopping us getting recognized is jahilnimo, lack of understanding, and a lack of education.
What if I told you GS? What if I told you GS? Sorry to interrupt, guys. What if I told you GS? Yeah, that the Somaliland elders do not want recognition.
Why would that?
Was they don't. They just don't. Wallahi, they really don't. Wallahi, they don't. No, it's unbelievable. Yeah. The House of Elders, yeah. Majority of those guys in that room there, cause do not want Somaliland to be recognized.
It's extra work, is it? Or I don't understand. Like,
I don't know what it is. Whether it's their pocket, whether it's they have a stake in something. You know,
it can't be their pocket. It can't be.
You know why? You know why it is? I don't think the elders really have that power. I think, and this is important. This is what I realized, and I did a 10,000 word report on this. What I realized is that there's a problem in how to get things done. Everyone is going through what used to happen 30 years ago, but the way to get things done in the 21st century, the people that they get into power, and it doesn't even matter. A person can have a PhD in political science. But the actual process, Somaliland is a startup company. Do you get it? It's a startup. So with a startup, you have to build the infrastructure. You have to bring the structure. Do you get what I'm coming from? You have to build it from upwards down. Stuff like coronavirus, it could be taken care of. But the reason why something like Britain can't take care of it because the system they built, it's not built for that system. But in Somaliland, we have to build a whole system, and the people that we get into power do not know what they're doing, have no idea what they're doing, and have no concept of modern technology.
Man, firstly, Somaliland needs to sort out their borders. They have to say what's Somaliland and what's not Somaliland. And even if you want to be recognized, the international community, you have to come to agreement with them. You have to tell them, this is our borders. فهمت. So
Didn't
that's what.
AB say the president's going to be speaking at the United Nations?
MashaAllah, yeah, he will be. I saw it on the
Is
news
that
today.
true?
I saw it on the news today. I can send you the link to anybody that wants it.
Yeah, put it on the chat, bro.
That's big news, you know. Well, that's big news.
All right, I'm
please.
gonna put it. Wait, let me go find it now. I'll come back 1 second.
But anyway, look, listen to like, you know what, Salaf brought a good question, yeah, and the question is about the borders. It is true, isn't it? Like the borders is disputed, no doubt about that. So that is
what country doesn't have their borders being disputed though? Like pretty much around the world, you'll see that.
Yeah, but you know what? But what is the point?
The border disputes with the border disputes, guys. Yeah, I've put it. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I put it in the private chat, and I'll also put it in the comments as well. With the border disputes, yeah. Somaliland's borders are based on well, the British made them back in the 18 whatever. Do you understand? Taasi ay sharcigu ku taala, aqoonsigii ugu horeeyay Helen, it was based on those land borders. Do you get it?
Okay.
So those are the correct borders. Anybody that wants to dispute it now, they can dispute it, but you got to do it legally, cause you get it. And they ain't got nothing to back their case. Puntland, Horomay, Chirin, Jubaland, Horomay, Chirin, Mahai, all these other places didn't exist, bro. Do you get it? Khartouma.
In reality, none of it existed.
Well, it did. Somaliland did exist, though. That's what I'm saying to you. For 4 days, it had legal recognition.
No, I'm just saying, if you go back far enough, like none of them existed.
These borders were decided in Europe. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
exactly. In Berlin, 1880s. Yes.
Terrible borders, by the way.
Right.
You know
horrible borders. They don't know how the Africans interact. So it was a European man that decided for an African man.
It was bound to
and
fail
you know
from
what?
the beginning.
Absolutely. And so what kills me is that we're still our necks are still under the knees of the Europeans. That's what still kills me to this day, man. I'll be honest with you.
I'm saying, Somaliland need to sort out their border. They have to half the borders they claim, half the states that they claim, they don't even own themselves. They make a lot of claims. So, and on top of that, the international community have to know your bank, what your borders, what you're trying to claim. Because within a border, you have to have a governor, you have to have people, you have to have something there, fam. You don't have that there, and they're making claims of certain places.
AB answered that question for you, when he said it's a legal system, and that's how it works. International. So it's through a legal one, and the legal one is Somaliland was recognized as a country by I think 35 countries before for 5 days, and it existed before.
36, 4 days.
Yeah, 4 days. So then that's the argument you're going to use legally. So you have an argument there, legal argument.
So what does Khartoum State got? What does Khartoum State got? What does Puntland got? Do you get it? So Marka, you can't say, Somaliland has to identify its borders. Everybody knows Somaliland's borders. You can try and dispute it, but it exists in it.
Yeah, so can I put something onto it as well? And another thing, while we're with Somali people in general, and I think we need to change this conversation to that level, is our lack of technology, our lack of reading, and our lack of information needs to improve. You know, we need to learn, study.
What do you mean I lack of reading it?
What I'm saying is we need to learn what's going on in the world. We need to have a deep understanding of everything. Do you get what I'm coming from? You can't be poor for 100 years. You can't be one of the most failed states in the world if there's nothing wrong with you. So we have to figure this out, and we have to find out the information that we need to help us become one of the wealthiest countries in the world.
I believe we may have to reestablish the nation state, because the nation state of Somalia has failed. His debt has been relieved. Which means basically Somalia has Somalia anymore. So when it did also below about that, do you get it?
What has the debt got to do with humans? Say that again. I didn't understand, AB.
Basically, the debt got written off Somaha. Debt ki Somalia lagulaha. IMF ko kababi, and so at that point he got written off. But at that point there, what is the cost of this being written off? Walalo? It means I own you. Do you get it? So we need to get rid of the old Somali. We need to get rid of exactly. We need to get rid of the old Somali state and nation. Exactly, because the Somali nation is not owned by the Somali people anymore. Hence why a man that came from America to get me America so diren ayam madaxweyne noqonaya. Ay dadkii Soomaaliduna inay dooranba. Fahmaysaa? Taasay mashquulad tahay. The Somalis do not own Somalia anymore. Politically,
well, that's why I'm like, I don't really feel like I'm not like that crazy about governments, bro. I'm just more about the people, you know.
But the people need to self-govern. Walal. Dadku waa inay doortaan oo yiraahdaan anagu madaxweyne doonayna walal. Do you get me?
Exactly. But they're not given the opportunity to, you know, one man, one vote sort of thing. They're not even given the opportunity, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. They need a one man, one vote.
qareeno fadhigoodu yahay magaalada Washington DC ee caasimadda Mareykanka ayaa qoraal ay soo saareen waxay ugu baaqeen madaxweynaha Somaliland Muuse Biixi Cabdi inuu khudbad ka horjeediyo golaha ammaanka ee qaramada midoobay. Qareenadan ayaa sheegay in laga soo bilaabo waqtigii Somaliland ay ku dhawaaqday inay ka go'day Soomaaliya sanadkii 1991 ilaa haatan qaramada midoobay ay si dhow la socoto xaaladda Somaliland, gaar ahaan dhinacyada siyaasadda, amniga iyo dimuqraadiyadda, isla markaana Somaliland ay u qalanto in madaxdoodu ay ka hor hadlaan qaramada midoobay si ay u soo bandhigaan qadiyadooda. Qoraal kooban ayaa qareenada reer Washington waxay ku sheegeen in iyadoo weli Somaliland aanay helin aqoonsi caalamiya, haddana ay mudan tahay in madaxweyne Muuse Biixi Cabdi uu ka hor khudbadeeyo golaha ammaanka ee qaramada midoobay, iyadoo khudbaduna ay si toos uga bixi doonto baraha kala duwan ee wararka u baahiyay qaramada midoobay iyo warbaahinta caalamiga. Sidoo kale qareenadan waxay madaxweynaha Somaliland ka codsadeen in khudbadda uu ka horjeedinayo golaha ammaanka ee qaramada midoobay uu diiradda ku saaro 4 qodob oo kala ah: nabadda, xasiloonida, dimuqraadiyadda iyo horumarka, iyagoo qareenadani ay tilmaameen in 4taasi qodob ay aasaas u yihiin karnaqsiga ay Somaliland ku heli karto aqoonsi caalamiya. Cumar Superman, telefishanka Sahan, Hargeysa.
So does he have a date then, like at the UN then?
To the best of my knowledge, the date has not been specified as of yet. So
they said, yeah, like that's just a call, innit?
They basically, the UN are calling like Kala because Somaliland is trying to get to that level where GS is talking about now, where internationally is calling out and saying, "Yo, this is my case. What's going on?" Because like
so what
Somaliland,
you know,
Somaliland has almost
Somaliland
has almost existed longer than the Somali nation has existed from 1960 to 1991.
True.
So they worked together after. They worked together after. Somalia will be percentage. قصب Somaliland ولا سينا قونسي. ما فهمتي؟
Yeah. There's got to be a will though from the house. Odayaasha waa inay isku raacaan ay dhahdaan waan doonina in inta la aqbalo. Why at this point like they don't have the debt that goes along with being a recognized country, and they have all of the investments coming in.
They don't have what? Sorry.
They don't have the debt that goes along being a recognized nation, but they have all of the investments coming in. So I kind of understand why they wouldn't want recognition right away. But like because Somaliland has been an example of exchange of power and voting, right? Of course, there's been all kinds of troubles, obviously, but like there's been a good stability, and it's an example to be followed. Like let's just call it what it is. We shouldn't shy away from that. You know what I mean? It has been an example in the past 30 years, regardless of whatever scrimmages that are happening in the borders.
And that's why I said earlier on, because I think you asked the question saying the Galba can die Somalia. That is true, the Galba can die, but they always managed to find a solution. They sat down. They had 3 conferences, so they have been like resolving it peacefully.
Yeah. Well, I think Somali people are tired of fighting, man. Honestly, they just want peace. I think.
Can I just make a point? So, like AB, that's a great video, AB, and people keep saying.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, people keep saying it's the elders that are stopping it. I am telling you, it's not the elders. It's how can I put it? It's not the elders. It's the people that are supposed to be doing this job. Before the Musa Bihi government, they were terrible. They did not do this job. The people that are supposed to do, like for example, how the fuck can you be the ambassador of Somalia in the UK and never have a meeting with the Labour Party, or never have a meeting with the SNP, or never put anything in the conference? This is stuff that should be getting done by people who are supposedly educated, people who are supposedly wise, people who supposedly know what they're doing. But
because the directive comes from the prime minister, the president. Sorry, do you get it? So if the directive hasn't come from the president for the consulate person or the ambassador to go speak to so and such and such, then they have no right to make that move. Cause do you get it?
They actually do have a right to. This is important. They do. That's actually their job. If you're in the ambassador, if you're in Somaliland and you want to go and have a meeting with the Labour Party or process. That is your job title. That is your one of your.
I understand what you're saying, but like in مدحوينهاجو, look, so administration معها كسوقات مصبحي's administration, yeah. For example, yeah. Now, if the administration leaders, yeah, do not advise this individual to do this individual cannot make this play, yeah, and not get repercussions from the president and the administration. Do you get it? The chief of staff and the president are going to have a word with them and be like, you know what, you're moving on. So, it's more to it.
So, for example, we had the first secretary was a guy who used to teach at UCL University. He used to teach education there. That was the foreign secretary before. I think something like that guy, and I know the guy, but he doesn't understand what you have to do. This is the thing: is the problem with the foreign secretary, the problem with the people whose job is this. They're not go-getters. You know.
I hear you, because I hear exactly what you're saying. Wallahi, I hear you exactly what you're saying.
They went after Nigel Farage, yeah? And Nigel Farage was the easiest thing to get. They went after Nigel Farage. They never went after Alex Summers. They never went after anyone in the SNP, all you people, that's the Scottish National Party, and they rule the Scotland, people who are not from the UK. They never went after them. And in my opinion, the people who are educated, they're not really educated because this is a startup. We need entrepreneurs to be getting into politics, especially in the foreign secretary, because what's happened is people who are educated, they're trained to be employees, not employers. They're trained to run something that's already been set up. When you're setting something new up, that's a totally different set of skills that you need.
Well, Jama tried. What happened to Jama?
Yeah, that's a different case. I don't think he did a good job, in my opinion. I think a lot of his stuff was what you call... he didn't get anything done. Like the problem we have, we've got this problem in the West right now, and because of technology, is making the decision that has become difficult. So there's all these people there, but actually getting stuff done that doesn't exist.
I want to know, yeah.
This conversation that I had with you will never be discussed on Somaliland TV. Will never be discussed. These ideas that I tell you will never be discussed because they have not. For example, if you got Mike Tyson as your ambassador and you got him to tweet out, and I said this before in the conversation, you got him to tweet out, "Oh, do you recognize Somaliland?" You make him an ambassador. You get him to tweet out to Donald Trump. You will get the attention of Donald Trump. Do you understand? You will do more with that little tweet than you've done in the last 30 years.
The problem with Somaliland is PR, it's public relations. They suck at that, is what you're saying.
They're horrific. It's a Somali.
They are. Wallah, they are. All Somalis are horrific at PR by the looks of it.
Horrific. It's awful. It's like a level where you're like, what the fuck is going on? What the hell is going on here? How can we?
Wallah yabisa. Yes, I know what. Wallah yabisa. Anaba yabi chirayo. I used to go see ministers and say to them, "Yo, what going for you? Like, what are you doing in Bristol, standing here in front of me, like sitting at a coffee shop? Yeah, why are you not speaking to the local MPs and stuff? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's come house with the Do you know what I mean? Like, siyasat, the networking keg, man, getting. Do you know what I mean? How much then?
Shahi سيبه تقول تبي نيدي.
Shahi سنو وودو يا وودو كلي صاحب.
You know what I experienced from trying to get into I'm RS, so I will never get into politics, not anytime soon. But my experience is that the people are there. They're not there to recognize Somaliland. They're there to get their paycheck.
Yeah, to make their pockets fatter. Yes, absolutely. No, but yeah, like he said, yes, yeah. There is this thing coming back to what I was saying before, whereby there is a cold war between Somalia and Somaliland, and Puntland is being used as a proxy. Yeah, and that's why there's territorial disputes, etc. Yeah. So at the same time, you have to remember,
I understand
foreign governments. Let me just finish. Foreign governments are being told, yeah. Let me just finish. Foreign governments are being told, yeah, if you recognize Somaliland, you're not an enemy of us. Do you get it?
Do you know what? Fantastic. Let them say that. Let them say it like that. This is a country where 40 to 60% of the country is controlled by a bunch of lunatics. So, like this country is a failed state. It's a failed state, and it hasn't had a decent government in 30 years. So let's not think about this. We have to think as a functioning state. How can we get our word out? How can we put ourselves on the map? How can we get not even recognition, just you get legal rights where you're able to be separate from Somaliland, and you can say, you know what, for a period of 30 years, we had the legal requirements to be run as a separate state. After 30 years, if Somalia wants to get back, that's them. So there is many other ways you could get that. But the problem now, even 10 years ago, when the transition government came, the Somaliland government were in a strong position if they were actually proactive. I mean, this was a failed state with no government. They could have said, you know what? Let's they could went to the UN and said, you know what? You can't get these people that's not elected. Let us have our right to borrow money to be a partial independent state, and let's claim independency. Because right now the budget of Somalia is 350 million people. Most of his government is not a corrupt government anymore. It's a government that doesn't have access to money, that doesn't have any money. While Somalia spends £5-6 billion a year, it's a different economics.
Yeah, but you blame some of that on the last administration though. Silaya's administration. They sucked the country left, right. Yeah. They milked the place, bro.
I agree with you.
They milked it. They went in ham. They discussed.
But Khalid, blaming them is not going to serve any purpose now, right?
No, but then again, you set example by arresting them, bro. By accountability.
Oh, okay. You want blood? Okay.
No, accountability. So none of this happens. But then again, one day AB did say we're 29 years old. So, but at the same time, we go around in circles. Yo, big up my sister, Hawaii in the building. SS Bloodline, yeah. But like I was saying, I just want to shout out to brother Abdul Hussein. Big up, thank you for that. Big up, Norman, thank you for that. Yo, you guys carry on. Share, like, and subscribe. Hit the like button, my people. You can donate to the channel as well, yeah? I'm in the back, you guys. We need.
Yeah, but this comes.
But you know something, GS, something that a good point that you made is that we suck at PR when it comes to all Africans, right? Like right now we have Donald Trump that tweets shit out. Actually he has COVID now, but he tweets shit out from from his washroom, and he shakes up the world, right? And we can't even use social media to get any kind of tourism into those parts. To get any kind of, because you're right, recognition doesn't have to be political all the time. Recognition could just be, hey, they're holding something there. Now, one of the good things that is happening in Hargeisa, I think there's a book fair that's happening. There's all these little events, but they need to bubble up at a place where it's being recognized on the world stage.
Absolutely.
At that point, then people are going to be like, oh, well, hey, those people went there? Because, for example, Mohammed Farah Marki, Mo Farah, when he came to Hargeisa and, running around with the Musabihi, they're like, this is a world champion, right? In Olympics. This man is a gold medalist.
An Olympic champion there.
An Olympic champion, right? So, and he's running around in Hargeisa. Now, that tells the world, hey, it's safe here. It's, no one's going to shoot your head off, right? It adds to the reassurance. It adds to the, you understand what I'm saying? Well, more of that needs to happen. I don't think United Nations and all, AU, the EU, all these it was politics. So I think we should do something else.
You will never get your recognition through that. The only way you're going to get recognition right now, and it's through publicity, it's through respecting human rights in Somaliland and the government respecting that. It's through, and this is important, it's through doing PR stunts. It's by having a proactive PR strategy. Like this is something that's not even discussed. Everyone thinks, oh, you go talk to AU or you talk to No, you get a great marketing. And the rest will sort itself out.
You're talking about human rights. The West don't. First of all, the West don't give a toss about Somaliland. No, do they care about Somalia? So for them to even invest time in to try and recognize Somaliland is a bit of a problem. Firstly, fam. Secondly, they believe the human rights in Somalia is bullshit. Fam. Is beyond low, fam. That's their belief. I'm not saying Somaliland's human rights is any bad, but according to the West, your human rights is below standard. So, unless you are gonna start sucking up to the West and start building up this liberal Western democratic mahalla society where you headshot the Sharia, you do all types of madness and suck up to them differently, that's the only way you're gonna be recognized. Other than that, I still believe Somalia will never be recognized. Never in the near future.
Okay, I just want to come back to Salah.
Okay.
I'm hearing a lot of hate, Walala, in your voice. Calm yourself down, Walala.
He hates everybody.
Not hate, man. We have to be realistic out here, fam.
Bro,
it's been 30 years. It's been 30 years since 1991. You claimed independence, fam.
Was Somalis immigrating to the UK, sucking up to the West? Was Somalis immigrating to the US?
Let me tell you why Britain don't give a shit about you, fam. 5,000 Somali immigrants were put into unused that disgusting boats, ships, just not too long ago, 3 days ago. 5,000 Somali immigrants were put into boats. Now everyone's onto Britain for doing that. So if Britain is doing that to Somali, they don't give a toss about you, man. Unless you're gonna start sucking up to them, and do what GS is telling you to do, and doing these PR stunts, and you start doing this human rights. Listen, man. When your human rights is bullshit, it's basically they're saying you lot stuck on your deen, you lot are backwards. Man. That's all it is, man. You lot have to start you have to no more hudud punishments, no more you have to provide homosexuality to be allowed in society. You have to allow a lot of this kind of liberalistic value to be allowed. Yeah, man.
Somalia has been part of the Arab League since day one. So what has that done?
Arab League
Can I just please
talking about the international?
Give me a second to reply to him. So when I said to you about progressive, the idea that no one in Somalia right now, no one in Somalia gets killed because they're gay. Let's be real. No one in Somaliland gets killed. Let's be real. No one in Somaliland gets stoned. So we already have that in our country. We just
advertise us, man. Even if Musa Bihi got shots from the rooftops, it's not gonna work, man.
Let me reply to you, brother. Let me finish. So what I'm saying to you, everything we had a democratic elections. So we have freedom of speech. So all this thing, we just have to put this in a great marketing strategy where you can put this across. We don't have that problem, Wala. So this idea that we're bringing something that's new, no, we've already done these things and we have to put it outside and sell it.
Right. Exactly. Keep doing it, man. You're gonna get there soon, innit? To keep doing it, keep sucking up to the West, innit? Throw all of your morals away, man. Throw all of your love. We're not negative, man. We're being real here, fam. We're being real here. This guy is telling us.
Think about the West and you live in the West. Go home then.
Yeah, you live in the West.
Go home. It's a problem, man. What kind of argument is that? You live in the West, you go home then. This is what Tommy Robinson and his crew say, man. So stupid.
No, but Wallahi, Salaf, he's got a point, bruv. He's got a point. If you're going on there.
What's the point, bro?
Hold the ball. Listen, he's still out. Haddaan guri sidoo Western society kan ay sidoo diidi sidoo and you don't appreciate this, all of katak walaal.
Why do I have to accept them? Britain who colonized Somaliland, who have colonized Somaliland. You are with me. This is the problem, man. Was Stockholm syndrome. The oppressors that
come on, I think you're the one with the Stockholm syndrome, brother.
What else is it, man? Come on, bro. What else is it, man? Like you might telling us about Stockholm.
Bro. Somalis down south. Listen, hold on. Somalida Somalida koonfurka joogta. Somali disha weeyaan. Somalis are killing Somalis, guys, on a daily basis, guys. Yeah, and you want to talk? Hold on. Don't talk. Hold on. And you want to talk about? British guy, maskaxda inaga qabsaday maxay. War gurigaaga eeg walaal. Gurigaaga soo eeg intaanaad anaga noo soo jeedsan walaal. Mushkilada Somalida haysato waa tan walaal. Watan. Yeah, me, bro. No, so listen. Do your laces up, cuz, before you talk about my laces.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about.
Do your laces up there. Do your laces up.
No, Salaf, how about you go help out the Somali maids that are being raped and mistreated in Saudi Arabia? How about you do that, bro?
Saudi Arabia. What about Britain? What about here in home? Where about here right now? 5,000 Somali immigrants have been put in foreign boats. They've been put in boats, caged up in Britain.
Another 50,000. Listen, I'll bet another 50,000 in prison.
So stupid, wallahi billah.
It's the racist.
Why keep behavior, man? Why are you telling me I can't disagree with the West, and if I disagree with them, I have to go back home? This is Tommy. You're mirroring Tommy Robinson and the far right extremist.
All you have is labels, bro. All you have is labels. All you got is labels.
It's not labels, bro.
You're just talking over. It's the case then. Nobody can hear each other. You're three of you talk at the same time.
Yeah, you are just attacking each other at this point.
I'm just saying, man. They told me, listen here. If you disagree with the West, go back home. Who's the only group in Britain, in the West, who talk like that? If you disagree with us, fuck off back home. Who says that? Who says that other than these extremist far right people?
Here's what you know. Look, M-Stacks, here's what they're saying. Yeah, look, if you are against the West, why don't you do the same thing? That's what they're saying.
What do you mean? Why don't you do the same thing? You want me to go? Why I'm here? You want to break down why I'm here? It's not about personal issues, man.
You already
Why,
told us.
man?
You said that you're
I don't want to
taking
do that.
lacto like قاعدين أسابة تري or lacto على قد وقابة تري at the last stream. So you actually said that already. You said you were in the West because lacto على قد وقابة. That's what you had said. Is that it?
I don't think it's there. So listen, from my opinion, and this is important, what Somaliland has to do is really put out its progress for human rights, its ability where you have freedom of speech, and freedom of speech by meaning you could question the authority that's in power and say if they're doing a bad job or a good job. That is freedom of speech. It doesn't give you the freedom to offend people, the freedom to express yourself. And this is
exactly
important.
see exactly what you said. You have to adopt these bullshit, man. You have to adopt this kind of low IQ, unmoral. Go on, sorry,
why insult, bro? Why insult, man?
Why, man? It's not insults out here, man. It's labels.
Low IQ. Calling someone low IQ is an insult.
No, I'm talking about the way he's trying to propagate it. This kind of mahalla democracy, and you have to you have the right to be offended. So that means, man, if the deen gets offended, you can't be offended. You can't
Okay, Salaf, I got a question for you. GS, let me hold on. You know, it's a question that Nuno might ask him, yeah? And it's a fair question. You know what, the Britain, the whatever they're doing, why not those Somalis getting mistreated in Saudi Arabia? Why have you got the same energy for them?
Why Saudi Arabia is the only...
No, I'm asking you a question. That's a fair question. Wallahi, Saudi
he's cutting off, bro.
Oh, I can't hear him. Okay.
Yeah, his internet is bad today.
Okay.
His internet's not on his side today.
Sorry, my internet. But you say?
Why don't you have the same energy to Saudis mistreating Somalis?
Hard to listen, man. Look at the population of Somali in Saudi Arabia, firstly, and compare it. We're not being unrealistic here. There's a small minute population in Saudi Arabia. It's not even in the thousands, man. It's a few hundreds, man.
Population is small.
We have to look at where are Somalis concentrated in it. Somalis are concentrated in the Scandinavian countries and in the West, if you're disregarding Somalia. And in them kind of countries where people are trying to say if you speak against them, you should fuck off back home. This kind of mentality is detrimental to Somali fam. And you've adopted it.
Bro, bring your evidence because you're lying. Tell me where you get 5,000 people or immigrants or Somali people.
All right, I'll put in the back chat right now. I was reading yesterday, fam. I was reading the newspaper yesterday. All right, 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
I thought it was 2,000, not 5,000.
5,000, bro. Let's type in 5,000 Somalis.
And you know what Salafi Sahih doesn't talk? He doesn't tell you that Saudi Arabia propagates this.
Forget about Saudi Arabia.
Well, you can't. You can't, obviously.
Give me a second. Let me just finish my point. Saudi Arabia doesn't want Muslim countries to be able to vote for their leader because then they will not have power because Saudi Arabia is an authoritarian dictatorship or religious authoritarian dictatorship. So it doesn't want Muslim people to have the vote or the power to elect their leaders. It wants that to be taken away. And Salafi Saleh, he's just a brainwashed kid, man.
Allah musta'an.
It's just sad that we can't discuss these things without you don't have to put down the West. You don't have to. There's a reason why our people migrated to these places. Why didn't we go to Saudi Arabia if it was so great? We came to the West because there was some freedom that were there. There was a reason why the parents decided these places, and I want to know why.
But that's can't be denied. There's what they call social justice.
Well, you would be a nigger. I'm not getting to game out. You'd be a nigger, aswad, less than.
We're a nigger in the UK. We're a nigger everywhere. What's so different about Saudi Arabia?
Okay, well, let me tell you. I can tell you, Salaf. That's a good question. I can tell you. In the UK or these the Western places, at least you have a way where you can go in front of a court system. You understand what I'm saying? I am not speaking as if this is the best systems or anything like that because we haven't reached
at least there's
a way. At least they give you a way. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it, brother. Let's just be honest.
America just shoot you up.
I'm in America, bro.
Talk about Minneapolis and Minnesota, man. And Somalis getting mistreated in Dinas, fam. Where Somalis are concentrated, fam. Talk about that.
Look. I think it's where you put your energy, okay? I'm not saying how can it's all swell and great in the West. I'm not saying that either. But what I am saying is that at least there's a way, okay?
Yeah, man. what I was going to say, wallahi, is that I don't know, for some reason, Somali, they seem to like different Arab. I don't understand that, you know. Arab, they treat Somali. There's facts. There's almost like, they get a bit sensitive. Arab, they almost get very sensitive.
Yeah,
you are stuck in Arab, the Arab, this Arab, that. Every time we bring up the West here, your hiding spot is the Arab. Why don't you talk about Saudi? Why don't you talk about
Libya? You do the same thing with the West, though.
It's all the problem, man.
You do the same thing with the West, though, Salaf. Be fair.
Brother, who fucked us over, man? Who fucked us over, man? Saudi Arabia. 1 second now. Who fucked Somalia over? Was it the West or the Arab?
Of course, the Arab countries.
Was it Britain and Italy, or was it the Arabs? Who was it? Who smoked us, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's be realistic here, man. While the West, you smoked us, man, more than the Arabs, fam. Arabs did us no harm. Listen, man, in comparison to the West here, Arabs did us no harm, fam. Let's be honest, fam. If you're going to do a comparison, proportionally speaking.
Where were those 30 years then? They got
exactly. So they didn't help us, therefore, they didn't help us, right? That's right, I'll give you that. But who caused the most damage to Somalia? Fam. Is where we are right now. The countries where we are right now smoked us the most, fam. Let's be honest, fam. You can't be hiding.
It's true.
Give a second. What's your reasoning behind that?
What do you mean? What's my reasoning behind that? It's just a matter of fact, fam. It's a matter of fact, man.
Give me a second. When Somalia invaded Ethiopia, how much did Saudi Arabia give to Somalia? 200 million, brother. Who forced Ziad Barre? Who wanted Ziad Barre to invade Ethiopia? It was Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Arta, listen, man. This is all conspiracies, man. Prove your claims, man. I'm really fam. Saudi Arabia wanted Ziad Barre to do this, man. I've never heard this, man.
I told you to get. I'll send my evidence, okay?
All right, go on. Send it.
Yes, I will send it. So, guys, someone else take over, please. Ahmed.
Wallahi, this is the problem with Somali fam. It's not even majority of Somali. It's a minute population of Somali who've got a problem with the Arabs. Arab the problems are
You've done a survey, yeah? You've done a survey, yeah?
My man, listen, man. Who's creating massages in Somalia? Who's creating our mosques, fam? Who's pumping in Islamic institutions in Somalia? We're Arab, fam. Let's be honest. Let's give them credit what they did, fam. You can't.
Yeah, that's why, because they want to control you, bro, man.
Exactly.
Control you. This is the problem, man. This is the problem.
But hold on,
Sufis, man.
Let me ask you a question, though. Had they, for example, Somalia, had they Gachonians, let's say, but like back in the 90s or something?
Yeah.
Is building Masajid going to be more benefit, or is it going to be maybe maybe what do you think? Like building loads and loads of mosques?
Arab is not as safe as there. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You should bring build hospitals. That's gonna help us more than the Masajid. I see what you're saying. But listen, man, we can't blame Saudi Arabia for the problems that we have in Somalia. We should blame the people that we should blame who did the damage to us. And these are the same people we are trying to protect here. We said we moved to them, therefore we moved to their countries. We have to support them. You can't speak against them. What kind of low IQ logic is this, man?
No one said that.
You know, people say go back home.
No, we were talking about freedom of speech. We were talking about the power to elect your leader.
Freedom of speech. Look how ironic that is, fam. Freedom of speech. Yeah, I speak against a country, then you tell me to go back home. How stupid is that, man? Is that common freedom of speech?
Freedom of speech doesn't exist. It's a facade, a fugazi. Why? Democracy. Listen, democracy. Like Somalia, democracy. Yeah. They have democratic elections, but it's not a democratic country. Because what democracy is, yeah, شرعي على سمينيا بريت ولا شرعي كلا على سمين كلا شرعي على وكلا صاريا. فهم مثال. Like for every law that can exist, yeah, another law can be created tomorrow to create a technicality so that law overrules this law. Do you get it? That's democracy.
Democracy is the right for the people to elect their leaders. That's democracy.
No, that's the facade. That's the facade that they want you to believe.
Now, the method.
I'm with you, sorry, guys. One question, guys, yeah. Do you pick, the leader of this country, Walalo?
If
we like to think so. That's what I make us think.
I pick the MP of the country, and then whichever MP does.
No, MP for half of that, yeah.
And then whoever has the more MPs wins. So I indirectly elect the prime minister. It's not America.
You do not, because look, the Conservative Party, as whole Sara, the leader of their party who they want to be prime minister, right? So at no point whatsoever, do you vote for the prime minister and the leader of this nation. The leader of this nation, by the way, is the Queen, Her Majesty. Hold on. Her Majesty, the Queen, is the leader of this country. Secondarily, it's the prime minister and the government, right? Either one you do not vote for. Democracy can change may wallah.
That is democracy, wallah.
What is democracy for you?
Again, repeat what you said. What was the definition? Listen, what was the definition? She's the head of state. What was the definition you used of democracy, wallah?
The person has the right to vote for the leader of their country.
Okay, so you didn't vote for the Queen and you didn't vote for Boris Johnson, yeah? So is that democracy?
AB, what happened was when Britain was being established, they brought about a system. Do you understand, brother? They brought about. This is why when Somalia was being established.
I put the definition of democracy in the back chat, AB, if you want to check it out.
When Somalia was being
I know what it means, wallah, come on.
Just give us in the early 90s, what happened? They did not pick a purely secular democracy. They protected religion within the constitution of Somaliland. Why was that? Because of his historical connection. In America, they actually were oppressed by religion. The people that were killing them, in the case of Somalia, it was secular Marxist liberals like Siad Barre. In America, it was evangelical Christians getting killed by the Catholics. That's why they have this system.
What's so good about democracy anyway, son? Democracy is a corrupt system.
I can't explain this to you, Wal.
You don't have to explain to me. I know already. I'm against democracy. I'm against democracy.
Why? Why?
I'm for the deen, innit?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm against democracy. Listen, for me, I'm against democracy and capitalism. But at the end of the day, that's the system that I live within. Do you get it?
You and Salafi Salah. You guys are totally different, bro. Even you can't stand him. Like even you thought he was saying was extreme and was radical. Even you had to stop him.
Well, it's also radical. You know what radical?
But I don't agree with democracy, though. Do you get it? I'm bounded by the law, but I don't believe in it.
And people think you're a liberal, secularist, democratic, westernized cat, man. Come on, bro. If you want to put labels on me, I can put them.
One second, guys. Assalamu alaikum, Hassan. Hello.
F2. Hassan.
F2. No,
chase them away, Khalid. Good job, man.
No, that's big. That's big.
There's people joining up doing all types of madness, bro.
No, I know who it is.
All right.
I know who this is. Yeah, I know who this is. Hey, yo. What got you to shape?
Yeah, that's the brother, man.
I know who he is. No, I don't want to. No, I know what I'm doing, man. Come on, man. This ain't the early days.
You guys say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Come on.
You guys.
Yeah, I'm in the back, you guys. Anyway. Yeah, no, I got this.
Parking, we just come back to Mahalla.
I was gonna say GS. Can we go back to what you were we were discussing earlier on?
Yeah.
Like to an extent, it was almost like we were playing. You know how the Pentagon and the MOD and that play war games and they enact out stuff and they play plan stuff, etc.
Yeah.
Almost to an extent, we were doing that with the politics of Somalia. Do you get it? So let's enact, for example, say inaka Somalia mamule manta. How would you want to see it? What kind of system would you want to see? Secularism or Islamic rule?
First of all, it's important. Let me please don't interrupt me. I believe
can't hear you, fam.
You're breaking up, GS. You're breaking up, brother.
Of Somaliland. I believe in the system of Somaliland. So how Somaliland?
Just everyone mute their mics, man. There's bare background as a sound.
It's not me, bro.
It's gone now.
I believe in the system of Somaliland, brother. So how Somaliland has elected its leadership, the process that Somaliland has, is actually the perfect system for Somali people. And there's nothing haram about Somaliland. This idea that you have to follow, for example, kill, like stone people to death. There is a way of doing that within Islam. Just because you're not doing that doesn't mean that you're haram. And there are conditions on, for example, the Sharia is a deterrent. When the Prophet, for example, when there's a woman in one of the hadiths, which is actually disputed, but one of the hadiths where she goes and she committed adultery, she goes to the Prophet. She tells the Prophet ﷺ, and he even though she told him, he said, "Go away," because it's not as black and white. People like Salafi, they're vampires. They've got blood in their hands, eyes.
Listen. Hold on. GS. You were positive. Mel في أنا مرني say xanaaq iyo cadhad iyo cayda inaga saarun that's it's not inconstructive about that wallahi laakiin sii wad
one second
not inconstructible
سلام
sorry one second
السلام عليكم السلام عليكم
عليكم السلام وقاسكي حسن وينه what's going on
وابتي نيو
come on
والرق محو شيء ما وعنتين
ولا في عايه ولا في عايه
نمعة ربي
لكن دي ماشي مين انا هين مين انا صومالي كو هادلين maxaynu Soomaali ugu hadweyni dee
واسكو
hadda aniga asxaab badan baan asxaab badan baan u gudbiyay Burco Hargeysa Boorame ma garanaysaa meel walba waa la idinka dhigeysanaya
Soomaali waan ugu bedelaa qasab Soomaali waan ugu bedelaa qasab ya dibaxiinta dhigeysanaya
dad badan bay la soo hadloo yiri waar dimeeshiba yaa bay ka hadlayaan
الله حسنو يا أقرأ رقي رقا هابا مقال رقا
حتى بيقى also got English
ما يرقى
خالدو كومو ورق خالدو
مجاهدين ماشي شغل كله رقا مقان قورن
خالد وروي
لا جلس حسن وكذب يا نقول ينو أنا معلم ينو حسن ينو وجاسكي
والله أنا وين قد بي هذا مانشستر بان شوقا بنت الصبح ما صبح ان شاء الله او بيدي 5 o'clock مي
مش نوعه بيج كامون حقيني
سلاسل حسنو بمغلية ما المغلسة هذا لو حد يتوقع كل هذا فيديو كذا وده يندو يتولى أديكو ضدك قبنا في محكو ضاي ناق قبنا ضدك speakers كون رو وحد يتوقع كل هذا ده good job أدي ما نقول فرح
always خطوم ده وحيورنا يا دوت مسلم بدلي مسلمين بدلي بيورنا يا مقرن
سوى نفس ما تسميه سوى نفس ما
even وقف إن المقرن ما يستعشين لا هذا الناقة صو كلام مقرن صح
لا شو
remember ما أنتي دوي الصلاة ده كودي دسي ما حسيت it's all over the internet
ولا
والله
استو ها waan daawaday laakiin noocaas oo kale hadda last 3 weeks she's getting better ma garanaysaa dadkii waa la fahmay qof cusub ma ahaan waxay doonaysaa maxay la tahay maxay
حاسس كوس عالي you broke up حسن
كون مغلنا
ها ما صدحدي ويغا ugu dambeysay last 3 weeks khartuum way wanaagsantahay ma garanaysa sideedii hore ma aha غالي مقليا
come on ها ما والله you're breaking up
ويرتش تبع حسن لكن والله سؤال دون انك ويديه ها سؤال دون انك ويديه حسنو arinta Soomaaliya maanta ka jirta ya arinta Soomaaliya maanta ka jirta ya iyo Somaliland hadda adigu madaxweyne u hayd ida wana dad u hayd sidaba hagaajin lahayd
anigu waxaan ahay marka hore Soomaali baan ahay ma fahamteen
حكيت جبيا
لكن يرين properly
انكو والله يدو حسنو
لو مغلو
قبح يكون صنقو sometimes that works كي ربح
you might be using mobile data as well use Wi-Fi ولا لا
هذا Wi-Fi استعمال ساقف عن
اوكي اول دودا give me 5 minutes كغوريان ku xiraya
okay go yes that's even better go on let him come back come on big
خالد نفطاس محسن فرح بقى
no it's that guy in the park man I'll show you Hassan is man he's always
Hassan in the video he's a car. He's pure jokes. Man.
Yeah, I know which one.
But you know what though? Quran is good. Markuu la hadlayo Ahmed Arag Somaha. There's still love in his heart though. There's still love in his heart. There's never hate. When I see him talking to Ahmed in Maverick, I never see any hate in his heart.
There's no Maverick. No, the thing is, you know, I love nothing but no hate between Maverick and Hassan.
That's what I like. That's what I like. And that's what it's supposed to be.
It gets heated. Don't get it twisted, but it's always like also well, I want to say Allah. Because on Maverick sometimes he goes overboard. And that's I needs to work on. My brother, I don't even condone that.
I've seen him walk away from conversations. But To his credit, though, he does get attacked. Like everybody asks him all kinds of questions at the same time.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah,
weird
but
as
to be
well,
fair,
though.
he's
gives you-
asking to be
He's a
attacked. He's
controversial
asking to be
character, man.
attacked. Like
he's
with
not
Hadith Keith
controversial. I
Shigio.
think what he speaks is it's logical. What he's saying, what he says, it's
It's
logical.
illogical, man. That's why he's getting attacked, Niho. That don't make sense. If it's
Well-
logical, why are people gonna attack him, man? If it's,
What he's doing, he's
no,
attacking people's belief systems and the
Yeah.
processes they've used to get there.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I'm
So,
saying.
AB, that's
he's
a good
attacking the
question.
process.
Is
He's
he
attacking the
attacking
process to get
a
there.
person's belief system, or is he just what his beliefs are?
No,
Because most of the time, what I notice is this. Most of the time, most of the time, what I've noticed is that people go up to him for controversy. He doesn't go and seek people out.
Which is
People
that?
go
That's
to
which is
him.
that. They
Let's be
no,
honest.
but what they do,
man,
is
because
they
he
go
ain't
to
been on the
him.
park, are they, man? He ain't
They
been
go
on the
to
park.
him.
You're right. All I got, no, you're
That's a
right.
big
You're
one.
right. All I got is videos, bro. You're right. You're absolutely right.
He
But
doesn't
from
Anyway,
what
he's not here to
from
defend
what I
himself. You get me? وأنا دعاء نكا والله أحمد والله وأنا دعاء لها شو هذي والله yeah I mean coming back to democracy, mate. So democracy is not a system that works. Why? Manta هطالع ego United Kingdom cut on the Brexit situation. Yeah, Northern Ireland they wanted to stay in. Scotland wanted to stay in. Right? Hadana democracy dictates here that Britain comes out because England overrules that.
What is democracy, AB? What's democracy?
Is for me it's devil's democracy. waxa weeyaan waxaan doonayo aan ka dhaadhicinaya walaal maalin walba waxaan kula imanaya wax cusub waxaan doonaan ka dhaadhicinaya maalin waxaan qoranayaa freedom of speech ma jirto maalin waxaan qoranayaa way jirtaa maalin waxaan qoranayaa taasa jirta maalin waxaan qoranayaa taasa jirta
AB hay me dhegeyso iminka qolkan waxaan ku jirnaa 6 baan ku jirnaa Soomaa haddaan odhano meel baan inta casho tagnaa 4 of us pick pizza, let's say, and 2 of us pick burgers. Okay, let's just keep it simple. And pizza thing, democracy is the voice of the majority. How am I?
But look, hold on. Let me answer the question, please. So listen. They portray it. They portray it to be that way. Yeah. Before, let me finish. Yeah. So before democracy even existed, yeah, Islam communist استعمالي جنين وحن ولا. سبا Islam كوسو صارن leaders كوك ولا. يعني choose the best of you. No, the best of us saying كدور نقف. Yeah. That's before democracy existed, that kid. These people have taken the best of our knowledge, yeah, and trying to make it seem like it's something else. I'm trying to make it seem like our stuff is backwards. You get it?
أنا وحيسنا وحال أهلي والأخضر الله علماء. We have the ulama who choose our leaders. We don't have any Tom, Dick, and Harry choosing our leaders. Like, I was going to address the democracy part where 4 of us, the majority, pick something, and that's what rules it. That's I don't agree with that. On a basis where, let's say today we live in the UK, right? We do a vote. Homosexuality is already allowed. Let's say in Somalia they do a vote. Democracy is in Somalia. Let's say they do a vote for homosexuality. The majority of Somali vote for homosexuality, and that becomes law. That's what I'm against with empty. That's why the majority of they choose something.
What about voting for stuff?
But democracy holds no mahala. Democracy holds no value in religious beliefs. It's the vote of the people. They don't care about. So
it's extremely fluid.
It's fluid. Yeah, it fluctuates from society to society. It changes. It's not static.
I'm just saying,
it can be whatever they want it to be.
Like, why can't there be democracy for like certain things?
That's what I'm saying, but democracy is the choice of the people, and if the people choose for something that's immoral, like homosexuality or anything other than anything they choose here, and that becomes law, and the people choose here, that's what I'm against, fam. If the people choose that and it becomes law, then what the hell is that, fam? I'm against that.
And Salaf, you have to remember, Salafo, you have to remember as well, yeah. Markay dadkan doonayaan inay wax ku codayaan, when they want you to vote on something, they will give you a year, 2 years in advance. Yeah, they will start programming you. Do you get it? Well, I got that that's just marketing. Well, I got that. Yeah, and then at a later day, yeah, news the biggest people are going to come out and be like, yeah, I support that, I support that, I support this, I support that. Do you get it? And then they give you the vote on it.
What they do is they correct one thing that you had said. Thanks, bro. I just wanted to correct something that you had said. You had said that democracy or Islam somehow. And I think I don't think that's factual, because democracy the people's voice or the people's strength or whatever, right? It means the people's vote, right? And that started in Athens in the Greek or somehow what
I'm saying to you, Walalo, yeah, if you look back at the ancient Greek philosophers and the parliamentarians, yeah, Walalo, dadku may dooran dadkan. ما فاهم يساعد سفي عنو سو ايق وحن وا داو the point of democracy is it's a facade. Well, lagu sheegaya dadka doortay waxan. You mean the
So
people
what is the
chose
best?
this,
What
yeah?
is so what is the best? What is the best system according to you?
Sharia law, well.
Sharia, come on, bro.
Where is where? Okay, so where is Sharia law? Where is Sharia
I do
law
not believe it
working
exists
today?
today. I do not believe
Hi,
it
where is
exists today
Sharia
on
law
planet
working
Earth.
perfectly?
Are you hearing me, cuz? I do
Yes,
not
I am.
believe it exists. I do not believe it exists. There's a country that's using 100% Sharia law in the
Okay,
world
so
today. Why?
so your best example has never been utilized or seen.
Never been.
It
No,
has.
no,
Not
no,
never.
saying
Not
that.
never. Just currently, yeah. Western powers will not allow any country to become
You won't
a
allow
Sharia state. They will not. They will not allow it. When anybody that tries to do it, they will fight against it to the hills. Yeah, whether it's a
I don't
propaganda
see
war.
why having Islam and democracy is like two mutually exclusive things. Why can't they both like exist?
Because one's man-made, one is man-made, the other is Ilahi and also the Ruhan. You get me?
But the only
Ilahi is perfect, yeah. Listen, hold on. CD. Wait, CD, yeah. Ilahi shar'igis were perfect. He perfected it for you. Do you get me? Markaan nin bil aadama that's not perfect. Wuxuu soo sameeyo, yeah. Hadda doonaysa ka doorato ka dooran kartaa. Ikhtiyaarka Ilaahay uu siiyay.
I'm saying outside of the religion, bro. You misunderstood me.
Go on.
So I'm saying, okay, so for example, if you're choosing like a mayor of the city, you're not going to use the Quran to choose the mayor of the city, bro. You're gonna vote, you know.
See, there's a lack of knowledge there, CD. You wouldn't use the Quran, but you use the tools, yeah, that the Quran and the Sunnah has left you. Do you get it?
100%.
Hold
on, let me hear CD.
Hold on. That's nothing to do with Sharia law. That's what you use in court, bro. That's nothing to do with how you choose a mayor and like leaders.
The Quran and the Sunnah stipulate. Once again, the Quran and the Sunnah stipulated on how to choose the leaders. He gave us a guideline on how to choose it. So we derive our rulings from there.
You tell me.
The ulama of the society choose. They come together and they choose. It's the way Abu Bakr. It's the way Umar. Just like Umar, the 6 of them came together. Okay, we're gonna choose the best of among us. So you choose the best among the whole society. Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry of society.
I remember the argument, but can I ask you?
Not everyone can run for election, basically.
Yeah. Okay, no, I understand that. But what you said about how it happened, did the Prophet say that's the way it should happen, or did they just do that?
And the companions are the are the people that we follow. The Quran tells us to follow the companions, right? Quran tells us follow the way of the righteous people.
I don't think it mentions talking about.
Right. Quran talks about Quran tells us to follow the way of the companions.
يرسك سلفه سواش الصفي عنه أخوه فافعية سيدي سواش الصفي عنه ده.
Okay, I said he said in terms of voting leaders, he said the way it happened. I'm saying, did the Prophet say that's the way it should happen? Did where are you getting this from?
The Prophet told us. So the Prophet told us to follow a set group of people. The Salaf. So that's the companions, the Tabi'in, the first 3 generations. Allah, we follow them in how they understood the Quran and Sunnah. That's such logical, fam. Like the first generation, it's like Shakespeare. It's like
I'm with you, bro. You are misunderstood again.
So now the companions.
Let me clarify one more time, bro. Okay, I'm saying, I'm with you in terms of how they understood the Quran and Sunnah, but I'm saying, like, electing a leader has nothing to do with the Quran and Sunnah, so you don't have to follow them.
Where does
Educate the brother.
Yeah, man. Like, there's no.
Don't the brother.
Yeah, my bad. Unless you say Mahal the Sahaba got their own Mahal stipulation from their own Hawa desires got to some other fam. Unless you're making that statement, then it's not a void way
to come to the best understanding and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it didn't come from the Prophet or revelation or anything.
ما هي هرت إجماع وحال لو تصير كل إجماع عند الدين consensus in it which is محل
القرآن والسنة
ما إجماع is not democracy in no way shape or form إجماع is a consensus is a consensus.
CD, can I just say something? And I'm just basically going to go back to the scripture itself, because the Quran in 359, I think it says, trust in Allah and the Messenger and those in authority amongst you, right? So the question is, who and how is those amongst you in authority? How is that decided, right?
That's exactly the question, right? Yeah.
Right. So that's the question. That if you understand, back when the very first time that it had to happen was after
Yeah, that's
Prophet
exactly what we're
Muhammad had
talking
died.
about. How do you choose
Right.
these leaders?
There was the Ashura,
They
right?
gave
That
it to
happened.
Niho. Shura.
But yeah, Ashura, that had to it was a consensus. What we do know, however, is that Ali was not there, right? Ali, he wasn't there. He wasn't present there.
Shia بس أنا كان Niho.
No, is that do you
Bro,
believe
just hear him out,
that
please.
that's just the history of my friend. So
Yeah,
what
okay,
I'm
Ali.
saying is, even from the my whole point, even from the onset itself, it wasn't working from the onset. Because how long did Ali take before he gave bayah to Abu Bakr Siddiq? 6 months, if I'm not mistaken.
No, not 6 months. No. He gave it the next day, and then he reaffirmed it after 6 months. So that's beside the point, anyways.
I did not hear that. But no,
yeah,
my point that I'm trying
there's a hadith that says he gave bayah the same day, and then he reaffirmed it 6 months after rumors were going around in it about some kind of disagreement between Ali and the Khalifa. So again, my point is here, if we're talking about the Ahli wal Akht wa halada ulama, these are the scholars, the righteous scholars in it. So the righteous scholars come together. The righteous scholars come together, and if just the way Uthman was voted, it was 4 versus 2 in it. So basically, 4 voted for Uthman and 2 for Ali, I believe, along those lines in it. 4 versus 2 in that. So Uthman became the leader. So the majority is not majority in the masses of people. So it's not the majority of Mahalla. Let's say the whole of Somalia, while the righteous ulama who choose our leaders. That's Islamically speaking. Just the way
people who know the best of society.
Yeah, the best of society gets chosen in it.
Okay, but bro,
are
you
the righteous ulama?
Exactly what I'm saying.
That's exactly why I can't repeat myself again and again, bro.
No, I know. But I'm saying are you saying people that are have studied the religion? Bro, hear me out. Yeah, I'm saying, are you saying the people that have studied the religion and whatnot? Yeah, they can actually decide who they don't know what's best for the people, and are you saying you have to have some kind of ijaza or something what are you saying?
The ulama. So the ulama are known, right? The people of knowledge are known among us, right? Not everyone is a ulama. All of us here are laymen. Firstly, none of us are ulama. So the ulama are distinguished from us, man. Anyways, isn't it? They got knowledge in the deen. They're ever educated in the deen. They got ijaza.
How do you become that?
That's a whole different question.
Right? Okay, hold on.
You have to have a ijaza. You have to.
So I just said that. I just said you have to have ijaza. You said no.
But that's not the only thing, Niho, man. It's not only ijaza. You have to tick a lot of boxes. Okay, firstly, you have to memorize the whole of Quran. You have to memorize a lot of the Sunnah from the 6 book hadith collections. You have to have knowledge on how to derive rulings from Quran and Sunnah. You have to also have a certification from another ulama. So only a scholar can recognize a scholar, right?
I got an interesting question. No, okay, fine, fair enough. What if there was it got to a point, hypothetically hypothetically, what if it got to a point, a large number of the society, people in society had had scholarship in Islam, would there be democracy then?
waxaan ugu kala saaray at that point the best upon you. So look, there's people that have knowledge that are beenaalayaal. There are people that are tuug, there are people waxaa jira sheekhayaal dalkii joogo gad intaa leeg walaal haddana bismillahir rahmaanir rahiim waxyaabaha ay sameeyaan wax ka yaabisa walaal. You mean they could have a PhD in Islam for all I care, bruv. What they're doing is un-Islamic. Ma fahamtay? So dadkii waxaas lagu kala saaray CDO.
So education alone doesn't make you a ulama, AB.
Correct. Your character, your history, etc. Do you know what I mean? The best among you, bruv. Do you know what I mean? If a guy is the type of person to sort of talk negatively, spit at that, do this, do that, do you know what I mean? Waxaa soo kala man taught them associated. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying that
that's without saying
for
it.
that
Come on,
to
man.
happen.
To say that,
people having scholarship and the correct character is not something impossible, People can have that, both of them.
If you're a fasiq, if you're a known fasiq among the community, if you're a known unrighteous person, that already deducts your scholarship. So these kind of peers we have.
But we all live in a society. Sometimes people will like you, sometimes people will dislike you. How does that? That's not okay. I think there's a lot of people that probably dislike you. There's a lot of people that actually love you. So it's gonna be a biased thing, isn't it?
Not necessarily speaking.
Well,
I know where he's coming from, Nomad. I know exactly where you're coming from, Malal. What I would say to that
is, hate my guts, and the people that love me. So I understand that there's some people that are gonna speak good of me, and there's people gonna speak ill of me. We all, if you've lived any time on this world,
that's where the Sharia comes into place, right? Not every claim that you make, your claim has to be substantiated, right? So you can't say this guy is an adulterer, and then you have no evidence to your claim. It's rumors, isn't it? Go on.
Yeah, no, فاهم يا واحد ليه. Of course, but the Sharia itself is reverting you back to the people's opinion. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and that's where the issue becomes. Then we're back to dealing with mere mortals.
No, that's your thing. We have laws and legislations in it. We got fiqh, we got understanding, and we got hukam, we got sharia courts, we got ways of knowing what's batil from truth and haq from batil wal khanafa. So let's say
processes and procedures.
It is procedures, isn't it?
Right.
So let's say right now, yeah, you said some people like you, some people don't like you. You liking someone does not. What does that mean here? I can dislike someone does not take away his scholarship or his education, innit? If you're gonna make a claim about someone,
but
you
it
have to
takes away
substantiate
from
it.
someone saying he's trustworthy and someone else saying he's not trustworthy.
So again, you have to prove why he's not trustworthy. You can't just make a claim here. However, you can't come from your own air. You can't come from air. Oh, Nikan is untrustworthy.
Let me interject. Sorry, Salaf. Let me interject
No, but how
as well.
many? Then the question becomes: how many people does it take for to say this guy is really untrustworthy? He can't vote. How many people does it take?
Mate, you have to bring evidence. You have to go to Sharia course. You have to go to the
court. What if it's one person?
I have to answer to this question. So, for example, let's say there's a sheikh in Somaliland, Aden Siro, He's one of the ulamas of the country, Now, let's say there's people chatting nonsense about him, saying he's this, saying he's that. Is he a trustworthy person? Is he a liar? Who is he? And that so hold on, let me finish. Hold on. So now, if there's a group of people that are all truthful people that are on the deen and they're pious and everything, and they're all claiming the same thing, then there's no smoke without fire.
Like we live right now in 2020. We understand it's a perpetual background check, is what you're talking about. A perpetual background check. So someone said something good about me. So someone said something good about me, and we got to check if that person is actually good to be even saying anything good about me, and then so on and so forth. What you have to understand is that essentially what we're coming back to is people's opinions. That's what we're coming back to. That's what
people's opinions based on Islam.
Based
on
Islamic
opinion. ما فهمتي شرعي اسلامي ku dhaqma markay leeyihiin ninkaasi ayaan doortay aan doonaya inuu family-gayga represent gareeyo amba regionkeena inuu represent gareeyo waayo ninkaas waa nin islaamo anaanu xaq ku ogay inuu xaqay isiinayo xaqayni waan ka helaynaa
لكن
even with the English code, like if you look at the English code,
guys, sorry about this. Musa, Muhammad Musa, new panel. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, brother. Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, brother.
Alaikum salam.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
You wanna add something to the conversation, brother?
I don't know what's being discussed. I just got the link.
So you just jumped on?
Yes.
He likes adventure, this man. That's good.
Yeah, so as I say, even in the English judicial courts, you can't just come to a judge and say Ninkan or below Ninkan the judge's gonna ask you, all right, bring your documents, bring your proofs in it. It's not like you can make any claim and then yes, exactly. This is how the Sharia works. If you want to talk about it like
that. Let me ask you one question at the moment. So what you're basically saying is that you're trying to mirror the same system that you're insulting.
Man, I'm just trying to give you a correlation.
No, Nomad. They
how can you validate your thing?
No, hold on. They are trying to mirror us.
I don't get that.
Man, listen, man, you're generalizing, innit? So specific parts. I'm not saying the judicial court. They got it from us first. The UK, what they have 200 years ago, they didn't have that. They had barbarianism. They would kill someone who make a claim that this guy is a witch. Even in London, this guy is a witch. Bang, wala gora. That's it. He gets burnt to the stake. So they cut it from us, man.
How about the Ottomans? Would you say the Ottomans were legitimate? You said at one point they were, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire.
Okay, so how they were a dynasty though? They were like father to son, father to son.
Right. Exactly. That's a hadith saying that we will have righteous rulers, then we have kingship, then we'll have oppressive rulers. Right now we're in oppressive rulers. Every leader in Muslim countries are oppressive.
Say the hadith again.
There's a hadith that says we'll have righteous rulers, and then we'll have kingship, what we had in the Ottoman Empire, your Dinas, and then we'll have oppressive rulers. Kingship, man, from father to son,
that's a dynasty.
Yeah, exactly. Kingship.
That's allowed as well, then.
No, yeah, but it's not recommended. It's not recommended. We'd rather have what Islam.
Look at that. Originally, you didn't say that, bro.
What do you mean originally? I didn't say that. From fathers to son, that that's what Saudi Arabia have. From father to son.
You said we should follow the three generations. The Sahaba did. They never had no father to son thing. Like they
exactly.
were.
That's what I'm saying. I'm against that.
So
I'm not trying to
propagate it.
What do you mean? Why would he be allowed there?
You just said it's not allowed.
No,
but it's not recommended.
Look, to the best of my knowledge,
brother, sorry. I'm Musa Muhammad. Hello, you still there?
Brother. Yes.
Yeah. Have you got anything to say, bro? I need some space for people to come out.
Okay, sure. I'll drop off.
Okay, my brother.
Okay, so welcome everybody.
Alaikum
salam.
Okay, that's one guy. And
so King Shibka.
We've got a new panelist. 1 second. Yo, Ahmed Yusuf. Hello.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, Ak.
Alaikum assalam, brother.
Alaikum salam.
Yeah, I'm loving the chat still. I've got one question for, was it Salaf?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been listening to the conversation, and I just want to ask: are you saying that as long as an individual has Islamic scholarship, that he can't be questioned? That's the first question I've got.
No, he can't be questioned, but your questioning has to be based upon evidence, innit? It has to be based upon grounded and evidence documents. You have to have some kind of proofs for your claim, innit? So questioning the ulama is being done over time for centuries, innit? But you have to prove your claim.
So you're saying that you need evidence.
Did X, Y, Z, and expect everyone to believe you. How evidence will here. That's why it goes in it.
Because I'm just trying to ascertain, because you know that obviously we're what, the 72, 73 sects? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
and I just wanted to know, obviously those sects got deviated by certain individuals that obviously had, let's just say, Islamic scholarship, and they took their group and they've taken them to different sects. That's why we got 72 or 73 different sects that don't agree on certain aspects of the religion. So my thing is, I've always had the suspicion in it that I believe that there's certain individuals that are not actually Muslim, but they know the deen better than you, me, or anyone else. Like they got Islamic scholarship, but they're not Muslim. But they're just there to basically cause facade and corruption and just deviate the people. So how do you differentiate and how do you pinpoint those people and how do you eradicate them?
How do you eradicate them?
You said yourself, that they got the knowledge, but then they're doing madness with it. Do you get it? So from time you can see they're doing madness with it, then so can the rest of the country. Do you get it?
But the thing is, sometimes we're oblivious to it. We're kind of blind.
Because there's those that don't have the knowledge that don't know what he's doing, but those that have the knowledge will tell us what they're doing. Do you get it?
So what about people that all these people that are brainwashing, like ISIS and Al Qaeda and all these men there? And
there's not ulama in it.
So what are
the same? Unrighteous ulama in it. There's righteous ulama and there's unrighteous ulama in it. There's people who are misapplying. They're misapplying their knowledge in it. So once you do misapplication, if you don't know how to apply it, one of the traits of a alim is you have to be able to derive rulings. You have to be able to do analogies and apply it to the modern society. And you have to be able to derive rulings from the Quran and Sunnah, take it out and apply it to fatwas in the modern. If you can't do that, what I should do is
getting shorter though, Salaf. I just want to.
I said that from the beginning, I gave the list in the beginning.
Shorter and shorter, and I can point to sheikhs and shayukhs in Somalia that are very well respected that actually uttered the words after a bombing. Oh, only a few of those people were Muslim anyways. What would a Somali does couldn't say that? Oh, only a few of those people were Muslim. Bro, these are still respected and they still have congregations. People are listening to them.
No, but Somalia is not correct right now. You can see no match. Somalia is not correct.
That's happening right now, guys. Come on.
The Somalis
oblivious to it. The guy just told you, man.
Yeah, actually, let's just talk about the ideology. Let's not talk about Somalia now. Let's just talk about the ideology. You know, the scholarship you was talking about, M-Stacks. You said dynasties are okay, but then it's not. You know, this whole ideology it didn't come from the Sahabas and stuff. So where are you getting this from?
Dynasty is not okay, Kingship is not okay. Nepotism is not okay.
Kingship's not.
So would you say the state of Saudi Arabia is illegitimate, or is it legitimate?
Yes, illegitimate.
Illegitimate, no, man.
Well, this is why I said no. I brought up the example of the Ottomans. You said it was okay in the beginning, but you're changing your mind now.
Yeah, no, they were okay in the beginning. I will agree with it. They were okay in the beginning.
No, but it was a dynasty, though. That was a dynasty. It was father to son.
markooga hore walaalo daawo waxay hayeen khaliifay sheeganeen dadkan yeah they were spread from xagee ilaa iyo xagee and every region had its own sort of like chief or general moogtay yeah ummadda islaamku way isla wada jireen walaal yeah markay dynasty waxaan bilowmatay boqortooyadu isku dhiidhiibayeen markaas ay arrimuhu kala daateen from there that's the path where they went wrong there.
Bro, that's how it started. What are you talking about?
AB, I don't know how much of the history that you know, but brother, after Abu Bakr Abu Bakr was a Khalifa for maybe 2 years before he died of natural causes. How did he die?
Umar, he died by a Persian guy killing him.
عثمان سزود انت يسقنا assassination بكون انت سوما علي باكوحي سوما actually علي يو معاوية وكل الزمانين لكن علي باكوحي علي نفس سزود انت he was killed bro I'm saying this is from the jump بهد وحني ما هو وحينا
what do you mean from the jump what do you mean
what I'm saying is
السلام عليكم السلام عليكم السلام عليكم
one second after 1 second
from the jump the violence was there from the jump, the violence.
Yeah. Everyone's against. Listen, man. Listen. If you got.
Here's my problem. Let me just finish the sentence, Salah, please. Here's my problem. Okay, we cannot mix righteousness with politics. Politics are always going to win out because politics are politics. So, we should govern according to this. I'm trying to show you that from the jump, the 4 Khalifat Rashidun, they all died off. I mean, except for Abu Bakr, they all died.
Everyone dies. In the everyone will taste death, man. The way you die.
Hold on, please, hold on.
Let me make my point, bro. Please, let me make my point. What I'm saying is, everyone dies. You're right, but what you have to understand is that it was violent. It was politics.
Right.
So all what I'm saying is that Sharia, however you want, it's not.
How did Abu Bakr die? How did Abu Bakr die?
I did say Abu Bakr died of natural causes.
All right. I
said
all right.
And following Umar, Uthman, Ali, let's just one of them was actually a Jude. Umar was actually a Jude.
Umar was killed.
Umar was killed
by his enemies.
Man was killed. It doesn't matter by who. What I'm trying to tell you is that politics cannot be separated from the system of governance. So don't try to blame.
Says who, no, man. Says who?
Your history, the Islamic history tells you that.
السلام عليكم السلام عليكم
ورحمة الله وبركاته.
هاي لكن waxa wanaagsan wax laga hadlayo waxaan laga hadlayna aqoonteeda la lahaada moogtahay you guys jumping around waad boodboodaysan waad soconaysaan mar khulafaa raashidiin bad u galeysaan iyo magaranaysa mar waxaad u galeysaan Uthmanidii mar waxaad u galeysaan dawladda wan dimuqraadiyad wuxuu waa inuu de satr iyo topic laayaa
xasano faham walaalo meesha ka sheekaynaynaa maamulkii governance-kii la isticmaali lahaa marka Soomaalida la eego marka democracy waan ka sheekaysanay shariica waan ka sheekaysanay what is the best way forward for the Somali people, bro? That's what the topic is. That's why we're going into dipping into all these things. Do you get it? That's why we're dipping into the Ottoman Empire, dipping it here, dipping it there. Do you get it?
What I always be confused. Marka anyway, diinta siyaasaddu ma kala foga mar walba.
No, my swear she's got to.
Yeah.
So what do you mean? Elaborate on that, please.
hadda wuxuu yiri su'aal baan ku weydiinay su'aashu weydiinay markii uu go'ay baan u soo galay markaan waan idin fahmi waayay waxa ka hadlaysan ma nadwayga xumaay wax ma maqlayn markaan waxaan arkay idinkoon boodbooday wax badan baad soo ka fargaraysan marka su'aal bi weydiinay before intaan ka bixin
It's still the same topic Hassan wala su'aashu waxa weeyaan Soomaalidu sidee bay isku maamushaa maamulka Soomaalidu sidee hagaajinaa maamulka Soomaalida hadda sida isku maamusho Soomaalidu de ma hadda Soomaali Djibouti de waxa haystanin baa iska haysto sida isku maamulo waan garanaynaa Soomaalida Ethiopia way aragtaa sida isku maamulaan Soomaalida
south sida isku maamulaan wad garanaysaan kuwan somaliland sida isku maamulaan wad garanaysaa marka sideen waxay kuwana markaan ka hadlayno kuweenan inagu Soomaalideenan maaragtay Soomaaliyadii wada ahaan jirtay sideen isku maamulaynaad ka hadlaysaan mise Soomaaliyo sida isku maamul lahayd
even as it is walalo look at us all Somalis as individual countries sida doon isdu eega Somalidu what system of governance should they use that you believe would work for Somali people
exactly
waxaan ka hadli karaa Soomaali baan ahay waxaan ka soo jeedaa Somaliland dimuqraadiyadda la sheegay anu Somalilander baan ahay
Somaliland marka ma dimuqraadiyadda
dimuqraadiyadda lafteedu waxa weeye intii wanaagsanaa gaaladu inaga xaday diinteena ka xaday wax ay wanaagsanaa oo dhan bay soo qaadatay Allahumma inuu waxa ku yeelan dartay waxyaabo yar
gaalada iska daayo Soomaalidan ka hadalno gaalada iska daafo Soomaalidan ka hadalno
waxaad Greece ka soo qaadnay
diinteena shariicadeena isku xukunaa la qaatay
Guys, excuse my ignorance, but is Somaliland a recognized independent country?
No way.
Is Somalia a failed state?
Yes or no?
Failed state.
Well, let's get اعترافي دونايا.
إلهي اعترافي ولا إلهي اعترافي. إلهي كي لأنه على maanta xaga ka laalaado. Tama fahmtay? We are
we're going back to another thing, guys.
Hassan, I believe in one Ali, man. Assalamu alaikum.
Hassan.
Give me a second.
GS, go ahead.
I want to make a really good point. So Hassan will get this. The problem, the difference between Somaliland is we have an agreement. So in Somaliland, wherever you could say it's a country or not, but within the country, the borders of the country, there is a system of rule. Everyone knows the role of religion in the society. Everyone knows how to elect a leader. The problem we have, brother, is we have people in this chat, people at home, in our own countries, who believe that the people do not have a right to elect their leader. This is what we're having a discussion.
Let's talk about that.
People like our friend on the left came to Somaliland and tried to impose their ideology. Wallahi wa billahi tallahi, there's not in a million years that they would get what they want. It doesn't care if they're Wadad, if they're secular liberal. If they come to Somaliland and try to change Somaliland, they will not get what they want.
Arthur, what's the difference between me and you, Neo? You're trying to impose liberalism and democracy and westernized moral values, and I'm trying to impose the Sharia and the Deen family. So what's the difference between me and you? We're both trying to impose side. So what's the difference between us?
I want to understand the difference between you. And I've said this to you. I believe there's no compulsion in religion. So if the people of Somaliland have decided universally that they want nothing against the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet, because they're Sunni Islam, they have a right to live that way. Second point, they also have decided that when it comes to authority, that they choose the authority. If they don't like the authority, the majority can replace them and get rid of them without having their land, their women, or being bombed through an airplane. They have decided.
Bro, listen to this here. Listen to this here. Carl, you said Mahalla, you believe in the right to offense in it. So you believe that Mahalla, people come up to
sidaa uu sheegay waxa dhan dalaayada shariicada islaamka kama baxsana.
We can back his interpretation. This is important.
We don't believe in democracy. Democracy happening in the West. We don't believe in this bullshit.
Waria salafo. But it's good day maanta. Hada what's the difference between us here? It's good day maanta and ninkan GS is 17.
Ninkan ma faham karin ninkan. Wallahi billah, for some reason I can never understand this guy. I don't know what he is. I tried.
The land. Only guy. Yeah, it's the land. Yeah.
You like can claim him, man.
Guys, give me a second. Basically, in Somaliland, there is a consensus within the country of how to rule. Everyone knows their position. The problem we have is people like you. The Quran doesn't talk about the hadiths, the Ashaba. They didn't have the problems that we have in the 21st century. Do you understand? We know unlimited power for a person can corrupt people. How do we deal with
what problems do we have that they didn't have here? Point out for me, please.
When a government starts killing its people, when a government starts forcing its ideology people, how do we deal with it? So in Somaliland, we built that system in that country. Everyone knows that role. If we were here today, wanted to impose a dictatorship, he doesn't have the power to do that because the blood of our ancestors are in Hargeisa. They're in Berbera. Those blood are there, and every single person in Hargeisa believes in freedom. They don't want to be told what to do by a dictator.
Listen, man, this freedom thing وفساد نيهم مجرته ولا is an ideology that's being proposed by the West that this freedom of speech or this freedom I
have a really good reply. Somalia in Siad Barre and Somaliland in Siad Barre, the people in Somaliland in Siad Barre, or the people in Somaliland today, which are they freer? You're telling me there's no freedom. What is the difference between the people in Somalia and Somalia right now?
Wallah, we're free in Somalia. We're trying to act like we're locked up in cages and that.
This is turning into Donald Trump and Biden, man. Come on, man.
No.
Yeah, well, let's get back to that.
Always steering in this direction.
Biden over Trump all the time.
Like, stop using the word Somalia and Somaliland. Like, just stop using those words.
Yeah, man, we all Somali mean, man. Come on, man. The hell, why are we going to differentiate ourselves into groups, man?
He made a point, and he said about freedom, and I told him,
you let the brother speak, man. Who is he trying to speak? Yusuf Mias. Yeah, cheers, man. I got almost near, man. Diarrhea, man.
So what I was going to ask you, in Somaliland, do they have, what kind of democracy? Is it a democracy-led like government, or is it a Sharia-based government?
No, it's a Muslim, it's Islamic government.
It's Islamic government, yeah?
Yes.
So it's not democracy.
So it's like giving the bay'ah.
No. Let me correct him. Sorry, GS. Basically, brother, yeah. Useful. What happens is there is a democratic election to elect the president, yeah, and the parliamentary members, etc., yeah. But it's an Islamic nation to the extent whereby no rules, yeah, or laws that the parliament or president can override what it says in the Quran and the Sunnah. Do you get me?
Right.
And at the same time, hold on, let me finish. At the same time, yeah, like basically what Quran goes to Madis lago, yeah, Somalia ma diri karto. Fahmi sa?
Yes.
Right.
So it's a hybrid.
So exactly. It's a mix and match thing, Neo. It's a mix and match.
منقيه لي والله منقيه لي انا شريع الله عاد وكل قلنا والله تركي
Give me a second.
GS is trying.
The definition of Sharia law, the definition that Somaliland follow, they are in essence, when you're getting married, you follow the Sharia. When you die, we follow the Sharia. All the legal system in the country is followed by the Sharia. But the problem is, and this is important, you believe that Sharia is having a police state, going after people and locking people and stoning people to death. That is your definition.
Allow your mahallaha mistranslated, misappropriate mahallaha labels that you're trying to push on people, man. No one's trying to propagate mahallaha this kind of bloodthirsty agenda. Listen, but this is you, man. This is your brain, innit? This is you for a minute. You're trying to superimpose. Listen. Freedom. What AB just said here is not democracy, man. Because if the people choose to mahallaha for a law and they're trying to pass a law and it goes against the Quran and Sunnah, that's not freedom anymore. So, James, what you're trying to say is not freedom.
Not happening, bro.
Exactly. So it's no longer freedom here. It's no longer comes under freedom of facade.
No, but freedom in what? Like being able to choose your leader is not going against the Quran, bro. Bro.
He's trying to say mahallaha is an Islamic government. It's not Islamically chosen. This is a democratic government chosen by democracy.
Exactly. That's not against the Quran, bro.
We've been talking about this for time. Listen, we're going around in circles, man. Like, no point, man.
No, the problem is, your definition of what Islam is, because you're so uneducated.
Uneducated with that, fam. Not once has he given references. Not once has he given references.
Hold on.
He's making it personal, fam.
Bruv, I didn't come here to argue with brothers. Wallahi, I'm not here for arguments, bruv. You get me?
Yeah, man.
Let's increase each other's knowledge. That's what I'm saying. Exchange ideas.
A second ago.
But I just say, yeah, when you say something, give references and documents. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, just a second ago, MStax, he was just about to answer why kingship and dynasties are allowed, but then, conversation changed.
Tell me why
no. Wallahi, you did. Go watch back.
Wallahi, never. You said it's not recommended. Don't lie, man. I never said it's allowed. I said it's not recommended. That's what I told you, man. It's not recommended.
Wallahi, you said it's allowed. Wallahi, you said it's allowed.
Don't swear
Bro,
Allah,
watch
man.
back the video. You said it's right. It's not recommended. What does you?
Well, now
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
What does that
Exactly what I just said here. So why are you trying to say that I said it's allowed? Come on,
said
man.
it's allowed,
I said it's
but
not recommended. All right, you added that last one in there, but all right, cool. Let's just say I said that.
Okay, no,
What's
okay,
your
let's
problem?
go. Okay, hi.
Well, and
Okay,
CD,
so
now he's
but
on
you changed
record
your mind
trying
at
to
the end of it.
contradict himself.
Let's go, man. For argument's sake, let's move on, man.
Yeah, let's just move on because
So you have to
it's gonna
prove
be
why
okay.
it's allowed because the companions never did that. That's what I'm saying. There was no dynasties
Muawiyah.
at the time.
Muawiyah, he chose
Muawiyah,
No,
he chose
no,
his sons,
that.
But this is the problem, brothers, and this is why it's so frustrating when you talk to people.
I don't want to get into this, but
people half because we're having a discussion, and I've spoken to you guys for God knows how many weeks now, yeah. And you guys, there's not a consensus of how to elect a leader. There's no process. You people.
Are you coming us from the Deen or are you coming us from a different angle? Which one? Just make it clear, because I'm trying to understand what are you trying to propagate here, fam?
He's trying to propagate that you guys are not making any progress in terms of your ideology, your chain of thought. Like moving forward,
no, here we go again. Here we go again.
That's the panel, you know. No, CD, it's not about Somalia. It's not about Somalia. He's on about us. He's on about us, the panel. The panel.
Hatred.
Oh, the panel. Okay.
I don't hate Somalia. Well, there's no need for me to hate Somalia. Well, do you get it?
Who hates Somalia?
Well, no, no, خير سلفي دوني نسخط وطورته. واحد قولها anyway. واحد قولها. واحد نوديني نيو. سواش نوديني. And if you lot voted in Somalia or Somaliland.
Has anyone actively voted in Somalia?
Have you actually put a ballot through?
I've only ever been once.
My. I don't believe in that, man.
Oh, you don't vote at all?
I don't vote. Not in the West, nowhere, man. I don't. Not once I vote.
Thank God you're a minority, wow.
This guy really sticks to his word, though. I read that.
No. Instead of laughing, let's ask him why he doesn't vote. Like, come on, man. Allow belittling anyone for whatever you get me. Let's understand why he doesn't vote. So,
Quran وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْكَافِرُونَ, right? So it tells us about anyone, the people in UK. Let's talk about UK. Why I don't vote in the UK, right? We got people like Boris Johnson. These legislate laws that directly go against the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Quran says, we're not allowed to participate in such activities, innit? It's kufr, man. Kufr is shirk. So I don't participate in democracy and shirkiyat.
If you're in the West, most laws are going to be seen by you as anti-Islamic, no? If you're in the West.
Right. That's why I don't participate inside it. I don't participate in such organization that are corrupt and go against my deen.
Wait, isn't it haram to live in a country that's ruled by un-Islamic laws, bro?
No, it's not haram.
But what if you benefit from legislation that is passed through from a corresponding party?
Right. That's a whole different subject.
That's a good question. No, that's a good question. Answer that, bro. Answer that.
Right. 1 second. That's less of two evils, right? So let's say, we have two kind of prime ministers. The ulama have spoken about this, right? We've got two prime ministers. One is directly against the deen of Allah. He wants to eradicate it. And there's another one who's more leaning towards the deen. He doesn't care. He leaves us alone and that. Some ulama say you're allowed to vote in such situations. But I believe this politics. Everyone lies to get into power anyways. They say what you want to hear to get into power, and they do the total opposite anyways. So
I think 11D in the comments has a point, though. You do pay taxes, right, bro? You pay taxes.
I don't have a choice, right?
Actually,
I don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice.
I said I don't have a choice.
It comes out my account every week, right? I don't have a choice.
Right, he's got a point, though. He's got a point. He's paying directly to the taxman. Comes off your salary, right? Yeah. So you can't force somebody to vote. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. All my time in the UK, I've had the opportunity to vote since 2005, Srede? Yeah. And I voted once, and that was during the Brexit election, just once.
It's not about forcing anybody to vote. That's not. I don't think we can force anybody to do anything, right?
And you guys are verbally beating him, saying what?
No. But
taxes
a lot of the things. But a lot of the things, right? And a lot of the things that I've noticed, and when we get too extreme into this, is that people start hating the West and where they actually live. You understand what I'm saying? and they become
Why is
like
that a problem,
foreigners
though?
within their own land. Well, I'll tell you what the problem is.
All right, go on.
Because then there's a specific disconnect that happens. Because if you're a foreigner where you are at, right, and you feel like you're completely not participating into the system, you will always have this dichotomy of always being in a conflict there.
That's just coming back to what Salaf said earlier, you have to remember, bruv, you're not allowed to live in this country, for that long. Do you get it? We should only be here for specific reasons in the first place. And once that time is expunged, we should be leaving anyway.
Okay, so AB,
yes, I have my exit plan, inshallah.
I think this is the crux of the matter, though. I believe this is the crux of the matter, guys. What I believe is that there's a certain amount of people that actually took on fully the lives of where they immigrated to. Because migration and immigration has been happening since day one. It's nothing new, right? But there's some people that actually said, okay, I'm going to participate in this system since I came and chose it. And there's other people that still have their mental baggages still ready to go. And that never really fully established themselves in these in the West. So I think we're becoming two camps. And this is, I think, the conversation we should be having is to say, okay, we have to at least recognize it. Well, I think we have
to. You're right. 100% you're right.
The problem is, you want us to assimilate.
It's about whilst you're here.
So it's about you're not trying to say we have to try to assimilate.
Making it the best for yours. You know. Yeah, go on.
Go on.
Yeah, I was saying, like,
voting. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, like voting for what what would be in your interest. Like, if it's in your interest, why not vote, bro?
I tell you for why. It's haram. Listen, hold on. maalintan Cudeyni anu walaa dambiyan galay moogti Ilaahay uu dambi dhaaf now the reason, like we're saying, come back to the reason, I've only voted once, bro. The whole time since 2005 I've voted once. Do you know why? Every leader, every MP, every waxan soo hor istaago dhan magacooda ku qoran yahay meesha walaal diinta Islam waa laga soo horjeedaa walaal. Every single one of them.
To Salma could see let's say you're a father, okay? Let's say you're a father. Let's say your kids is going to a school that is now introducing a whole other curriculum where they're going to talk about transsexuals, homosexuality, and all of that. Okay, you have a chance to go and voice your opinion at city council. Do you do it or you don't?
That's different, walalo. That is
that's not different.
No, it is different, walalo. It is different. I'll tell you for why, walalo. You get me? Because voting is a seal of approval. You get me? Disapproving or disagreeing with something is one thing, but voting is a seal of approval. Ninka amanakta anwan ka hela way saxsan yihiin dacwan wurday. You get it? They're the best for me. They're the best for me. But either way, every single time, dadkani diinti Islam wuu ka soo horjeedaan, So coming back to what you were saying, Nomad, about there's the two camps. There are those that are integrating and like following the Western society programs, and there are those that are not, And that is their plan. Well, let me finish, That is their plan in the first place.
Do you agree? Do you agree with that?
I agree that exists. But you know why it exists, That is their plan for us in the first place. Bring them here. What's down their religion?
Who is the day? Who's the day?
The same people. Listen, no, hold on. I'll tell you who. The same people, that created the borders here that split the Somalis today. Do you get it? Those borders, they were split. You get me? That castle, not just Britain.
Well, why are you acting like Somalis are not already split, AB? Why are we?
Well, taariikhdena soo barbaadaya 1886 wixii ka soo horeysay 1880 wixii ka soo horeysay walaal ummadeen iska nabad qabteen hayno iska
we have to be factual walaalkayo madrasa maxaa Sayyid Abdullah when he had the militia going.
When was this? Was that the 20th century? Was that 20th century, right?
That was end of 1800.
Exactly. No. It was the 20th century.
Hi, let me finish my point.
Beginning of 1900s.
You know what I'm talking about, Maha? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay. Did you know that there were Somalis that were against them?
I know. We
can have these conspiracy theories, but just understand that those camps still existed even back then. So let's not talk like we were all like a nice little happy family. The West came and fucked us over.
No, 1910 1910 was solid tole. No, 1910. Listen, 1910 walalo was solid tole walalo. 1880skii aan ku yidhi 1880skii ayaa land borderskeeni inaka loo kala sameeyo na kala
That's
furay
just a 30. That's a 30-year span that you just made
exactly
seem like it was 100
listen
years. That's just how long
hold on. The point I'm trying to make, Nomad. The point I'm trying to make is, well, yeah, it was after they split us up. Yeah, I mean, this 1910 you're on about is after they split us up, and he's fighting back, yeah, for his Islamic identity. Man, Mullah, what did he do? He come from Hajj, he come from Umrah, yeah, or Hajj, yeah, and he come back and he said, "Yo, what's going on? This ain't an Islamic way of life, right?" Tomaha, yeah. So the point I'm trying to make to you, Nomad, yeah, is prior to them coming to us and separating us, yeah, and dividing us and conquering us, yeah, we lived as an Islamic people that were free. Like I could roam the streets, you could roam the streets. Well,
That's right. Really good point. Give me a second. The problem that I have with you, brother, is you're telling me that all that's the problems that occurred in Somalia is because of white people, Europeans.
No.
Fundamentally, I'll talk about the Isaac tribe, yeah? When the Idagara enslaved the Arab Isaac people, yeah? Who made them do that? Was it a white man?
Why are you trying to push the argument elsewhere? No one said the West are the total problem to our problems. We're just trying to highlight certain issues.
The debate was yeah, Western democracy is anti-Islamic, yay or nay?
Exactly. That's the question.
No.
I think it's Islam that's anti.
Okay. You change it from Western democracy to democracy now. Before the argument initially started from democracy, which is the right for people to vote for their leaders in an Islamic context with that protects within the Quran and the Sunnah. You understand?
Where'd you get that from?
Wow, this is a new version of democracy.
Hear me out. AB didn't have a problem with that. Our friend over here, Salaf,
AB does not have a problem with it. All right, that's him, innit? I got a problem with it.
It was different.
All right, cool.
What don't I have a problem with? Sorry, you speaking for me? What don't I have a problem with?
No, when we were debating, you wasn't like Salafi, for example. So Salafi, for example, doesn't believe that the people have a right to vote, that the people have a right to elect their leader. Nor does he tell you the process in which they bring this.
He does believe that. He does believe that. Don't lie about the guy, bro. He does believe that, yeah, but just not in the way that you believe it. Just not in the way you believe it.
No, he doesn't. He believes in authoritarian. He wants ulama that is authoritarian. That's what he wants.
What do you mean authoritarian? Stop pushing out labels.
Is that what you want?
Listen, man. I told you, man. Listen, man.
You hear a word like authoritarian, so many people get triggered. Is that what you want? Bro, authoritarian, captain, all these slogans, bro, they're there to trigger you. Conspiracy,
you're also, bro.
He's concocted, man.
You also speak in slogans. Somaliland, those are still labels as well. Let's not.
It's hyperbole, man.
1 second.
Using hyperbole.
1 second. والله مولد مش موجود ده. السلام عليكم.
Okay, صاحب.
Okay, carry on lads.
المولد كل صوت ضفني برنامجك.
أنا اليوم أبي سلفي وحاليها Islamically wax ka hor imaanaya ma laha haddii aad doorasho oo gaalada qof markay wadan gaalada oo joogtid aad la dooranayo muslimka kuwa u roon waa dooran kartaa culimada oo salafiyadu waaweyn saasay ku joogaan sheekh shibili oo kale oo dhahay if two leaders ay tartamayaan one is good for the Muslims and other is bad for the Muslims you can vote for the one who Muslims ku fiican
based on what walalo because look at the end of the day these two leaders look maanta Boris Johnson kala saar iyo Keir Starmer labaduba diinta islaamka ka soo horjeedaan walalo you me like let me finish so let's say for example one of them is more far right wing and doesn't like us more than the other yeah so in that sort of situation you're telling me that it's Islamically okay for me to vote for Keir Starmer who wants to teach kids about transgender.
Okay. Let me say
AB. Yeah, go on.
ilmaha meesha joogaan ilmaha mid uu ka hor imaaday oo values ka hor imaasay inuu geey ilmaha la baro oo geynimada ka soo horjeedo mid geynimada taageersan yahay Islamically waxa ku fiican inaad dooratid oo waxna ma diidayo ninka geynimada ka soo horjeedo inaad dooratid
Yeah, you believe in that principle of
like him look this you're acting like there's always going to be one that's like closer to Islam. Well, these people have no religion. Yeah, none of them are close to Islam. None of them believe in God. Do you understand?
100%.
Of their system is devil's mocracy. The devil is mocking you and is mocking them. Because they make new laws every day. Do you know me? Wixii ay dadka ku ilaalin jireen markii hore, the sanctity of marriage and all of that. Now a man can get married. A woman can get married. Right? Do you know me? It's no longer a religious.
But we're still here.
But
we're still here.
All right, let me just say something.
Like I said, I plan to get away. Inshallah. You should du'a, wallah.
Minimum is here to stay. He's here to stay, man.
You
can.
You're here to stay. AB said he's planning a exit.
I said you're here to stay, not me, fam. After Maulid, listen, you're both right, we believe in a principle called less of two evils, let's say, but what AB is saying, is what non-existent, like it's imaginary. There's not one guy president or I'm with Islam, there's always comes with subliminals, maybe it's for homosexuality, maybe it's for this, it always there's a baggage with it, but in the principle that you're trying to propagate, we believe in that, if there's one guy who's against Islam and there's another guy who's more leaning towards Islam and he has no problem with us, we vote for him, innit? We believe in
but
that.
That's not relevant. That's not relevant in terms of British.
Exactly, not relevant. Yeah, it's non-existent. Yeah, exactly.
You can't use that tool in British politics and say, "Oh, Labour and Dorana because Muslim killed that man." Because I tell you what, boys, ladies and gentlemen, and all the listeners in the world, yeah, Labour is actually worse than Conservative. Wallahi.
No way, man. What the hell?
Wallahi, you don't know. Wallahi, you don't know. Wallahi, no, listen, I didn't say I'd vote for Conservative. I said, yeah, Labour is worse than Conservative. Why are they?
On what basis now?
Labour are the ones that smile at you, yeah, do you know me, while stabbing you in the back. Institutional racism continually exists because of the Labour and the left wing. With the right wing, they will tell you straight, man, don't like you, bruv. But let's have a conversation. What are you here to do in my country? You work for the NHS? Fantastic. Do your thing, bruv. Pay your taxes. That's what I want you to do. I don't want you to be on benefits. That's what the right wing will say to you. Do you get it? Well, a lot.
So what are you saying? The Labour, what they're trying to tell us, what fake news? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, Labour want to keep you on Eid. Well, Eid they don't want to see you prosper, cuz. You get me? Well, they don't want to see you prosper.
I disagree with you, brother. I disagree with you. Please, can I not be interrupted? So Labour's policy is to have a system in which it gives people a stepping stone. So, for example, if you're poor and uneducated, you have a right to have food in your mouth. If everyone in Somaliland had universal income, it would be a lot better. People would have to pay taxes because everyone would want their kids to be fed. The reason that happens is
but Gula, doesn't that keep you dependent or
no, it doesn't.
Don't mind me adding that.
Okay, you're right. You're talking about what keeps you dependent is when you're not educated. So if you're not educating yourself, if you're not reading, if you're not gathering information, then you don't learn about stuff. But if you just take your benefits and don't want to start a business, don't want to do anything, that's different. That's up to the people. But even those people that are not doing anything have a right to have a full belly and
is that fair though, man? Is that fair? Like we work hard and then bang 20% of our annual income goes to them, man, or they just sleep in their bed, they do nothing, and now like goes to the bro. I get pissed off on that calls, fam. Like wallahi madahi hanuta, fam.
What's the percentage, wow?
Or 20% of your annual income, of your
the percentage of people, the unemployment rate before coronavirus were less than
how many I'm not sure how it works in England, but how many Somalis do you say like right now are still on benefits?
You can't really tell the percentage, but put it like this. Sorry to interject here, Salef, but put it like this, Walali, yeah? When we were under the Labour government, no matter, yeah, basically you were better off being a single mother, kicking your husband out, yeah, and you'd get paid a lot more to stay at home, and they'll pay for your rent and everything, than for you to go to work. Do you get it?
Sort of like the Democrats in the States. Yeah, sort of like the Democrats in the States.
Yes. Now what I'm saying is, Democrats, even the Democrats, I would choose, not that I would vote there, I would choose Trump any day over Biden. Why? Because Trump, I tell you why, Trump ain't gonna smile for you, cuz he will tell you to your face how he feels. Biden is all gonna be like, oh yeah, racism's not right, man. Racism
Did you guys watch the presidential debate?
Yeah, I watched it.
That was funny.
Tom and Jerry shit, man.
That was a
joke, man. Well, it was a joke. It was like two kids fighting,
Yeah,
and the grown ass man, I think if Biden wins, he's gonna be the oldest president to take power, innit?
Yeah, and now Trump has COVID.
Out of the whole of America, you got Trump and Biden fighting for presidential.
Like, Trump has COVID. Trump has COVID. So imagine Biden also has COVID. So I don't think this guy's going anywhere, man.
Wow, Biden has COVID,
Well, I mean, he was 6 feet away from Trump, who now has COVID.
But he's been tested. He's been tested, and he is negative. But obviously, it takes days to show up, so he could potentially be infected. Yeah.
I think that's the game that they're gonna play. Yeah.
I reckon he's doing it for sympathy. Well, I don't even think Donald Trump's got the corona.
That woman, Kamala Harris.
He asked it.
Kamala Harris. Yeah, Kamala Harris.
Oh
She's Indian and African American. Yeah.
I can't
she's
stand
gonna
her,
be.
bruv.
I think you know what's gonna happen. Yeah, I think Biden might win, and he's gonna die. He's gonna be the first. Like, well, I know. She's gonna take over.
That's some good herbs, bro. That's good herbs.
No, I'm just saying.
I think Trump is older than Biden, fam. Trump looks kind of young, but he's older than
Biden. I think Biden's 77 and Trump is 74. 74.
Okay. Trump looks like a youngster, though, man. For some reason.
But coming back to the point anyway, yeah. waxaan ku leeyahay liberalska left winger, yeah. waa kuwa ku deceive gareynaya siyaasad waalana lagu leemanaya waxa la iska dhigay in la ku caawinayo, yeah. Laakiin their agenda, bruv, is to change you and the next generation. Caruurtaada iyo caruurtooda la doonaya in diintooda laga saaro walaal. You get it? That's what they're doing right now. Right now, Somali kids are being taught, yeah, that it's okay to change your gender, my brother.
Gender,
you get it?
transgender, yeah, that's right.
You get it? The kids, listen, this is child abuse. This is child abuse. What else? Yeah? And Labour, I'll let you come, Jess. Give me a second. Labour and Lib Dems, yeah, the far left, well, they support this more than anybody else. So you can't tell me, well, yeah, left, you're right, left, the right is better, wallah.
No. But they all got their pros and cons, man. You're just showing all the cons of the Labour Liberals, fam. What they have is, remember when the Labours were in charge, the university fees, fam. 2,000, 3,000 pounds. You had to pay 9,000, fam. It's nearly impossible to go to university, fam, and not have a fat debt on your head. When the Labour reduced that, they also have a lot of advantage. They have a lot of pros, man, compared to
Labour also made the door open and made university accessible to so many other people, yeah, that wanted to go to university.
Conservatives.
But look, no, Labour did, yeah. They made it available to loads of other people. But what did that do? Well, the quality of the degree went downhill because so many other people had degrees, and so the Conservatives have put the prices up here to increase the value of the British degree. Do you get it?
See what you're saying?
Yo, AB, you know a hell of a lot for someone that doesn't want to vote.
He knows a lot.
I know, bro. I know.
Maybe you made a point there about, you said the quality of the degrees went down. The quality of the degree did not go down. There was more people that were educated, so the degrees didn't mean as much. That's what went down. There's a difference between the quality of the degree and the So anyway, another point I want to put. All of you people that say, "Oh, left policies are terrible. They're terrible. They're trying to destroy us." All this stuff, nonsense. Let's look at Muslim countries. Tell me one Muslim country.
Oh man, why are you talking about Muslim countries?
You leave the whataboutism at home, GS. Yes, whataboutism. What about him? Leave it to the side.
Let's keep it interesting. Guys.
Exactly. Let's discuss something. But not whataboutism. Allow whataboutism is so boring. Like, what about this? But what about that? Come on, bro.
What I'm saying to you,
we want to get to the asal, fam. We want to get to the foundation of the roots.
Hear me out. Give me a second, bro. You guys are against secularism, which is the separation between the state and religion. And to be fair, a lot of the issues that people like Salafi have in Somaliland is because there's a certain level of separation between the government and the religious authority. Is a certain separation, even within Somaliland. Let's be honest. I'm going to be honest with you guys. When you look at like Iran, for example, is perfect example. Let's take away the Shia bit, but the way they elect their leader is a perfect representation of how most Muslim Salafi and those groups within would love to elect their leader. Do you understand? They have an ulama with their school of thought. That's their thing. But when you look at corruption, when you look at the ability to Iran, it's a total collapse. But why is that? So your system, Iran is your system. Why is it
Iran is not a total collapse. I told you that. Why is Iran a total collapse?
Iran ما هو كذب سلفه إيران ولا قصة هرتها GSO system كوجو يا وسيستم فيعن يا ولكن سي تدكي كتشري تدكي system كوجو كتشري استعمال system كان أنا في عمين yeah. And the reason why I say that is because of the ideology, yeah. But Iran, you have to remember, الباب كلا قصة حد ولا sanction after sanction after sanction after sanction. Do you get it? So it's like a lion that's been pushed into the corner. So if you see it acting erratic, fam, yeah, just remember it's for a reason.
No, that's a political thing. When you look at their policies, at the end of the day, they choose those policies.
They're standing up to America, Neo, man. Why are the countries standing up to America, man?
Give me a second, brother. when you please,
Sorry.
don't interrupt people. When you look at, for example, and let's be fair, when you look at Saudi Arabia, and I don't want to make this about an anti thing. And you look at Iran. One actually is, if both of them are claimed to be religious countries, they're both in a proxy war. But Iran is your system of perfect. But Iran and Saudi Arabia, which one has better quality?
What has better quality in terms of what, man? Economics, political, fam. It's too general, fam. To point out what.
No, he's right. He's just saying.
Saudi economically is one of the best, fam. Man. Like Pakistan, it's nearly impossible to match, fam. Like Trump was talking about it a few days ago. He's like, Saudi Arabia has pumped in 450 billion pound into our economy. 450 billion is not a joke, man. That's like 1 million times the worth of Somalia put together. So Saudi Arabia, economically speaking, they're doing. Bro, I'm just speaking facts, bro. Saudi Arabia, economically speaking, they do very, very well. And all of the sanctions that's been put into Saudi Arabia in terms of our human rights, they have the Sharia. That's what Trump is talking about, is human rights. That's what they hate Saudi Arabia for, human rights and that. But other than that, Iran as well, Iran is not doing too bad. But
the Sharia against human rights in Saudi Arabia, is that what you said?
Yeah, there's human rights in Saudi Arabia, yeah, 100%.
Okay.
GS, in answer to your question, GS, yeah, basically with the Iran system, that is the preferred system. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's the preferred system, yeah.
It's almost perfect. It's almost perfect.
Okay, that's the closest to perfect, yeah. Closest to perfection. The trouble, like I said with it, bruv, yeah, is so the quality of life. So what you're saying, yeah, hold on, let me see if I understand you, yeah. When you say the quality in terms of Saudi and Iran, are you on about the individual living there and the quality of life?
That's one aspect.
Okay, so that quality of life, guy, you have to remember the sanctions, yeah. The sanctions is going to have a major effect on Iran, yeah. Also, Saudi Arabia, yeah, it's going to be a major effect because they are best friends with America. Do you get it?
Right.
Geopolitics. The geopolitics of it, yeah, is what makes it seem.
Look at Brunei, man. Look at Brunei, for example. Brunei wanted to implement the Sharia. Sanction after sanction. They just headshotted it. They said, nah, we're not going to do the Sharia anymore. But
exactly, all of a sudden,
guys, give me a second. Iran, they don't sanction Iran because of Sharia. Saudi Arabia has Sharia law.
Mate, they sanction because of Soleimani, man. Come on, man. We know what
they sanction. They sanction Iran, yeah, because Iran is the only country that speaks up and says, "Raw, fuck what Israel's doing. Israel's doing some fuckery, bruv. I will wipe you off the face of the planet for doing that to my people."
Right.
You get it? That's why. Because they're talking like Muslims. Muslim defending Muslim is not allowed in the world. That's why Iran gets bullied.
Exactly.
I agree with you. That's probably why it's not because of Sharia. It's not because they're imposing Sharia.
Brunei got sanctioned because of that, man. Bro, you're trying to make it look like the West don't sanction you because of Sharia. Come on, man. You don't know nothing, bro. You're uneducated in this.
Can you just let people finish? But when you look at
go on. You're too long-winded, man. Get to the point, bro. Get to the point, fam. Stop the swearing.
Come on, guys. Let's move on. Please.
Headbanger.
Interrupt me, bro. Okay.
Go on, Jay.
So my point was, what I was trying to say was, Saudi Arabia follows Sharia and has followed Sharia and the Wahhabi interpretation of Sharia for the last 100 years. Maybe in the last 18 months it's changed, but historically it has followed the literal interpretation of that. So to say that the West only attack countries with Sharia, no, that is bullshit, man. That is bullshit.
Hold on, GS, let me answer that. No, Salif, let me answer it, please, yeah? So, GS, yeah? You're right, yeah. Saudi Arabia got Sharia and US do not attack them for that. It is one of the things, yeah, that the US all of us Saudi is the protector. Let me finish well. The Saudi royal family is the protector of Mecca and Medina, two most holy sites in the planet, right? So if they're not acting, if they're not acting upon Sharia, fam, yeah, in terms of like their laws and stuff like that, yeah, the Muslim people are going to go against them and say, yo, no, Banaya, Mecca's not yours, mate, because you lot are not Muslims. Do you get it? So at the same time, they have to play us that program and then play the Americans their program as well. But any time, yeah, you see an Islamic country which refuses to bow down, yeah, to the Western ideologies and the Western programs, yeah, automatically, yeah, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Mali egg, all of these African countries egg, Sharia. Anywhere where there's likely to be a strong Muslim country that they want to rule with Islam, boom, terrorism there, exactly. This, that. Do you get it?
Okay, can I reply to you now? So you made a good point, and you know what, AB, I could actually have a thing, and I understand where you're coming from, but this idea that Saudi Arabia gets it because it's the protector of the Hajj and Medina, it's bollocks. In the 70s, before Iran became the country it became today, Saudi Arabia, the people in Saudi Arabia used to wear skirts. Wallah. The reason that happened was because Iran was propagating its Shia fundamentalist movement, where it wanted to be the leader of the Muslim world, and the Saudis to counter that, had to become ultra religious with Wahhabism. The day that Iran goes away from the picture, you're going to see a secular dictator turn up. That's my point, brother.
You know what, Wallahi, you're right. But look, if it wasn't Iran, Wallah, that's going to come after them for not acting upon Islam, it would have been another Muslim country. Do you get it?
AB, can I ask you a question, AB? Can I ask you a
sure,
question?
go ahead.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Do you believe that, GS, can you give me 1 second, GS?
Just be quiet, man.
Yeah, not necessary, brother. Anyways, AB, do you believe the West is at war with Islam? Or do you believe Christianity is at war with Islam?
This is a very, very, very beautiful question, Malala, yeah. And I asked the same question, Malala, yeah, to my solicitors a few months ago because something happened, yeah, and I felt my human rights were breached. Wallah, do you get it? And I said to my lawyer, bruv, yeah, and I was really angry. I said to him, "Oh, blood, unless the UK is at war with Islam, yeah, I need this sorted out ASAP, and I want compensation paid, and I want that individual fired." Do you get me? But it could not be done, Wallah. Do you know why? Because the reality of it is, yeah, they don't want to say they are at war with Islam, but they are. Like back in, I think, when was it? There was a Lib Dem leader, yeah? There was a Lib Dem leader, Wallah, that stuck up the Kitab in Parliament, British Parliament, yeah? Like a couple hundred years ago. Kitab Kulayimid, and he said, you know what? As long as this book is still around the world, yeah, none of us are going to be safe. Do you get it? So they've been at war with Islam from then, Wallah. So all they've done is they've tried to hide it over the years with their agendas, and their programs and that. But every time you see it, Wallah, always Islam, they are at war with Islam. It's not Christianity, because Christianity's been washed away, Wallah. Do you get me? Christians don't fight. Christians know at the end of the day, fam, we're going to be sticking together, the believers and the non-believers.
So what you're saying is that a nation states are at war with an ideology or religion.
Not even the nation states. I believe Ummaddi الدنيا ديالي ست تشاركة أي إسلام خلت دقائق.
Oh, okay. So all right, I guess.
Donald Trump, for example, Donald Trump. You get it. All these countries. Okay. If you has to. You know why? Because look, Donald Trump has recognized, yeah, Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, right? Now Israel are gonna build another temple there. Do you get me? You get it?
Okay. So
yeah.
Okay.
So when the square got وحيابهن. You get me? Anywhere you see a Muslim nation rising up, they stamp on it.
And please try to understand my question, okay? If you are believing that there's a doom coming, you would just prepare for it, no? Like it feels like you would just prepare for the doom that you believe is coming.
I don't understand the question, Malal. If I knew that there was a doom coming, yeah.
Because that's doom, right? That's doomsday.
It is a doom, but Allah told me to live my life, bro.
Yeah,
He told me to bow down to Him. He told me to bow down to Him and live my life and do what I can.
Okay, so no, I understand. Here's what I believe. I believe that there's when you have a notion that you're at war with the place you even live, that's a problem, Wallah. No, like when you have this notion where you live is actually at war with you, vice
exactly.
versa.
They're at war with me. I'm not at war with them.
Right.
Can I reply to come in?
Before you reply, let me just add the 2 pence in it. Let me just add my 2 pence. Firstly, I would say, we're not the West here is at war with Islam. It's not necessarily the Christian. Today they say the UK is a Christian-run government. It's Christianity that rules in UK. It's not necessarily Christianity. While liberalism, your democracy, the Queen literally has no say, fam. She can't legislate laws inside UK, fam. She can't legislate nothing. She's just there as some kind of prop. The head of the church and that, but the church has actually no power inside the UK. They have not. But the West has exactly.
They're empty.
It's empty, fam. So America and these man, why they say Islam is a threat? They know the past in it. They know if Islam, the Muslim countries unite together under what they against basically is the caliphate. In other words, we're caliphate. That's what they hate. Every caliphate that try kicking up, they try to destroy it. They label it terrorist.
How many years did the caliphate last? Go ahead.
Really good point. So first of all, AB said that the West were at war with Islam, and I want to add something to it. The West funded, trained, and supported the Mujahideen in Afghanistan with the help of Saudi Arabia. The West has allowed Saudi Arabia, and please don't interrupt me, to spread its ideology around the world. Its ideology is at war with the countries that these people live in. Do you understand? It's divide and conquer. I'm going to go really, really further and say to you that it's in the West's interest for the Wahhabis or the Salafis, the extreme ones, the Takfiri ones, to exist. Because if they exist, Muslim countries can come together and have a discussion and come with a consensus. That's what
I agree. I agree. Yes, I agree. I agree.
Conversation now, man. I want to talk about this. I want to talk.
I agree.
Let's have a conversation about this.
I also agree.
Bro, before you come in here, this Wahhabism, your mahalla extremist, mahalla terrorist, all of these words have been concocted up by the West, cleverly, intellectually concocted up by the West, and has been applied to one group of people, fam. They will never call their own people terrorists, fam. Every single freedom fighter that's been around, that claim that alleged themselves to be Muslim, were terrorists, fam. Like Palestine, any group that pops up were terrorists.
Mad
you feel me? So they choose who's a terrorist and who's not. So, and this term Wahhabism has been concocted up by Britain. They created this word, and this guy is trying to flow with it. Like it's something that we actually agree with. I believe that word is
got a point. Salaf, understand GS's point.
I heard it, bro.
No, والله فاهم. أنكم فاهم سوى هي سلفه. GS وحكوا لي هي ولا عليها. GS وحكوا لي هي. سعودي وحي سمينا يعني برنامج شذوذ هي رموه. They're undercover programs. They're proxy wars and that, yeah. And also, what was the other country they mentioned? I think it might even be in Iran. I'm not sure. These countries. Listen, the point is, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
They want the Western powers. It's in their interest to have the extremists, yeah, so they can show the rest of the world and be like, yo, these are like extremists, and to show other Muslims and say, yo, these people are not your people. Can we kill them? It's okay, we kill them. We're gonna kill them.
Their agenda. Because it facilitates.
But the West is not calling Saudi Arabia extreme, man.
Can I say something?
Saudi, yeah, go on. Sorry, my bad, bro. Go on.
So basically, just to pick up on what AB was saying before, so this whole thing, they don't call it a war on Islam because they can't. Because remember, they have to be seen to be democratic to all walks of life, right? But there's something called the war on terror. So terrorism, like you said, AI, terrorism has become synonymous with Islam inadvertently. They don't say it directly, but anytime you hear about terrorists, immediately, even us.
Actually, there's a word they use now, even worse. Islamism, yeah, is classed as terrorism.
Islamists as well, but as soon as you hear that, you get conjured up in your mind with big bearded guy with a bomb and all that stuff. So
right.
And they've been propagating since 9/11. They've been putting in the media so much that people are afraid of Islam. And there's one group that's quietly in the background doing their thing, and nobody ever disrespects their ideology or their religion and what they believe in. And it's very similar to what Islam believes in. They don't believe in homosexuality, but no one ever calls them homophobes because they got one word that's more powerful than any other word. As soon as you say anything about them, you're an anti-Semite, and that just
right, 100%.
That can't fahem.
AB, give me a second. This is a question that I want to ask AB. When you look at the leaders of Al-Shabaab, people like Ina Godin, Ibrahim Afgan, one day trained by the CIA in the Afghan war.
Yeah, they use these people. Well, they do. They use these people, yeah, for their own agendas. So hold on, let me finish. Yes. Let me finish, please. So look. When they're supporting, let me finish. When they're supporting the Mujahideen, in Afghanistan, yeah, is to fight their other enemy, which is communism. Do you get it? My enemy's enemy
was there
is my friend.
Was there a common interest though, AB? Was there a common
exactly
interest? Because
there was a common interest.
Wanted the Russians out, and so there was a common interest. Well,
exactly. My enemy's enemy becomes my best friend.
We cannot be emotional about this thing? Yeah, they used them, but there was also in the advantage. That's how business is done. You understand? It has to be a win-win.
No, but the point I'm trying to say, at the same time, the point I'm trying to say is there is a war against Islam. Do you get it?
AB, right. I just want to continue this. So you agree with me, and because I know these people, like, for example, one of the leaders was Waha. I think Rashidun Waha. I think it was Ibrahim Afghan, but they were Iraq. They were trained by the CIA. They were funded by the CIA, and a lot of the Al-Shabaab movement are from them. Do you understand the connection and why I have a problem with extremist Takfiri Salafis? Because they are enemies from within.
Extremist Takfiri.
It's the divide and conquer again, isn't it? Really, that's all they're doing. It's divide and conquer.
These words that are using. Who does it line back to? Who does it come back to? Who's the originator of these words? Let's think about it right now. These extremist Takfiris is being propagated by the West to label Muslims, certain Muslims who try.
No, Salaf, you have to remember, some of these people are extremists, though. You have to agree. Some of them are extremists.
Let me give you an example, bro. Brunei leader was labeled as an extremist. For what reason? Because he wanted to apply the hudud punishment for homosexuality, adultery. He was labeled what? Extremist. So these labels are being cleverly used and to label certain people as extremists when they're not actually extremists. They're adhering to their religion. That's all it is, fam.
My problem
is the same with that guy from Colombia. What's his name? Bolsonaro.
100%. Yeah.
No, give me a second. Salafi, I have a problem with you have. When I used to tell you that, for example, the leaders of Al-Shabaab were trained and funded by the CIA, you used to deny that. You say it was false. Bring me evidence. AB is here.
Yeah, I don't know about it. If you don't know about it,
anyway, the point is what
I disagree with you.
Yeah, okay, but go ahead,
Mola speak.
Molly, go ahead.
Western-ka asmi takfir iyo kan takfir nabigo jiru soo bilaaway tan kalena ila rasuulka Ilaahay soo ma dhihin waxa ummadda waxay u qaybsan doontaa 72 firqo marka lama dhihi karo waxaan firqayaha badan waa muslimiinta firqowga bilaawday. Why are you saying? Why are you blaming?
You misused my. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're misusing that label. We just takfiri or extremists, but Muslims, actual Muslims are being called extremists. Ninka Brunei leader ka wahala ninka wa extremists alada. Why? Din to ra'ya. That's the reason why it's called extremists. So the West are misusing it. We believe in them terms, takfiri, khawarij, extremists. We believe in these terms, and it's for the people like ISIS, Dawla, Al Qaeda, Kwanfa. But us ordinary Muslims who are saying homosexuality was wrong, homosexuality was immoral. We believe in the hudud punishments. We believe in the Quran. We believe in the Hadith wholeheartedly. Okay, you're an extremist, That's it. That's the label being given. So I'm talking about the misapplication of labels that have been applied on what Muslimin. I'm not disagreeing with the words themselves.
And let me say one thing is clear. One thing is clear. Western or the Christianity is against us. Nobody can just debate about that. Even they know that. But different goals they want just conquer the world, and Muslim just want to save the whole world. Nobody can work. If they use it and they get benefit, it's okay. We cannot say why they use
Do you know what the crux of the situation is? Do you know what the crux of the situation is? It goes back to the point I said before. These people study, How do you get to that? It's like a football match. How do you know about your enemy? You study them, you study their tactics, you study what they believe in, how they attack, how they defend, stuff like that, and then you devise a plan to attack them. So, like I said, these people know the hadiths, So what they're trying to do is, instead of it happening organically, which they know it is going to happen, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it happen via funding these individuals to basically make these, fake caliphate, end of times, Armageddon type of scenarios where they can say, oh, look at these people are uncivilized. They can't live with us, live within this Western democracy. They're backwards people. So basically, we need to either like what they're doing with the Chinese Uyghurs, we either need to brainwash them and make them into how we want them to conduct themselves, or we need to have a war against them.
Just to further that point,
is coming in, and this is where the situation is, bro.
No, but
just to further elaborate on that point, I think they're trying to taint the.
Give me a second.
Go on.
What you used to saying, I kind of get where you're coming from, and I feel like what they do, and when you look at what they're saying, for example, people like Ibrahim Wahab, when you look back at history, when he was fighting against the Ottomans, he was killing other Muslim people. So my issue, hear me out. Listen, Al-Shabaab, you will go to schools in Al-Shabaab, and even in Somaliland, where I'm from, we've had stories in Hargeisa where you have these majlisats where they tell people don't eat their halal meat because they're not Muslim. My friend, this is not an invention by the West. This has existed.
I wholeheartedly disagree with
all the way back to the time of Ali, goes all the way back down there. And these lunatics have existed. What they have done is they've used these lunatics against us for their self-interest. I mean, that's what they've done. Discussion.
Sheikh Abdul Wahab rahimahullah was a mujaddid, and he was a alim. He was the mujaddid of our time. So firstly, the people who are trying to taint Sheikh Abdul Wahab's name are either two people in it, wa the kuffar and extreme Sufi qulat. It's either two groups of people. There's no one else. Wa extreme qulat in the deen, or the kuffar, fam. That's why. Because Sheikh Abdul Wahab rahimahullah, if you look at every single one of his books, وحاجرته ما يسمع القرآن قال الله وقال رسول. He's never Abdul Wahab talking about talking about Abdul Wahab. He was the oppressed people. Just give you a short history about Abdul Wahab. His dad kicked him out. 1 second, akhi, man. His dad and his brother disowned him. On what basis, man? Because Saudi Arabia was a place of Sufia. It was a place people like you, where Alat, Al-Manat, Al-Uzza, these idols were created once again. There was grave worshipping, there was shrine worshipping, and Abdul Wahab set a whole mission to try to destroy it. And his own family disowned him, just the way the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was disowned by his own people. Same thing, man. Sheikh Abdul Wahab was a mujaddid, he was a scholar, and he was a reviver of the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
He only killed Muslim people. That's my problem.
That's way in about, man. He only killed Muslim people.
GSO horta salaf uu ka walaal please. GSO walaaliya waxaan indhahena ku soo arkin. Ma hayna ka sheekayna walaal.
The guy has not read none of his books here. I can tell you right now. I can test him any books of Abdul Wahab. Kashf Shubahat. What's Kashf Shubahat?
Let me reply.
Bro, you don't know nothing.
Salaf uu ka hadid. GS repeat.
Let me reply. So when you look at something like Yasser, who was a Salafi himself, who still actually follows the terminology and the form of Salafism, which is someone like Yasser Qadir, and he studied. He was a Wahhabi scholar. He was a Salafi scholar. He was a scholar for that Greek of Islam for 20 years. Everything I say came out of his mouth. When I went back, I thought Ibrahim Tamir and Ibrahim Wahab were the same. The difference between Ibrahim Tamir is he didn't commit takfir on his fellow Muslims. Ibrahim Wahab, the people that he attacked, were his fellow Muslims.
Yasser Qadi is the same person who studied under Tony Blair, who praised Tony Blair. Yasser Qadi is not a trustworthy person. Yasser Qadi is the same person whose J. Smith and the Islamophobes are using as a reference point to say that Islam has holes. He's the same person who said the Quran is corrupted. He's the same person. Yasser Qadi is the same person who said the current narrative of the deen has holes inside it. So this is what Hatun and these extremists are using Yasser Qadi as a reference point. So Yasser Qadi is not a reliable source of information. So if you're going to give me primary, one second, let me finish, bro. If you're going to give me primary source material of Sheikh Abdul Wahab, his own books, fam, we're not talking about no tertiary source where someone says something else about this guy and someone says something. I want primary documents I don't here, fam. And his own documents show what he was trying to propagate. It was the deen of Allah. It was Qala Allah wa Qala Rasul. That's what he was trying to propagate. I read his books, I read his biography, I know what he's about, and I wholeheartedly believe in what he was trying to do.
All right, guys, you guys can have that debate privately at a different time.
Exactly. GS, another time.
But like you said, I have a question for you. Okay, I have a question for you, Salaf. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
You said you just right now on the show denounced Yasser Qadi. Okay, but he has all of the qualifications that you had described to be a ulama.
Right. So we shouldn't be discussing about Yasser Qadi.
Let's talk about it. We
have to be honest about it, right?
All right, cool. So Yasser Qadi, he was a student of knowledge. First of all, he's got no tazkiyah. He has no scholar has said Yasser Qadi has given him certification to give what's it called? He's not a scholar. He was never a alim in the first place. He was a student of knowledge. First of all, and he erred from the way Nikam, and he's not infallible in it. What he did was he studied in Yale universities. You know these universities in the West, Harvard, Yale. He studied in there. He got influenced by just the way GS got influenced by the westernized.
He studied in Yale.
You know where Kite's coming from.
He studied in these kind of universities. He was taught Islamic politics by who? Who was he taught Islamic politics by? Tony Blair. Tony Blair, the same person. 1 second, bro, man. Shut your mouth, man.
You don't know.
This guy's a mouse, man. This guy's like a rat, man. Amos, man. Shut up, man. So listen, yeah. Bro, shut up, man. Don't speak when I'm speaking. I'll let you speak.
Lads.
Let's make it interesting.
You can't talk to these
bro. You know my dear.
Listen, guys, can we move on from this guy? I don't even know who this Yasser Qadir guy. So he used to be on Islamic channel and that, and Peace TV, right? What's he got to do with Somali and Somali speakers, bro?
Yeah, that's true new number. Let's move on from that. I'll speak about it another time.
Give me a second. Okay. If I make this comment, we'll move on, okay? Within the reformist movement, which I call the Salafi Wahhabi, there is a divide. Some Salafis do not regard Ibrahim Wahhab as a Salafi anymore. They've broken away from him, and they do not think that Ibrahim Taymiyyah and Wahhab can be put in the same bracket. Historically, they've been together. Right now, there's a movement within the Salafi movement to discredit Ibrahim Wahhab and to say he was influenced by foreign influences. That is
orta GS walaal anu warta okay no hold on GS wuxuu inaan kan salaf like kala gala murmo every day you keep doing it walaal yeah like you labeling Salafis like they're a group of people in one place kazi like come on bro these people are all scattered across the world cuz there is no such thing as the Salafis. When you say the Salafis, yeah, there's no such thing. There's not a one group that's like there's political, there's this, there's this, you get me? Like everywhere joga dunyada ayaa soo hadal qaadaysa and you're using them to label them, like you're using my name for example, Salafi. I am a Salafi, yeah, using my name to label next man, yeah, which gaaladu ay soo sameeyeen waxa walaal. You get it? Like you shouldn't do that. That's not right, walaal. That's really not right.
That's a gross generalization, bro.
Salafi, just stop it for a minute. So when I was talking to you, I was telling you within that movement there were two groups. There's one group that believed that the teachers of Ibrahim Wahhab, and this goes back all the way that the name Wahhab was actually from Islamic scholars, for example. There's one school that believed that what he was doing was completely against Ibrahim Taymiyyah and that he committed takfir on other Muslims. For me to say that
this is so miseducation, yeah, uneducated. Wallahi, billah.
Let him finish, please.
And there's another movement that supports the Wahhabi movement. What Yasser Qadir said, Yasser wasn't controversial. He practically said that when I read his text, what they taught me, they said all these other Sunni sheikhs, they were kuffar and they would say bad things about these people, they would dismiss them, that it creates a hatred within Islamic civilization. And that's why, in my opinion, you have people like Al-Shabaab that are killing their fellow Somali brothers in the name of their own personal ideology.
All right. Can I just respond to that quickly? To unpack your statements, well, it's gonna take me a long time, but I'm just gonna try briefly understand what you're trying to say. You said there's two groups of Salafis at that fam. You said there's the Yasser Qadir type and there's the other type, fam. You created these, you just made that up, fam. Yasser Qadir himself claimed to be he said, I'm not a Salafi. I'm not a Salafi. That's what he said. Live documentary, he said, I'm not a Salafi. And you want to claim him to be a Salafi. You're not making sense here. You're lying about people. You're making stuff up. You're not educated on this matter. Bro, you're not educated on this, wallahi. Bro, you're not educated on this, bro. That's all it is, fam. And Al-Shabaab. Bro, 1 second, let me finish, bro. Guy. You made a lot of claims in it. You said Al-Shabaab, they claim to be Salafis, right? There's certain Muslims who say, I follow Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Does not mean you're following Prophet Muhammad to the teeth, right? People claiming to be part of these kind of groups or Boogie Ben, Al-Shabaab, the Salafis themselves, the people, Sheikh Fawzan, Sheikh Uthaymeen, these are also the ulama. They saying Al-Shabaab were Khawarij, they're extremists. The Salafis themselves are telling you this. Before you even told us in the 1990s, we've been saying this from the get-go. Our ulama have been saying this. So to try. Finish, man. We'll talk about this another time.
We're going to go around in circles,
bro. He's going to go in circles, bro.
We don't want to talk about him.
Let's move on.
I got a question.
Yes, I think we should move on.
I got a question.
Okay.
There was an issue surrounding Sheikh Sudais and a khutbah that he made a couple of weeks back. Does anyone shed some light on that?
I remember that, bro. You're on about Israel, right?
People go mad over it. Huh?
You're on about Israel.
What did he say? Can you post the link or something?
Best of my knowledge, he basically said that ties should be normalized again and go back to the way it used to be back in the day, like when the rulers of Islam, how they used to deal with Rebbe Israel. Like, when do you get it? Like, there needs to be ties. Do you get it? Whereby before, Sudaisi's position and a lot of the ulama's position was, that these men are on a mad thing, they're just killing Muslims, bro. Do you get it? So, wahwin is bedeline it.
So why do you think he changed his stance, and why was there such a big backlash?
Say that again.
Why do you think he? Because obviously his stance was different. It was opposing what
because you know why there was such a big backlash, Wala, yeah? Because this guy is known for his rhetoric, yeah. In the West, they would call it anti-Semitism, but to me, the stuff that he was saying, some of it was anti-Semitic, some of it wasn't. Anyway, yeah, the point is, yeah, this guy is forever known to be an anti-Semite in very common marks, yeah. But all of a sudden, yeah, he's flipped completely. So they're thinking to themselves, yo, what do you get it?
So
who's brainwashed that shit?
You know what that is though? That's foreign policies being imposed in Saudi Arabia. It's like Muhammad bin Salman, your Kwan ulamaga, any scholar in Saudi Arabia that speaks against the rhetoric of Mahalla, the West, is either in prison, he's missing, we don't know where he is. Just like the cousins of Muhammad bin Salman, they gone missing. The ulama have gone missing. They're
I have
in prison.
a question. I have a question.
So that's why it is, man. I believe it's a cry, it's compulsion. I believe Sheikh Sudais was compelled to say them, but that's what I believe in it.
I have a question. Please. I have a question because I was listening to you guys earlier, and when you were talking about Mahakul Hadaye, the West is against Islam, or Christianity is against Islam, or there's always this Mahakul Hadaye, there's always this collision course that you lot seem to be in, like intellectually at all times.
Right.
What I'm advancing is, if the West was in Mahakul Hadaye in a conflict with or a collision course with Islam, what would they? Because in order to engage in a war, you have to be in a position where you're gaining something from it. Today, what we see is that most people in Muslim countries are migrating to places that are non-Muslim countries. So how do you guys reconcile that? Okay, so let me just land. I'm just asking the question. So if you're saying that the West has concocted this whole game in this sense, you're basically putting yourself as being inferior and just being a pawn of a game that's already been set up for you. Marka, there's no way you're winning.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, go on.
Go on.
Yeah,
you go.
Basically, yeah. First of all, what needs to happen is you need to basically weed out everyone from their country, right? Well, you need to uproot them and take them to a different country. So that means you've already destabilized the countries, right? Because the indigenous people are not there anymore.
You started in the middle though, Yusuf Falal. You started in the middle. What's leading to that? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Let me just land. So once you destabilize the country, obviously, then you've got the American dream and the Western dream or whatever. So everyone wants to migrate because there's bare corruption and whatnot in their country, right? So you've weeded out your enemies and you've taken them into your territory now. So now once they come into your territory and your land, they are under your jurisdiction. So now they tell you what to do and how to behave in their country because you ain't got no power, right? You're at their mercy. So now they've destabilized the country, they've weakened you within their own country. So that means now they've got the upper hand.
With all respect, you're describing the means, you're not describing the end. You're describing how
I'm going to describe the end. I'm going to describe the end. I'm going to describe the hold on.
Because in my opinion, they don't have
let me land.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me land. So now
what did Somalia have to do with that? Somalia destroyed Somalia.
Hold on, bro. One second.
I'll answer that in a second.
Let him finish.
So now, all those disgruntled people back home, right? So now they're funding them with these extremist groups. So now in the media, they're portraying themselves to be, they're being attacked. Their ideology is being attacked. So they're basically defending themselves against the terrorists and the extremists. So now they don't look like the bad guys. So when they wage the war, nobody can put the finger or the blame on them because they're just defending their country.
You just described, but you just described a video game. But what I'm trying to ask you is,
the video game is reality.
Because let me ask you the question: why? Because the thing is, why? I would be in a collision course or trying to compete with someone.
Let me answer.
And what I'm saying is, today, the way the world stands, you've admitted that the West leads it.
Did my man just say it is a video game? I'm done.
It is a video game.
That is what he said.
Basically,
it is a video game. Big up YouTube, bro. I love that.
Nomad.
I was in the back crying.
Nomad, the answer to that question, my brother, what is the point? Why are they at war with Islam?
My time is asking.
Waxa weydiinaysa, yeah? Maxay Islam kala dagaalamayaan? Why would they go to war with Islam? What are they to gain out of it? Right?
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Is that the question you're asking?
But,
Okay, here's the answer. Here's the answer.
If I'm already the bully, why am I fighting with the new kid? Like,
okay, here's the answer. Here's the answer. They know, yeah, that Islam is sahih. It's the right thing. Yeah, they're scared of it. They're scared of it. Hold on, let me finish, guys. They're scared of it. Do you know why? Because the biggest church in the world, yeah, the biggest church in the world for hundreds of years, the biggest church in the world, yeah, became a mosque, kid. And it was written in this. It was written in a book, yeah, that came several hundred years prior to. Do you get it? So they're shit scared. Well, we're greedy. So anywhere it starts, yeah, they need to stamp on it because they think it's coming for them. Do you understand? And the reality is, yeah, do you know what I mean? It would. There's a
fear in the heart of the West.
Yes, there's a fear because yeah, that can we're chahilin way and wala. Do you get me? They want to live.
Is there an actual war against the West coming from Islam?
Can I just
I don't. Well, look. Let me just finish. Yes.
Let's be honest.
I would say. Listen. I would say yes, but it's not a united front. Like for example, Macron. What he's trying to do is he's trying to get NATO, yeah, to fight against Islamism, inverted commas. Anyway, he wants them to fight against Islamism, yeah, and he thinks, yeah, they should focus on them for the next how many years? NATO should go against all Islamic terrorists, etc. In West Africa, North Africa, etc. Yeah, that to me, yeah, is the direction that they want to go in, bro. I want to fight against Islamism. This is the leader of France, right? Now, in terms of the Muslims defending us, wallahi, to be fair, no, there's no active coalition. There's no active coalition, but the only people that are standing up for Muslims, yeah, whether it be on a political level or it be on a ideology level, is Turkey.
Okay, can I just reply to you?
Yeah, also there is an ayah says, "Waddu law takfuruna kama kafaru." They would love to make you kuffars as they are kuffar. That's also
exactly. That's why they're teaching our kids today, yeah, that it's okay for them to change a gender.
Really good point. I've got a really good point. So
go ahead, yes.
And this is the difference between AB and you. I agree that there are people that are fighting against countries that are Muslim majority. I agree, but I don't agree that they're fighting against them because they are Muslim. I agree. I think they're fighting against them because they want their power and their resources. They want their resources.
Oh yeah, and at the same time, Walala, yeah, they want to destroy. Listen, they want to destroy this ideology. Walala, this ideology, yeah, that is the they want to destroy it.
Maybe the right answer is like because they got. Yes.
I have a really good
let me say this. Like, can they? You said that.
Let me just finish my point, and I swear you talk to them. Basically, when you look at the war on terror, for example, when they fought against Syria, the Syrian government wasn't a Muslim country. Even when they fought against Iraq. I mean, Iraq was a Shiite country.
Can I just answer that? Well, Syria was allied with Iran, and Iran is classed as a Muslim Shia country.
Give me a second.
Okay.
This idea that they're fighting because they're Muslim, that's delusional talk. What they are fighting for is neutral.
Oh, man.
It's power.
Wow.
When already we were told in the Quran.
You're not well versed in history, bro. Wallahi billah. You're not well versed in politics, bro.
The reason when these Somali brothers tell me they're fighting for Somali people, they're not. So they just want to control.
When Tony Blair said, "I want to destroy Islam," when Tony Blair clear-cut said, "I want to destroy the ideology of Islam," you're saying
he actually said
Islam.
That? Hold on. Salafi. Where?
Yes.
Prove that to me.
I'll give it. I'll put it in the back right now, fam.
Please. One more
thing. I want to answer also to GS. GS, let me listen to this. You said they need their power to exist in Muslim countries, right?
Yes, they want power.
Okay. Let me say this. How can they get when there is a strong Muslim presence in the Muslim countries?
What they do is they fund Islamist extremists. They create these schools and hospitals that are against the people that are in these countries.
So you're saying the same then. You're saying the same. They destroy us first.
Yeah, I agree with you. But the problem I have is this idea that they're fighting because
I think Nunumad has the answer, right?
Let me come in for a second. If the West wanted to destroy Islam, 30 years ago, when they started funding the Wahhabi schools, the Wahhabi school of thought, they didn't have to do that. The reason they did that.
There we go. Come on, bro. Like, come on.
Warjiyasu ilahay ilashado walaal Islamka. Nin gaala ma ilashado, nin Arab ma ilashado, nin Somali ma ilashado, ilahay ilashado. This is all God's plan, walaal.
Give me a second, please. When they had 30 years ago, when they have the opportunity, they didn't do that because they understand that if Muslim people are united, if there's a consensus that you call another Muslim, there is no terrorism. They don't want that. But it's not
absolutely, I agree 100% with you. Yeah,
power. If it was the Chinese people, though, they're gonna fight against the Chinese people now. It's moved on now. They've conquered their 7 countries, and now you're gonna see the next war. We're already starting to see the slow motion, which is China. That's the reality, man. Before it was the European, it was the Russians. Come on, man.
So they cannot eliminate the whole Muslims, so they destroy. Like
exactly, they destroy. Look, GS, let me show you. Yeah, Islam is a way of life, right? So what they want to do is destroy your way of life, yeah, so they can implement their way of life. So how are you going to tell me they're not warring against Islam?
They don't care about your way of life. They care about your money.
No, they do care about your way of life. That's why they teach your kids. That's why they want to teach our kids something different.
No, they don't. That's the
Yo, they got the money, my brother. They got the money.
Bro,
they got the money.
It's their money, their resources, the country. They want to control that. That's what
why, bro? Hold on. But GS, why? GS, why? Because look, if we have a Muslim leader, let's say Somalia today, it was a whole nation, one nation, yeah, all put together. We had an Islamic leader, yeah. We have Islamic courts, yeah, and we have a mad military, just like we had during Ziyad by this time. What's gonna happen? They're gonna go against Ethiopia, aren't they? And what religion is Ethiopia? Do you get it? You get me? Islam the way to come at you is to fight your ideology, to fight your belief
what do you know about the notion? What do you know about the notion of Dal Harb Dal Islam? Can you explain to me that notion? Dal Harb Dal Islam.
Darul Harb. Darul Harb is
Mahaladaha. Can you just explain the notion for everybody that doesn't understand?
There's 3 there's Darul Harb, Darul Islam, and Darul Kufr, right? Darul Kufr is basically like UK is Darul Kufr. I wouldn't say there's any country today that's Darul Harb is basically when a Muslim when there's an actual battle between a Muslimin and the Kuffar Mushrikeen. I don't think there's a war on Islam in terms of the people. There's a war on the ideology, but not on the people. So I wouldn't class any of these countries as Darul Harb. Darul Islam is a country
separating the people from the ideology. You're separating the people from the ideology.
Yeah. And Darul Islam is.
What about the Chinese? What they're doing to the Muslims, to the Rohingya Muslims?
If it's Darul Harb, if you're saying China is Darul Harb, it's wajib upon the Muslim to do jihad against them. So I don't know.
Situation, I'm not gonna lie to you. That situation is jihad. Wallah. That situation, 100%. You get it? But yeah, me personally, from an Islamic point of view, jihad al-nafsi, hence why I can't go into nothing like that. Do you get it? Everybody has to overcome their own jihad al-nafsi in order to be ready for jihad. Do you get me? Even the British government knows that situation is jihad, bruv. You know what I mean? That's why the British government is now, and look, the Labour, Conservatives, they're all coming against this thing, trying to say, yo, sort out that situation, Rohingya Muslims. Why? Because they know one can't, one time, get it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, bro.
Trust me. Like breakfast.
That's what I'm saying. They don't want to wake us up there. So what they want to do, that's why Imaka, you see the Western society going against China and saying, yeah, you're abusing human rights. Why have they not told them this a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? It's now because Turkey, Brunei, all the Muslim countries are saying, nah, we're not having it anymore. The Muslims are waking up. And they know, and they know that is a justified jihad situation. Do you get it? They know that. Do you get me? They know that Western powers know that. But what they've done, hold on, let me finish. Let me just finish. But what they've done, is like they've made us so Islam to the point where we can't even recognize jihad.
Okay,
that's true, man.
That's the end game.
Give me a second.
Yeah, to brainwash.
Donald Trump was talking about anti-China before he got elected, which is 4 years ago. So let's put that down.
Not anti-China, I'm on about the situation with the Rohingya Muslims, brainwashing, taking their hair, selling their hair, doing this, slavery,
Please,
it's a Holocaust. It's a Holocaust.
Please don't interrupt me.
To the highest order.
First of all, that's not the West, that's China. China have their own politics, their own agenda.
Communism, China, but
listen to what I'm saying, GS. Listen to what I'm saying.
Hear me,
China is not.
But you've not heard what we're saying, GS. What we're saying is,
let him talk. Let him finish, guys.
No, but he's answering. He's answering something he thought he heard.
Give him.
He's answering something he thought he heard.
Exactly. We got to ourselves like 30 seconds, guys. Come on.
Let him land, but I don't want to hear about Wahhabism. Let him land.
So basically, what China what they realize with China now is China starting to get technology and become different from the rest. Before they were provided, there was a hierarchy. China now want to compete with the West, where they have their technology, stuff like the iPhone, but sophisticated technology. They want to directly compete with America. Hence, they are scared that China will become more powerful than them. That's why they're after China now, and that's what they realized. Because they don't want some equal. For example, the Soviet Union. Why would they get the Soviet Union? Because it was about power. You people are, in my opinion, what you guys are saying, it doesn't make. It's like you believe in. And this is so important. You guys literally believe that a Muslim government or a Muslim country is going to protect you guys. Delusional talk, wow.
That's no man. That's why they That's why they want to let him finish, wallah, because he's not even talking about what we were talking about. I did.
Exactly, bro, man.
He did.
No, he never, man.
No,
He
you
answered a
didn't,
whole different question,
hold on, Salafi. Let me go and rewind it, wallah, yeah. Yeah, what I said to you, GS, yeah. The Rohingya Muslims, waxa lagu sameynaya in China, walala, yeah. Western leaders have not been talking about this for years, but all of a sudden they're talking about it. Why? Because Muslim kaya so tosi so chetsanaya. Me famty. Now you're right in saying China, they've got to a level, walala, yeah, where they've got the Western powers looking at them thinking, wow, okay, right, they're almost competing with us. Do you get it? So that's why they're using this situation, Rohingya Muslims, yeah. It's the same thing they did. It's the same thing they did with the Russia-Afghanistan situation. Remember how they invested in the Mujahideen, yeah, to fight their other enemies. Right now, that's what they're doing. They're using, yeah, their other enemy, Islam, yeah, to come against the Chinese, the other enemy. Do you get it? Islam ke doon any Western powers ku yadano rahan.
You know, the more I'm listening and the more I'm hearing everybody's perspective. So Malibo waranahay mahorta all six of us here. So Malibo waranahay somo.
Saha.
Adan egno. I think that we should start creating countries based on ideologies and what we want from our societies. Because at the end, what keeps coming back is what type of society would we rather live in, right? I think that's what it kind of comes down to at the end of the day. Do you want a society where gays are accepted? Do you want a society where gays are mistreated? Do you want a society that the way to we can't be snowflakes. We can't be
there's no question about
let's just talk about it.
Forget about it.
Do you want a society where people can say whatever they want? Do you want a society where people can worship whatever they want? Do you want a society where
we don't want that.
It's closed? Do you want a society where women and men are separate? These questions, I think, the fundamentals of these questions.
I say that we want
anything, anything.
Listen, waxaasoo dhan mid kale ku kala baxna walaal soo dmaan oran Soomaali ma tiidin ha waan nahay Soomaalinimada maxaa ka soo horeysa Islaam ka soo horeysa Islaam ma nahay ha Islaamku ma ogola khaniisnimada ninkii khaniis doonaya orad albaabka ka bax walaal dhinaca baxdeesta booda ka soo you get me bro so meesha walaal yeah inshallah what I hope yeah and we should all strive for is to have and live in inshallah an Islamic nation. You get it?
But that has not been working, AB. It's poetic and it's nice to hear.
Who said it's not working? We've never tried it.
We haven't tried it.
We haven't tried it. Nomad. When have we tried it?
Somaliland, Somalia, Jubaland, you put them on Soanayo. Muslim. Let's be fucking honest.
You're talking about the people.
No. We are not.
Okay, no. Hold on, Salif. Hold on.
Uniting. Let me just finish, please. We're not uniting around the things that you guys want to unite, and it's been years that has not happened. So let's be honest about it.
Can we differentiate?
Do you know why? Nomad, hold on, Telef. Do you know why? Well, we are not uniting, yeah, on the things we should be uniting on. Well, yeah, cadowgeena ina kala saaray. Soomaalidu iskuma laha anymore. Do you know that? Well, Nomad, Somalia, Mogadishu, all these places, bro, yeah, that come under this blue flag, yeah, does no longer belong to Somali people. Well,
ABO, well, I'll say your head. I hear you, but I'm tired of being a victim. Wallah. We at one point why not I'm bored no one naga adkaaday oo khalas oo jaba joogsanayna aba why not orno rag baan no we can take
okay calanka iska dhigan kulay anu calanka iska dhig
if we perpetually blame others for our mishaps then we're never gonna. It's like we're running on a treadmill, bro.
No, look. When I'm saying, look, hold on. When I'm saying to you, Walala, yeah, the Somalis do not own Somalia anymore. I mean, the Somalis do not have the right to make their own decisions in terms of whether they want to unite, whether they want to do this, whether they want to do that. Do you get it? iyagu ikhtiyaarkii ma balaha inay iyagu isku iman lahayeen iyo waxyaabaha ku the agenda that they should be discussing on the table is not set by Somalis. Does that make sense? Yeah, right, whether you like it or not, that's the reality. Well, that needs to change. Do you get it? And the only way for that to change, is for the failed state of Somalia to, what's the word I'm looking for? Discontinue, to not exist anymore. Do you get me? Because lacagtii lagu leeyahay walaal waddankaya weligeed kama dhamaanayso walaal. Soomaalidu weligood ma yeelanayso Somalia again if it still exists as the old Somalia. Do you get it?
We owe reparations, man. That's why we're owed, fam. We owed a lot of lag. They need to pay off them.
By who?
I don't know why.
By who?
What do you mean by who, man? What the fuck, man? By Italy, by Britain, by Maharada, the ones who smoke Somalia, they owe us reparations. Just the way the Jews them got reparations
Somalis
for
are
what?
smoking Somalis walaal. So
We
where's
know about that,
reparations
man.
there?
We know about that, man. We know about Somalia smoking Somalia. There's no reparations for that, man. I'm talking about foreign countries coming into Somalia and taking what they want, resources, minerals, and then going out with them. It's like, let me give you an example, right? We migrated
in Somaliland, we signed a contract with the British Protectorate
to Somalia. Let's say they took £1 million. For example, £1 million in Somalia.
Shut up for a minute, man. We made a rule where they couldn't even marry in our country. They couldn't even have a baby in our country, bro. Learn your history, bro. We didn't surrender. We surrendered when fellow Somali people like Siad started killing everybody. That's when Somalia broke up, man. That's the reality, bro.
Yo, shut your mouth, man. You're lucky my internet died off, man. Shut your mouth, man. Learn to have some respect, bro, man. Look at my internet off, bro. What's wrong with this cat, man? Why you cutting people off, bro?
Oi, prof, calm yourself down, little shit.
When it can, bro, man. I swear that cutting me off every time I speak, man. What's wrong with it?
Come on, lads. We're all grown ass adults, man. Behave yourselves.
Yeah, I gotta chat to your boy, man. I swear that, man.
I'll just come back here. I'm just hearing some swearing. Please. Well, I don't want to be mothering no one, timing off anyone. We're grown ass adults. Big game and go cutting shit. Don't go scan out of this internet. Please.
We're here. No matter. Makuwa shika na walaal inay Muslim nahay.
Listen, we're Muslim.
anigu waxaan ku heshiinayna waxa weeye intaan Soomaali nahay.
Kuma heshiin kartid inay Muslim nahay miya?
Xakaasaan isugu imanayna walaal. Intaan Soomaali
way hidaw ciladu xagaas ka iman hadaba way walaal.
ciladu xaka ma imanayso.
Wallahi ka imanayso. Wallahi. Waayo suugan ku dhameeyay. Let me finish, yeah. Sababtu xaga uga imanayso walaal, yeah. Somali is identity or nationality that's a secular idea. Western democracy ku keentay identity kan Soomaalida. Jigami Soomaalida waa isku imanayna. Jigami no walaal. Look, Islam ahaan ayaan isku imanayna. If we're not the same religion now.
laftigaagu AB. Inta Muqdisho laga xukumo diidan tahay. Laftigaagu.
Of course. Why Muqdisho? Why? No. I tell you for why.
So Islam is not unifying no one.
Listen, because Mogadishu is not Muslim. Mogadishu is Islam. Mogadishu does not run on Islam. Somaliland is more Islamic than Mogadishu. Wallahi, you know why? Because waxaan ku leedahay, yeah. Anaku ummadda Soomaalida, yeah, bilaash uma dilno walaal. Bilaash iskuma layno. Bilaash dhiig uma daadino. Dadkii dhiiga daadee waa dad xanuunsanaya, ama waa dad waalan walaal. Oo doonaya in la xiro. Listen, waa dad doonaya in la xiro, waa la soo qabtaa, waa la xiraa, sharciga lagu maamulaa.
Muslim.
Ayo.
Ma Muslim ba mise Muslim ma?
أنا وحنا نقول دولة الصومالية. أنا وحنا نقول دولة الصومالية. يا يمي يشرع كل رقم توالى يا مسلم ما ها أنكل يا نو. That's why مقدش مدونين يا جماعة.
I don't know. Molid, I think Molid is
Somaliland is the same new man.
Okay.
So what's the solution?
Wallahi, it's the first time some Somali are more religious than others. No, wallahi.
No. Maulid, fan. Hold on. Let's not misunderstand here, boys. Yeah. You know why I said to you, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, because there are ladies listening out there as well. Yeah. What I'm saying is, yeah, Somalia, Mogadishu, yeah, Mogadishu meeshan la yiraahdo Somalia, yeah, sharcigii lagu dhaqmi lahaa meeshaasi walaalayaa, sharcigii Islaam laha. Yeah, sharcigii Islaamna uma dhawaa. Ma fahmaysaa? Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. Tan Somaliland taala ayaa boqolkiiba uga dhow Islaamka. Yeah.
Wow. Molid,
it's a reality. Come on.
Maybe I've got a question for you. Yeah, if so, and this is important because for me personally, even if Somalia was run by, as Abu says, his perfect version of Salafi, Wahhab, whatever Islam is perfect, I will not accept that as Somaliland, and I will fight against that.
Hold on. What did you say? What would you fight against? If what?
Do you believe? If the Muqdisho was controlled by a Somali Muslim under the Sharia, under the version, the Orthodox version that you and my other brother Salafi talk about, would you follow them?
Allahu Akbar, I will follow them head first, Neo man.
Takbir, Rabti. Are you mad? Takbir, Rabti.
Wallah,
Allahu Akbar. Abti, maxaan ula ciwaayay ummadayda? Why not? It doesn't even matter if he's Somali, bro. He could be, bro. He could be Greek. He can be Chinese, Spanish. Yeah. If he's telling me he's gonna rule over Sharia Islam, yeah, 100% why not?
100%, yeah.
This is where.
That's what the deen tells us, Neo, man. Wallah, what can we do?
Muslim community, being a Muslim comes first. Being Islam comes first.
Let Molly speak. Let Molly speak, man. Wallah, he hasn't spoken for some time now.
You know what? Let me just reply to him.
All right, go ahead.
The reality is, and this is important, even though, like, I think, I have a lot of respect for AB, I disagree with him a lot, but I actually respect him. That's important to understand. Even though AB says that, the majority of Somaliland, the day they start implementing their version of Islam into the state of Somaliland, I promise you, people in Somaliland will wake up and they will literally there will be a civil war.
What the hell?
Sorry, hold on. GS, let me understand you well. What did you say? The day what?
Simply just saying that Islam is the problem. Do you understand that?
Hold on. Let's see if we understood GS correctly. Yeah, GS, say it again, please. Yeah. So you're saying the day that, let's say, so we're speaking about the hypothetical Mogadishu, the Islamic law, and the day they implement that in Somaliland. What? So the leadership coming from Mogadishu to Somaliland.
Yes. There will be a civil war.
Okay, and I'll tell you for why. Walal, yeah, it would happen in stages. Walal, they can't just come in the morning and say, yeah, we're gonna take over, we're ruling you. No, there would be conversations that would take place. Walal, madaxweyneyadu way sheekaysan lahayn, yeah. Ummadu waa runtahay, ummadu way diidi lahayn in Mogadishu laga maamulo, in caalamka buluuga lagu maamulo. Yeah, way diidi lahayn ummadu, yeah. Laakiin hadda ummadu arkayaan inay ummad Islaam tahay waxani ay doonaysa in Islam maamulaan. Yeah, Islam Mamul being the key word, yeah. So to govern together, yeah, ain't no Somali gonna refuse that, because that makes it stronger.
GS has a point. You don't speak
the majority of Somali people think like me. People who don't Somaliland think like me.
Wariyahe, GS, I am you, Walal. I agree. I do not want Mogadishu to rule over me ever. I do not want to see that happen, Walal. But like, if it's an Islamic state, listen. But if it's an Islamic state, yeah, if it's an Islamic nation, yeah, and our headquarters is there, I'm fine with that. Deen to Islam, Walal. Never ever.
I'm not being radical for what I'm saying. I'm just saying the majority of Somalilanders.
No, you're right. Wallah, you're right. It would take 20 to 30 years. Yeah, it would take 20 to 30 years no. Listen, it would take 20 to 30 years. Yeah, to indoctrinate the population of Somaliland. Yeah, to come back in the direction of Mogadishu. 20 to 30 years.
And that would be a lot of soft power if they use any.
Well, wallahi, AB, you are pessimistic about the Islam world. I want to see the Islamic Caliphate.
So do I. Alhamdulillah,
20 years of Somaliland. How are you expecting the whole Muslim to be united?
hadday arkayso walaal daawo hadday Somaliland Hargeysa caasimad oo maanta arkayso Muqdisho diin ku dhaqmayso 100% diintii sharciga Islam ku dhaqmaysa iyagu way ku dayan lahayn. You know why? Because there would be some people within Somaliland that would be like, yo, I want that, bruv. I want Islam first. Do you get it? So they would be forced to act upon the same, bros. If
but
they're not
going to join them. AB, Islam is a very subjective thing because Mawlid hakutiri Mogadishu diinte haysato waxa daantata Somaliland Hargeysa laga haysto.
Currently yes.
Okay, so how is Mawlid going to accept that? Mawlid maxaa Islam ka lagu dhaqmo in Mogadishu mu ka dhayltay ka Hargeysa lagu dhaqmo.
Well, it's like it depends how he speaks about it.
Governance. I'm about governance.
The same way. Mamulka maybe he's talking about
Mamulka.
Mamulka debatable way because Somaliland is a short place why region ka area high dadka way siqaanin inta tribes aad u kala duwan yihiin. So the south is not the same as the Waqooyi, right?
No, but Islamically, is it the same or no?
No. I see what you can do. Violence. That you know, شعبك مسلم يا محقر سنة.
marka waxaan lahay the point I'm trying to make waxa weeyaan AB adu muslimkii dhexdoodii kala naqshaqeydanayo head how is that ever going to be the thing that governs the whole people? It's not.
People soo jeeda ina 20 years qaadanays in ay midoobaan Soomaaliya
Kumaan oran waxaan ku yiri yeah daawo Soomaaliya iyo Somaliland marka la eego maanta walaalayaa Somaliland waxay jirtay since 1991 Soomaha ya dadka waxay qaatay 30 sanadood ilaa maanta 30 sanadood ay laga dhaadhicinay hold on bro please 30 sanadood laga soo dhaadhicinay dadkan yaa inuu wadankoogu jiro ya you can't tell them tomorrow morning mate this shit doesn't exist anymore do you get it it's going to take generations Arkid do you get it now if you disagree with that yeah it's maybe because you don't want
No, I'm not saying also Birito to be united. Like, I'm saying that I'm just like I'm optimistic.
وان فهمي واحد هذا ولا لكن AB وحو differentiation كده كان Somali وحيري هو ضد الكوفرتون الدين تي هايستان وكف ضد هاي ضد كان
كمان أورنا صلى على النبي قصة النبي
صح معهم
لا عليه السلام I did not say that walaalo yeah I said diinta sharciga lagu dhaqmo yeah marka dawladda Muqdisho la eego dawladda Hargeysa joogta yeah tan Hargeysa joogta ayaa boqolkiiba boqol diin ahaan ku dhaamta does that make sense no man
example bixi like from wuxuu khayr buuxi ku dhaam
with example comes clarity man
please we need examples
bixi
I would rather you see it with your own eyes and I would want you guys in la socotiin la socda dawladaha Soomaaliya iyo Soomaaliya waxay sameeyaan you need to be in this boys wallahi no you need to be in this you need to be amongst it okay so the other day did you hear about the law that they changed in Somalia whereby what was it I think they accepted homosexuality and a few other things were you guys aware of that let me just find out I'll come back to you give me a minute
it's not actually
I will go find the evidence I will go find evidence
but it's not accepted man
it's not accepted so why it didn't pass in parliament.
No, it's not passed in parliament. Homosexuality. No way. She tried to do it, man.
Who tried
that lady, right? You're talking about that lady, right?
Yeah.
Nakta. I forgot her name on that. Yeah, it's not passed through parliament, man. It's not passed. I don't think so.
Let me come back to you guys anyway.
I think the parliament still going to be
homosexuality in Somalia. Come on.
okay. For example, yeah, Arintasi that got to the parliament of Mogadishu. Well, how the fuck would that ever fucking come anywhere near the Hargeisa parliament? Ever? You mad, fam? That's the difference. That's one example. That's just one example.
Okay. How about Abar's school? Where is taught like Nizam Galo school? Done school Galwa.
Mahai?
Abarso school. Do you know Abarso school?
Not specifically, no. Which one are you referring to? Like, Abarso, listen, Abarso is a whole region, like not a region, but like a little small city.
There is a school called Abarso. It belongs. America belongs to the school.
Okay, it's an American school, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. It's taught how the Americans taught in their schools.
Come on.
Okay, what's that got to do with Somaliland? You should agree.
What are we about, bro, man?
Who has the system?
Hold on. You're telling me, yeah, in order to have a school there, it goes through the part. No, it doesn't.
100%, bro. You can't create a school inside the UK without getting legislated by the UK. You can't just create a school out of nowhere. You have to go through certain legislations. You have to pass certain stuff.
There's existing there's existing legislation, processes, and procedures, yeah, that allow you to create a school. You don't need to create a whole new law. Are you mad? Hold on. Salafi, are you actually saying, yeah, that MPs need to come into parliament and actually vote on whether there should be a new school somewhere in the country? You've lost the plot.
The government knows about that school, man. The government has to know about that school. The government knows about that school created by America.
One more thing. AB,
what is the point you're trying to make? What is the point you're trying to make? How is that? Look, I'm not Korea.
The government allowed the school.
Listen. Come back to the point. Rewind, Molly.
AB, listen.
Retract it.
There's another school called the Young Muslim School. There's a book taught in that school. The book says that Jesus is the Son of God.
Come on, Daniel.
Say that again, Walalo.
Say that again.
There is a school, it's called the Young Muslim, and there is a book in that school that the children are taught. The book says that some of these paragraphs says that Jesus is the Son of God.
Okay, so hearsay is not going to work, Walalo. Hearsay is not going to work. I know what I didn't think automatically. listen salaf ayaa soo saaray waxa ay sheegaysa walaal heesay weeyaan ilaa ay caddeyn soo saartid ama qof kale ay confirm gareyn karaan waxa
the people let me say this no it's a documented waa soo daawan kartaa deep there is a people oo ilmo inta kala carareen oo Soomaaliland la tageen when iskoolku waxay geeyeen oo young Muslims and they have seen this and waxay dhaheen inta badaran ilmeen waa kala bixeena there is a story you can just like make research about it
والله وامن سنه I believe you man
is it the policy of the government?
That's what I'm thinking, GS. Like, I don't know where these guys are going with it. They're clutching at straws, but let's come back with another one with them. Let's come back with another one, yeah? Somalia look burburinayo. Actually, I don't like this. Well, nah, I can't be doing this, because it makes me look like a hater. I don't hate Somalia, you get me? Like, khairan rich here, you get me? In a school, you know, Sudan. مسحسنا لكن سي وحن أنك أجلس كأني كلية هاي دين توالا غفي عني هاي مقدشو يا so bad ولا so bad ما ولا so bad ولا please ولا so bad جميل وقتنا كلية عرنتني يا برلمانك الصومالي لان الباب كيك ما بيسو قاعد لهين جميل يضل يراهو خني سمح هي let alone have a vote on it. Have you lost the plot, kid? Come on.
They would be away in Somaliland. You know the way it would be. If for example, if Somalia was getting listen, I actually have no problem with people who are foreigner having places to practice in Somalia. It's actually acceptable in Islam. Okay, so I have no problem with that. How it would happen in Somalia and how it happened in Somaliland, for example, the LGBT, which is actually a British law, the one they follow in Somaliland is a British law. It would happen, and this is important, it would happen if it was in the condition of Somalia becoming recognized. If Somalia was able to
repeat that again.
What's it?
You say LGBT will be recognized in Somaliland. Repeat that again, Con.
I'm being honest with you, there is a way that would happen. If Somaliland was recognized, just give me a second, let me finish, man. If Somalia was about to be recognized and the people that were recognized in this country, one of the terms that they put was that you couldn't stone gay people to death or you couldn't kill gay people, that would actually get through Somaliland in parliament.
You can't stone gay people. Listen, so what you're telling me is basically Somaliland, they don't want to why not Tiraha?
No, I never said that. I never said that to you. I said to you, if it happened that one of the laws that had to be passed is that you couldn't, for example, Somaliland doesn't even do this now. That's why I was talking about it doesn't kill gay people. No one in Somalia gets arrested or killed for being gay. No one cares.
So what you saying, Somalia? Hold on, I'm confused.
Somalia
will do everything to get
Please give me a second. On paper, there is a law against it. It's not practiced within the country. So if Somalia was getting recognized and one of the things that the country had to do, or one of the principles they had, is to abandon that law, that would be able to get through parliament. I'm being honest with you, people. That's the only way that I can actually get into
That's your opinion, guys. Listen, hold on. That's your opinion, guys. Because as far as I know, the constitution of our land, you get me? Wah sharciga dinta kasoo horjeeda, maba ogola sharciga Somaliland inay soo dhex gasho. Does that make sense? For example, my sister, is she's an activist in it, and she wanted a law to be passed in Somaliland. You get me? The same law that she had passed in the UK, Australia, America, and all these other places. You get me? She wanted that law passed. Yeah. You know what she did in February of 2018? No, wait there. Yeah, so January of 2018, I was there for a funeral. She sent me the draft bill. She said to me, Abdel Saq, like, you're at the family hotel, you're with the politicians, you know what I mean? And that has to get to the president within a week or so. Yeah. So, bruv, do you know what I did? I read the bill, the draft bill, and I laughed at her and I said to her, well, they're gonna laugh at me. I'm not gonna embarrass myself. Do you get me? What I'll do is I'll give it to Abtio, And if Abtio tells you that it's not worth even like, or the other then there's no point. Do you get me? Parliament would madaf solal. Guled hotel, restaurant, madaf so shekalasi. Do you get it? Hagasa lagu shekena, hagasa lagu dhamaynaya. Do you get it?
Yeah. But what was the law? What was the bill?
It was to do with FGM Walal, and basically, unfortunately, that bill that the Conservative government of the United Kingdom wanted passed in Somaliland was anti-Islamic. Do you get it?
Why was it anti-Islamic?
Because we did now waxyaabaha kitaabka ku jira suuratu Nisaa waxyaabaha Ilaahay subhanahu wa ta'ala inaka inoo ogol yahay ayay iyagu doonayeen inay xaramtimeeyaan. Permisa. For example, Jess, let me give you an example. Yeah, like if a sister's specific organs are overgrown, yeah, and a maradu diba sokala, yeah, for them to have a surgical treatment, yeah. Not FGM. I'm not saying FGM as in like rip the thing off, bruv. No, for then in etc. There is processes and procedures that Islam finds acceptable for us to do. But in this law, they wanted to completely ban that. Do you get me?
Yes. AB, I just want to go back to the idea. First of all, FGM, it's not within the 4 schools of Islam. Only one school allows it, so it's not something that can actually be taken apart. It's not something that's what you call university. It's not like the foundation, the red lines, okay? So, and another point, all they would have to do in Somaliland is just to overthrow that. They would actually have, this is the thing, if Somaliland wanted to do that, they would actually have to make legalize same-sex relationships. They would just have no law for it, which is currently what they do now. Because no one in Hargeisa ever.
Say that again.
No one in Hargeisa gets arrested for being gay.
You lost it.
Because there is no game.
Jess, how many times? Hold on, Jess, how many times have you been to Somaliland? Wow.
We need to get Somaliland.
I lived for a year and a half.
Hold on. Yeah. Jess, how many times?
Last time I went with, I think it was not this February, the February before.
Have you been once or more than once?
I've been probably like 3 or 4 years of my life as an adult.
As an adult, mashallah, okay. And you're telling me you've not even heard Dalinyara that accuse another Dalinyara, and you've not seen that other Dalinyara get investigated. Bro,
if you wanted the GAY, go to Facebook and you see probably hundreds of them. No one.
No. What I'm trying to say to you is, look, for example, I know in Dahiga, yeah. In my area, yeah. 2 kids were messing about, like 15, 16 kada, yeah. You know me? One of them, yeah, must have slapped the other one's ass. You know me? All of the kids in the area started saying, "How wakhanis." You get me? Boom, bro. Askarta message like straight away. You know me? Ninki rerkoga lo gay, rerkoga lo horfadistay, yeah. In a concord, this shit got investigated, bro. Do you get it?
That's right.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. That's very minimal, and no one cares about it in a case. It's not a big deal.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's clearly your opinion. You want to have that opinion, that's fine, but you can't say this and that based on your opinion,
I think I'm for Somaliland, man. I don't know why you speak for Somaliland. AB speak for Somaliland, man. Wallah, you're just trying to
embarrass the whole Somaliland. I'm not going to speak for Somaliland because I can't speak for all of Somaliland. GS has a right to speak for Somaliland in certain points.
No, he has no right, bro. The way he's speaking, fam. He's trying to say, like, gay, this, LGBT, this.
Come on, fam. I told you the process, and AB could be honest with me. If it came to Somalia's recognition and that law had to be passed, I think there would be a majority of Somaliland people that wouldn't care. As long as they go.
No.
You lost it. No. You're telling me, yeah.
I'm here for you, Zelazi.
Oh, Maverick's here. Maverick, walk on.
I'm here for you. What's happening?
You're for me. Are you? Ooh, okay. Go on.
Working again. How but yeah. Let's do this.
Way arrintu ogta waxaan ka sheekaysanayna Maverick Stoker. What's the
wada sheekada adiga daqiiqad kadib aan soo galayaa. Wada sheekada.
Okay, sorry, 1 second. Who's that? You can come in. Who's this? Hello. Salam alaikum. Salam.
Khalid Aywer.
Wallah, khairan wallah.
Big up, man.
Yeah, big up.
Come on.
ورورتو نيكن محل new nomad there's a video him in he's getting interviewed by this Pakistani guy. Is that you, Walal?
Yes. Sorry, no, I was away from the computer. Yeah, ويديني اشياء كده.
أنا كويديني you were
I know.
How is basically what already said your life was better when you left Islam. Is that
you? Okay, so I think what you're doing and taking snippets without the whole context. So I know you don't like things.
No, but in the video, was that you? That's what I'm asking, isn't it? Oh, okay, that's
it is. Oh, that's you in the video.
Yeah, bro. Well, do you have any other questions? Let's be immature. You have to be mature about it. Well, no, I don't know why you guys are like snowflakes. There are other human beings.
Snowflakes. I just asked you a question.
One at a time, you lot, man.
I told you guys for real who I am, and it seems like you're triggered by it. Like you guys should grow up a little bit.
And then
why not? Come on, bro. So I know you came in with the.
Stacks, allow it, man. Why don't you, fam?
Here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you.
Let the man speak their way here.
There's background noise, bro. Is he mute?
Someone needs to mute their YouTube.
Yeah, that's Maverick thing, fam. I don't know what tech is with you, but it's the boy Maps and then carry on. Nah, it can't be me, man. Mike, check what you talking about. This is Android out here, fam.
Okay,
it's you, man.
Nah, it can't be me, fam.
Mute yourself. Look, mute yourself is gonna go. Okay, Bang is gone now.
Yeah, Maverick, go back to your YouTube and just mute it or something, or pause it or something.
Oh no, go in and come back in on side.
Ha. Ina Anud.
What's his name? Nomad and Sheikh Anud.
Ha. Ina Anud. maxaan ku raday waxaan dooninta ku weydiiyo is there maxaan ku raday sheekadan waan ka sheekaysanay had a few streams ago and how maxaan ku raday
I didn't know. I just came across that video recently. That's why I asked you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
I just want a confirmation from you.
Anytime, brother. It is me, Kago. And we can have a conversation anytime you want about.
Oh, okay. That's all I wanted to know. All right.
Okay.
Anyways, maxaa laga hadlayaa?
aad iyo aad ma santahay qalanjoy aad iyo aad ma santahay laakiin walaal I would never stand for all kufr thing, bro. You get it?
Yeah, you know a lot about the politics, but you never.
Anud ma maqasho anika waxa GS wuxuu dhahay from Somaliland about LGBT or homosexuality ma maqasho.
Why?
That was his opinion. Well, come on, man.
Yeah,
that's the opinion that should never be had, fam. Should never come across through your mind.
Here's the issue, Salaf. Yeah, the GS has with you. Well, you get me? Adunyadan kaliga maaha walaal. You get me? Adunyadan wax qasab la yiraahdo ma jirto walaal. Yeah. Ninkaas doonayo years walaal. Haduu ninkaas doonayo inuu xorriyadiisa ku hadlo, ha ku hadlo. Yeah. Soomaalideen waan la yaabaa. Listen, no, walaal, no, Soomaalida waan la yaabaa walaal. Yeah. Imaka ina kan caanood, yeah, come on in, yeah, and automatically you know matter you doona xorayo ninka diinta maxay adigu ha yemi walaal lakum diinakum wali diin la yiraahdo walaal yemi
listen walaal I was just asking let me reply question by way let me reply there. I just wanted to be clear whether it was him or not. That's all.
Why? Why is it relevant?
Why is it relevant? Why is it relevant to you? If I want to know
because I tell you for why. Because we're on Somali speakers. No. Let me explain. Listen. You answered my question. Yeah. You asked me a question. Well, I'll answer your question.
I didn't ask you a question.
You did. Okay. Sheeka aan ka sheekaysanayna wax kale. Yeah, ayaad ka soo dhex gashay meesha oo dhinac kale u jeedisay and you have no right to know.
Oh, the open panel Somaha.
It is an open panel. It is an open panel, but I would just appreciate. Listen. I would appreciate something more productive and intellectual.
What you mean productive?
Was that you in that video? How's that productive?
Okay, calm down, guys.
You have to adjust his point.
Hey, let me throw a little 2 cents here, then, innit? You see this gay business that people keep going on about, yeah? I would say Putin had the right answer. Like Russia's answer is very simple. As long as you don't promote it, we don't care what you're doing behind closed doors. Would you lot think about that? As long as it's not promoted, who cares what people do?
Yeah, George Bush said that too. It was like, don't ask, don't tell. Yo, I hear an echo.
You know what you do, yeah, Maverick, yeah? Just mute up. As soon as you answer a question, mute up. You have to keep that mute. Carry on, yeah. You want to answer that question.
I think you might have your speaker on the side. Put headphones in, man.
I can answer. Also, Islamic is the same. As long as you don't do it in front of the people, it's between in your blood. Between you and your blood.
No one can spy in your house, man. It's haram to do that.
Nobody will go to your home. It's between you and your Lord.
100%.
The point I was making, and this is important, within Somali culture, that has always been our culture. As long as you don't put it out there, no one gives a shit about you. Somali culture, because we're not really restricted. We have a certain way of thinking.
Yes.
We don't have that problem. Like we never had historically that problem. You don't go after people. Do you get it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you. AB. Okay, well.
How come brother,
I think me I'm so walaalkaaga runta noo sheeg brother. There was a guy called Mohammed who ran for the Conservative seat in Cardiff.
Okay, magacay aniga marka. Aniga magacay walaal.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying
magacay aniga. Khalid weydii magacay.
I'm not saying discover each other tonight. I'm not.
Listen.
I'm not having a go at you. AB.
No, I know you're not. But what is the relevance to this question? What is the relevance of that answer to you? What is the relevance? Why? Arrintan ka sheegsana maanta why is this even on the agenda? Why is it on the table?
But I just wanted to know.
Exactly.
What's bugging me.
Yes, that's my brother. Wallah, that's my big brother, and I love him, and I'm proud of him. Listen, I'm proud of him. Yeah, he didn't win. He didn't win, unfortunately.
But he did well. He
did his best. Bruv, you know what happened? Well, it's good to get
so many votes.
Bruv, listen, he was gonna win. But like, well, it's good to get Lib Dem and Labour came together and started campaigning together, knocking on doors, saying, yeah, instead of voting for Lib Dem, vote for Labour.
For a guy named Mohammed, Wallahi, he smashed it. 22,000 votes, you know? So that's not easy.
I think it was like 19,000, but I don't know.
I thought it was 22. Okay, no problem.
I'm not 100% sure. It's on the BBC website.
For him to get second, Wallahi, smashed it, man. I'm proud of that guy, man. I'm proud of that guy.
Mashallah.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. Thank you.
Yeah. It's just funny. Like we like to discover each other. It's fine, I guess, but you know what I mean. Sometimes it derails the whole conversation.
Nah, the reason why it was bugging me was because I was trying to figure. Hold on, we've got a whole Conservative MP, yeah, or Somali speakers. So I was thinking, Khalid must have smashed it or something, man. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, it's good to know when what he's saying.
Let's go back to the topic.
Bro, can I ask you something? Did you know I've got him on the Shukri Abdi video? I'm actually asking him questions.
Me or AB?
Or the same guy that you're talking about.
He's got my brother on there.
And I got Mark, the rapper. I'm speaking to you, though.
To me, Ocean.
Yeah, Ocean.
Yeah, what was your question?
Also, I've got the whole guy that you see, the guy you're talking about.
Mohammed Moore.
Yeah, I've got an actual interview with him on the Shukri Abdi video, but I think it got
He interviewed AB's brother.
On your channel? On your channel? Oh, I didn't see that, Wallah. I didn't see that, bro.
Yeah, with the rapper Moggs, couple of him. The Shukri Abdi thing.
So Khalid has the question.
No, I was thinking, if it's Mohammed on this panel, I was thinking Khalid's going up places, to get a whole MP on this team.
He's not an MP, Wallah. He's not an MP. He ran for election.
I'm sorry, he ran. He's not an MP, but he ran for a seat. Yeah. He didn't get it. Not in a proper MP, but yeah.
Don't worry, in 5 years, you guys are gonna say you need your first Somali billionaire.
Inshallah.
Say that again, There's already a Somali billionaire.
That's what I was going to think, bro. Listen,
I think he lives in the UK.
How about that?
The first one of Somali speakers.
Yeah, bigger. As long as you just, as long as you chop something in the PayPal, yeah, we're good, bro.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
And people hit the like button.
And as long as GS, we will be good, yeah. As long as you're not using that money to fund a neoliberalism or a liberal version of Somaliland. You get it?
Okay. AB, I want to come back.
Somebody run up another 5 bills in it for Khalid. Come on, guys. Somebody.
A lot of that was tax, though, innit, Khalid? A lot of it went tax, innit?
AB, I will spend all my money on promoting Sufism. So,
AB. Let me ask you one question. Well, let me ask you one question, Walad. Because out of the whole interaction, what we have proven is that not all Muslims think the same way. Some of them. If you're trying to establish an Islamic system, I'm trying to point out that not everybody is going according to the same thing.
So Somali first.
Islam first, man.
I think that's. Let me just say. Nomad.
Does that make sense, though? At least have intellectual honesty.
It makes sense. It makes sense, yeah. Listen, it makes sense, yeah. But yeah, there's a disease. you get me? And that disease, yeah, is the brainwashing, yeah, of Somali people, yeah, away from their religion. Wallah.
Khalid.
Yeah, my brother.
Khalid. Bro, if I send you a video of Saeed Ragi, would you play it?
Yes, put it in the back chat.
Oh, Saeed Ragi is a beautiful brother, man.
Yes, beautiful brother, right?
I actually love Saeed Ragi. I like it.
Wallahi.
Yeah. That's dope. Okay, you're talking about
I know the video you're gonna post on it.
You guys are talking about my neck of the woods, all right? We're not that far from each other, and he's Ragi. I've met him. What you have to understand is he himself. I think he was in Turkey. I'll post the video after to Salsa and Ituso. Like he himself had said something like, I think a good majority, a lot of the people. Somalida ciyaalkiini Soomaaliyeed way ka baxayaan diinta ayuu some of
said a lot of
and then he said let me finish don't get triggered guys don't get triggered the 2 seconds afford me 2 seconds let me finish I'll end and the kids that are leaving the religion are not the kids that are these are highly educated beings. Some of them. This is not me saying it. This is the sheikh that you respect saying it. Some of them. At some point, a freaking brain drain on our community. It's because what he's saying is true. There's going to be a brain drain. Hadi and Somali common denominator. That's my 2 cents. I don't know what you guys think. Don't be emotional. Don't be emotional. Like
it's not emotional, man.
Don't be emotional. Let's just talk about it. So.
Yeah. So, what Saeed Ragi said himself, we already know about it. There's Muslims who are leaving the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's without saying. We already know about that. Maverick, got your camera on, bro.
Wow, what
did Saeed Ragi have to say? What did he say?
What the?
That me or did he have a bit of hair?
What the? Hair transplant.
What I missed? I'm not in front of my computer.
Chill out, that wasn't me, man. Chill out. Chill out, man.
That don't look like him anyways.
Come on,
bro. Yo, Maverick,
by the time you see hair, you should know it's not me, bro.
You're right.
Good point.
Can I just make a
point? You were sitting. It's the way you were sitting. Yeah, it looked like you had a.
What are you saying? Is the mic better now? Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, much better.
Okay, K, 1 second. Do us a favor, K. Yeah. I beg of you, regulate the panel, man, because people are just gonna speak over each other, man. Regulate.
Listen.
We've been doing good tonight, though. Come on,
let's say something. Yeah, we've been doing good. Yeah, listen, lads. It's just respect. Well, you know what the time is, man. It's SS, yeah. But look, let's all just respect each other. Rugby win by whatever, innit? There's a good bunch. The team looks even. It looks like Walla Club Bahai. So let's get on, innit? Mavs on the table,
before you start, Maverick.
One thing. Can I say one thing? Yeah. You guys got like a bitch as well.
Oh, come on.
Come on. No. Man has to be balanced, innit?
No, he's right.
You get me? I know how this guy is, innit?
I wanted to say, Maverick, I don't believe.
Yeah, you're right, bro.
In your
couple of men on the panels had 3 years experience, 4 years experience.
Come on, you know it, man.
I want to say one thing.
Upside down, man. You know it.
I want to say one thing
to
Maverick.
Assalamu alaikum as well, brother. Gunda in the house. So
I want to say one thing to Maverick, brother. Really, Maverick, you could have been our Liver Hadder Park, man. It's a shame in a car to the he's a smart brother, intelligent brother. He's so very articulate, yeah. Very articulate. I love the brother, yeah, because when it comes to arguments, but it's so sad to see Dariq Al Khati. That's all I'm gonna say, man.
Let's okay, hold on. 1 second, man. Let me respond to the brother, innit?
Yeah.
No offense, but you didn't really say much. You're basically just saying you disagree with. You're basically just saying you disagree with me, and therefore boo hoo. I mean, you might as well not said anything.
ما aniga fiiri adiga ahaan if as a Somali as an Berti mada umur ma kara I respect you but waxaad aaminsan tahay I just hope one day that your views change.
Don't man, no murmur. We don't murmur.
Yeah, this is where you
stop fanboy. Khalid says stop fanboy.
No, it's murmur is واحد دمر قاسم. Good.
أنا وحاس وحن كجالة متخانة. Yeah. Actually, let it go. كسر. Hey, go on.
No, don't let it go. We want drama, man. Go ahead.
Nah,
it's too early.
The Maverick is long gone, man. He's long gone, man. I don't think anything can take him out.
He's long gone.
He's in the ocean, man. Diving.
What happened?
You can be hopeless, yeah, but I'm gonna be hopeful, my friend. And in can, inshallah, let me just maybe it's a phase, my family, but I'm gonna be right there supporting my friends. So,
you guys sound so emotional, like
Allah guys, you will man.
This is the thing, though. The reason they sound very emotional is because they wouldn't dare take the rational route with me. They know it, so they have to take the emotional route. It's the only route open.
I'm not gonna say I'm emotional, but I'm saying any views like
I know, but we have different views, but there's no point saying that we have different views. I mean, that goes without saying.
That's more interesting.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Yeah. Listen.
What Maverick Ahmed me and you.
Coming back to what New Nomad said, yeah, he said, Islam had done question yeah. I gotta keep my voice down. Actually, I'm quite loud. So Islam had done question yeah. Somali no more question. That's what I'm saying, you know, man. That's the topic now, bro. Somali
guy, love the brother, man. I'm telling you.
What kind
of question is that,
It's a beautiful question, man.
Wait, Arta, New Nomad, what you were saying about Saeed Raga, what did he say? I don't know.
I forgot. I'm going to go on and give you a second.
There's Muslims who are leaving the deen, that are educated, we have to tackle this problem. That's all you're trying to say. It's something that's known anyways, man. Everyone knows that there are Muslims apostating, man. And let's talk about the reason. Yeah.
No one's apostating from the Quran, I can guarantee you that, man.
That's a lie, man. We already told you that guy said it. What's his name?
Who's apostating from the Quran?
What's his name? No, man. Himself said that, man. He said he disagrees with the Quran. Himself, bro.
Yeah, actually,
said himself.
No,
man, bro. I just gave you the example. The guy on the panel said that.
I'm gonna give you a head start.
Give me 2 minutes with Nomad, and we'll see if he can say that.
I was gonna say something on your behalf. I was gonna say, Ninkani, man. I'm telling you, Ninkani, you cannot win an argument against him. Just be prepared.
No, I want to hear Nino.
I'm not gonna waste my time, man.
Ninkani, if you think you can argue with him, you're gonna lose. Just know that, innit?
No, but let's hear it.
No. Nobody's gonna lose. You lost. We're not gonna lose.
Mate, whoever's got balls, let the guy like Maverick right now. I want to see.
Yeah, Nino, man. He's calling.
Listen. مرمكو بلا خير وواحد خير قبل كمان صباح مرمكو
أنا وما ولا
واحد خير قبل وكل شيء كانوا شو كان
Maverick is the whole topic going to be us just agreeing on something, or are we going to actually debate, Joe? That's what I'm saying.
Up to your board, man, of this Qurani hadith.
I agree with that, actually. There's no point everyone agreeing with each other. It's not going to be a conversation, is it?
Okay, so
No, I'm saying, whoever's got
one
balls,
at a time,
guys, debate with Maverick, whoever's got balls, and that's what I'm saying.
New Nomad, when he comes back, tell him to talk with Maverick.
Man, is circular.
No, it's not. It's about the Quran Day. At least
CD just wants entertainment, man.
No, it's not. I want him to believe in the Quran. I want to hear
with Maverick.
1 second, guys. 1 second.
I want to hear Maverick's argument for the Quran being like true.
1 second, please. 1 second. Let me quickly get rid of Stacks in it. Just 1 minute. That's all I need. Stacks.
Why? I can't wait.
Because we're building it.
Quran is to mute yourself, man.
I just want to silence him quickly, man. Stacks.
I'll be silent for you, man. Go on. Say
Stacks. Just a quick one, innit? You believe in stoning for adultery, right?
Bro, you're not debating me now, man. I'm not debating you.
No, I just want you to answer the question. I've seen it, man. It's a little one.
Why you
It's a little one, man.
Bro, I debated that how many times, bro, we talked. Come on, man. No point, man. Like someone else.
It's just one question.
Yo, Khalid,
All right,
I
go on,
posted
ask a question.
the Saeed Ragi link if you want to play it. It's 3
All right,
minutes long.
it's a very simple, straightforward question. Do you believe in stoning for adultery?
Yes, I believe in stoning. Yes.
You believe in stoning for adultery. You believe that you say you believe in the Quran and the Sunnah, right?
Yeah, I believe in both. Yeah.
Okay, cool. The Quran would supersede the Sunnah, right?
It depends, innit?
Wow. Okay, wait. We're gonna pause that. We're not even gonna bite on that one.
Let's not do the
We're not even
semantics,
gonna bite
please,
on that
man.
one.
Exactly.
One
Well,
second. We're not even What's wrong with you, lot? One second, man. I'm not even gonna bite on that one. I'm just gonna reference this to you.
حافظي سقطها ورطة واه هايتا سمعت
That's too funny, wallah.
Guys, okay, man. 1 second, please. Alright, Stacks. You do know that in the Quran, when it talks about whipping, I know that you lot have put it in the Magala the Hagili saying it's not adultery, it's fornication. But the very verse after talks about the husband that is supposedly the only witness for his wife's transgressions. He's basically a testimony can be equal to 4 witnesses. Is that not adultery, or is that a boyfriend?
Arthur, you bring the ayah. Does everyone want to hear this discussion? I'm willing to
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Do you want me to bring up the ayah?
All right, bring the ayah.
Let's pull up the ayah. Let's pull up the ayah.
So for me, I know I'm gonna have a good night, and
But it's not only me.
Everyone
This is very quick.
Listen, let me just say something. Stop this bullshit. Listen, it's 1:30. I'm not gonna say this again. I'll just boo people off in it. Please stop this yelling amongst each other. Go ahead.
All right, let's be very quick. Let's go to this.
You wanna go have a little tennis match with the boy? You lot have been doing this for years.
This is less than a minute. And then I'll let go. Literally a minute. Because basically, I just want to get rid of this. I just want to see if people really believe in the Quran. Check this out.
Bring the ayah. Why are you reading?
The ayah is 24:4. You can start from 24:4, but the 24:6 is the main one in question here. As for those who accuse their own spouses without any other witnesses, then the testimony may be accepted if he swears by God 4 times that he's telling the truth. Is he talking about his girlfriend or his wife?
Arthur, what reference is it? My internet went up a lot.
24 سورة وحكالها سورة النور وحكالها سورة النور وحكالها إنجليش وكأخرنا عربي أيضا وآخر نيو
أيضا وينيهو سورة 24 أيضا
24:6. As for those who accuse their own spouses without any other witnesses, then the testimony may be accepted if he swears by God 4 times that he's telling the truth. Bottom line, you have a clear-cut contradiction. So which one are you going to follow here?
What are you on about? What are you talking about? The ayah is talking about. Where's the contradiction? Yeah, exactly.
Read it.
I read it.
Okay. Is the ayah talking about a husband accusing his wife?
Arthur, where's the stoning the adultery? What are you talking about here, man? This is talking about Mahalla.
Stoning adultery.
Yeah, context about one. Let's talk about one.
Start from 24:4. Start from 24:4. It mentions 2 scenarios. One scenario is witnesses on the outside, basically 4 other witnesses. And the other scenario is if the husband is the only witness. So that's talking about the same woman. It's talking about a wife, my friend. So how are you going to avoid this?
He's saying like ويدروا عنها العذاب أن تشهد 4 شهادات بالله إنه لمن الكاذبين والخامسة أن غضب الله عليها إن كان من like وحكى له يا نينكا أوناكتيس سو إيدي أو زنكو سو إيدي مرقاتنا للهين صح؟
Thank you very much. That's a contradiction ما لها محيها دين حديثك.
Contradiction وده قفتي لو بدو مرقاتي ما يستان قبل نوعي كفته أحمد قبل نوعي كفته.
Ayada Ukadi is Ayada speaking about lashes for the woman or not? Lashes make halim as wahkala.
It's not talking about lashes.
لازم قال له
Well, you need to read the whole chapter, man.
I'll start again. 24:4. Fidi, I'll start again. In that Ramadan, he carried, but I'll start from the beginning. I'll start from the beginning of the context.
Afishar.
In the Atka, in the go Shanta. I don't know like good day.
ورنا نو جلعن يم
كسؤالي ما في
إذا نو جعلي
Okay, listen very carefully. I'm going to start from the beginning. Those who accuse chaste women of adultery, then fail to produce 4 witnesses, you shall whip them 80 lashes and do not accept any testimony from them. They are wicked. If they repent afterwards and reform, then God is forgiver, merciful. As for those who accuse their own spouses without any other witnesses, then the testimony may be accepted if he swears by God 4 times that he is telling the truth.
I
The
agree with
fifth
my
oath,
they sus
the fifth
So
oath,
let me say this. waxaad waxa laga hadlayaa Axmedow qofka oo
waxaa laga hadlayaa
I agree with
first and foremost, the female adulterer gets 100 lashes. If
no ma laga hadlayo waxaa laga hadlayaa dhegeyso aad waxay ka hadlaysaa fiiri tartiib kugu fasirayna miya marka walladina yarmuna almuhsanaat kuwa oo maxaa dhahayay qaba eedeynaya marka la qaba eedeynaya waay
I
know Firi listen I know meeshaan ka qabta inuu yahay meesha ninka kuwa eedeynaya inuu yahay I know inaa meeshaas ka qabtay. I can start from the beginning if you want. It's not going to make a difference. Bottom line here is this. Bottom line is there's a woman being accused of adultery. If she's accused of adultery, there has to be 4 witnesses. If 4 witnesses cannot be produced, the people that have accused her will themselves get 80 lashes. If there are
okay, the question was
I'm talking, man. What's wrong with you? Who cares, man? I'm trying to, bro. Literally, I'm trying. So the first one is 4 witnesses, 100 lashes. If they don't produce the 4 witnesses, 80 lashes. If there aren't any other witnesses but the husband himself, then his testimony will count as 4 witnesses, and the 5th testimony that he makes is to say that basically to incur the wrath of God upon himself. Now, if she does the same thing, if she swears that he's lying, she can be 4 witnesses for herself as well, and the 5th to incur the wrath of God if she's lying. So the bottom line here is this: it's talking about the same individual, a married woman. Haqiqa adi. You have a clear-cut contradiction with your hadith.
aniga waxay tustaa ayagana waa la uleynaa ayagana waa la qaraaca ma ku jirto meesha ayada waxaa qeybta ma isku bedeshay
ayagana waa la okay listen ayagana waa la qaraaca ma ku jirto okay listen ayagana waa la qaraaca waxaysan ugu jirin. Context is the same context, bro. Have you never read anything before? It's the same context.
No, it's like
1 minute.
No, aniga waxaa laga rabaa haddii maqaartiga lagu heli lahay oo saxnaan lahaayeen waa la qaraaca meesha ka dhahday. Don't lie about this.
Okay, for those of you that are literate, he's clearly illiterate here. For those of you that are literate, you have a clear-cut contradiction. No, that's not a contradiction. There's no contradiction.
Guys,
listen. Illiteracy is not an ad hominem. I just can't have any random argument. He's having a random argument.
I beg you lot, I told you this time and time again, man. Shut the fuck up, every single one of you. I'll do this all night, you know. Wallah, I'll do this all night. I'm gonna bash on Skabakhdin to not. 1 hour fucking time, point, questions, well, and that's it. Yeah? Wallah, 2 o'clock here. Wallah, I'm not gonna start yelling. I swear to God, I'm not gonna start yelling. I'll just lock this off and start monologuing all day. Some عيال seen don't know. Wallah, you fucking pricks, bro. Wallah, I'm not here to fucking yell. Telling you, man, no. Alright? Fucking more than all you guys, fam. I'm telling you now, fam. 1 at a time. If you act like grown-ass adults, we're gonna have this. We're going 3-4 more hours. If not, the fuck off my stream. I'm gonna come back. Everyone mute up your mic. 1 at a time. Are they Molid? One at a fucking time, bro. I'll show each one of you, you mugs. Well, I'll put each one of you on. And I'm going to see it. And I'm going to one at a fucking time. Try me one more time, you guys. I'll put every single one of you in your places. One at a time. Done. It's 2 o'clock. Let me start yelling and watch. One at a time. So I'll start again. I'm in the back now.
Everyone's heard the rules, yeah?
Let me just summarize it, then, innit? Let me summarize it. My argument is basically read chapter 24, 4, 5, 6. That is a clear-cut contradiction with the stolen hadith. That's it. Over to you, lot.
All right. So I would just respond, yeah. And the Quran says, وَالَّذِينَ يَرْمُونَ الْمُحْصِنَاتِ when he's talking about the chaste women, you're saying that's for adultery. Why can't that be for a fornicator when he said lash them with 80 lashes? Because the whole context is talking about fornicator. The surah ayah 3 is talking about fornicator. He's saying الزاني لا ينكح إلا زانية. He's talking about the fornicator does not marry except a fornicator. So why are you trying to say surah ayah 24, ayah 4 just drastically change from fornication to adultery? That's a question to Quranista. أو بحمية. ونكو ورده man.
Yeah, he's back.
Who ordered the bell? That was an accident.
Try to take advantage of that new. Wallah, you be running away from me for time, man. عادي سكتي, man. Come on, man. Let's get to it. Arthur, listen here. Ayah 3, Ayah 2, they're both talking about fornicator, right? You're saying Azaniya, they're both talking about the fornicator, right?
No.
Yeah, man. Azaniya la yankah illa zani. The fornicator does not marry except the fornicator.
No, it's not talking about a fornicator. And the reason it's not, the reason it's not is because the context, it cannot jump from a fornicator and then just jump to a husband. That makes zero sense whatsoever. I repeat, it cannot simply talk about you need 4 witnesses for a fornicator. However, a husband needs to be his only witness. That's stupidity.
Where you talking? Where's the husband part?
The 24:6. 24:6. Read it.
All right, 24. We're talking about ayah 24:4, where the legislation is being put in place. 80 lashes. That's where you're talking about the contradiction, right?
The point is, it's in the same context. Hold on, man. Don't ask me a question and then interrupt me the moment I speak. Why ask me the question?
Oh, sorry, man. Another crime, man.
You want a response to it? All right, cool. As I was saying, you know what? You're trying a little straw man there that I'm not even gonna ride. Look, before we even deal with the fornication and adultery that you guys like to play, you can't ignore the fact that the Quran is also addressing adultery when it talks about the husband witnessing his wife. You have to address that. That's a clear-cut contradiction with your hadith. But you don't respect the Quran. Go ahead, answer.
1 up to ayah 4 is talking about fornicator. If you know Arabic or if you know English, the English language, it's talking about zaniya. It's talking about zani, az-zaniya to was-zani. That's ayah 2. So ayah 3, az-zani la yankihu. Ayah 3, same thing. Ayah 4, same thing. Yo, they're all talking about fornicator. So you want to tell us then?
Address 24:6. Husband witnessing his wife. Address that.
All right, where's the contradiction here? Can you point out the contradiction? The hadith says this, the Quran says this. So where's the contradiction here?
The contradiction is the same thing applies for the wife. The husband that supposedly catches his wife, the same 100 lashes applies to her. So where are you getting your stoning from?
Where does it say Mahalla adultery gets 100 lashes? You don't say that.
1 second.
It's in the same context.
1 second.
It's in the same context. You can't. Stacks. 1, it's in the same context. 2 is dealing with 2 different perspectives. One being the perspective. Hold on, don't interrupt me. One being the perspective of 4 other witnesses, and one being the perspective of the husband witnessing himself. There is no way you can change that into fornication and it doesn't tell you what to do with the wife.
Bro,
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The hadith tells us. Harta, listen, Ahmed, don't try to superimpose your ideology on us. We know how we explain the Quran. It's Quran bil Quran, Quran bil hadith. So when you tell us the Quran, don't tell us how to deal with adultery. That's your ideology. We believe ayah surah.
There's nothing to explain here. I just
Listen, bro, man. Ayah 1, 2, 3, 4 talks about fornicator. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's talking about fornicator. The word azani, what does it mean? La yankihu illa zaniyatan. It's talking about fornicator.
So if you're
the
saying
whole
the word
context is about
fornicator,
fornicator.
okay, cool. If you're saying the word azani means fornicator, what's the word for adultery?
Let's
Don't
find that.
try me, bro. I was not born yesterday, you know.
All right,
I was not born yesterday, fam.
I feel like you guys are doing a deep dive, though.
No, he's protecting his scripture because he clearly contradicts the Quran. What do you lot reckon? How do you avoid 24/6?
Can I make a point?
Bro, firstly, we believe in abbreviation. We believe in nasikh mansukh anyways.
Wait. Hold on. You believe in Nasir Mansukh, so you're saying this verse has been abrogated?
The guy knows about Nasir Mansukh.
Are you saying the verse has been abrogated? Is that what you're resorting to now?
The Quran says, the Quran says the certain verse Allah revealed that will abrogate other verses. So the Quran abrogates the Quran, right? Do you believe in that firstly?
The Quran does not say that. Are you saying that this verse has been abrogated?
I will bring a verse either similar to it or better than it.
Are you saying this verse? But I'm not gonna change this topic. Are you saying this verse has been abrogated?
I'm saying the context is talking about fornicator, but if comes to argument's sake, what you're saying is true. I believe in abrogation. I believe hadith can abrogate the Quran. Yes.
End of conversation then.
End of conversation. It's not escape. I've explained it. I gave the context. It's talking about fornicator. That's it, bro.
Okay, كلمة الشيء الزانية. Because to me that sounds like someone who's committing zina. Is there a different word for a fornicator? Does someone here know? Or is
adultery and fornication is two different.
Or is it an umbrella term?
Two different things, bro.
Fornicator or those who commit. I'm just saying, it's
even in English, you see the adultery and fornication is two different things.
Okay, Marka Arabic. How do you say in Arabic fornicator? Because azani to me is the one who commits zina.
Zani is adultery is zani in Arabic.
My, it's interchangeable, man. What you on about, man? It's interchangeable between a fornicator and adultery.
Call it interchangeable as much as you want. Earlier on, you were so short it can only mean fornication.
Bro, the context. Look what the context. Bro, you want to read it, man?
Go ahead. What part of the context makes the fornication? Go ahead. What part of the context makes
الزانية والزاني فاجلدوا كل واحد منهما 100 جلدة. Yeah, he says that the unmarried woman or unmarried man. You see what he says then, Surah ayah 24:2. So who's the unmarried man and unmarried woman?
What's the word for unmarried man?
I'm reading Sahih International. I'm reading Sahih International. It says, I'm reading Sahih. Are you not reading the same translation as me, fam?
All right, Salaf, let's move on. Okay, Maverick, you got another one. Maverick, you got another point, another debate.
Nah, I'm gonna take a pause. You lot have a little convo.
Give me a second. Bro. Basically, from Islamic tradition, what Maverick is saying is actually the correct way from Islamic tradition. What Maverick is saying. No, seriously.
Explain.
Islamic tradition.
Explain.
Stoning is an Iranian inception. It comes Bro, can you stop interrupting people halfway through the conversation?
Bro, stop crying like a little bitch, man. That was one of the rules, man. Don't cry like a bitch, man. Otherwise, you get kicked out.
He's just gonna kick us all out, Khalid.
Nah, bro. Khalid said, "Don't cry, man. Otherwise, you get kicked out." So don't cry, man. It's a conversation, bro.
Let
him finish.
All right, go on.
So when you look at what Maverick, and this is why Maverick struggle, why Maverick always beats the Wahhabis and the Salafis, because how he argues is actually their methodology. So he wants a literal interpretation. The literal interpretations, you can't say there's one punishment in the Quran, and then there's another punishment which is more severe in the Hadith. That's craziness. That's crazy talk.
Linguistics is waste, that's right.
No, it's also for punishment. The Hadith said the punishment in the Hadith is different from the punishment in the Quran. That's important.
But Maverick is saying it contradicts himself in effect. That's what
Hankari with AB.
Maverick is saying the Hadith.
Marwan Hankari were you? Question.
No, he's saying it's contradiction.
What Maverick does, and this is important, and why Maverick is actually very effective at defeating Islam, he uses their methodology against them. I have no problem with what Maverick's saying.
Okay, how did he use the methodology against us, Maverick?
Because he's saying, look at this doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense in your man?
Wallahi, Billahi. Listen. Wallahi, Billahi, I brought a clear-cut contradiction for anybody who cares about integrity.
I agree.
For anyone who cares about integrity. For anyone who cares about integrity and literacy. But do you lot care?
Mate, warunta in English waxa
Well,
soo
Orta,
qortay
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
contradict
Ocean.
itself.
Ocean, can I get 1 second, Walal? Please. 1 second. Ahmed Walalo, Ogo, Quran kan Walal, Ilahi subhanahu wa ta'ala markuu abuuraya, he's protected this Quran. Do you understand? The Quran is I believe, to my knowledge, is semi-encrypted, Walal. Only those that Allah allows to understand it fully will understand it, Walal. So for you to dispute this with Inan Kala Walal, it is absolutely pointless, Walal. At that time, let me finish, Walal. Let me finish. So contradiction can I say Walal?
Sorry. Hey, Somali. OJ wants to come on the panel. Do you mind making
Oh
some
yeah. Don't worry. Yeah.
Please,
Hey, brother OJ, come through, man. There's some space for you. Come through.
You know what, AJ, bro, wallahi, because I got AB, my bad. AB, because I got bare respect for you, yeah. I'm gonna
answer the question. No, answer that bit. Well, the contradiction is in Arabic or English?
It's in English. That's what I believe.
Well, there's the issue. There's the issue.
You know when
One at a time.
You know when you say is the contradiction in Arabic or in English, are you insinuating that the translation is false?
Potentially, because the issue is, this Quran, this kitab, is meant to be written. It's meant to be read in Arabic. Do you understand? That's what I mean when I say it's semi-encrypted.
Doctor, 1 second before I leave. Yo, brother OJ, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My brother.
How you guys doing?
Quranistas loose on us, you know. I got my striker here, man. Undefeated. I'm gone. Undefeated.
Heavyweight.
Hold on.
One fucking megahead, man.
AB, what do you say to what Maverick said?
1 second. What's his argument? I only came a few minutes ago.
Basically, is to sum up for you in English. I think to me what I saw is contradiction. I think is there an issue with the translation? Transliteration is what he's saying is not correct. What's your point?
So is he saying that the adulterers aren't addressed in the Quran or something?
It's what transliteration. Do you have anything to argue?
Let him explain again. OJ, hold on 1 second. Maverick, explain again so OJ can listen, please.
If you say that you believe that there's stoning for adultery, which is in regards to the hadith, and you say you believe in the Quran, you say you believe that the Quran supersedes the hadith, then you have a clear-cut contradiction here, because the Quran addresses the adulterous woman. And obviously the Quran only talks about lashes, so you have a clear-cut contradiction.
Okay, so you're saying the punishment mentioned in the Quran is lashes, and the punishment mentioned in the hadith is stoning. You do know that.
But I'm not really. My argument is not as simple as that. My argument is that if you go to chapter 24, verse 6, it explicitly says the husband who basically catches his spouse and he has no other witnesses, then he could be 4 witnesses himself. So it's explicit in the fact that it's addressing a wife. There's no ambiguity in that.
To be honest, I don't understand the contradiction. How is there a contradiction there?
In English. Okay, Maverick, can you read in English again the ayah, please?
Okay. The contradiction is that the Quran addresses the adulterous wife. So if the Quran addresses the adulterous wife and it talks about 100 lashes, who's the hadith to be saying stone them?
Oh, subhanAllah, okay.
You don't agree with
the ayah, Maverick? What about the ayah? You read earlier. When you read it in English.
The ayah gave you chapter 24, verse 6.
But it doesn't say to lash, though.
It
doesn't say to lash. That's previously. That's in the previous ayat. In that ayah, it doesn't say specifically to lash. So then the ahkam or the ruling for the adulterous woman was clarified in the hadith.
Brother, it's in the same context. It doesn't need to say do this as well if it's an.
No. That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
That is how literally reading works. That's how
if you're gonna apply a judicial ruling upon a woman who's committed zina, or she's done adultery, you're gonna have to have a specific ruling from the Quran or the hadith. You can't just say, oh, it's in the same context as these punishments, therefore it's gonna be the same punishment.
Yeah, you can. No,
you can't.
One second. Guys, you can. That's how literacy works. If I'm talking, let's make it a two-way conversation. Please understand. 1 second.
Okay.
Please. All right, cool. Please understand that the purpose of language is to get a message across. That's the purpose of language, full stop. That's why we have grammar. That's why we have words to certain things. It's literally to get a message across. Now, once you have a context, and within that context you are discussing a particular topic, everything that goes under that topic goes under the same context until the topic changes. There is no way in hell, please understand this. There is no way in hell you can read this chapter 24 verse starting from the beginning if you want. There is no way you can read where it says, if you accuse a chaste woman, please let me finish. If you accuse a chaste woman, then bring four witnesses. If you do not have 4 witnesses, then you will have 80 lashes. If there aren't 4 witnesses and the husband is the only witness, then his witnessing will count as 4. There is no way you can break up.
What verse are you reading?
1 second, please. Stop doing that, Stacks. Stop.
What verse are you reading though, man?
Stacks, I'm nearly done.
I'm trying to follow you, Wallah.
Stacks. 1 minute, I'm nearly done. There is no way you can break up that context and say, oh, it doesn't tell you what to do with this woman. It's a context. Have you never read anything? You can't argue like this, lad.
As he read it in English, he's right. It does
okay, 1 second.
No. Any language context.
Please.
1 second, OJ. I think what I wanted to ask OJ was in Arabic, is that how it's written? Because in English, the way he's reading it exactly, it does contradict itself.
It says والذين يرمون أزواجهم ولم يكن لهم شهداء إلا أنفسهم فشهادة أحدهم 4 شهادات بالله. He's right that the person who sees his woman, his wife, committing adultery, then he will count as 4 witnesses, and as long as he takes the oath and so on in the next verses, as 4 witnesses in front of the judge. But listen, Maverick, if I bring you another example or another part of the Quran that talks about something, okay, and the context doesn't change, are you willing to say that every single time that happens, the same ruling can be applied across the board? Are you saying it's consistent up to that point?
Bro, I know what a context is, and I know what a context is not.
Okay, but
like,
if I bring you,
if you bring me something, bro, a context will always be a context. That will never change.
I want to establish
give me an example, OJ.
Give us an example of what you consider to be a context.
Go to Surah 5, verse 1 second, 30. What's the number?
I don't know what you're saying now.
I think
listen, before while you're looking for it, well, I disagree with the translation that's been given by Ahmed. I said to you the word azani to azani it can be translated in 2 ways. It can be adulterer and a fornicator. But if you look at Sahih International, you translate it. Bro, you translate it as the whole context. I believe is talking about fornicator, and then ayah 6 then moves on to be adulterer. So when it's talking about the lashes, it's talking about fornicator. But the adulterer, you don't mention the punishment for adulterer. The hadith mention it. So I see no contradiction within the Quranic corpus. I've seen none of that. It's your translation against ours, isn't it?
Cool. You're gonna have to substantiate your claim. I don't care what you're passionate about. You're gonna have to substantiate. Hold on. You're gonna have to substantiate why it's fornication and not adultery, and you're going to have to substantiate why you're trying to isolate the verse about the wife, and all of a sudden you're trying to say, hold on. So you're basically saying, one second. So you're basically saying it doesn't apply any punishment to the wife. The wife that gets caught gets no punishment.
The hadith mentioned it. No, the hadith tell us about their punishment is stoning.
Oh, so the Quran just decided to say, oh, by the way, if you catch your wife, you need 4 witnesses, but it decided to not tell us what happens.
What do you know about? Listen, man, don't impose. Listen, this is the problem, bro. You're imposing your ideology upon us, fam.
I'm not imposing.
We believe in three ways of explaining ayahs in the Quran. Quran bil Quran, Quran bil hadith, and Quran bil tafsir in it. So if you look at the tafsir, bro, you cut me off, bro. You're not helping me. You're cutting me off.
I'm helping me. I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to say, are you reading it in Alphabet Arabic, Mr. English, innit? Because you could be reading 2 different things. So I'm asking you, are you translating it from the Arabic, or are you reading it in English just like it is?
This is when it's complicated.
We can look at. Listen, man. I said to you the word azani can be 2 things in it, and I can substantiate that.
So we know we're on the same page.
Okay, Bisse. So if it can be translated as a fornicator, why is he trying to tell us it means adulterer? The whole context is talking about adulterer.
No, I'm telling you. Listen. I can say it means adulterer because I'm speaking about the context. If the context later on starts to speak about a man catching his wife, I am within my right to say the earlier portion was talking about the same wife being caught by other people rather than her husband.
Where's the wife?
Where's the wife? Where's the wife? Where did you mention wife?
Can I ask a very important question, please?
Yeah, go and ask it, bro. Go on.
Please, Maverick.
Bro, every time I try to answer, this guy interrupts me, bro. Every time, bro.
I begin to over myself.
No, Stacks, man. He's impossible, wallah.
Put him to one side for a second. The question I want to ask
Billah, Ahmedo, you do it on purpose. I said that. I see the game you're playing, bro.
Impossible, Stacks, bro.
Wallahi, Billah. All right, you're trying to play a game here, bro. I caught your game. Tartib, can slow down and answer the questions I'm giving you, bro, innit?
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm going to answer you now. Do you mind not interrupting me? Do you mind? Okay, Stacks. Chapter 24, verse 6. Does it talk about a man catching his wife? Answer me that, please.
Hello?
Answer the question. Chapter 24.
Hello,
yes, we can.
Hello?
Chapter 24. Flipping out, bro.
Bro, he needs to put up his mic.
Hello?
Turn up your mic, man.
Yeah, my internet cut off.
What, me?
Okay, now.
No,
is it me?
Yo. Hello?
We can hear you, fella.
You can hear me, I can hear you.
Hear us.
Yeah, bang on. All right, go on. Easy. I can hear you, Go on.
Okay, cool. Are you ready now? Chapter 24. Chapter 24, verse number 6. Is that talking about a man's wife or not?
That's talking about the wife, right?
Not?
Yeah, it is.
Is it or not? It is, right?
Bro, I said yes, man.
All right, cool. So if tell me. Okay, cool. If it's arguing, if it's saying a man catching his wife, then I'm within my right to say the earlier scenarios was the same wife being caught by other people rather than her husband. How would you eliminate that?
Your assumption does not belay here.
No, I'm giving you the opportunity to eliminate that.
All right.
How would you do
that? The Rasul explains the Quran and Rasul didn't say that.
One at a time, man.
All right, cool. We'll start from Surah 2, Ayah 2, right?
I want you to answer my question.
Bro.
How would you eliminate? Go ahead.
All right, we start from Ayah 2. We're not going to solitarily try to isolate Ayah 6 without a context, right? Let's look at the context from Ayah 2 up to Ayah 6 in it. You mentioned the women or man found guilty of sexual intercourse, lash each one of them with 100 lashes, and do not be taken by pity for them in the religion of Allah, if you should believe in Allah and the last day, and let a group of the believers witness their punishment. So here it's talking about women or a man found guilty of sexual intercourse. So that can be a married man or unmarried man. It could be anything. It's left ambiguous. So you cannot tell us.
Did you say or?
Yes, you can be unmarried or married.
No. You said. Did you say married man or? Hold on. Did you say woman or man?
It says that the woman or man found guilty of sexual intercourse. The both of them that are found of sexual intercourse, isn't it?
It says and here. I have and. Azani was zani. So that's and. That's not or.
That's and. That's and.
There's a huge difference between and or, my friend.
It would have been azania or zania. So it's and.
Yeah.
Just go on.
That's an and. Good try. Continue.
It's not making a lot.
Where are you, Stacks?
Bro, I was really trying to hear New Nomad and Maverick, man.
Hello. Can you walk
Welcome, man. Go on.
All right, bang. Let's read it, fam. The women and man found guilty of sexual intercourse lash each one of them with 100 lashes. Right. What does this mean? According to you, what does the ayah mean? What's it talking about?
Okay. I can't eliminate adultery. So
I can't eliminate fornication as well. I can't eliminate both of them, right?
No. You have to start with adultery. You can't start with fornication. Why would you assume?
Do I have to?
Why would you assume there? Why is that?
Why would I assume adultery?
Right, because that's a clear-cut crime.
Well, fornication is a clear-cut crime as well.
No, it's not as clear.
Bro, listen, man. You're playing games after, man.
It's not as clear. Listen, chill out, bro. Like, bro, so what's wrong with you? Just chill, bro.
Man, stop playing the moral high ground, bro. We're talking here, bro. It's a conversation, bro. It's a conversation, bro.
Then like, chill, bro. So tell me, the reason I'm saying adultery is is much more of a crime than fornication is because with adultery you have a victim. The husband of the wife is a victim in this case. Who's the victim in fornication?
A girl who loses her virginity. Is she not a victim?
If she consents,
she consented.
Against her will?
Let's say she consents. Yeah, it's consensual sex. Yeah, and then at a later date,
people don't lose their virginity against their will.
Hold on. At a later date,
no one's saying she's losing it without her will.
It's not rape.
So basically, she's lost the virginity. At a later date.
You're going into rape.
Hold on. At a later date,
answer the question, Stacks. How would you eliminate adultery? You can't. Try it. Impress me.
This guy's not even here, man.
Maverick,
yo. Can you hear me? I'm speaking, fam. You're speaking over me. That's why you can't hear me, fam. So the ayah, let me tell you why I eliminate adultery, right? Each ayah in the Quran has asbab nuzul. It has reasons for revelation, right? If you look at this ayah, the reason why it's revealed, and you look at its context, if you look at Tafsir ibn Kathir of this ayah, you'll find out why.
That's it. So you're basically overriding the Quran.
What do you say?
So you're overriding the Quran.
I'm not overriding the Quran, bro. Listen,
you are
I'm saying, listen,
bro. Forget what the Quran says. Let's see what Ibn Kathir is saying.
Listen, you want to impose your ideology upon me. I believe in Quran and Hadith, bro.
I'm not imposing anything. I'm asking you the question.
Allow me to use my sources to explain the ayah. So I can use my hadith and my tafsir to explain it. Why can't I? Why are you trying to restrict me to one? Like yourself, I'm not Quranista.
Because it's not evidence against me, is it? You can't use the very same thing in question.
I can't do nothing for you,
Wait. Aren't all Muslims Quranistas?
They don't follow the Quran. They just say it.
Quranista,
do you know what I can promise you? Yeah. I promise you, as long as any Stacks as they use the Quran as a hymn book. I promise you that. I can use the Quran as evidence against him all day.
1 second.
All day.
Guys, you lot are not going to come to an understanding.
You won't. 1 second.
Nothing beneficial. The problem is
Yeah, OJ, let me ask
you. Where's OJ? Where's OJ, man? OJ, come through, man. OJ, going through, bro, man.
Salaf, learn to be quiet when people are speaking, man. What? Bloody hell, man. OJ, akhi, do you know someone who's good in the deen and linguistics at the same time, so you can get into face Maverick? Because Ninkani, Salaf,
no, listen. No. The problem is Maverick. Before he this is like a sort of a branch issue. The jurisprudence of the Quran, things pertaining to that sort of thing it's a branch issue when it comes to dealing with the Quraniyun. The Quraniyun, or actually they should be called the people who reject the Sunnah. First of all, it doesn't seem reasonable. Why? Because for the past how many thousand years, or not thousands of years, but 1,400 years, the whole Muslim Ummah has been following the Hadith, and now a certain group of people jump out and say, no, we reject the Sunnah. But that's
a lie, actually. That's a lie.
Don't cut him off, bro. Come on, respect, bro.
Just remember, Shafi'i made the Sunnah argument, so that's a lie.
Okay. So, Maverick, look, I want to ask you a question, yeah? on what basis do you reject the Sunnah? Do you reject it because you don't believe it's legislative, or do you believe that it's completely weak and it shouldn't be trusted at all?
I first and foremost, I don't really need a reason to reject something. I think the person making the claim should substantiate their claim. But I will say this.
I disagree with that.
I will say this. It's not a matter of disagreement. The fact, the burden of proof is always on the claimant. But I will say this though. I simply understand the definition of a messenger, and the definition of a messenger is one who conveys a message. That's actually clear cut in the Quran.
So you're saying that the Prophet ﷺ has no legislative authority, even if you were to receive, reports of him that are authentic and so on, you would still reject it based on the fact that he has no legislative authority.
God is the only legislator.
Even the Prophet ﷺ has no legislative authority. I'm just trying to confirm this with you. You can say like yes or no.
If I said God is the only legislator, how clearer can I get?
No,
I mean,
Right,
let me
so
put
he's
it this
rejecting
way.
Libya,
If you say one second. If you say anyone but God, if you say anyone but God legislates. If you say anyone but God legislates, yeah, if that's not the definition of associating partners with God, I don't know what is.
No, I also believe Allah is the only one who legislates. No, I also believe, I agree with you. Look, listen, it's a game of words. Look, I agree with you. Allah is the only one.
It's not a game of words.
But Allah also legislates.
It is Maverick.
One second, Maverick. But Allah,
Not really.
No, He doesn't only
Not
legislate.
really. It's straightforward.
Issue is language.
One second.
Mate, your issue is language.
It's not language, man. Stop making excuses for your faulty argument.
Words have meaning.
Thank you.
I see an issue that you have with language. That's why I see.
No, the problem is Maverick. I also
seems like an escape door right now. Seems like
they're just looking for any escape, bro.
Guys, can I please make a point?
One second. No, wait. Can I just continue this conversation?
Wait, let him make a point. Go ahead.
Maverick, I also agree that Allah is the only legislative authority. But then
why are you asking me that question?
I disagree with you where he places his legislative authority. I think and I believe, and Ahlul Sunnah believe, that the Prophet ﷺ was given authority by Allah to also legislate.
Okay, but then you need to prove that though. Anyone can make a claim.
It's in the Quran, but you don't.
Right, where? Chapter and verse.
And was من المؤمنين رجال صدقوا لا ندعون وما كان لمؤمن ولا مؤمنة إذا قضى الله ورسوله أمرا أن يكون لهم الخيرة.
Are you talking about 465?
No, one sec. I'll bring up the.
Yeah, bring up the verse, please.
Can I just make a point?
Yeah.
Let GS make a point, man.
Anybody who knows Arabic, that verse is absolutely clear. But I'll prove it from a logical.
Just bring the verse, please.
Absolutely. Bring it. Bring OJ.
No, go on, GS. You got something to say? OJ is looking at the thing.
So the point that I want to make is actually Maverick is right. Sha'if used to debate with the Quranists. The Quranists actually were around the first 200 years, and they used to discuss about one of the reasons why the Hadith wasn't written down earlier was because the Caliph at that time believed that people would start worshiping the Hadiths and not the Quran. That's why it took them so long to put it down. But after a while, they did the value of the Hadiths. While I understand where Maverick's coming from, when he debates with people like our brother before, even something like this, which is actually, when you look at Islamic history, stoning was not in Islamic history. This is something that has been used by a certain sect within Islam to say that stoning is acceptable. In its history, it's not real. It's not true. If you say that it's wrong, you're not out of the bounds of Islam. If you say that the punishment for adultery is 100 smacks, whatever you want to call it, that's not you. That doesn't fold you out of the fold of Islam. But if you talk to some of the brothers in this chat, just you saying that makes you into a kafir.
Right. Go on.
Maverick, Surah 33, verse number 36. Okay, while you're looking up that verse, so you believe that
Surah 33,
verse 36.
36.
Okay. Actually, let's deal with this verse first, then we'll move on to anything else.
1 second. No believing man or believing woman, if God and his messenger issue any command has any choice regarding. Hold on. Let me finish. But even when I'm reading the Quran, really.
No, but you put the emphasis on the wrong word, though.
We are reading translation.
You put the emphasis on the wrong word. I'm just.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. Okay.
Carry on.
No believing man or believing woman, if God and his messenger issue any command, has any choice regarding that command. Anyone who disobeys God and his messenger has gone far astray. Now let me address this. Let me. Bro, man, come on.
Perfect. OJ.
Let's hear each other. It's more interesting. All I did was read the verse. I'm about to address it straight away. Like, come on, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
it's not normal, bro.
Sorry, go on.
Go on.
All right, cool. As I was saying, what you're doing here is you're making a distinction between God and his messenger. It's the same games you guys play when you make a distinction with obey Allah and obey the messenger. And to show you that this distinction cannot be made, all you have to do is go to chapter 8:24, and it says,
chapter 8,
chapter 8:24. I'm going to give you an example that this distinction that they constantly make does not exist. All you
but they
who
haven't made a
believe,
distinction, brother.
they did, because the argument they're making is that it says obey God and his messenger. So they're making the distinction that way. They're saying there's legislations of God.
Talked about command. Okay, but Maverick, go back to the bit where they talked about command. Read that again.
This is impossible, bro.
Come on, Maverick.
I can't even get anywhere.
You want to play language? You can play language.
Hey, what do you want me to address now? I try to address one point.
Mate, to the beginning. Mate, read it again where they talk about command, and you get your answer. Go on.
Okay.
Read it again.
Can I say something? We jumping there first now. Because I don't know, I feel like we're going from one topic to another topic. And please, Ocean Star, one question at a time. These guys are having a point. You keep asking questions. I don't know what's going on.
All right, I'll repeat.
Do your thing, and then OJ, go your answer, please.
Okay, I'll repeat. Okay, I'll repeat again. No believing man or believing woman, if God and his messenger issue any command, has any choice regarding that command. Anyone who disobeys God and his messenger has gone far astray. Now, Ocean, listen carefully.
Can I reply?
No, bro, after just reading the verse, what the hell's wrong with you, Ocean, man?
Okay, go on.
Give me a minute, please.
Wait, Maverick, I thought you stopped, brother. Carry on. I thought you stopped.
All right, give me a minute.
Ocean, let him speak, man. Let him finish.
Before you refute
I'm letting him speak. I thought he stopped. So he just paused. Then
bro, you taking a piss or something, man? Come on, man.
I'm not, man. He jumped the gun. Maverick, carry on. Sorry, go on.
All right, cool. As a bloody hell.
Yeah, he's taking a piss, bro.
All right, cool. As I was saying. Now, bro, can I?
1 second. No, before you refute anything, you have to know our position on it. How can you refute our position without knowing it? So can I just make the position clear so you can refute it?
Oh, go ahead, OJ.
So the explanation for this verse, according to Ahlul Sunnah Jama'ah, is that any believing woman or any believing man or any believing woman, when Allah and his messenger, and the messenger is meant here, is the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, of course, they issue a matter, and obviously only a man can issue a matter, and of course Allah in the Quran, and then we believe the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam by his words and his actions and so on, and يكون لهم الخيرة, and they have no choice but to accept what he says. So if the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says something, then the person who goes against him, like it says at the end of the ayah, that person has strayed into clear error. So Rasul here means messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
And that is his legislative authority, Sheikh. Thank you.
All right, cool. Are you done? You done, right?
OJ, done. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't interrupt you. Try not to interrupt me. Okay? All right. What we have here is a verse that's talking about obeying Allah and his messenger. Allah and his messenger issue any command. Now, I would obviously say that this is talking about the Quran. Now, if you say that this is not talking about the Quran, or this is talking about the Quran, and if you say it's talking about the Quran, and then you need to justify that. You can't just simply tell me what you're passionate about. You have to justify that. Number one, you have to bear in mind that the word used here is messenger. The word is not prophet. The word is not Muhammad. We know that it's talking about the messenger Muhammad. That's not the issue. But the specific role that Allah mentioned here is his role as a messenger. He did not use his role as a prophet. When Allah wants to address his role as a prophet, he uses the word prophet. It's not like Allah does not know the word prophet. So you cannot use the two roles interchangeably, because they're not interchangeable. We know what a prophet is and we know what a messenger is. And the specific word here is a messenger. So if you say that this verse is talking about anything but the Quran, then what you have done is two things. One, you have abused the definition of a messenger. You are now saying that the messenger's duty is more than the conveying of this message, and you would have to justify that. Number one. Number two, what you are also attempting to do is make a distinction between God and his messenger, because you have not provided any evidence that God has anything to do with any other revelation other than the Quran. You need to provide evidence for that. If you're simply utilizing the messenger's name, which I know you guys are doing, then you would have to, then what you're doing is you're making a distinction between Allah and his messenger, and you would have to justify that distinction. And that goes against 824, that clearly, 824, you can all look it up, that clearly identifies that there is no distinction to be made between Allah and his servant messenger. O you who believe, you shall respond to God and to the messenger when he invites you to that which gives you life. He, singular. So it says, respond, O you who believe, you shall respond to God and to the messenger. But then it says, when he invites you to that which gives you life. So it's singular, clearly identifying that what the messenger invites you to is towards the Quran given to him by Allah. So you have to justify your distinction. You have to justify how you conclude that the messenger's duty is more than the conveying of the message. You have to justify your claims, my friend. Over to you.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest. That was total nonsense. The first thing, the distinction between Allah and his messenger. So are you saying that Allah and his messenger are the same person? It's a one-word answer. Yes or no?
There is no distinction in the duty of his messenger. He works for Allah. That's it. He is not his own man. He's a servant of God. He's a servant of God fulfilling the role.
That was my question. Are Allah and the messenger, are they one person?
The messenger's duty is merely the conveying of the message.
Just answer the question, Evan.
The question is answered.
Because you're telling me I need to justify my distinction. I'm clearly distinguishing them, because the Prophet in the Quran, Allah says, Muhammadur Rasulullah. Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. So
and what does the messenger do?
That same Muhammad. Okay, we'll come to defining terms. You said that later on. 1 second. You didn't interrupt me. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you, so please don't interrupt me. I'm clearly using tafsir. I'm using the Quran to explain the Quran. Allah says Muhammadur Rasulullah. He's the messenger of Allah. And in this verse, Allah is talking about his messenger. So the Prophet ﷺ is his messenger, Muhammad. And you're saying I need to distinguish between Allah and his messenger. I need to justify that. How do I need to justify that? You need to justify that they're the same. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is, what is the difference between prophet and messenger? Okay, let's come to that now. Difference between prophet and messenger. Okay, what is the definition in your view of a messenger?
You don't need my view. We can go to the Quran for that.
Okay, what is the definition from the Quran?
All right, we can go to 7:35. O children of Adam. O children of Adam, when messengers come to you from among you and recite my revelations to you, those who take heed and lead a righteous life will have nothing to fear, nor will they grieve. Or furthermore, we can go to what the Prophet said himself as a messenger. 1 minute.
Okay, and that
One
doesn't
second,
say
one
what
second,
that,
one
that
second, one
doesn't.
second, 1 minute.
That
Say,
doesn't.
it's 1 second, man.
Go
Say,
on, go on.
here's what the messenger said himself.
That just says what they
Say,
do. That doesn't say. It doesn't define them. But anyway, go ahead.
hold on. What do you mean doesn't define them? It tells them what a
That's just a
messenger
part
is
of
a
what they
role.
do. That's a part
Yeah,
of what
that's
they
what a
do.
messenger. Hold on. A messenger is a role. A role is a fulfills an
Okay,
action.
but
So it
you
tells you
don't.
what a messenger does. Are you gonna argue about anything?
Okay, that's
Now
fine.
let me give you what the messenger, what this last messenger said himself. Say, whose testimony is the greatest? Say, God's. He is the witness between me and you that this Quran has been inspired to me to preach it to you and whomever it reaches. Indeed, you bear witness that there are other gods besides God. Say, I do not testify as you do. There is only one God, and I disown your idolatry. Now we clearly have a testimony that the messenger only claims to have been inspired with this Quran as well.
That doesn't give
On
the
top of it,
definition of messenger. You've gone off
I gave
topic.
you the definition of a messenger in 735.
Definition.
OJ, I
Okay,
was gonna
definition
say,
of
brother,
messenger.
OJ,
Go on.
I was gonna say you let him off the hook regarding the authority, whether it was a Nabi or Rasul. You shouldn't have let him off the hook for that. Abdul Malik Kalote, Sheikh Kalote, you know that as well.
No, go ahead. Why don't you join?
No, no, mate.
Yeah.
One second. No,
أنا أرى بين أسوق
No,
الأدوار.
I'm confused. I'm saying
it's not about scoring points, bro.
he said that Allah, we're trying to separate Allah and His Messenger, and yani it's logical. Allah does it Himself in the Quran, so who are we not to?
Sorry.
It says, وما كان لمؤمن ولا مؤمنة إذا قضى الله ورسوله. إذا قضى الله, when Allah has decided a matter, and also when the Messenger ﷺ has decided a matter. So you're putting them together.
You need to justify this distinction though, because understand this, brother. Yeah.
The Quran does it right there in front of you. The Arabic language does it for you right there.
No.
I'm confused as well. Wallahi billah, I'll be real.
One second. This is not a matter of language. This is not a matter of language. You're trying to entertain something that is impossible, because in order for you to hear Allah's commands, who utters them? The messenger utters them. You're trying to make a distinction that you cannot justify. Go ahead, try and
can I just give 2 pence on this conversation, bro? Like, the brother mentioned when Allah decided a matter, it's English language. Forget Arabic, it's English language, fam. The word "and" is a separate, bro. The word "and" is a separation, fam. Is when you're separating two things in it. Wallahi, it is, fam. Wallahi, it's a separation, fam. It is necessarily speaking, fam. When you say when Allah has decided a matter, what and the Prophet, the Messenger has decided a matter. Allah, the Quran. If Ahmed, if you were right, Allah would have said, "Mahallaha." If Allah decided a matter, He would have ended it like that. Why did He have to say, "Allah"? What's the point? What's the benefit? What's the benefit?
Because it's precise speech. It comes out of the messenger's mouth. That is precise. It's perfect. You can.
Why did you have to say Allah has decided and the Prophet decided? Why did you have to say that? Why can't you say Allah has decided the matter?
Because who do you hear it from? You hear it from the messenger's mouth. So Allah addresses that. You can't deny the
No, Maverick.
Bro,
that is a mistake. That's a mistake. Because
that's not a mistake. Who conveys the message?
To you, 1 second. No, not conveying. This is about deciding a matter. 1 second.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're the one who said at the beginning that all legislative authority belongs to Allah. Right?
Bro, yes.
Wait. Yes. Okay. So it's not the Prophet who's the legislative matter, is it? It's not the Rasul who's legislating matter, is it?
Bro, a messenger conveys.
Actually, what's that verse here that says if Allah has
as long as the messenger is conveying the message, he is also legislating. But for the simple listen. For the simple fact that he's conveying the message, you cannot ignore that. Like seriously.
My Outie,
No,
nah,
legislating
wallahi,
means
you wholeheartedly disagree, man.
wait, 1 second. You know, legislating means making a law and enacting it as well, so it can mean both.
Thank you.
Man, listen, man. When Allah has decided a matter, and the messenger has decided,
Yeah,
it's not
I don't agree with
One
Maverick
second,
on
one
that.
second.
What
And
is
there's one second. You cut me off, Ahmed.
No,
Ahmed, don't cut me off
make
1
it
second, bro.
simple. What is the definition of
Ahmed, 1 second, yeah. The messenger is one who delivers a message and explains the message in it, and I'll give you the evidence for that in the Quran. If you look at Surah 16, Ayah 44. If you look at Surah 16, Ayah 44, Allah says, وَمَا أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الذِّكْرَ إِلَّا لِتُبَيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ مَا نُزِّلَ إِلَيْهِمْ. The remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, إِلَّا لِتُبَيِّنَ, to explain the message to the people. So the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, bro, you cut me off, man. This is a game. Bro,
do you want me to address that though?
Bro, address it when I finish it.
Alright,
Alright, as I'm saying it, we were sticking to this one, innit? Because he asked me the definition of it, innit? He can't solitarily look at one ayah and then try to isolate it from other ayahs which talk about the same thing, right? The Prophet ﷺ is told to explain to explain the Quran to the people. So he's not only conveyed, he's explaining. That's my 2 pence.
Alright, cool. Can I respond to that now, yeah? Alright, cool. Wait, let me respond to him. 1 second, bro.
No,
bro,
don't
please,
respond to him, bro.
Let me respond to him. I want to respond to him. 1 second, man. 1 second, bro. I want to respond to him. 1 second.
No, but that's off topic.
But this litubayna claim that you love to turn into explanation. Now, if you go to chapter 3, 187, the same word litubayna, God took a covenant from those who received the scripture. You shall proclaim it to the people and never conceal it. Notice what Allah did there. He gave us the opposite. Proclaim, conceal. The same word, litubayyin. Now, if we went to 1644, are you telling me the messenger is not to proclaim the message?
All right. So what verse? What verse did he give? Surah 3, what?
Chapter 3, 187.
Chapter 3, ayah what?
187.
187. Hang on.
Surah Al-Imran, right at the end, yes. Look. So, Maverick, are you saying that anytime
good try with the litubayyin,
Maverick, 1 second. You're saying you're just bringing principles out of nowhere. Anytime that there's two verbs that follow one another and they have, sort of different meanings, that means it's the opposite. Because then you have to apply that throughout the whole Quran. You can't just pick and choose. So you said لَتُبَيِّنُنَّهُ لِلنَّاسِ وَلَا تَكْتُمُونَهُ, right? So that you clarify to people and you do not conceal it. So if that verbal pattern in a sentence is used in the Quran, that means that the first verb or the second verb have opposite meanings.
Mate, I have no idea. Wait. Verbal patterns and first verb, second verb. Good try of sophistry right there. I'm simply hold on.
I'll bring you
good sophistry try there. 1 second. Good sophistry try. I'm talking about proclaim and conceal or antonyms, my friend. I know when I see an
also, can I say, Maverick? Yeah. Also, OJ, whenever Allah's talking about command and amr, and Allah always says, him and his messenger. Why is never the him and his prophet? I don't understand.
Thank you very much.
No, I actually want to know. I'm not even just saying that. I actually want to know.
Thank you very much. This is why we need to get to the definitions of prophet and messenger.
Okay, no, 1 second.
Let's go there.
And look for this verse.
The Prophet Muhammad is not a messenger. Listen to him. He's not his final messenger. Is that you believe?
51. 1 second. Look, the verse. Oh, here it is. No, it's not. I know in Arabic. The Arabic is وأنزلنا التوراة إنا أنزلنا التوراة فيها هدى ونور يحكم بها النبيون الذين استحفظوا من كتاب الله وكانوا عليه شهداء فلا تخشوا الناس واخشوني ولا تشتروا بآيات الله ثمنا قليلا لا من لم يحكم بما أنزل الله. No, that's the wrong verse. I'll bring an example later, inshallah. But the point is, look, that was off topic anyway. Coming back to the verse in Surah Al-Ahzab, Surah 33, chapter 33, you still have a contradiction in your narrative. And the contradiction is that you said at the beginning of this discussion that only Allah has full legislative authority when it comes to, you know, rulings. And now you've changed it and said that the prophet or the messenger, you said the messenger also has legislative authority.
I have not said that. I have not said that.
What have you said?
I said, and I consistently told you, everything Allah says, it's uttered by the messenger. So therefore, Allah addresses that simple fact. It's that simple. There's literally nothing complicated about it whatsoever.
There's deciding.
Hence why, hold on. Hence why Allah never uses the word prophet when it comes to when it comes to these things. If Allah was talking about, one second, bro, you keep interrupting me, man. If Allah was talking about a separate entity, then Allah would have used prophet. That's because that's what he uses when he's addressing him as an individual. But when he's addressing him under his role as a messenger, he only calls him by a messenger. You're gonna have to define the two.
Messenger and God are the same.
Guys,
No,
it's gonna be semantics. So now, OJ, what can
It's not semantic. There's nothing.
Yeah, wallahi, please. Let's hear Nomad. He hasn't even played his video yet, bro.
No, will end, inshallah. Last question, Maverick.
Come on, please, man.
Maverick, who's doing the deciding?
No, you answer the question. You justify your distinction. You tell us what is the definition of Nomad.
I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's go. Come on.
Last question, Maverick. Who's doing the deciding? Allah or the messenger?
Bruv, safe, man. You keep going around the same thing over and over again. Justify your distinction. I think I'll make it up, Neil.
Yeah, OJ.
Okay, that's it. New Nomad.
Bro, the messenger conveys the message. You can't make a distinction between Allah and
Are they same?
Bruv, listen. You cannot make a distinction between Allah and His messenger when it comes to because the messenger conveys Allah's message. The messenger conveys Allah say that Allah decided. Listen. Therefore, you cannot make the distinction. But if you want to be,
he's pretty much.
How did you understand and we don't understand that?
Maverick, last thing. Just answer this question. Look, you're saying
an extension of Allah. That's what you're saying. An extension. You're saying they're not even two different things. Let's get that.
The messenger is conveying the message. Man, talking about you tell me what does a message?
You're going against the verse, then.
You answer the question. You answer the question.
Maverick, you're going against the verse.
Since you have a problem with the messenger conveying the message, you tell me what is a messenger.
Look, you're using a whole different word.
Answer the question. What is a messenger? Answer the question. What is a messenger?
And decide. No. We're not saying
answer the question. What is a messenger?
1 second. We're not saying convey, Maverick.
No, answer the question. What is a messenger?
Look. I've paid you the same
answer the question, though.
No, Maverick, he's answering, bro. Let him answer.
No, I want him to answer the question. He seems to think this is some sort of interrogation where he gets to ask me questions.
Can I say this?
It don't work
Maverick,
like that.
I'll say this, yeah. Look, a messenger legislates, delivers, conveys, he does everything the Quran says, That's exactly
there you go. He does what he's told to do.
Okay, Maverick, is convey and legislate the same thing?
If what he's conveying is a legislation, then he's legislating.
Okay, so it's
every
time you legislate,
what he's conveying is legislation. What the hell, bro? Well, it's not difficult, but the reason they're playing dumb, Marikti, is because they're scared that I'm gonna ask them the question because they don't know what to do when I ask them the question. You tell me, what is a messenger? What is a messenger?
You're trying to fight. You're saying
no. Answer the question. What is a messenger? What is a messenger? What is a messenger?
The guy
so
what I'm saying is, I think you're saying there's no distinction between Ilahi and the messenger. You're saying that
because in conveying the message, is anyone calling the messenger God here? What's wrong with you? No one is doing that. The point.
We're saying
وركادي مان وركادي مان اسمع قلنا من سل على النبي اسمع قلنا listen
الله صل على النبي مدهنك.
The point is this.
We got you there. Nah. Stop there. Quran is that. Nah, you got him there. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You got him.
You lot are gonna end
Allahu Akbar.
one at a time.
Nah, we don't care about that.
waxaan waa wixii
Okay, man. Salli ala nabi wa dahab.
ciyaal camal aan iska
Aku
qeynaysiin
khabta
bro
niyo. Your fitra spoke then yo.
okay are you done
Man, I'm not done there. I'm celebrating, bro.
hay bas ka foqi
Come
way
on, come on, let's go.
foqniyo anyways listen as I was saying yeah no one is calling the messenger God you know that ciyaalnimada iska dhaafa the point here is the messenger conveys the message if you're claiming that he does more than that justify it.
I'm not claiming.
Wait, can I bring something to you, Maverick?
That and conveys two different words.
Maulid, brother, one
You
second.
know,
Look, the problem is Maverick. You keep.
Look, Nina, hello, you
Go ahead, man.
what's wrong with you, bro? Man?
Let me respond to
yeah, let Ocean speak. Let Ocean
One by one.
let me respond to Maverick. One second, okay. You've made it clear that the messenger has one role. And who is doing the conveying? Who's the messenger?
Who's the messenger?
Yeah, you've given us a definition. I'm telling you, if it's not an extension from Allah,
The messenger is Muhammad. The messenger's name is Muhammad. It's in the
Okay,
Quran.
so you're saying legislate and convey is the same thing. Can I say like legislating? No, I'm saying that. Look, if it's the same thing, and they're saying no, it's not the same thing. Legislating means something different. Can the Prophet legislate something that's not in the Quran, like something that's not a direct command of
100%.
Allah?
What do you mean?
That's the question to Maverick.
Okay, can I respond to that? All right, cool. That's the question to me. Yeah, can the prophet legislate something that's not in the Quran?
Prophet or messenger? I don't want to play with words here.
Okay, cool. Nah, well, the messenger only deals with the Quran. But
Okay,
watch
messenger.
this now.
Let me say messenger.
That is what I'm telling you. Messenger only deals with the Quran. He would not legislate anything. He would legislate what's in the Quran. That's it. Now watch this now.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, yeah? In terms of the prophet making laws outside the Quran, I want you to take notice of this, yeah? I'm going to use verses after verses to prove my point. Go to chapter 66, verse 1. Go to chapter 66, verse 1.
That Tahrim, Surah Tahrim, right? Tahrim, that's not meant by Allah.
Let me finish my point here. Just go to chapter 66, verse
Listen,
number
Tahrim
1.
there is not meant like Hukum Shar'i.
It's not meant like Shar'i. Willie Gabbard. Bro, I know how to read, Sahib.
Well, this is why you need Arabic language, and this is why you need
Guys, watch this. Watch this, yeah? Watch this. That's all you don't know.
One at a time, guys. Come on.
It's good days today.
That's all you don't know.
It is an headlock, man.
They're afraid of being embarrassed. Watch this.
to be honest, I don't think you sufficiently answered CD's question.
All right, watch this. Oh, you prophet, why do you prohibit what God has made lawful for you just to please your wives? God is forgiver, merciful. So he couldn't even prohibit for himself. How is he going to prohibit anything that
And the
that
word
God
prophet was used, not messenger.
and the word prophet was used? That proves my point again.
That's a complete.
Just go ahead, argue with the Quran. I think all day. I'm going to show you that you lot.
I'm not going to let you.
Slow down, you man.
Maverick.
Come on, man.
Repeat that again in English. 1 second, Maverick. Repeat that again in English, please. Go on, because I've got an eye right.
Oh, you prophet, why do you prohibit what God has made lawful for you just to please your wives? God is forgiver, merciful. Oh, prophet, why you prohibit
the Prophet
what has made? Oh, you prophet, why you prohibit what has made lawful God for you, seeking please your wives, and God forgiver, merciful, word for word.
And what did he prohibit?
He didn't. What did he prohibit?
What did he prohibit? Then tell us.
Listen.
Okay. Wait.
It's not Hukum Shar'i. That's what he doesn't understand.
Wait. What's the response? Yeah.
He wasn't legislating a matter.
No matter what he prohibited, he was not allowed to do so. So it doesn't matter.
He wasn't.
No matter what he
legislating a
prohibited, he wasn't allowed to do so.
After two things, the word prophet was used. Second, it wasn't something that was outside of Islam. It wasn't.
He thinks he's arguing with me. I just read the verse.
Wallahi billahi, this is never gonna. Yo, bro, it's not gonna end, man.
You don't know the reason for revelation, man.
It's not.
You don't know that, but no, we don't want Marabna new mad. We don't want him.
No, bro.
Okay, what was the reason for that?
CD meet up, man.
You know what
CD meet up, man. No, we don't want to hear it, bro.
Do you know what happened? He went to go get a video, and you lot just went to another like debate.
I think you want to go back.
We still haven't even.
Bro, why do you want a Quranista debate new nomad? I don't understand, fam. Like you was.
He said he can convince him of the Quran. I want to see that.
Please, can I make a break?
What do you mean he wants to convince him of the Quran? The Quranista does not believe in the Quran himself.
Let's go ahead and let them do the thing.
I'm the one quoting it. I'm the one quoting it. You're the one arguing against it.
It's all games, man.
Starts. The problem I see, and this is important, and sadly, Molly, let me finish, man. Come on, man. So, what Maverick and how Maverick is beating you guys, because Maverick's actually kicking your ass, because you guys are not actually using the Sunnah of the Prophet.
We've got another fan. Man.
Guys, can you shut up, Salam?
Ask Maverick.
He's up his ass, man. He's up his ass.
You guys can't let him finish. Like, let him finish.
They're scared.
Let him finish, man.
Okay, let me get a start again. So, first of all, what Maverick's saying, a lot of it is correct. A lot of it is incorrect. And the incorrect part is, for example, he doesn't take that the Quran came from a historical time. So the history comes from the hadiths. The history of the Quran, the narration comes from the hadiths. So he's taking one hadith but not accept another. I understand what he's saying. Second point that he's making, for example, the idea of lashing. When you look at Islamic history, lashing didn't exist. And this is the most final point. How Maverick could be like, for example, if you guys were honest, because you're not honest, the brothers here who would debate me, they just call me a kufr every night. But for example, if you read the 40 Qudsi's hadiths, which is actually revelations from Allah, which come from Allah, and one of the reasons why they come from Allah is because you can't reproduce their language. It's an Arabic which is the same as the one that's delivered in the Quran. You can't reproduce it. A lot of the Salafi beliefs would be moved down because Allah calls for the mercy of his creation and for his people. So guys,
all right, we heard you, man. All right, man. You're waffling, bro. Wallah.
Please learn your history. When you're debating with Maverick, give him some respect and actually be honest, be coherent, because the way you guys are talking to Maverick or the way that
I think it's the listeners on
the chat. I swear down, he's a fan, bro.
He's right.
He's right. Disgusting, man.
Let the man finish, man. Oh, Stacks, come on, man.
Wallahi, from a third point, yeah, you look like a bitch, fam. Wallahi, I'm being honest. I don't want to swear, fam, but you sound like a bitch, man. Wallahi. I swear down, man. You're up his ass. You sound like a fan. Bro, like, I swear down, bro. Slow down, man. Let's have a conversation, man. I like this fanboy thing, man.
Tactics, man.
Stacks, man. I want to, man. Let the man finish,
bro. I swear down, bro, man.
The reason Maverick is doing so well, because if you follow the literal interpretation, there is not one ayat in the Quran that specifically says use the science of hadith and use this final. It's a grey area.
You believe in hadith yourself, there? Are you crazy?
From all the Sunni's perspective,
I
also understand why he's wrong. But you guys are not even orthodox. Continue.
Adi, your GS, do you believe in hadith? 1 second. Do you believe in hadith?
Of course I believe in the hadith.
Okay, Quranista, do you believe in hadith? No. All right, so you're saying Quranista is winning when you believe in hadith. Are you off? Why are you smoking?
No.
Are you okay?
That wasn't. Let me reply to you.
It's not a team thing.
Don't get it, man. I really be left. I just allow it, bro. Let OJ and Maverick speak now.
I think a lot of people want New Nomad to speak here, but I just want one last question to be answered by Maverick.
Nah, bro. I won't answer anything until you answer my question, bro.
No, before we come to the definition, because that wasn't.
You keep asking me questions. You're not answering anything of mine. What the hell?
Look, before we come to definitions, yeah, let's just wait, just 1 second. Let's build some principles and let's build some what was the word? I forgot the word, but let's just get some ground first.
Yeah, that is the ground. Definitions of messenger and prophet.
1 second. We'll come to it, inshallah.
Khaled, who made you the fucking dictator?
Deciding, we're talking. You're not going to put words in my mouth. You're not going to tell me what to say. Yeah? So just listen. And so if you want to reply. If you don't want to reply, then you don't have to.
You check it.
The verse says that when Allah and His Messenger decide a matter, not convey. And it didn't say one second.
Oh my God.
It doesn't say when Allah decides a matter, then the messenger conveys it. It doesn't say that. What it clearly says in the verse, and you're trying to, wiggle out of it, is that Allah decides a matter and the messenger decides a matter. So we're not talking about conveying. So don't mention conveying when you reply to this. How are you going to say that the messenger, the legislation of the prophet, the messenger, and the legislation of Allah is the same? Don't say convey.
We're not gonna continue having the same conversation. So guys, continue, man.
I wasn't happy with your I wasn't happy with your
Can you know my speak now?
Continue,
You said convey.
Can I say something?
Allah is clear to the listeners that he's not.
Yo, what's that? You say Khali?
Yeah, I don't think this is going anywhere.
No, it's not.
New Nomad, come on, bro.
I can say one thing. I can say one thing, and that is that all of you guys are proving that the Quran has a contradiction, right?
Oh, now it's me and you, my dude.
Right now, you guys are proving that, and I'll tell you how you're proving that. Okay?
Shut up.
Huh?
Relax, man.
Go ahead.
You have to have intellectual maturity, guys. Come on, like, don't shut me down. Here's what I'm saying. You guys are all basically showing a contradiction in the Quran. Correct me if I'm wrong, in Ahmedo, Maverick. Is there an ayah in the Quran that says we have made this Quran clear for you? Well, the amount of people on this very small panel and the differences shows me that it's not clear.
No.
So you guys are literally a representation of a contradiction within the Quran, right or wrong? Like, I mean, if I'm a layman, don't know anything about the Quran or anything like that, just for face value, wouldn't you say that there is lack of clarity because of this, the differences of opinion on this specific panel? Wouldn't you say that?
No.
Go ahead, Maverick.
No, you wouldn't say that, because you're basing your judgment based on two individuals. Now, you cannot judge a particular thing based on your judgment on two individuals. You have no idea.
What else do I have to judge with?
One second. You have no idea what agenda those two individuals have. So how could you be judging a third thing when you don't know our agenda?
Maverick, let me ask you something, okay? And I think I'm going to say this to the whole panel, and I think for anyone that's listening. This word, agenda, like this thing called agenda. When you say it seems like there's maliciousness.
No, one minute. Okay, man.
Okay, cool.
Before we jump from one thing to another.
I wasn't jumping. I was doing a little detour, but okay, cool.
Okay, cool. But would you like to retract your statement that there's contradictions in the Quran, unless you can justify that?
No. I did not say there was contradiction in the Quran. If you listened clearly, what I said. What I had said is that you lot are disproving the Quran's words.
Okay, even that is a silly notion.
Oh yeah, that's fine. But this is between CD, yourself, OJ, Salaf, Maulid, GS, there's many differences of opinion and many nuance. Oh no, someone needs to mute up. I don't know who that is, but there's many different nuances and interpretation of that same text, when the text itself actually said that it is clear. So from a layman's perspective, if you're just kind of taking it at face value, Maverick, if you're honest, you would say, yeah, well, these lot don't agree, and the text said that it's clear. That's a contradiction. Like, I mean, if you're honest, you would agree to that.
All right, cool. Okay, cool. One second. You basically just rehashed the same question, and you tried to throw in a quick little gaslighting with your "if you're honest" remark. So let's deal with this very simply. Now, again, you're simply addressing your observance of individuals, and you're trying to judge a third object based on your observance of individuals. That's silly in every sense of the word. That's ridiculous.
How so?
You cannot, because you have not seen the thing yourself. You have not measured the thing. You have not tested the thing. You have not read the thing. It's the Quran itself. You cannot judge the Quran based on us, because you don't know. You don't know what. Hold on. You don't know what our capacity is. You don't know whether we are lying or telling the truth. You don't know whether we have preferences. You haven't got a clue about us.
This is a subjective opinion that you're just kind of passing as fact.
What is a subjective opinion?
Know? Because the thing is, you're kind of taking an assumption where you're basically telling me I'm lacking knowledge of a certain thing. Okay,
about
before I judge it, right? Yeah, it's a doctrine, it's a book, and you're telling me essentially.
No, but you're talking about us.
No, but you didn't mention it though. I'm going by what you mentioned. You mentioned your observance of people.
I asked you, right, Maverick? I said, is there such an ayah in the Quran? And
no, mate, that's what I got. But you want to judge the Quran based on your observance of people, and I'm telling you that doesn't logically follow.
Yeah, it don't make sense, man.
Okay, so if I say something, no, I understand what you're saying. But if I say something is clear, and then in practice I see that there is lacking clarity,
you just repeat
Bro, the Quran itself says, "Can you make a blind man see?" Like,
No, 1 second. You're just repeating yourself, right?
I'm repeating myself so you understand where I'm coming from now.
No, but the facts don't change because you repeat yourself.
No. Okay. Enough of that. What I'm trying to tell you is
you can factually judge a document based on your observance of people. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Can you factually do that?
No. If it's calling,
No, Maverick is misrepresenting what he's saying. He's saying, look, I'm not on your side. He's saying that he's got a claim from the Quran. He's got a claim from the Quran, and he's trying to test that claim, right? And he's trying to say that claim is not fulfilling. Like, it's not fulfilling claim. Like, it's not the true claim. That's what he's trying to say.
But here's the thing. Hold on. Here's his big problem here. He's not testing the Quran itself. He's not testing the document that claims to be clear itself. He's testing people. That doesn't work.
Sorry,
that's non sequitur.
No, not really. Exactly. That doesn't jive. Ahmed, if there's a claim being made in a document, if there's a claim being made, if I say,
what's the claim?
If I give you a piece of paper that says today is 12 degrees, right? And then you test it and you say that it's 27 degrees.
That's a contradiction, right?
Exactly, that's a contradiction, right? So,
but do you have that here?
So that's how I'm looking at it, Anigu. It's not in.
No, that's not how.
What's the claim?
No. That analogy.
The claim is that the Quran has been made clear.
No. 1 second, bro. You're not gonna get away with that analogy. 1 second. You're not gonna get away with that.
That's the wrong claim, though. That's a.
Hold on. The analogy. 1 second, bro. The analogy you just gave us is one where you test the document yourself. That's not the same analogy as you talking about observing people. You're observing people. You're not observing the document, are you?
Exactly. That's a false analogy there, bro.
I'm not gonna let you get away with that either, because you just said the exact same thing that I said. Like I said,
no, Nomad. The claim. The claim. You said the Quran itself says that it's clear. It doesn't say the people will follow it clearly. It just says the Quran itself is clear. It doesn't say people follow it.
Well said. And it also says that it won't guide everyone. So some people won't be guided.
Yeah, bro, it makes that clear.
You're looking at, you could potentially be looking at them, and then you're going, oh.
Maverick,
and it also says that certain people will take certain verses and misinterpret it as well. So
exactly.
How do you know who those people are? Tell him why you believe the Quran, bro. Tell him. I want to hear that.
Who?
Oh, Nomad. Tell him why you believe in the Quran.
Nah, before I even go there, he has to let go of this argument. Like, if someone doesn't understand when they have a bad argument, how Shiga, that's a horrible argument. You're gonna have to let go of it.
Man. I'll make a point. I've got a really good point. The argument that New Man's paying is the idea that perception. So if you go to a room the 6 of us here and we go to a room, we will always, when we come back, we always remember certain aspects of that room. What is in that room is in that room, but our memory, the way we will jot it down, the way we write down, will be totally different. Same as when you read the Quran, you will read certain verses and you might not understand other verses.
Yeah, bro. The Quran says that itself.
Yeah, that's
Horta
that.
Nuno needs to let go of this argument so Maverick can go on with his.
But this comes down to the idea of perception. If everyone goes into a room, they will remember different stuff, and the Quran specifically says that.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
That's why I have a problem with other people, other Muslims do takfir on other Muslims and say their interpretation is correct. And everything apart from that interpretation.
You're getting a bit too excited now, man. Let's carry on.
Yeah, where's New Nomad, Horta? Is he gone? What, New Nomad, are you there?
I'm not gonna. Yeah. I think
Nah, he's here.
Look, GS, I think.
No, he's muted.
I want to ask a question to GS, but I think if Nino wants to continue, then.
You can use man. You got body fam.
No, maybe he's looking for something. Carry on with GS in the meantime.
Yeah, so GS, I think I was listening earlier, and you seem to be meshing between like Salafis and Al-Shabaab and Khawarij and Takfir is too much, and people who are out for the blood of the Muslims and who want to slaughter Muslims.
Yeah.
So are you saying they're Salafis as well?
If their ideology in essence is Wahhabism. So let's say.
See, look, that's completely. No, wait.
Please give me a second.
Okay, go ahead.
The Salafi of Ibrahim Taymiyyah and the Salaf of Ibrahim Wahhab. Ibrahim Taymiyyah did not come.
No.
OJ, let me finish. Ibrahim Taymiyyah did not commit takfir on other Muslims. Ibrahim Wahhab committed takfir on other Muslims.
You haven't read Ibn Taymiyyah's books, man. Swear down.
I don't know why the Arabs concern you anyway.
Wallahi.
Ibn
Taymiyyah is the one who said Mahal the Shia. You've read what he said? The Shia.
Yes. So you're saying there's two types of Salafis.
This is something that's.
So where have you read this? Like, where have you read this? Can I just? Where's your source on this?
Imagery of the product. So there's the Wahhabis that follow the teachers of the.
No. Where's your source?
In my opinion, the reason why Somalia is on fire, because when you look at their history, what they did to the other Saudis is in essence what the Al-Shabaab is doing to other Muslims, other Somalis. I want to ask Maverick a question. Maverick.
Go on, brother.
We got that one.
What's your opinion on psychedelics? Psychedelics.
Psychedelics?
Yeah.
God made them, innit? They're natural.
But Allah also made alcohol. Allah also made alcohol. How's that? How is that?
Natural. We produce DMT.
Alcohol is natural.
We produce THC.
I don't get how that's an argument.
You know what I'm saying? Do you want to get the alcohol? Do you want to do that?
Everything's halal for Ahmed, man. You know this.
Well, he thinks
I can't.
I don't think you understand.
You guys have to prove to me that DMT or psychedelics.
Are these psychedelics naturally from the ground or?
Yeah, psychedelics are natural. They grow as plants.
What about alcohol?
Are you saying everything that's natural is halal then? You're not saying that anything that grows naturally is halal.
One second, guys. I got a big one for you lot. I got a big one for you lot, man. Melbourne but natural stuff. That's not much of an argument. How about we discuss alcohol? How about that?
Yeah. Don't say.
No.
To be honest, I'm not discussing you.
Wait.
Somebody doesn't believe in the hadith.
One second, guys. Watch this now, yeah? Watch this. Now, I'm done arguing with people. I'm simply producing verses. So when it comes to this alcohol discussion, I'm not gonna say a word. We can simply look at the verses in question. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, before, what's your conclusion on it?
No. I'm not gonna say a word. I'm saying let's just let the verses speak for themselves.
No, but the problem is, look, we don't just only take.
Why are you scared of what God's got to say?
No, that's the problem.
You're trying to pin me in. You want ad hominem. You want to jump on me. You think I don't know your game?
So you're talking about psychedelics,
I'm not doing anything.
No, I'm talking about alcohol.
I'm trying to say is,
in your right mind, are you saying alcohol is okay then, Ahmed?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying let the verses speak. Why are you
Alright, what do
scared?
you-
But look, Maverick, there's so many problems. Look, look on a real note, look, Maverick, there's so many problems you'll have if you don't have the hadith. One of them
Damn,
is.
I leave for 2 minutes and we're talking about
Do you know-
alcohol. Damn.
Just one
Hey,
sec,
yes,
Maverick,
he's
Maverick.
back. He's back. Yes.
Okay, if he wants to continue, inshallah, let him.
No. Let's continue.
Let's talk about it.
No, finish up,
fair.
OJ, finish
Let's
up.
Look,
finish
there's
this
so
off.
many
Go on.
problems you'll have. Look, for example,
Like
do you
what?
know verse 929, like the Orientalists bring?
What
929,
about
what do they bring? They bring.
What about it?
It says,
No,
kill the
Don't just
non-believers.
say 929 drive by like that. Go ahead.
Kill the non-believer. Kill the.
Kill the non-believers where? Oh no, don't finish there.
Wherever
Finish
you
the verse.
find them.
I'll say it in Arabic. I'll say
Hold on,
قاتلوا
hold
الذين
on,
لا
one
يؤمنون
second.
بالله ولا باليوم الآخرة.
And one second, and drive them out of where they drove you out of from, right?
No, not that one. The other one.
Oh really? Oh, which verse? Go ahead. Give me the verse.
قاتلوا الذين.
verse.
It's with the Tawbah. It's 929. Go to
Okay.
it.
Chapter 9, which verse?
Verse 29.
Verse 29.
Yeah. It says, kill the disbelievers, or those who do not believe in the day of judgment.
Guys, let's not
and
make
those
this
who
another
do-
half an hour debate, innit?
One second.
Oh,
No.
One second.
Look,
That's-
I'm
bro,
not trying to get into it, Maverick.
That's one.
But
That's
it's a problem that you have to deal with.
Hold on. No.
If you're
One
oriented-
second. Bro, you can't just attack the Quran like that and get away with it.
Maverick, you're
First and
like a
foremost-
fish.
Astaghfirullah,
First
Ali.
and foremost,
You
one
see a
second.
bait, yeah.
You're
You
the one
just
who's
go for it.
attacking
You
the
see a
Quran.
hook.
One
You
second.
get caught with the hook, bro.
One second.
That's a good one.
Guys,
GB.
one second.
You'll have
one
another
second.
problem. For
What
example,
he did, hold on. What
let
he
me just list
did
the problems
was
out, then you can
quote,
deal with
what
the
he
ones you want.
did,
Smugglers,
what
smugglers,
he
smugglers.
did, fuck's sakes, man. What
Yeah,
he
the
did,
TVK, man.
what he did was quote one single verse. Are you saying
Right.
that I can't read? Are you saying that I can't read the context of this verse and understand what it
To
is?
be honest, the context doesn't really help you. I mean, the
The
context
context
of the
doesn't
verses.
help me.
You need the
Okay,
hadith.
don't.
cool. All right, cool.
So yeah, that.
One second. All right, one second.
And
The context doesn't help me.
should we wait for Maverick or?
1 minute. The
Yeah,
context doesn't
the
help.
context won't help him. I swear that the context won't help him.
The ayah before is
Alright.
يا الذين آمنوا إنما المشركون نجس فلا يقربوا المسجد الحرام بعد عامهم هذا وإن خفتم
Okay.
عيلة
Maverick,
فسوف يغنيكم
yeah.
الله من فضله إن شاء إن الله عليم حكيم.
من حكيم.
قاتلوا الذين kill them and then after this وقالت اليهود عزير بن الله وقالت المسيح وقالت المسيح وقالت النصارى المسيح بن الله ذلك قولهم بأفواههم يضاهئون قول الذين كفروا من قبل قاتلهم الله. May Allah destroy them, Allah kill them, Allah fight them. أن يؤفكون اتخذوا. Allah keeps mentioning their bad deeds and what they used to do, the shirk that they used to do with Isa and the rabbis, and it doesn't really help you. The context doesn't help you, akhi.
Yeah, address like what your stance on it is, and then get
So
back
his
to me,
stance, yani, if he's a
One
real
second,
Qur'ani,
one second.
he should
One
pick up
second.
his weapons
Can I
and start fighting.
answer it? Can I answer it? 1 second, yeah. First and foremost, yeah, in the very same verse 929, in the very same verse 929, yeah, you shall fight against those who do not believe in God, nor in the last day, nor do they prohibit what God and his messenger has prohibited, nor do they abide by the deen of truth among those who receive the scripture, until they pay jizya. Now, the word
Right.
jizya means recompense. Now, in order for you to pay recompense, you must have done something. We know what the word recompense means. So that alone
Whoa,
gives
whoa,
us
whoa.
Isn't that an
what?
interpretation?
So what's the recompense then? What's the recompense?
What does
the
the
beginning
word
of
No,
verse
but
say.
Maverick, 1 second.
What does
Another
the
guy
word
who's on the other
recompense
side.
mean?
The
Okay,
recompense
What does
is
the
because
word
they do not
recompense
believe in
mean?
Allah and the last day, man.
No,
That's what we're trying to say.
No, but
My
another
friend,
Qur'ani. Look, the
my
problem you have
friend,
is Maverick. 1
my
second.
friend,
Understand.
1 second.
Another
Bro,
Qur'ani could.
why do we keep speaking over each other? Are you trying to drown my
Yeah,
voice
slow down,
down?
you man.
Are you not shook? Is that what it is? You're
Go
trying
on,
to
go on.
drown me out?
Well, this is already going on for 5 minutes.
very
Please,
far
let's go
from
back.
shook.
No, don't worry,
Very
man.
far.
Go on. Yeah, Ahmed, what's the context that's gonna help you, bro? Go on.
So one is talking about recompense. Two,
Right.
I dealt with this verse in the same chapter on K's channel. Some guy tried to bring the same argument. Now watch the context here. In the very beginning of the chapter, an ultimatum is herein issued from God and his messenger to the idol worshippers who enter into a treaty with you.
Why are you reading?
Therefore,
that's
Rob,
that context. That's a whole different thing.
the beginning of the chapter. Therefore,
Okay,
roam the earth freely for 4 months and know that you cannot escape from God and that God humiliates the disbelievers. There's the context for you. Not only is this the context for you, bro. Stop interrupting me. Let me finish, man. Not only is this the context for you, we know that it's the same polytheists who persecuted the messenger and the believers away from where they lived. And we know that they are told to go back to Masjid al-Haram in chapter 2, 143. We know that they are meeting these people. We know they have a 4-month treaty with them. The whole information is in the Quran. You're having a laugh, mate.
Okay, wait. So if another Quran comes and says, that it's not talking about that, because there's no specific mention of it. Okay, if you're being honest, there's no specific mention of it. Say
what do you mean?
Quran
I just gave you the context. Do you want me to continue?
No, Bara'atu min Allah wa Rasul, the beginning of the surah. You read the beginning of the surah. You read the
exactly.
First,
that's the context, though.
That's the context.
Bro, you went 29 verses back, man.
You went 28 verses back. That's
so what?
It's fine. We'll give him that, inshallah. But I'm saying, look, if another Quran comes and says, no, I disagree with you. In fact, I think that the covenant here
it's not any covenant thing. We've got the objective proof.
No. You just subjectively interpreted it.
Subjective what? I just read it.
You
interpret
just
what? Tell me which word
if I come out and I say fight those who believe in Allah in the last day. Whoa.
Covenant,
slow down, bro.
Covenant. You said it's between. What if somebody comes and says no? Any covenant that is between any two people, I'm allowed to go and kill them if they betray the covenant. Because I believe that covenant is a promise between two people.
My friend,
it just comes down to linguistics, again. It's going to be a game.
The Quran is not a leaflet of one page, you know. You're acting like there's no information about what the Quran talks about. It's not a leaflet, bro. The whole context is there.
The whole reason I started this. 1 second. The whole reason I started this question is because I'm telling you the problems you're going to have if you stick with Quran only. You're going to have another Quran that will come and disagree with your translation and your understanding of the Quran.
What have I translated?
You've said first of all, what you've done is you've said that the covenant that was broken.
Hold on.
You tried to use the context from the beginning of the surah. You tried to use the context of the beginning of the surah, where it's a covenant between the Prophet ﷺ and the Mushrikeen, and they broke the covenant, right? And you're saying the treaty, the covenant, is ahd.
No, treaty is not covenant. It's not the same thing.
Ahd. The Arabic word is ahd. It's covenant.
Yes, it's in the Quran, chapter 9, verse 1.
Naam, and you're trying to say that this, that context applies to this verse also, right?
It's correct? The same chapter.
Okay, 1 second. What if somebody says, no, I disagree with your use of context. I believe that's something else.
Then you would have to prove it.
No, you have to prove him wrong. No, look, I'll prove to you.
Yeah, I can prove it. I can continue reading the Qur'ani. I can continue reading the chapter. It's not difficult, bro. Do you want me to continue reading the chapter for you?
From where? From 29 or from the beginning?
From the beginning where I was reading. I can continue
that's something else, though.
Listen,
that's
no, 1 second, bro. No. 1 second. I can go from 9:1. I can go from 9:1. I can go from 9:1 all the way to 9:29. You show me where the context changes.
1 second. I'll tell you exactly where the context changes.
Show me.
It changes. كيف يكون للمشركين عهد عند الله the 2 pages and a half after.
We know every single person who's involved in this in this Quran. For example, the polytheists, the children of Israel, the Bedouin Arabs that joined them later, so the polytheists, the children of Israel, the Bedouin Arabs. Who else?
Well, look, the context changes about verse 13 or 14. Then the context changes. It's talking about Hajj. It's talking about Hunayn. It's the same thing. How can you say it's the same thing? And it talks about Hunayn. Like
exactly. 24 talks about Hunayn, bro. It talks about the battle of Hunayn. It talks about your mothers and your fathers. It talks about Ma'al oaths.
Hold on, bro. You're not gonna try to pull up.
Come on, bro.
Anyway, look, Maverick. I'm not even trying to get into this discussion with you.
Listen,
bro. It's been 10 minutes. Bro, get back to me, man.
I'm free from Maverick.
Bro, they're hugging on the mic because they're scared, wallahi. That's why
you're finished. You're finished.
Use your brain, man. Flip, bro.
Hugging on the mic. Anyway, one second. Fact of the matter is this: we know that the Quran talks about polytheists who who evicted them from where they lived. We know that they are beefing those people. We know that they live with the children of Israel.
No, you can't prove
we know
that.
that. Hold on. We know that they live with the children of Israel.
We know
that some of them claim. We know that some of them claim.
Are you man speaking at the same time? Allah, we can't know, man. Slow down.
We know that some of them claim to be allies of the Muslims, and we know that there are hypocrites among them, and we know that they are due to pay compensation to the Muslims because we know that they have betrayed them. All of that is in the Quran. You gotta prove what is not in the Quran, mate.
Well, you said where does the topic change, fam? It's told you, no point arguing, man. It told you, if you
Bro,
don't accept it, let's
Maverick,
move on,
you're
bro.
trying really hard to convince them, bro. Get back to New Nomad, man.
Guys, give me a second, please. Can I just make a point?
Allah, there's no point talking to Salafis, bro.
You try really hard. You're the one who's
speaking to Quranistas as well, like.
Oh, wait. Are you not arguing? So are you not arguing that the Quran talks about beefing the polytheists? Wait. So are you arguing that it talks about fighting the polytheists or getting compensation from the Christians?
They're saying you can't make the case, bro.
But it doesn't. But wait. But it doesn't clarify why and who. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, your case is invalid. Without the hadith, you die.
Are you saying that the Quran?
You're like ISIS, man.
Bro, all right.
So we're trying to say
if you don't like the Quran, it's not. It doesn't do anything to me.
I love the Quran. I love the Quran, man. I'm dead without the Quran, man.
You're saying the Quran lacks something, and the Hadith says it. So which one is more important? According to you, you've actually exalted the Hadiths above the Quran because you're saying the Hadith is injured. The Quran is
injured.
Because you're saying the Quran is handicapped without Hadith. You're saying the Quran is handicapped without Hadith.
They coincide with each other, man. We say they coincide with each other.
The funny thing is, when you oppose Maverick,
they interlinked.
But when you oppose Maverick, it puts you in a situation where you're opposing the book you believe in.
No, it doesn't. Yes, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Bullshit, man. What the hell?
You're saying okay. Without the Hadith now, the Quran can create terrorism. That was your argument. The Quran can literally be responsible for terrorism without the Hadith. Is that not what you're arguing?
Because the Quran tells us to follow the Hadith.
Answer the question. Is that not what you're arguing? You are arguing that the Quran alone promotes terrorism. That's what you're arguing.
You know, that's crazy.
Your ideology. Yes.
You're arguing.
Shut up, man. Don't tell me be careful. I'm being serious here, man. Without the full corpus,
you're talking about the Quran, bro.
Bro, the Quran tells us to explain the Quran with the hadiths in it. So if you're using the Quran only, you're in a sticky situation. That's what we're telling you, fam. End of story, man.
What'd you say? Quran what?
If you're a Quranista, you're in a sticky situation. That's what we're telling you, fam.
So with the guidance that Allah says,
what guidance do you have?
No doubt. Oh, what guidance? So the Quran is
guidance,
Allah calls it guidance.
I don't know, man.
So Allah calls it guidance, no doubt, and you're here telling me I'm handicapped, yeah?
No, man. The Quran tells you.
Quran is a complete book.
Please, guys,
listen to OJ, man. JS, be quiet, man.
I agree with the Salafi brothers, but the problem they're doing is it's like you guys are debating with Maverick. He's running around you because he doesn't follow the hadith.
With words. Look, listen, Maverick.
OJ, let me just come in, please. In reality, what Maverick is saying in the Quran, yes, it does allude to wine. That's what it's talking about. But the more expanded understanding is found in the hadith. If you talk to Maverick about that, it's like wasting your time because he doesn't believe that.
No, 1 second. 15 minutes we've wasted. Let's get to Nuno.
If you don't believe it, then what can we do for him?
Let's remember this.
He's injured, man.
Remember this, yeah. I'm the only one who's quoted verses, and these people have actually tried to disrespect the Quran.
Wallah, we quoted verses. Wallah, we quoted few verses.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you.
Let me get the last word in. Be talking about. Let me get the last word, inshallah. Look, Quran is a complete book, and it's a guidance for all of mankind.
Watch him contradict himself.
Nobody is disagreeing with them with that here. The Quran, like in the way we disagree, me and Maverick, or the Ahlul Sunnah and Maverick, is that in which way is it complete? It's not complete.
So it's not complete.
No, don't cut him off, man.
Can I just finish, please? In which way is it complete? The Quran is complete because it points you to other sources of guidance also. That's the way it's complete.
So it's not complete.
Allahu Akbar.
So it's not complete then. Listen, guys. Please
not
don't
doing
insult your
anything.
intellect.
Your Western
Listen,
mindset. Look,
listen,
your mindset.
Listen
Okay,
to
let
the
me give you an
language
analogy.
the man used. Listen to
Let
the
me give you.
language the man used. The
Let
man
me.
said A is
Look,
complete.
he always
However,
complains
A
about people
is
cutting him
complete
off.
because it points to B.
But when somebody
What
tries to
language
speak,
is that?
Oh, that's the
listen,
language I speak, man.
let me give you an analogy, Maverick. Look, if you go to a doctor, one second. If you go to a doctor, one second. Look, you go to a doctor, you've got illness, and that doctor tells you, "I don't have the cure for you here." Okay,
But he's
but
not
go to
complete.
this. One second. But go to this person; he'll help you out with the cure or with the treatment.
So, but he's not
in the
complete.
end,
Though, so
one
how
second,
does
in
that
the
actually
end,
work?
just 1 second. In the end, who ultimately guided you? In the end,
What the fuck are you talking about? He's not complete. How does that analogy
He's a
work?
complete. He's a doctor. He's got a degree. He's complete,
Wallahi,
innit?
this
But he's
Maverick.
referring you to another specialist.
Bro, you
Come
lot
on,
are
bro.
weird, wallahi. Wallahi, you lot got problems, wallahi.
This Maverick
listen to
doesn't
the
learn,
analogy.
bro. Give up, man.
Wallahi, you lot are weird, bro. Like, oh, so,
Man,
wait, one second.
man.
So are you now
Yo,
saying?
give up,
So are
man.
you
Give
now saying?
up.
One second.
I'm
So are you
done.
now
I'm
saying? So are you now saying the word of God? You say you acknowledge that the Quran is the word of God, supposedly, according to you. But
100%.
you say the word of God needs assistance. How can perfect need assistance?
Exactly.
Guys, I
not
beg you, don't
questioning.
answer his question. Please don't answer his question.
How can perfect guy need assistance?
I'm just gonna repeat the analogy.
Do you know
Are
what?
you saying God needs the assistance of man? What is wrong with you, though?
My. The hadith is God's work, man. Come on.
Listen.
So the hadith
analogy,
is
Maverick.
God's work. So are you saying?
Yes,
Are you
it's
saying?
wahi.
Are you saying?
إنه وحي
Okay. So has God communicated with Abu Huraira and Bukhari and
God
done
has
that?
communicated with the Prophet ﷺ, who then communicated with Abu Huraira, then Abu Huraira then wrote down what the Prophet. It's simple, man.
Okay,
Come on, man.
but who's
Simple.
but who's telling you all of this? This is all according to Abu
Telling you
Huraira and
this.
Bukhari.
What
But
about
this
the
is all
Quran?
according to Abu Huraira and
Who wrote the
Bukhari,
Quran
though.
then? Then Abu Huraira, these men write the Quran as well.
How do you know? Wait.
What a
How do you
joker.
know? One second. How do you know the Quran was written by Abu Huraira? I thought the
Quran was written by
Quran.
scribes, Muawiyah, and the scribes of the Prophet.
One second. I thought the Quran was conveyed to the masses. I didn't know that it belonged to a
So the
specific
Quran.
club.
So who wrote the
Did
Quran then? He's in the Prophet wrote it.
Was the Quran only conveyed to an exclusive club? Is that what you're saying?
Mate, the scribes wrote the Quran down, right? Just the way the hadith were written down. So what kind of argument is that?
But no. But anyone who would have heard the Quran would have been within the. But anyone who would have heard the Quran would have been able to write the Quran, would they not? Would they not?
Right.
No,
Well, do you know them? Do you know them? So do you know them?
So why? No. So what makes it exclusive to Abu Huraira? So why do you say?
No, you said
Muhammad. Don't go through Abu Huraira.
So no.
You're
so why
saying.
you're saying. No, but you claim Abu Huraira and the gang brought the Quran. So therefore, we
I
have
didn't say the gang. I didn't say the gang, man.
No, but whatever, man. Whatever. Bro, learn what the word gang means, man. Learn what the word gang means.
The companions are not a gang, man. You're a gang, bro.
They are a gang. You know what gang is? You idiots.
You're a gang. You're a gang, bro, man.
A gang is just synonymous to a group.
Enough.
Gang is synonymous to a group, you fucking freshie. Just listen, man.
Gang is a crime organization, man.
والله ما بكنين يا
idiot,
أنت ده كان دي كلها اللي
استغفر الله
you're gonna
العظيم
get
على
high
الذنب وأتوب إليك man. والله بالله. I do not claim the companions are gang.
This is what happens when you talk to bloody Salafis, bro. It's never civilized.
Maverick, no, you're not normal. Maverick, you're not normal, bro.
Anyways, listen, yeah.
So one second. You said the hadiths, yeah. 1 second, Ahmed.
Let me just finish this statement, man. What's wrong with you?
CD's interrupting you, man.
As I was saying, yeah.
I'm not interrupting. I just want him to go back to the convo.
As I was saying, yeah. Since the Quran was conveyed to the masses, and since we know that the Quran is easily memorable, since we know that anyone could have written it down, nothing stops them from doing so. On what grounds do you believe the claims of Abu Huraira and the rest of them, man? Especially considering, I know that you lot have manipulated people with romantic terms like science of hadith. The fact of the matter remains.
You answered the whole question.
The fact of the matter remains. But the fact of the matter remains, the person who's narrating the story to you, you cannot go beyond. You cannot go beyond him because the individual who supposedly he heard it from is more than likely dead. So you can't verify nothing.
You can't
Alright,
verify
alright.
nothing.
This is
Over to
how
you.
low IQ, unintellectual this brother is, right? Let me tell you
Yeah.
something. He just said, "Well, you don't cut me off." I didn't cut you off, bro, man. You just said, "Mahallah, Abu Huraira." There's people in the hadith that we know their biographies to that letter, but yet him right now had just said the Quran was given to the masses, unknown, majhul, unknown people, just like the Bible. He's claiming the Quran is like the Bible. Unknown people wrote down the Quran. You don't know their names. You don't know who they are. You don't know where they came from. You don't know if that.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I
But
wanted to prove why he believes in the Quran.
1 second. He just said unknown people have written the Quran. But on the other hand, he said you have something called the science of hadith that you know XYZ. Which one is more stronger? Which one do we actually
I know
have to
exactly what
believe in?
you're saying.
A person with a biography.
You lot are taking a mic now. I've been like, bro, it's been 25 minutes, bro. You lot are taking a piss, bro. You said you're not gonna go into it, bro. Come on.
Wait, that's very easy to do.
What do you want? Do you want Nomad and Honest to debate? What is it? I don't get it. What do you want to do?
It is open mic at the end of the day.
1 minute.
Open mic,
Is open.
man.
1 minute.
Oh, you lot are
Stacks,
going back on your word. You said you're gonna ask one question. It's been 25
Stacks,
minutes, bro.
1 second.
Wallahi,
Stacks, that's very easy to do. That's very easy to deal with. And this is how easy it is to deal with that. Knowing people's names, addresses, whatever the hell you want to know about them, would not prove to you that the Quran is indeed from Allah. No would. Here's the flip side. No would not knowing their names and stop you from proving from reading the Quran and finding the proof whether it's from God or not. So what would it aid you? It wouldn't do nothing.
Okay, let me ask you, Maverick. Let me just ask you a simple question. I'll ask you a very simple question, and then please respond to it. Okay? Look. So now you're saying
I ain't responding to shit you say until you respond to my question. Bro.
Yeah, let me respond to what he just said. Yeah.
I asked you a question an hour ago. Deal with that question, Sahib.
إنا لله وإنا راجعون. الحمد لله يعني. It's clear. تفضل صالح انت.
Wallahi, you think you're Ghali, bro. You're not gonna answer any of my questions, but I'm gonna answer yours. Who do you think you are? No, who do you think you are? You're not gonna answer any of my questions, but I'm gonna answer yours.
Yeah, that's fine. That's enough, guys. I mean,
You're deluded, bro.
إن شاء الله may Allah guide يا أخي may Allah guide you.
May Allah guide you, bro. Don't come to me with that.
May walk guide all of you.
Bruv, don't even. May Allah guide you.
See, you're proving the problem. I wouldn't say that about Allah because I respect you, Allah.
What did I say? I didn't say that.
Okay, listen. I'll ask you the question.
I was about to say something. I caught myself while I was thinking about to say something.
Speak to Maverick, I beg you, man. This convo is not going anywhere.
Yeah. So Maverick,
he's open mic, man. Stop engaging the conversation, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm not. But you lot did say earlier. It's 30 minutes almost now.
Ask him this question. Yeah, 1 sec.
Why you lot are taking a mic, bro? You said that earlier, man.
Salaf, ask him this question. 1 sec. Salaf, ask him this question. Yeah. If there's two.
You guys take over. Let other people talk for a minute, okay? So the fundamental problem here, and this is what I have with the Salafi problem, and this is an orthodox Sunni perspective, and I want to take it earlier when Maverick said, saying that the Quran is the reason why the Quran is the reason why people are blowing themselves and killing innocent Muslim people around the world. The Quran is not the reason. The reason why is because there's hadiths that are very weak, used by extremists to propagate their ideology. If you follow the hadith blindly and say that put it on power with the word of God, then my friend, you are committed.
That's just false. That's false.
You committed shirk.
Yes, the
Khawarij, listen, the Khawarij.
No point debating you or discussing you.
Yes.
No point, man. Swear
the hadiths were never considered 100%. They can't be considered 100% because they're not the word of God.
Okay, in the Quran, Allah says, "Bala man kasaba sayyi'atan." Allah says, whoever commits a sin, بلا من كسب سيئة وحط به خطيئة, and his sins surround him, he's going to go to hellfire. So anybody who commits a sin.
Allah says in Surah Najm, He can forgive any sin. What are you talking about? If you stay away from the big sin.
So then the Khawarij, no. Wait. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. So what the Khawarij say is, this verse means that anybody who commits a sin is a kafir. So therefore, we can kill them. So how do you, without the hadith,
it specifically says any sin surround him. You read that yourself. So why are you ignoring what it said?
You're contradicting yourself.
No.
Oh, you must slow down one by one, man.
Look, I'm gonna repeat the argument. I'm gonna repeat the argument. Allah says, "Bala man kasaba sayyi'atan wa ahatat bihi khati'atuhu." فأولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون. Anybody who commits a sin and then his sins surround him, then that person, one second, that person is then going to be into the hellfire and is going to dwell therein forever. The Khawarij come, the people who are you know, Al-Shabaab and
so they ignore the second part.
Wait, Horta, is this guy being serious? You're basically saying
I'm refuting.
Horta, that is a beautiful proposed argument, man. I've never heard this argument.
Let me finish, please.
So they're Quran only now, yeah?
If you don't, let me just. I was repeating what GS was saying. He said that people use weak hadith. There's no problem with Quran. Of course, we believe that there's no problem with Quran, but the problem is the people's interpretation of the Quran. The people of the interpretation of the Quran has gone away from the Sahaba, which then leads to things like this. But let me tell you.
No, but hold on, no. Prove it though.
That's crazy, man.
No, 1 second. Prove your claim.
You can't let someone finish. Let him finish and then respond.
I'm proving it right now. I'm proving it right now. If you let me finish.
Go ahead, prove it.
Allah says, rather, whoever commits a sin and his sins surround him, then that person is going to be in the hellfire.
Keyword, and his sins surround him. That's the key.
Okay, so the Khawarij come and say that anybody who commits a major sin, for example, adultery, or they steal something or things like that, then that person has fallen out of the fold of Islam,
so
and
they ignore the second
halal to
part.
be killed.
So they ignore the second part.
What second part are you talking about?
No, what second part?
One second. So they ignore the clear. I repeated it on purpose because I knew he was gonna do that. Wallah, I knew he was gonna do that. So they ignore. The second part. So they ignore the second part, which says, "And his sin surround him." And
what's the point from that? What's that supposed to mean? Like that means that this person is okay. What do you understand from and his sins around him? What do you understand from that?
Nah. See, what do I? Nah. This is not a matter of. It's not a matter of what do you understand from it. If you want to play with the word of God, it's up to you, my friend. That's clear.
He knows what he's talking about.
That's
clear.
For anyone who's literate, that's clear.
Bro, I'm illiterate. Explain it to me. I'm illiterate.
Burn in hell.
What you're talking about, to be honest. Listen, GS, what I was trying to say is, let me speak to GS 1 second. I'm trying to say is that there are people who will use the Quran and they'll use it to commit, tragedies, and they'll use it to commit murder and things like this. And they'll use the Quran, not only with hadith.
They're not using the Quran.
How do you refute that? How do you refute that person?
Prove it. Because you're lying. You cannot justify anything from the Quran where anyone does any negativity. You're lying.
Man, you need the hadith, man.
You're lying. To prove that you're lying, the verse that you just used now, Wallahi billah tallah, you're lying. Wallahi
he's not. Wallahi billah tallah is not lying, fam.
What am I lying about? You're accusing me of lying.
Wallahi billahi tallahi, the fact that the verse says anyone who sins and his sin surrounds him. Anyone who listen. Anyone who's ever been through 4th grade of school will not struggle with that. Wallahi, you're lying.
Wallahi, I've been through 4th grade and 8th grade and 10th grade.
Well, Horta, I don't understand that. Maverick, can you explain what surround him mean?
Exactly. The way I understand it, face value. Yeah. Ahmed, am I right or wrong?
It means somebody who just dwelled in. You're illiterate. All of you go back.
Ahmed, am I right or wrong? Listen, the way I understand it, face value, when he says sin surround him, it means he's a sinful guy. He's very sinful. Fam, he keeps repeating the same sins or something like that. Fam. Am I right or wrong?
Well,
am I right or wrong?
You don't it might mean environment. I don't know, bro.
Let me finish.
So I would say. Say again.
You don't need my approval. It's very simple, fam.
But if you can't answer the question, just say you can't answer it. I will move on.
What do you want? You want my approval? You want my
understanding?
approval?
I forget it, man.
This guy. Man?
What does it mean,
What does it mean?
Bruv.
So it's not clear, I guess.
You say you can't answer it. You got headlocked. You finished.
Bro, what does it mean? And you're calling us illiterate. I didn't even eye you. Like,
what do you mean? What does it mean? Do you not? Can you not read? Why do you need me to tell you? What does it mean? Is it
I
not
want to know what
usable?
you think, bro. What's your take on it? I want to know what's your take on it.
You know when you say, listen to this. Okay, listen. You know when you say, what does it mean? Yeah. Can you give me?
What's your take on it? Let me know. What's your take on it?
All right, CD. When you know when you
reference.
Well, listen, man. CD, when you say what's your take on it, is there 2 options? Can you give me what those 2 options are?
No, but what did I lie about though?
No, Jorge, look, he said
No,
one.
because when you say
no, one sec. No, one sec. Bro, one sec. MStack said he sees it as something when someone does too much sin. I said it could mean your environment, like people that influences you, your circle of friends, your where you live and stuff like this. So there are two ways of looking at it. What's your take on it?
Repeat that. Wait. Repeat that. Your environment, what?
Your environment, as in like your circle, your friends, for example. If they're sinful people, that's you're surrounded by sin, sort of thing. That's what I mean. So my take on it is different to his. So what's your take on it, bro?
Wait. So you think the verse is saying one second. So I'm trying to understand you. So you think the verse is saying if people around you sin, then you're held accountable for it?
No. It says if you sin and it surrounds you. That's what it says, right? Someone correct me. Okay. So exactly, if you sin and the sin surround you, it means the people around you are sinning as well, bro. That's my take on it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
I would say a very simple guy.
Wait. Well, let me follow the guy, man. So your take on it is that this verse is potentially saying if people around you sin, then you're held accountable for it?
No. What you can infer from it,
what concern of yours?
No. If you live in an environment that people are sinning, bro, you're bound to sin. So Arthur, I'm not even 100% sure if I'm right or wrong. I just want your take. Why is it taking so long? No, you're taking long to answer, bro. Just answer.
Okay. CD, 1 second. CD.
So now you're saying the same thing.
Maverick, I said, when sin surrounds you means you're a very simple person. Am I right or wrong in saying that?
What other option?
I'm right. Bang on. So you're saying someone who commits a lot of sins. Okay.
I want to know what other option there is. Because
there's no other option. There's no other option.
The other option, the other interpretation.
Okay, if there is no other option,
so you're a Khawarij. So you're a Khawarij then, Ahmed.
1 minute, man. If there is no other option, the people claiming, what does it mean? They're basically lying, then, aren't they?
Bro, you have fallen into the same trap as the Khawarij. That's the whole point. You're saying, bro, you have fallen into the same trap as the Khawarij. You're basically saying, if someone commits a lot of sins, he's going to abide in hell eternally.
That person's not Muslim.
Joker, but
let's say this person has...
Hold on. What did you say, Stax?
Look, Maverick, the argument is this. If somebody commits... I'll just say what he said. I'll say what he said.
So are you saying if someone continuously commits sins, then they don't go to hellfire?
Forever. Eternally.
No, but if they're eternally committing sins, what do you want? What, you think you don't have to repent?
Eternally committing sins.
No. Shirk is the only thing Allah does not forgive.
Hold on. So wait. So which part of this verse tells you that these sins do not include shirk? How do you know?
No. That's not the point. The point is this, look.
Oh, come on, man. This is your interpretation, bro. That's your interpretation. This is not saying there. That's you adding it on, man. It doesn't say that.
I did not make any interpretation. You made it.
How do you know it doesn't include that?
Bro, I'm saying it says there, if someone's very sinful. Okay, all right, go on.
They said, look, Khariji said, بَلَا مَنْ كَسَبَ سَيِّئَةً وَحَاطَتْ بِهِ خَطِيئَةُ. This person, they do one sin or they do many sins. It doesn't matter for them. بَلَا مَنْ كَسَبَ سَيِّئَةً وَأَحَاطَتْ بِهِ. And then this person is encompassed by their sins. Then that person is going to be in the hellfire forever. For them, they said, anybody who's in the hellfire forever, that means they're not Muslim, is a kafir. That means anybody who does any sin, not it doesn't matter what shirk, whether it's shirk, it doesn't matter whether it's stealing something, it doesn't matter whether it's
where did you get anything from?
It says sayyi'atan, it's a general word. Sayyi'atan, evil, whoever earns evil.
But encompassed by his sin though, doesn't it not?
Any evil. Yeah, they're encompassed by their evil.
You're trying to ignore the second part. Bruv, you can't ignore the second part, bruv.
I'll explain the second part to you. The second part means وَحَاطَتْ بِهِ خَطِيئَتُهُ means that their bad deeds surround them, i.e. they're basically weighed down and they are trapped by their bad deeds that they've
what the hell does that mean?
They're gonna be brought into the hellfire. They're gonna be brought into the hellfire because of the actions
answer the question. Correct? What do you mean by trapped by their bad deeds?
1 second, I'll explain it to you.
Yo, go ahead and do it.
Let me speak then. Subhanallah. The bad deeds, they are going to be surrounded by their bad deeds, and they're going to be brought down into the hellfire by their bad deeds. What they used to do.
Hold on. See, there you go to the hellfire. Bro, before you get to the hellfire, can you explain to me what you mean by brought down by their bad deeds?
Yes, by going into the hellfire. Their bad
By
deeds are going
going
to
into
earn
the
them the
hellfire.
hellfire.
No. Wait,
The
wait.
bad deeds that they used to commit are going to earn them the hellfire. I don't know.
Hold on. What hellfire internet is la adin. You haven't addressed the second portion where it says their sins surround them. So
we did address it. We all agreed, didn't it?
Like this guy, that's the whole point I was trying to make. Now he's saying you address it.
Look, I'm not trying to address anything. What I'm trying to do is
not you, bro. I'm talking to Maverick.
No. Look, the whole verse I'm trying to say is that it can be interpreted by somebody for evil. That's all I'm trying to say.
How?
Exactly, bro.
How?
It doesn't. Like Maverick, you're at this point, yeah, Maverick. Wait,
proving it, bro. We're proving it.
This guy at this point, yeah, he's arguing like his life depends on it. Like, habad ma bro. I don't understand. You're arguing for continuously.
Just concede it.
Just give up,
if he's disproven here, then his whole ideology gets finished. He's finished. Like that's why he's trying to protect it. Come on, man.
Prove anything though, have you?
Yeah, obviously we haven't.
You know what? Wait, one second. Pause. This brings us nicely into the argument where this guy has to prove the Quran to New Nomad. Please prove the Quran. Why are you so convinced of the Quran?
Ahmed, do you want to speak about that? Because this is democracy, and you don't believe in democracy. You just want to speak about
it. You don't believe in democracy.
Yeah, well, I really want to know, why is this guy so convinced of the Quran, bro? What makes you convinced of the Quran, Maverick?
That's not a problem. But before we
get
the you can't do it. He keeps saying before. He said before like 10 times now.
No, but if I'm gonna continue with New Nomad, he needs to back down from his earlier claim. Because there's no point.
He came back. I keep dragging you back. You keep going back to the bait, bro. Okay, New Nomad is here.
What claim do you want me to come back from, Maverick?
The claim that there's contradictions in the Quran.
Do you understand what I said? Did you hear me the first time? What I had said was.
I heard you very
clearly. What did I say?
Repeat what I said. Your argument is that it appears to you by looking at people that the book that claims to be clear might not be so clear after all.
You guys spent 30 minutes proving that point.
No,
that point. We're speaking about this, man. Come on, man.
We already told you, didn't we tell you? Like in the Quran tells you, it's not like that. It doesn't say the people are gonna follow it. It says that the verses themselves are clear, but the people aren't gonna follow it.
Okay, Stevie, let me ask you this: how do you prove that? Is that's a claim, right? When a book claims that it has been made clear, that's a claim or no for you?
Well, to me, that would be like a subjective
as a claim. I see that as a claim.
As a claim, yes, that's an active claim, yeah. But to disprove that active claim,
if I say, Salaf, if I tell you 2 + 2 = 4, it's clear to everybody.
It's talking about clarity,
that claim is truthful.
Clarity clarity. You know what clarity is, bro? Clarity is like a feeling. You know when you have like when something makes sense to you all of a sudden. No. It's an experience. That's what I mean. Yeah.
It's not a feeling.
Experience feelings interchangeable. Look, so when something makes sense to you, you experience something. You feel something. So it's a subjective thing. Nobody can explain to you. You can't make someone that's blind see, bro. That's the whole point.
No. I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying is the book makes that claim. And what I'm saying is, if the book is making that claim, I'm putting it the same as a piece of paper or a document that's telling you today is going to be 45 degrees, and then you see the reality and it's actually 22 degrees. You're gonna say, well, this document is not correct.
That's a false analogy though, man. Like the book itself, listen, let me tell you why, because if someone says the weather tells me it's 23 degrees and I see the weather to be 45 degrees, that's a contradiction. And I'm using that same, let's call it document, to prove the contradiction within it. You're not using the same document.
No, say that.
Like, one second.
Say that
You're
again.
not using so let's say, man, use the analogy of 23 degrees and we see, let's say it's 45 degrees. That's a clear contradiction. We've disproven that claim already. So the Quran, when it claims to be clear, you have to disprove the same book within itself. You cannot say because people are arguing amongst each other, therefore the Quran is unclear. You have to use that same document that's claiming to be clear and then disprove that same document within that same book. You can't use other people.
I agree with Stacks. This is common sense, bro.
Sure. But I mean, common sense is not so common anymore because these lot
are believing in the hadith that you don't believe in. So it's not so common. Let's just be clear about that.
No,
What I'm
let's
gonna
change subject, bro.
Even
Come on, man.
even they
I'm
understand
not
this.
saying
No, man. Now
I'm
you're
just saying
being
that there is a difference of opinion. Well, it's love me, please. All I'm saying is that there is a difference of opinion. So the claim that the book is making of itself, right, cannot be seen in reality. So Anugu, I did not say that there's contradictions in the Quran. That was not my claim. What I had said is that you guys are contradicting the Quran. Because
We guys are contradicting the Quran.
Yes, because you guys.
No, but we shouldn't concern you though. Like
Exactly.
we are people. What should concern you is
Whether
the book
you
itself.
concern me or not is a personal decision that I make. You don't make that for me. What I'm
Cool.
saying,
We
however,
contradict the
is
Quran.
that,
We contradict the
yeah,
Quran. All right.
you guys are
but the point
contradicting
is,
what
it's
the
weird
Quran is
for
saying.
you.
I did
No,
not
but
say,
you-
Anugu, that the Quran contradicts itself. Let's just be
The
clear
Quran
about
says,
Yeah, but it's not much of a
someone
point.
commits zina.
But
All
no,
right,
man.
cool. They're contradicting the Quran. It's like, come on, man. It's not a point.
No, man. It's not much of a point to say you guys disagree.
Sure,
Like,
okay,
what
you
the
take
hell?
it. You take.
How much of
you
a point
take
is
it. Hold on, Dave. You can take it as you want, but that was my claim. You blew it out of proportion. I was just saying it in passing.
No.
You blew it out of proportion. I said you lot are disagreeing with what the Quran says. The Quran says
No,
it's
but is
clear,
that enough
and
to
by
disprove
listening
Islam?
no, it's not, CD. And this is just
Okay,
the
all
start
right,
of the
fine.
conversation.
At least then.
I said
Fair
that
enough
as
then.
just in passing. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, it's logical
Yeah,
though.
fair
Like
enough,
what you're
fair enough.
making, the argument you're making is not. It doesn't like. It's not making
It
sense to me.
actually
I don't know,
makes
man.
sense. What I said.
I see what he's saying. I can see what he's saying. I'm not gonna lie.
But what he's saying is a non sequitur. You shouldn't be saying it because the Quran says
It's
don't
not
commit
right
zina,
at
right?
all. Even though I can
The
see where
Quran,
it's coming from, it's not right.
like, yeah, the Quran says don't commit zina. Let's say a Muslim commits zina, he's contradicting the Quran here. Like it does.
Well, yeah, you would be right. You would be right if the Quran tells you not to do something and then you do it. You would be contradicting it, right?
Yeah,
So
I
wouldn't
would.
be-
Yeah.
No, man. Let me
What's
ask
the
you a
benefit
question.
of saying that though? Come on,
No,
let's be that
but
saying.
what I had said was you guys are contradicting a claim that the Quran is making. The Quran is making the claim that it's a clear thing, and by just listening to you guys, you're obviously not on the same page. So it is not clear. That is the. I don't know why you guys are making.
That's where you fucked up. That's where you messed up again. Bro, you did it again, fam. You said, bro, you just messed up. Exactly. Yeah, go on, Rahman.
What's that?
Just give me a second. So basically, what he's talking about, and this is important, you're putting the Quran is a metaphysical. So Quran is beyond the comprehension of the human. You understand? Quran is from on itself.
That's an insane thing to say.
Limitations.
No, I think the better way of putting it would be to say it's very deep, not like beyond the comprehension. You know?
No, but there's certain aspects to fully understand the Quran. There are
Yeah.
To fully understand the Quran, it's beyond.
Why was it revealed if you can't fully understand it, man? You're waffling, bro.
It was sent to mankind for crying out loud.
No, he means like certain verses. Certain verses you can understand, some you can't.
Yes.
We understand the whole Quran. But listen to this here.
Please, the Quran might be perfect, but humans are not perfect.
Also, we heard this Hamza Yusuf argument, man. We don't care, man. Listen, no, my dear, you just fell into the same trap again, fam. You were like, bang on, we are contradicting the Quran, therefore the Quran is wrong. That's what you just said at the end. I quote you, fam. You're like,
no,
oh, bang
you know
on,
what he said
therefore the Quran is clear is wrong.
Bro, he said it's not enough to disprove Islam, but I want Maverick to now prove it to him then. Prove it to him.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. Go on.
All right, cool. No, man. Let me ask you a question. Yeah? Did you at one point believe in God?
Did I at one point believe in God? I still believe in a creator, bro. I mean,
you still believe in a creator?
Oh, okay. Mashallah. That's good.
Okay, mashallah. Guys, give me a minute, man. Come on, man. 1 minute. All right, cool. So you still believe in the creator? If you
I had
still
a whole
believe,
conversation about Waq and you know the how it's spiritual. Why?
So if you believe in the creator, before you supposedly left Islam, did you read and research what you were leaving?
It's funny how you sneaking those in supposedly. I mean, I can only speak for myself, right? You shouldn't.
I'm talking to you,
just take it for face value. Yeah, but take it for face value. What do you mean supposedly?
What did I say supposedly?
Yeah.
You did say supposedly. Wallahi, Maverick, come on, man. Talk to him directly, bro.
Remind me. Okay, remind me. What was exactly?
You said before you supposedly left Islam. Is what you said.
Yeah.
The reason I'm saying supposedly left Islam is because the reason I'm saying supposedly left Islam is because I'm not convinced that you know what you have supposedly left until you tell it to me.
Okay, sure. But you do understand, however, is that's now you want to kind of go into the
why he left Islam instead of proving why you believe in the Quran.
Right. So that's what we're doing now, right? So you're not proving anything to me, because I could easily say, have you read
No,
the
you're right,
Hinduism books?
you're right. I agree with you.
Yeah,
No,
I can easily say
listen,
those
guys,
things.
bro, CD, I've got to hear him, innit? What exactly are you saying, man? One at a time, please.
Hey, sorry, my bad.
What I was saying is that now we're going somewhere else. We're going into why I disbelieved, right? And you yourself said that the burden of proof is on the claimant. Somehow.
Yes.
So what the question was asked to you was, prove the Quran to someone who doesn't believe in the Quran. That was the actual question. But what you had done is that you kind of reversed it and put me in a position where I needed to disprove it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I didn't ask you to disprove anything. So let's not put words in our mouth.
Hey, sorry. Okay, so what you had said.
Okay, let me explain to you. Okay, hear me out now.
Sure.
Let me explain to you why I asked you. Because you gotta understand, when you're speaking, you gotta know your audience. If I was speaking to an atheist, I would speak to him in a particular way. If I was speaking to someone from a different religion, I would speak to him.
Does the reality change depending on who you're talking to?
May I just finish without, please, bro? It's not difficult, man. Just hear me out.
Go ahead.
Now, if I was speaking to someone from a different religion, there's a particular line of conversation that I would have with him. If someone was a believer and he supposedly is no longer a believer, then obviously that is relevant to the discussion. Do you understand that?
Yeah. I do understand that. I never said that it wasn't a valid question. What I was saying is that it's a diversion from the actual question that was asked to you.
No, it's not. It's not a diversion, because depending on the person that I'm speaking to, the topic is different.
Let's talk. Okay, so what do you want to ask? Because now you're asking me a question, right? Because you're no longer answering why the Quran is.
No, I have no problem. Listen, bro, I have no problem answering that. But depending on the person that I'm speaking to, the conversation is different. The criteria.
Okay, so you need to give me an interview before you give me a script. Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily an interview. I asked you one question. I don't know how you turned that into an interview.
Okay, hey.
It was just one simple question. Why did you leave? Did you check what you were leaving? That's it.
Okay, so I can. Okay, let me start at the beginning, right? You should ask me, why did I join? Because I had to have joined first, right? I had to have been a willing participant.
I assumed you were born into it. Continue.
Right, exactly, and that's a good assumption. That's what happens. Like, I think most of us here, right? I was born into it. So So if you're saying that is reason enough for it to be true, that's a statement that you're going to have to back up.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so then we can then agree that there was nothing for me to leave, right? We can agree on that.
Well, no, we can't agree on that. Right. The reason we can't agree on that is because the first question I asked you was whether you believed in God.
Okay, and what did I tell you?
And you told me that you still believe in the Creator.
Right.
The reason why I asked you that is because I don't believe that the message is about more than that. It's just simply about being grateful to your Maker and living by certain commandments. You understand? So that is why I asked you, if you believe in a Creator, if you still believe in a Creator, then the only logical reason that I could see for you to leave Islam is if you disagreed with certain commandments, or if you were not convinced that the Creator did indeed send this revelation because of inaccuracy or inconsistencies in the revelation itself. That's why I asked you this question.
Okay, yeah, and that's fair enough. I believe, right? I personally believe, and this is now
all subjective at this point. So and I hope you understand that. I believe that there are, and I think me and CD had discussed this at a previous stream, there are many realities but one truth. You understand? We each have our corner of reality that we're looking at. Okay. So what I had seen based on what I was seeing in my own, in my own family, in my own Hakadai community, in my own, even back home, is that I was seeing there was a heavy Arabization, right? Then, and I'm going to just take you through the catalyst for me, at least, right? Then what has happened is that I saw my own cousin that was born in the West, and he was starting to hate the West, and eventually he went on and some of it. Then what it forced me to do at that point was, is this something that is meant for us? Is this something that is so I started reading. So now I didn't just read the Quran. I've read the Sirah and the Hadiths, some of them. And so when I was reading these texts, I had a lot of issues with it. What I understood at that point in time, and like I was saying in my other stream, is that I'd done the research on how old our people were. So essentially, it's not that what I understood is that Islam was nothing more than a weapon used for the Arab Empire. And so that's how I understood it. I mean, so I kind of took I took back the spirituality, because the spirituality has always been there for me. You understand what I'm saying? So I divorced my Somalinimo from Islam, which I saw as an Arab thing and not necessarily my reality. Does that make sense?
Yes, but if I may ask you a few questions, two really, to be honest with you.
Okay. Sure.
One, the hadiths and the Sirah, etc. How did you verify the validity of it? Number one, and number two, what
do you mean? How do you verify the validity?
How did you verify the validity in terms of, because with the hadiths and the Sirahs, what you have is claims of men who are attributing to the messenger. So it wouldn't be a rational thing to do to judge the messenger based on claims of other men, unless you can verify the validity of the claims that those men make. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And also you would have to verify how those sources connect to the Quran. And the second question is, what part of the Quran itself did you find any Arabization in?
Okay, so first, what I'll say is essentially in the Hadith, I did not go any deeper than understanding the Isnad, right? So understanding the difference between Sahih, Hasan, Da'if, and all that, right? So just understanding. So the only ones that I was really reading are the Sahih ones, and especially Bukhari and Muslim. Okay, so it's not like I know all of the hadiths or anything like that. I've read those two and only grade Sahih. Okay, these are the things I read. Second, because those are the things that were presenting to me as the authority.
Okay, by who though?
Well, by the shayukhs, by the master.
And who gave them authority?
Wait, can I just clarify? Look, Nomad, this is not like a normal conversation you'll be having with a Muslim. This is very, very, very friendly.
We know, OJ, we know, bro. Let Maverick have his turn, innit?
So Maverick is less Muslim than you, OJ? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's on them.
Some may say he's not even a Muslim.
Let them have their moment, bro.
Let carry
I don't know. Is this interesting for you guys or no? Like, I mean,
well, 100. I wanted to have this. I wanted to hear this, bro.
Cool. Okay, so where was I at? I'm telling you right now, I did not go any further than the grading system, which is Sahih, Hasan, Da'if, or Sama, and I only read the Sahih ones.
All right, cool.
Okay?
Who gave you
Yeah, you asked me
All
who
right,
told you
who
that.
gave you who told you that the grading system is the way to go or the way to judge Islam?
The the Ma'alin at the Duxia would go to. I don't know
So
who to tell you.
okay, so you basically it's what people told you. You didn't verify anything for yourself.
Well, bro, if
Did
you
you
go to
did you
university,
verify?
in front of a
Did you
professor,
verify it from the Quran?
I mean, you take some of the things.
Yeah, I guess that's the question. Did you verify it for yourself?
Did you verify it from the Quran? Did the Quran tell you that there is such thing as golden chains and Bukhari and Muslim and extracurricular
No,
activities to come after the Quran?
no.
Okay, then let's just say hypothetically, since you believe in God, there is a potential that the Quran is
In
from
a
God.
creator, yeah.
There is a potential that the Quran is from the creator, and you simply ignored that which is possibly from the creator because of people.
No, now you're jumping. Well, we didn't even
No,
get to
I'm
the Quran.
asking
We're
you.
just talking. We didn't even get to the Quran. That was my next thing. I think that was part of your first question. I'm not sure how many questions you are at now, but yeah. So I told you what I did with the hadith, right? Like you're clear on that. Whether you agree with it or not, you're clear on what it is that I did, right? And now
You did a lot with the hadith.
I'm sorry.
You did a lot with the hadith. You researched the golden chain with the hadith. Okay.
Right. But you also have to understand we live in a certain reality, right? So I'm seeing this being propagated as the truth as well. So then I took what I could from the hadith, and by any means I didn't read all of it, but what I read, I've seen a lot of problems with it. And then let's go to the Quran. Right? So let me ask you, Maverick. Let me ask you: do you believe the Quran has been tablets that have been with Allah since the beginning of time?
Do I believe that the Quran has been preserved? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I asked you, do you believe that there are the Quran, because you know how it says that there's tablets with Allah, that the Quran is has always been around? It's kalama to Allah, right? So
yes.
Do you believe that, or no, you don't believe that?
That's some hadith business.
Okay. So you don't necessarily believe that. So you believe that the Quran came down 1400 years ago,
Yes.
Okay, with Muhammad. That's what you believe.
Yes.
Okay, and that piece of information was for all people at all times, is what you believe? Or
yes,
is that
it's not the first. No, it is. It's not the first time that it was sent, though. So I mean, the same revelation, the same message.
Tell me about that. That's interesting.
The same. The Quran tells
You're talking
us
about just the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Is that what you're talking about? That's it.
No, but you decided to call Judaism and Christianity Abrahamic religions. I'm simply saying that the Quran, the message of the Quran, the revelation has been sent before, and yes, it has been sent with Abraham. But when you say Judaism, you're talking about the tribe of Judah. You're not talking about the children of Israel.
Right.
There's a difference between the two.
Okay, so you believe that the Quran has been sent before?
Not the name Quran. The Quran is the reading, but the law has been sent before. The Torah, the law.
Okay. And where is it? Where is it?
Where is the law?
Yeah.
It's no longer, well, it's been tampered with.
So if those were tampered with, what makes you believe the Quran is not going to be tampered with?
Allah has not said that the Torah was preserved, but He has said that the Quran is preserved, and we can see the mechanisms that Allah has used to preserve the Quran, namely repetition, a constant theme, a poetic delivery, antonyms, etc. So it has a specific mechanism in the Quran that we can identify that is used to protect the Quran, basically.
Okay. Do you believe that the Quran contains very specific instances and very specific surahs that have to pertain to specific issues?
Yes, there are time-bound verses, but we take lessons from them.
Okay, so do you believe that all time-bound lessons, for example, not going to see the Prophet's house, not to the whole story with the Zainab? Yeah,
it's just a lesson on ethics.
Okay, so do you see the Quran Adigu as a metaphorical text, a literal text?
In all languages, we utilize both. We use metaphors and we use literal. It depends on the context.
Mm-hmm.
There's no communication that is just metaphor or just literal. It depends on the context.
Okay, so you can pretty much the whole of the Quran is open for interpretation. Then, Marcus.
No.
You don't believe that? So
No,
how do you?
no, it's not. I don't believe that. I know that it has mechanisms that will prevent that.
Okay.
Namely, I'll be very simple. Namely, the Quran talks about one specific theme, and that is the Sunnah of Allah. And the Sunnah of Allah is very constant. You have societies flopping, Allah sending a messenger, they accept the message, all good. They don't. He takes the believers out and he destroys the rest. Either he destroys them by ways of natural means, or he destroys them by having another society come and attack them, or basically there's an uprising within the community itself. So the Sunnah of Allah is consistent, and the messengers within it is consistent.
Okay. Even though you would probably look at things like slavery and
there is no slavery.
There's no slavery in the Quran at all.
No, none whatsoever.
Okay, that's interesting. So when in the Quran 24:32 it says, "And marry those among you who are single and those who are fit among your males slaves and your female slaves," you think that's a wrong interpretation of that verse?
It's a horrible translation. If you're talking about malakat aymanukum,
those are those are the one your right hand possesses, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he's talking about وَأَنْكِحُوا الْأَيَامَ مِنْكُمْ, Surah 24.
That's the one.
وَأَنْكِحُوا who? What's the word? What's the word translated?
الْأَيَامَ مِنْكُمْ وَالصَّالِحِينَ مِنْ عِبَادِكُمْ وَإِمَائِكُمْ. It literally means slaves.
Which word means slaves?
Ibad and ima. Ibad is male slaves.
Ibad means servants.
Talk to him.
Does it not?
Yeah, just carry on. No, Maverick, just carry on.
Does it not?
Okay.
The ab not mean servant. I can look up the root word now. Give me the chapter and verse.
No, you make your claim, Maverick. You make your claim. Don't worry.
No, give me the chapter and verse. I'll look it up for you right now.
24:32.
I know the 24.
32.
32. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I know it. The one is young women. Yeah.
No, that's
it says servants here, ibad, and wa'imma'ikum. Female woman, handmaid. That's not a slave, my friend. These are servants. These are workers.
Okay.
Prove otherwise.
Well, I think I have scholars that have actually interpreted the Quran, and it's in wide circulation, and the word slaves is there. So
okay,
we've got the dictionary.
Because I see this often. Where
no. But listen. It's very simple. We don't have to just stick on one. Remember, first and foremost, you can look up ibadukum. I'll give you the root word right now.
No. You have to understand. I'll take your word for it. Understand that there's other interpretations.
1 second. It's not an interpretation. I'm giving you the dictionary terms. Look it up yourself. Ain bat dal. And when it comes to wa'imma'ikum, look up 1 second. We're not gonna have.
Sure.
We're not gonna have. Wa'imma'ikum is alif mim waw. You can look it up yourself.
Sure. Okay.
Bro, what are you using? Are you using like an app or something? What, Maverick? What are you using?
I've got James. What's it called? Lane's Lexicon, and I've got a few apps.
It's a dictionary.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So go in with Maverick's interpretation or how he understands it. Like, does it make sense or?
No, it doesn't.
But, no, watch this. Okay. One second. Let's try that. He's just saying no, he doesn't. I'm giving him the dictionary terms and he can look it up himself.
You just had OJ literally tell you it literally means slaves. So at least agree that there's a
different 1 minute, Leo, man. Just 1 minute. If we continue reading the verse itself, if we continue reading the verse itself, yeah, it eliminates what he's saying about slave. Watch this. And marry the single among you, and the righteous among your male servants and your female servants. If they are poor, what's a slave doing being poor? Slave don't have nothing. it gets worse. Watch this. If they are poor, he will enrich them, God, from his bounty. And God is all-encompassing, bounteous Noah. Now watch this, yeah? And is it the second one? And let him be chaste. Those who do not fire it enriches them from his bounty, and those who seek writing. Bottom line.
No, but
poor.
the next verse.
Huh?
Can I speak? Or basically, the next verse literally
And
says, talks about, you know, yeah, the next verse literally talks about the slaves who wish to buy themselves off. So that's clearly slaves.
Again, which word are you now calling slaves? Are you saying Malakat Imanikum are slaves now? Because we've dealt with servants, we can deal with Malakat Imanikum too.
والذين يبتغون الكتاب مما was the verse?
Yeah, مما ملكت أيمانكم.
No, wait 1 second. What's it? 24?
I've got it in front of me right here, man.
I just want to get the Arabic 1 second.
24.
So نعم وليستعفف الذين يجدون نكاحا حتى يغنوا الله والذين يدخلون الكتاب مما كانوا فكاتبوه إن نعمتم. نعم مما ملكت أيمانكم فكاتبوهم. Make a contract with them if you know there is within them goodness, and give them from the wealth of Allah which is given you. And do not compel your slave girls ولا تكرهوا فتياتكم على البغاء إن أردنا تحصن تبتغوا عرض الحياة الدنيا. So yeah, the whole you know contact that those two verses is about slaves.
Which word? Okay, so are you now saying Malakat Imanikum is about slaves?
So Malakat Imanikum and Bigha.
Okay, first let me deal with Malakat Imanikum.
Sorry, not Bigha, sorry, Fatayatikum.
Okay, first let me deal with Malakat Imanikum. If you go to chapter 60, verse number 10, it will tell you exactly who the Malakat Imanikum are. We don't even need to argue.
Yeah, bro, let's not make it a debate. Just
watch this, yeah? Watch this, yeah? All you who believe, when believing women ask for asylum with you, you shall test them. God is fully aware of their belief. Once you establish that they are believers, you shall not return them to the disbelievers. They are not lawful to remain married to them, nor shall the disbelievers be allowed to marry them. Give back the dowries that the disbelievers have paid. You commit no error by marrying them. You commit no error by marrying them, so long as you pay them their due dowries. Do not keep disbelieving wives. You may ask them for the dowry you had paid, and they may ask for what they paid. This is God's rule, who rules among you. God is omniscient, most wise. Now, these women have left their pagan husbands. Are these the women you're calling slaves?
That was a specific incident mentioned in the hadith. So if you want me to mention the hadith, then khair. If you don't, then
no. The question I asked you is very simple. Are you telling me that these women are not maintained by oath? Because we know that Malakat Imanikum means maintained by oath. Are you saying they're not maintained by oath?
You don't have to do this. It's gonna turn into a debate again, bro.
Yeah, I think it's a long.
Like it was going so well in the beginning. You was about to answer why you believe in the Quran, bro.
Give me a second.
Stick to it.
But OJ decided to jump in, innit? Tell him.
Hold on.
Yeah, I know you're right.
Just give me a second, guys. Let's first agree to disagree. OJ comes from a school of thought. Maverick comes from a school of thought. I come from a school of thought. So this
do you not want to have a kumbaya or something?
No.
Like, why does people disagree? Like, where are you?
Give me a second.
No, but you was just about to. Yeah, go on.
Just give me a second. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to talk to Norman. So us debating with for example, from my view, from a Sufi Sunni perspective, while I don't agree with slavery has been practiced by the most majority throughout Islamic history by Muslim people. That's my view. But I don't want that to make my point. I want the Quranist to have his discussion from a Quranist perspective. Okay? So let's try to separate that. Okay?
That's my whole point. My whole point is that our common denominator should be Somali Nimo, right? Like I'll say this. Okay, GS, I wouldn't have any worries from you if I was in Somalia. CD, I wouldn't have any worries from you in terms of the way you think. Maverick, I wouldn't have any worries from you either. And we could all have this conversation somewhere but like in OJ or Mahakad Ummah, like I love you guys, but at the same time, I would worry about you.
You understand what I'm saying? Because there is an imposition of your thought process. Because it's cool, we can talk, we discuss it, and whatever. At the end of the day, we can go to bed and sayonara. But what I'm saying is, we should all be okay being Somalis, and that's what the common denominator should be. And we often come back to governance and all that, and we talk about religion being the thing. And I'm just saying that's just not true. And the proof is you guys right here. That's the proof.
Yeah, of course.
And no, I don't want no kumbaya, Maverick. We can debate it out and kind of hash it out.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no problem.
But this wasn't a debate. Maverick was about to explain why he believes in the Quran. We're slowly getting there, but we just keep every so often we keep on diverting.
Can I reply to Nomad or can I reply to Nomad?
Yeah, GS, yeah.
That's very important that we understand that we respect the people where people are coming from, and we don't turn this debate between us, me, OJ, and Maverick having a different discussion. We want to have this discussion with New Nomad, and everyone's allowed to use their interpretation, but they have to admit that it's coming from their school of thought.
Can I just wait, I got isolated out of a group. Can I just clarify my position?
Yes,
Islam, it's a deen. It's a whole way of life. It's not just like talking. It's not about just the talk. Also, when it comes down to it, and it's in its the correct environments and the correct legislation, the correct measures are taken, then it should also be implemented. It's not going to be just theory. The Quran Sunnah is not just theory. It's also practical.
Hi, the OJ. Like, my point is, a lot of people disagree on that. What you just said, a lot of people disagree on that and have different interpretations.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
our Muslims.
We don't want to get into that debate. We don't want to get into that debate because,
exactly.
For example, when earlier today, like I came from a school of thought that does not believe in stoning. If you read the Quran, it doesn't say stone anybody. But there's another person that would say, let's override that and let's have stoning. And I don't want to have that debate with you because that's not about you and our debate.
Different interpretations, bro. Even amongst Muslims. So, Hadda, let's get back to the Maverick and New Nomad.
Well, I think Maverick was about to tell us why he believes in the Quran.
Yeah, why you believe in the Quran, bro? Wallahi, we're slowly getting there. Just get to it, bro.
No. Bro, allow the dictating business, man.
Well, no, but it's like that's the question you're about to answer, but said it. Like
the issue, no. The issue here is I have no problem, bro. What's it called? My guy Nomad, basically, his complaints centered around the hadiths.
I don't have complaints, first of all.
So, no, because you said you found a lot of issues.
You're doing a red herring. You're doing a red herring.
No, Nomad.
You don't want me to put words in your mouth? Don't do the same.
Okay. Did you say you found a lot of problems in the hadith?
I did.
So what else am I saying by saying that then?
That's not a complaint though. Like your complaint is me complaining.
Okay, I apologize. I apologize for you using that wrong, for using that word. But you understood the point. You're just being petty now. The point that's being made here is that you found
an apology there, was it?
the point that is being made here is that you found issues with hadiths. You have not identified the issues you found in the Quran.
You just didn't agree with it, but we just had a cool conversation about slavery.
I don't remember you telling me. Huh?
Were you not here for the conversation we just had about slavery?
Oh, but it's not in the Quran though. You can't just say it is. Can you prove it?
Yeah,
I can prove that it's not in the Quran.
I don't even know. I can send you what I have read. Like, I mean,
no. You're talking about what? Listen. You're talking about what you've read. Please understand this. I can prove to you from the Quran alone. Wallahi, the Quran has been made out like it's very simple. But let me just make it very simple for you. The Quran talks about previous civilizations. Now, besides the Quran talking about previous civilizations, when it talks about the last prophet, the characters are very, very straightforward. You have polytheists, you have believers. The believers get evicted. You have the wives of the polytheists that come and join. Some of them come and join the Muslims. 60:10, I've just read it for you right now. Look it up right now. 60:10 talks about taking care of those women who have now left their pagan husbands. Now, other than those women, the only other people that the Quran talks about is the children of Israel. And when it comes to war, it talks about Raqaba, which are the prisoners of war. That's Raqaba. Now, when it talks about in terms of class, when it talks about in terms of class, the believers themselves, they go in two separate classes. You have the owners and you have the workers. And to be honest with you, it's the same case today. You have people that own shit and you have people that work for people that own shit. You understand? So when the Quran uses words like servant, it's just blunt about it. But we use fancy terms like employer today, but we are servants.
Right.
Now, there is no way. There is no way the Quran would be talking about slaves, and it would be used in terms like if they are poor. Who cares if they are poor? If they are slaves, then them being poor is not a concern of yours. They are slaves.
I
You understand?
personally see that as two different things. I see that as a list of different people, right? But you
What?
see it as are you hearing me?
Yeah, go on.
I see that as two different set of people, if you will.
Who?
The slaves, and then if they are poor, I see that as a separation. But you're saying that it's all the same people that they're talking
No,
about.
I'm saying no. I'm saying it's in the same verse. The very
I
same
get it.
verse.
No,
that
I
you
get
quote-
it. I get it.
The
But I give
very
you
same verse. No.
if I say
The
Maverick
very
and
same
CD and
verse that
GS,
you
these are
quoted,
three separate
which
things.
you said that these people are slaves. The very same verse refers to them as poor.
Okay. Okay. You know
That's a
what?
contradiction if they are slaves.
Okay. Look, allow me to change it up, Maverick. Allow me to change it up. Okay. Here's how I'm going to change it up. Are you telling me that the only reason where I have to be in a position where I disprove the Quran is because I was born into Islam?
Sorry?
Are you
Oh,
telling
no.
me?
No. I'm not.
Let me finish my thought. Let me
Yeah.
finish my thought, brother.
Yeah, go on.
Let me just finish my thought. If you're saying that I should, you new nomad, you left Islam, so you have to prove to me why you left Islam. You're starting off from the point where the Quran is the only thing that I should be in. And are you saying that because I was born into it? Because I'm pretty sure you didn't read the whole of Shintoism and Taoism and Hinduism and all of these other religions. Do you understand?
Okay.
So what I'm saying, no, I just want to clarify that. What I'm asking, I don't know if you understand my question, but
I understand your question. I'm just waiting
okay,
for when you're
go
done.
ahead. Go ahead. Hey, go ahead.
All right, cool. Now, the fact that you were born a Muslim is significant. You cannot dismiss that, because if you're going to leave something, like all right, fair enough, you were born in it, you had no choice in it. But if you're going to leave it, it is incumbent on you to know what you are leaving. You understand what I'm saying to you? Like, the word has to make sense, because if you don't know what you are leaving, have you really left? You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, here's the flip
Now, the same
side.
criteria doesn't apply in joining, right?
Hear me out. Let me finish. Here's the flip side. As far as I'm concerned, that is. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who has come across the Quran and has not given it its due diligence is just not a sincere human being to me. So almost the same thing would apply. I would ask them why.
Okay, so
It doesn't,
why do you
because
believe
it
the
doesn't
Quran?
make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me.
That's a paradigm that you're in.
Let me tell you why I say that. It doesn't make sense to me that a message could potentially be from God, but you don't have no time for it. Like, what the hell are you doing with your time?
Well, you didn't read the Hindu scriptures. You didn't read
Ask him if he
maybe
did the same for
Bible.
Hadith.
Well, all
Yeah.
right, cool.
Or even the Hadith. Exactly.
All right, cool.
Good point.
Well,
It was
all right,
very
cool.
good
All right, cool.
point.
All right, cool. Here's the response. Here's the response. First and foremost, I'm not gonna lie. The Quran is the first thing I read because it was introduced to me as a young child. You understand?
Okay.
So it was the first thing that I read. However, I was completely satisfied with it from the moment that I read it, because it answered every single question that I had. Every single question that I could think of, I would find the
Very
answer.
subjective. That's a very subjective claim.
I'm talking about me, aren't I?
Of course, yeah, of course, yeah.
Can I
No, I
finish
just
then?
want to point it out. Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Let me finish then, innit? So I answered every single question that I had in the Quran. It made sense to me. Now, I'm a very curious person. Believe it or not, I've read Shintoism, I've read Taoism, I've read Buddha, I've read a bit of Sanskrit, I've read the Bible, I've read many things. However, The moment something stops making sense to me, I'll stop reading it. So I'm not going to claim that I've read all of their works, because the moment it stops making sense, I don't need to continue.
And
You understand?
I couldn't have done the same with Islam.
On top of,
I couldn't have done with the Quran.
I have done that with the Quran. I couldn't find any problems.
What I'm asking you is,
Yeah.
you said you stopped reading or you stopped going into it. The second
Once I found problems.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Can that same thing apply to the Quran?
Yes.
Can
But
someone
I did not find any problem.
Not make? They had just again, it's a subjective claim that you're making. This
Oh, I thought you were asking me,
don't
though.
find- Ha,
Okay.
but you don't find an issue with it, right? Does that mean there's no issues with it?
Oh, good question. Now, the first angle was the subjective angle. The second angle, which made me absolute no doubt that the Quran is indeed from Allah, is because 100%.
Say that again, Maverick. I missed that, bro. Say that again.
Okay, I was saying the first angle was subjective. So when I was a kid, I was subjectively satisfied. You understand what I'm saying to you? But when once I grew up and I understood the laws of logic and I understood, cognitive dissonance and bias, etc., and I looked for the objective criteria of the Quran, I found that the Quran is A, universal, and B, universal, so therefore objective, without a doubt. So my argument is, I'm prepared to face anybody. Nobody can find issues with the Quran.
Well, that's not true.
Well,
a whole
go
lot
ahead.
of people.
Well, I'm
lot of people
challenging you.
No,
Well, go ahead then.
هاي أحمد وين بحث جدي لك يا ولد. People can find issues with the Quran, and just because you can explain it away for yourself does not mean that you've explained it away. Do you understand the difference?
I'm not talking about me explaining it away. I'm talking about the Quran objectively. There cannot be any objective issues with it.
How
Forget
can
subjective.
you give me a
I'm talking
subjective
about
opinion
objective.
on how something is objective? Are you hearing yourself?
What'd you say?
How can you give me a subjective opinion on how something is objective?
What
Like,
makes you think? What makes you think that I'm gonna give you a subjective opinion on how something is objective? Your argument is like saying that objectivity cannot be identified, like nothing can be objective. I'm simply saying it's objective. Test it.
For it to be objective, Maverick, shouldn't you and I agree on it?
No.
If we say 2 plus 2 equals 4, that's objective. You and I don't have a disagreement. Okay, yeah, no, please. Go ahead. Explain that. Make that make sense.
You objectivity is a criteria itself. We are not the criteria of objectivity.
You decide. Or someone else decides.
Bro, can we make this come on, fam, man? I'm trying to answer you.
Yeah,
the point is this. Whether something is objectively true can be measured and tested itself. It does not depend on a subjective
Give me an
person.
example. Give me an example.
Huh? Give me an example of what?
The way you just said, and you said something that's objectively true can be measured by Trima?
Yes.
Okay, tell me how. Give me an example of that. I know I said 2 plus 2 equals 4. You rejected that. Okay, so give me another example.
How have I rejected 2 plus 2 equals 4?
Well, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said you rejected it, but you weren't going with it, because what I had said was for it to be. Listen, what I had said was for something to be objective, you and I need to agree on it, and you said no. And so what I said was if 2 plus 2, you and I, Maverick, will agree equals 4. Okay, we can agree on that.
But to prove your theory wrong, 2 plus 2 equals 4. You said. So if I disagreed with you that equals 4, does that mean that it's not true? There goes your argument.
No, it doesn't, because what you've done
because that's the argument you made.
Let me finish.
The argument you made.
It's more interesting if I talk too, Maverick. It's more interesting if I talk.
That is the argument.
What you have done is that you have kidnapped rationality to bring it into your camp. Okay, you have kidnapped objectivity to be in your camp. What I said was 2 plus 2, you and I can agree equals 4. And you said, if I disagree, it's 4. Then you're obviously in the wrong. But
you can agree.
But the same thing applies to you, though. No, man. Because you're arguing You're
But the thing is,
arguing.
you wouldn't.
No, but
my
hold
point
on for
is-
1 second,
No,
Nomad.
no.
You're
Let me
arguing.
just one
You're
last
arguing. You're arguing for the mere fact that you disagree with me about something. That must mean that it's not objectively true. I'm saying you disagreeing with me
How
does
how
not
could you
make
give me an
something objectively not true.
That's what I had asked you. Give me an
Because
example.
I can disagree with you about 2 + 2. It doesn't mean that it's not 4 just because I disagreed with you.
The point is,
You
you
had
should be able to come to an agreement. That's the whole
Thank
point.
you. That's the whole
Being
point I'm
able
making,
is
Maverick.
different. CD.
No,
Now
Maverick,
now
that's
you
the whole
said
point
be
I'm making.
able. That's
Yeah,
different.
he didn't say that originally. He said you need to, but I think that's what he meant.
Well,
What
CD, it makes a huge difference, though.
Yeah, it
Right.
does, but I think that's what he meant.
Well, I'm sorry, I missed that.
What am I supposed to do? Read his mind?
No, Maverick.
No,
they don't say fishing
okay.
like
Nomad, you said you need to be able to, agree on it, but it's not need. The word is you should be able to. If it's objective, you should be able to agree on it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I can see that point. Sure. Yes. If it's
Okay,
objective, you should be in a position to agree on it.
Okay, how is the Quran objective then, Maverick?
Marcus, that's a question for Maverick, but he's not answering for some reason.
It's very simple. All of its commands are objective.
Okay.
All right. Tell me they're not.
But the Quran is not just a list of commands, though.
The Quran is not just a list of commands. To be honest,
No, it's not.
To be honest, pretty much is. Tell me why it's not.
Okay. See,
But actually,
tell
don't
me why
kidnap
it's
it.
not.
CD. One
What?
second, CD. Don't kidnap it. Please don't kidnap it. Yes. Where were we, man? Where were we? Where were we?
Objectivity of the Quran.
Yeah. Okay. The commands of the Quran is objective. The claims of the Quran is objective. How about that?
The claims as well.
Yes.
Okay,
The
so
claims as well is objective.
so the Quran says there is only قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا. How do you prove that objectively?
Okay, cool. How you prove that objectively is because the very simple fact that you have existence now, the only way you can have existence is one of two options. Either existence came from nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, or there was infinity and finite came from infinity. Those are the only two options you've got. Now, mathematically speaking, logically speaking, you cannot fathom something from nothing. However, you can fathom finite from infinite, whether both rationally and mathematically. And infinite is one by definition.
Sorry. How you going?
And infinite is one by definition.
I
agree.
I don't even disagree with that. Like, it's not something I disagree with.
Yeah, do you know why I bought this? Do you know why I bought this either? Because for me, do you know why? Because this surah, it's one of those surahs you can prove objectively, but there are other surahs or ayahs in the Quran where you can't prove objective. You know, like the surahs that talk about, or the ayahs that talk about, Musa alayhi salam splitting the sea, and the Prophet's miracles, and you can't prove that objectively. So for me, it's like the ones you can prove objectively, and for a fact it's from God, will help you, be able to believe in these other verses that you can't prove objectively.
That's a legitimate argument.
You guys are
too.
not saying objective. You guys are mixing up objectively and scientifically.
No, not scientifically, bro. I mean objectively. Like logically, Akoda. No.
No, but scientific is objective.
No, but you should. It
There's
isn't.
nothing
It isn't.
subjective about science.
No, OJ, I didn't say science, bro.
No, but you're mixing it up though. You're saying like you can't objectively verify Musa splitting the Red Sea and the miracles, but you mean you can't scientifically prove it.
Objectively, Akoda, actually. Scientifically and objectively, actually.
What all
You're both saying the same thing.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing, bro. OJ, how can you prove objectively then?
No, objectively, what you need to do is you need to prove objectively. You need to prove that the Quran is objective criteria to be used.
That's what I just said, bro. I said if you use objective verses, then you can, you have enough reason to believe the other verses.
No, but so then why did you say that some of the Quran can be proved objectively, but what's other parts of the Quran?
Okay, let me clarify then. I meant if you take that just an isolated, surah, or ayat, you can't just, by the ayat itself, you can't prove that it's objective. You need the other ayats and surahs to, sort of back up your argument.
No. See, this is where I disagree with you. Look,
Okay, so prove it, the ayat itself.
No. Look, the whole Quran is an objective criteria. Why? Because it came from an objective source.
See that I never said the whole Quran. I said a specific ayat, bro. You're missing.
No. All of it is an objective criteria because it came from an objective source. That's why. It's not because you can.
Bro, you're repeating what I said. I said, look, I said objectively the whole Quran.
No, but why are you saying that some parts can be objectively verified and other parts can't?
Yeah, if you take it in isolation, bro, that's not wrong. I'm 100% right on that.
Yo, Maverick, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Maverick, can I ask you a question?
No, but where were we though? Okay, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead.
Do you love the Prophet Muhammad more than you love your mother and father?
No.
What does it say in the Quran? That's what he's gonna say to you.
It doesn't tell me that in the Quran anywhere.
You knew it was coming. Nomad, you knew that was coming.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure we all understand each other, and the way we practice should be an individual thing. That's my overarching point. If you guys don't get me yet, all right, that's the overarching point. We all have our own way.
Going back to
the objectivity. Yeah.
Sure. Going back to the objectivity. Now, let me put this forward to you, Nomad.
Yeah, bro.
If the dictates in the Quran are dictates that you agree with, like as in dictates that you find moral.
There's some things I agree with that are in the Quran, Maverick. Like, I reject the whole thing.
Okay, all right, can you tell me which parts in the Quran you don't agree with?
All right, because here's the thing, right? This is gonna put me in a position where I'm criticizing the Quran. Okay.
Well, I want
to. Okay. So just so we understand each other, right? I know that there's a verse. I'm not sure which verse it is, but that's gonna say to reject your father or your son or anyways your family members if they don't take on the religion of Allah, right? Do you know of such a verse?
Okay, I would see. I have a slight problem with the. I have a slight problem with the religion, with the word religion, but I have a feeling I know which what verse you're talking about.
Right.
But can we discuss that for a moment?
Yeah,
let's discuss that for a moment.
Of course, brother. Of course.
Okay. First and foremost, let's understand why God expects you to surrender. That's what the word Muslim means. It means one who surrendered. They like using the word submit, but it's surrender. The reason God expects you to surrender is because 1, he created you, 2, he sustains you, and 3, he guides you. Now, let me finish, please. Let me finish. I'm getting all of this from the Quran. These are not my own statements. Now, and Allah expects from you 2 things. 1, he expects gratitude, and 2, he expects you to live by the commands that he's laid out in the Quran. And in a nutshell, the commands that he's laid out in the Quran are so that you uphold the balance that he's already created in nature, which is basically you don't transgress. You understand? You don't transgress beyond your needs. Now, let's take away the term father because there is emotional connotations attached with that term. Do you like someone who is ungrateful and who is prepared to transgress beyond their bounds? Basically, they will transgress against anyone. They will fight, they will steal, they will cheat, etc. Do you like such an individual?
I just want to underline the fact that you've really just kind of put a frame around it and everything so that I can just give the response you want, right? So so we understand each other. And I don't agree with the way the word father because I think it's meant to be that powerful. Okay, so I'm not gonna dilute it by just saying just anybody. Okay.
No, but I'm asking you this question now. We can deal with the how you want to frame it. Let's deal with my frame.
I've seen people defend their fathers even if they saw them in the wrong. I've seen that. Should you do that? No.
Okay, but we're not talking about what you've seen. We're talking about
like
what
I said,
we're talking
I've
about
answered.
we're talking about what you stand for. You,
Yeah.
I noticed
If I
you
see
just said.
if I see
I
my
noticed you just
father,
said that you don't stand. I just
yeah.
noticed
Wait,
you
Maverick,
just said you don't
what
stand.
verse are we talking about? Are you talking about a verse or where is it?
Yeah, I think it's I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up, man.
So what are
But
you
I think
saying? This verse
he's
couldn't
not
have possibly
disagreeing.
come from Allah.
Yeah. anigu waxaan taaganahay hade my creator would not tell me to go against my own family.
So
No,
these
but
are like one of those things I was
one
talking
minute,
about.
one
You
minute,
can't
one
prove
second.
objectively.
No,
No?
but one minute, please. Let's be consistent with what you just said a minute ago. You just said yourself that you've seen people who would defend their father even when their father is in the wrong. You
But
said
then what I
you've
say
seen.
after that?
Wait. Please, bro. Please let me finish. Please, brother, man. And then you said you've seen people do that. However, you don't agree with that. So you have standards. As far as you're concerned, your standards is you will not stick up for someone who's in the wrong. Did you not say that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool. So if you can say don't stick up for someone who's in the wrong, why can't God?
I think what we're differentiating is that I think you're starting from a different paradigm than I am. I think you're starting from believing that this is the word of God. You have not proven to me this is the word of God. To me,
this is what I'm
it
saying.
seems like something that
Let's
came
go back to the
in a
objective,
very
Allah.
specific place and time in the world. Okay, I think that's what we need to kind of iron out first.
Let's go back to the objective. Like just lay out to him what some of the objective, verses and
cool.
surahs are.
All right, no
that
man.
he can agree with.
Okay, no man. All right. Let's be simple then. Cool. Let me ask you this. So you believe in a creator. So if a creator was to send a revelation, what is your criteria to determine when a revelation is indeed from the creator?
Contradiction.
Now let him give us his criteria.
You've made me you've made me agree that such a thing happens.
No, but what? Okay,
well,
I'm asking you for a criteria because if you don't,
but before you ask me the
criteria, I can't tell you anything, can I?
No. I want you to understand what you just done. What you've done is that you've dragged me into an alleyway and kind of said, "This is where we're at," when I haven't agreed to be in that alleyway. What you're saying is, if the creator had a message for humanity, somehow
I said if, yeah. So I kind of dragged you. There's an if,
right? You said if, right? You said so. If you said if, so then I have a whole other way of seeing that. You understand what I'm saying? I think you see, if he was to kind of come up with a book, I don't think that's what a creator would have done. And I think we had discussed this before, but I think you would agree with the notion of fitra, right? And I'm speaking your language now because I believe that to be within us already. And I think if a creator was to disperse a message, he would have dispersed it to whole of humanity. So. I mean, I don't even agree with your premise, Maverick.
Okay, all right. Let me start all over. You believe in a creator, so you have two things here. You have either deism or you have theism. Deism is a creator that does not get involved with creation. There is no revelation, no guidance, nada. Theism it's in the word. He basically sends revelation to creation. Now, are you saying that if there is a creator, it can only be a deist creator, or there can be a theist creator, but he would go down a certain line? What are you saying?
I'm not saying neither, because again, this is you've given me two columns to fit myself into. So what if I was to tell? You gotta hear me, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I would say is, what if there's there is a in between a deist and a theist, right? And if I was to tell you, I believe the creator would have written his message on our essence, So Because here's my contention, Wallah. Anything beyond that, it becomes believing men. It becomes a religion, and it becomes organized, and it becomes misused, as we can all see. That's my whole point.
Well, this is the exact same conversation we were having last time. You know, like the objective,
at least
we will get into it, but we got cut off. No, I'm with you, bro. It's just last time our conversation got cut off, and this is what I wanted to hit. But carry on, man.
All right. Watch this now, yeah. So let's say, for example, you have a creator who basically only put it in our quote unquote fitra, but there is no revelation to remind us of our contract, basically. Now, there is observable problems with that. And the observable problems with that is man is forgetful.
I think insan means those that forget, right?
Well, man, we know that based on observance that human beings are very forgetful.
Of course.
So that's the problem with your fitra argument.
You forget.
No, but you know what you need to do, like like the argument you're saying, his argument is flawed, and bro, prove your stance. Like, why is the Quran objective?
No, but the problem is for me
he's
to
not gonna
prove
do that, Sidi. He can't do that because he's coming from a paradigm where he believes.
I don't. No, 1 second.
It's a belief thing. It's not a knowing thing.
1 second. See, bro, let's not make claims that we can't justify. Just chill out.
Oh, yeah.
It's not. It's not a. I don't have a problem of. I don't have a problem of proving why the Quran is indeed from the Creator. But the problem is, it's just like speaking to an atheist. Unless they give you a criteria, everything you say can be denied. That's why we have to work under. That's why we have to work under a criteria. Like for instance,
Maverick. Okay, go on.
Like for instance, what were we just discussing right now?
So I'm the one that decides whether it's right or wrong. I'm not. You have to go against something. Is that what you're saying?
No, you know, earlier both of you agreed. You know, if it's objective, you should be able to, come to an agreement. You both agreed on that. So let's talk about the objective.
Yeah, but this is why we gotta have a criteria. I mean, I don't understand how. Listen, when you take a test,
criteria is logic.
You know when you take an exam. Listen, when you take an exam, yeah, the teachers that are basically what's the word, man? That are checking your results and whatnot, yeah. They check your results with another set of another book that basically gives them the right answers. That is called the criteria. That's how you judge a thing. You gotta have a criteria. So what is your criteria?
Okay.
How are we gonna judge something without a criteria?
How do you mean?
Objectivity, logic, man. I keep saying.
Yes, fine. No. Give me an objective criteria that you are happy with. What the hell?
But here's the thing, Maverick. And I hope you understand this, okay? And I was saying this the last time as well. Adugu, you're operating from a specific template, okay? I don't adhere to that template.
What template am I operating by asking you the question?
Hold on, man. You gotta chill out too, man. Okay, it's now. That's all we can do, really. You're asking me all of these questions, but the same way you're saying that I'll never be satisfied with your answers, you're not satisfied with mine. You understand what I'm saying?
How am I not satisfied with it?
Well, you keep asking me the same questions, and you're not answering the question, what makes the Quran objective?
Yeah, but the only thing you've said so far is fitra, and I've
said more than you already.
No, but
you haven't said anything, Adugu.
But I don't have a problem sitting here telling you why the Quran is true. But
you obviously do because you haven't.
Bro, so you're basically hold on. So are we actually having an argument over the word criteria? Is that too hard to fathom?
No. Don't.
No, criteria. You know what criteria is? You could just use logic and reasoning. Wallahi billahi, what else is there, bro? What else are you gonna use?
Oh my god.
What else is there, Maverick? There's nothing else, bro.
Give me a second. Give me a moment. You could also use spiritual insight. So as humans, we have an ability to,
I'm with that.
to see things that are beyond the material world. We have an ability.
All right. Okay, all right. Cool. Let me give you a simple criteria. Let me give you wait. I got an idea now. Before I forget, please. Please, before I forget, man.
Speak.
All right, I'll be quick. Basically, this is it. Yeah, I'll give you an example of a criteria. So let's say, for example, the Quran was man-made. Let's say the messenger was lying. A'udhu billah. Now, we know that men lie for two reasons. Either it's for a gain or it's to escape a loss. You cannot find neither of that from the Quran. There is no point lying about the Quran to basically run away from harm. In fact, the messenger had to actually fight to deliver this message. So it wouldn't make sense for him to lie just to put himself in danger. Now, if we talk about benefit,
I look at it the other way around.
Let me finish.
Okay.
If we talk about benefit, I'm talking about the other way around. If we talk about benefit, there is nothing in the Quran that you can identify that the messenger benefited from the conveying of this message. So
that's one way of looking at it. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm giving you an example of how criteria works. I can give you another one. Furthermore, let me deal with two. I'm gonna deal with two so you start to work with me. So one of them is there is no point, like lie cannot be identified from the Quran, whether benefit or loss. Secondly, if we talk about what the Quran asks of man to do, they are all natural, all of them universal. No man wants to be transgressed against, and every man knows innately that transgressing against anyone is immoral. So again, why would any man lie about that? Like, how does he like? Why would any man make that up?
And like I was telling you, I see it the other way. Right. I don't even know. Like I was telling you, I see it the other way around.
Which is?
I see it the other way around, which is that when I look at Muhammad and the whole thing, I see an empire that was building and then needed the religion.
Okay, I noticed you said the whole thing. Are you going outside the Quran, aren't you?
What's that?
You're going outside the Quran, aren't you?
Yes, because Maverick, I'm sorry, but I learned.
Well, like we're talking about subjectivity again, bro.
But we were discussing the Quran though.
Yes, objectivity.
And you said,
like logic and reason.
You said you can identify problems with the Quran.
Sure.
No, that's not that's not the angle you should be coming from it. Like you should just show him what's objective about it, so he can't have any argument against it.
But he's not.
I gave him two examples of a criteria. I mean, goodness me.
No, but criteria is not objectivity, bro. Our criteria is logic and reasoning. Show him why it's reasonable and logical to believe in the Quran.
So when I talked about why it's not logical to believe that he's lied, that's not logical and reasonable. When I talked about,
you're saying I
can bring you verses from the Torah, Talmud, Injil, all that. That say
I'm not talking about verses. I'm talking about the whole Quran. I'm talking about the whole Quran. I'm not talking about verses.
Okay, you're saying
talking about sorry, I just came in a minute ago, innit? But are you talking about criteria you're going to use to objectify or subjectify the Quran?
Basically, to determine whether the Quran is from God or not.
Like really from God.
Like, what is your criteria, basically? That's it.
And what have you listed so far?
Well,
they won't give me a criteria. We're not going anywhere.
Look, I think the reason is,
if I ask him to give me a criteria, my brother, you give me a criteria.
I can.
How would you determine whether a scripture is indeed from God or not?
Are you talking to me?
No, the new guy.
No, but he's saying don't do that, bro.
But let the man speak for himself. How's he saying don't do that?
He already said it. He already told you like plenty of time. He keeps repeating. You prove it. Don't ask me.
You're talking about the wrong person, fam. You're talking about my guy. Talking about Nomad.
I think you need some sort of comprehension of what is meant by, when you mention a word like God. What is it that you're talking about? What is being spoken about here? And then you have to be in tune with that to see if this is really that, innit?
Yeah, good
I don't know if you
point.
get what I'm saying. But it's like you see, if I see a guy and you see a guy and we're boys and he's our boy, innit? And this guy, you think he's a snake, I think he's a top don. Like it takes a master of a craft to be able to recognize another master, innit?
Good point. I watch this. Let me put it to you this way then. I'm gonna give you the most.
Man, like Dayton, what's popping?
Yes, G, good, yeah?
Yeah, welcome to the panel, G.
Thank you, bro.
Oh, is that Dayton? Yeah. What you saying, fam?
Yeah. Is that Maverick?
What's good, fam?
All right, cool. That's good, man. You blessed, yeah?
Yeah, chilling. Watch this now, yeah? I'm gonna give you my few concise reasons why the Quran is indeed from God.
Yes, sir.
Okay, finally. All right, let's go.
Right. Okay, cool. One, the commands are moral and they're universal. All of the things that you're asked to do in the Quran, they're moral and they're universal. Two, the claims of the Quran are observable. You can each and every single claim of the Quran, you can basically identify it in your own reality. Three, so you have the commands, you have the claims of the Quran. Three, it's the only thing that sufficiently answers all questions in terms of why you're here and what you're supposed to do here and what happens after you die.
You know, that's like saying it's good enough. That's not proven 100%. It's from God, the actual creator, bro. That's just saying it's good enough. It's the best thing out there.
Can I other books that can fit that criteria.
See, this is why.
Was that your
one second.
the only three you had?
This is why I was asking for criteria. It doesn't matter what I say, someone's gonna say something. So there has to be a criteria,
bro.
But I just gave you a logic. Listen. Logically speaking, the commands are universal.
No.
Do you accept that?
Logical.
Do you accept the first part?
That's an emotional
That's not logical.
thing. People have biases, bro. No, it's not logical.
Wait. So the commands are universal. It's not logical.
Say that.
I mean universal, like any time, any place.
The commands in terms of what? In terms of the moral guidelines.
But that's a broad.
The commands don't prove that it's from God, bro. No, you're wrong.
No, but I'm giving you one of them. See, it's like no matter what I say, you're just gonna say something.
Okay, say another one.
No. Look, the best way to approach this question is the book, the Quran that we have. You have to prove that it came from a divine source. That's the best way to do it. And before that, though, you have to presuppose a few things. You can't just jump into that. First, he already agrees that there's a creator. Okay,
right?
You already agree that's a creator. But do you think this creator has a relationship with his creation or not, Nomad?
Yeah, we went through this, right? It was a theist issue, right? What I said was,
so what is he? Is he a theist or is he a deist?
No, I said both. Yeah, that's the thing. That's not making.
Oh, come on, you're not listening, bro, man.
Thanks, CD, man. You're listening attentively. Thank you, brother.
Okay. So you're a theist.
What do you do? I just said both.
He's saying there should only be sutra. There should not be any reminders.
Wait, are you asking him, are you a theist or an atheist? And he's saying both.
No, or a
No.
Deist or theist. So like, does he just believe in a creator who just created everything?
You get it.
Does he have a relationship with his creation, or does he?
Yeah, I hope.
And the theist believes that there's religion and there's things.
Okay, so maybe
a deist
we
is
should bring
somebody who
it.
just believes in a creator.
They done into.
Yeah. Okay. So we've already got the presuppositions. Okay.
He doesn't understand the difference between deist and theist, man. So
okay.
Sorry about that, man.
Just wanted to explain that to him, please. So a deist, right, is someone that believes in a god, but that's an absentee god, essentially. And a theist is someone that believes in a god that meddles in human affairs.
Wait, what's the difference between the two words you're using?
I just explained it, bro. Okay, so
what's the difference? You're saying the same word, no?
No. D like David and T like Thomas.
TH.
Yeah.
Oh, theist. Okay.
Yeah, a deist is D like David and T like Thomas. It's theist.
Okay, so Nomad. So the creator, you agree, will have some sort of influence on his creation, or will have a relationship with his creation. Do you agree?
I believe we are. Yes. I'll agree.
Okay.
I'll agree
So
with that.
when the creator does have a relationship with his creation, or he does try to send a message to them,
I think the message is built in already, bro. That's what I'm thinking.
Only the fitra.
Okay, so the fitra itself, and I'm speaking your language, but this is built in humanity.
Okay, no, I agree. There's a fitra, but then the fitra can only go so far.
Oh, okay.
Fitra, because there are people who may agree that it's from the fitra to have homosexual.
I'm just using the word OJ. Don't get me confused. I'm just using the word so we understand each other. But that's, I mean, maybe I don't understand the full concept of the fitra. But what I'm saying is the message.
Inclination is what you're saying.
Yeah, is already inscribed, within us.
Okay, of course, I agree with you. I agree that there's an inclination towards the belief in one God, a creator, but then also to clarify to us the way that we should live our lives, and the best way to live our lives. Then Allah will send us messengers.
Exactly.
Yeah, making the assumption though.
Now that's what I was about to say. That's now it's an assumption, and we're coming into the realm of men. That's what we're going.
Okay, wait. So I said that it's. Do you agree that Allah would want us to live in the best way? Allah would, or something, Allah, the Creator, will want us to live in the best way.
You can't come to that logically, bro. You can't come to that logically.
Yeah, logically, that's not true.
He created us.
Yeah, I understand that, but there are babies.
There's only so much you can logically conclude or deduce from there being a creator, like the attributes itself. You can't deduce like love is, God is love. Like you can't logically come to that.
No, I don't agree with that. Okay, God has knowledge. God has, obviously, He created.
Okay, so you have to understand, OJ, these adjectives you are attributing to the Creator.
No, right? I'm attributing it through His actions that you already agree with. So you can't. Allah created something, so therefore He has knowledge. You can't create something without knowledge. That's logical.
Okay, but you can create something that you don't love, right?
And He chose. No, wait. Before we come to love,
exactly.
Before we come to love, though, Allah created some. Like He chooses when to create something, and He chooses when to not create something. Therefore, He has wisdom.
He chooses. Because I have to kind of go with it. You're saying
it is logical.
And I'll do it out of respect. Yeah.
Yo, OJ, you lot. 1 second, man. Wallahi, like you can't be throwing around words like logic and reason, and not reason yourselves. Without a criteria, nothing is gonna work. You can't just wrap your arms around.
Logic, though.
What? Oh my God! What do you think? Logic in what?
Bro, look. What other criteria is there apart from logic? That's all we have as humans, bro.
Oh my God, bro! We're going to use logic. Logic itself is not a criteria.
1 second, guys. I got some new guy. Hamza Ibrahim.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Alaikum assalam, brother.
Yeah, alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi.
Yeah, I just wanted to join in I'm also a Quranist. I follow the Quran alone.
Peace and blessings.
Walla bati.
I need another salaf. I need
Yo, Maverick. Yo, Maverick.
No, I'm not Maverick. I'm not Maverick.
Another one.
Mercy on the chat.
Yeah.
That's Mercy on the chat, right?
Yeah, I keep getting banned for some reason.
They're scared of you, bro. They're scared of you.
Say what you gotta say, Hamza. Say what you gotta say, brother. Come in. For the wall.
Nah, you guys can continue. I'm from New Zealand. New Zealand.
Okay.
The end of the world, bro. Antarctica.
Okay. I used to be a prison, That's where England used to send their prisoners.
Yeah.
But Maverick, I understand what you're saying. We all need a criteria, right? And the thing is, the list of criteria can be very exhaustive. Like it could be very long, right?
Well, that's why you get to choose one, but it has to be your criteria, and it has to be consistent, and it has to be.
So if I was to give you a criteria like non-violence, would the Quran meet that?
but you would have to justify why that is your criteria.
So now you're questioning my criteria, Marka.
No, but it has to. No, because your criteria. Listen, bro. One second. Because it has to be,
bro. You're
1
not
minute.
letting me.
Because it has to be sensible. You can't just say, "Oh, my criteria is."
So why are you against CD saying logic, Marcus? Like, what's your
Huh?
Why are you against CD saying logic? CD said logic.
I know me and him are arguing from different angles, bro.
Listen. Logic is something that you always use. If you're not speaking logical, then you're talking out of your ass. So that goes without saying. But when people say criteria,
what are the criteria?
When people say criteria, is what certain thing has to be met in order for you to approve of certain thing. That's what criteria means.
And if I remember correctly, can I say what you said? Like the three things you said: the commands, morally, and what was the third one?
Universal. You said universal.
The commands are universal. It's the only thing that
morality is universal. Yeah.
Yeah, the commands are moral, isn't it? So it's the same thing. The moral commands are universal, to put it simple.
Okay.
So if a moral,
what was the other two then?
Universal moral commands can only come from God. Number one.
Okay, what was the other two? You said three, remember?
Yeah, cool. Number two, it's consistent with reality, and it's timeless. Like it's consistent with reality, regardless of the time. And number three, men simply could not produce this because the falsification test is in the Quran itself. Allah says all of men and jinn can come together. You won't be able to produce a chapter like it. And not only could not man produce it, man would not produce it because man does not produce something that he does not benefit from. And I
respond to that?
And I contain that man does not benefit from this.
Okay, let me respond to that. So the last two are actually even all three that you said were all subjective criteria. They're not objective criteria, bro.
Okay, tell me why it's not. Tell me which one is not objective criteria. Is
all of them.
Is universal moral laws not objective?
No, but this is the thing though. People have different inclinations. That's why it's subjective.
Okay. Are you saying that there is no such thing as universal moral laws?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying come at it from a different angle, bro.
Look, are you dictating for me, or you do plan to answer my question?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm disagreeing with you because that's not the way, the angle I would come from.
Okay, but you have to justify what you disagree with. Are you saying it can only be one of two things? Either there is no such thing as universal moral laws, or the Quran does not have universal.
There is.
I think what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but
go on.
I think what you're saying, is the morality aspect of it would, like, from a judging point of view, because you're trying to judge this text, innit? Judgmentally, you'd say the moral aspect of it is subjective from person to person. Some person might understand why something is moral, and another
they will
person
never
would say
arrive at
immoral.
the conclusion that you want.
All right, fine. So that means there is no such thing as objective morality.
There is, but you can't come to the same conclusion, bro. Because you have already different inclinations.
Now you're contradicting yourself. You're saying there is.
It's not a contradiction. That's exactly what happens today in the real world, bro.
All right.
People have different,
Okay, let me make sure I follow you. Is there such thing as objective morality?
Yes.
Can a book from God contain what those objective moralities are?
Yes, of course.
You can.
I'm saying that's what the Quran does. So what's the problem?
No, but you're saying like people can always, people have different, inclinations, so they're not gonna see that. They're just not gonna see that. So it's not a criteria you should use.
So are you saying there is objective moralities, but people? So you're saying there is objective moralities, but people cannot see those objective moralities?
No, that's me, bro. I'm talking about me. Look, this whole argument was for He has a different complete. No, but
Look,
I'm with you
I'm
saying
literally
like
trying
there's
to follow
objective
you. I'm not
morality.
even arguing against you. I'm trying to follow you.
But then, Maverick,
okay, hear this then. All right, hear this then. I'm saying this whole argument was for a new nomad that doesn't believe the Quran. So from his perspective, bro, he's gonna see, you know, he's not gonna see the same thing you see, bro. Like he has already different inclinations. It's not enough to prove this criteria is not enough to prove it's from God.
New nomad. What religion are you?
Bro, listen. Listen, and my brother, you're making very simple statements. You're making very simple statements. He won't agree with it. He won't accept it. Those are simple statements, but you have to justify. What are you talking about? Agree with what? I've only mentioned one. We're talking about
commands. You said the commands, for example.
We're talking about one point here that we're stuck on.
Yes.
And that is, I said that the Quran contains universal moral laws. Now, what is the objection in that?
He already gave, you know, the example from earlier. He's saying about the father and the son, or what was it? New nomad, if you remember.
Yeah, it was the to reject your own
exactly.
father.
So there was already an objection to that. So like,
no, but
you know,
but hold on. He was inconsistent with his objection, though.
I don't think he was.
He was. Let me show you how he was inconsistent with his objection. Because he himself said that he has seen some people choose their father's side, even when they are in the wrong. However, he himself, his standard would not allow that. As in, if his father is in the wrong, he would not agree with him. Now, if he can have that standard, there is no way he can say that God cannot have that standard.
That's not true. First of all,
how would you say that?
You have to let me talk, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Break, bro. Okay.
Go ahead.
It's first of all, you say that God is the most merciful, right? So whatever mercy I have, he should have a whole lot more than that. So you shouldn't be comparing God to me, right? That's first. Second of all, I would say that if my father was in the wrong, I would correct him, but I would not disassociate myself from him. I would not reject him. I would not. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's levels to this. So we're basically talking about two different things, because the Quran basically says no. If they don't agree with the Allah's religion, then they're out. They became the other all of a sudden. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm basically saying that an wise creator would not tell us to part ways with our own fathers. That's my standard, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
do you understand clearer now?
No, I don't. The reason I don't. The reason I don't is because you made two contradictory statements. One, you said that if your father was in the wrong, you would basically continue to try to talk to him and try to get him out of his wrong. Now, what you compared that with is when the Quran said that has been exhausted, as in your father is not having it at all. So those two are not comparable.
Yeah,
you understand?
Let me respond to this, and then
I'll let you finish. You gotta let me finish in it. I'll let you finish. You gotta let me finish. So those two are not comparable. For the very fact that you are trying to get them out of a certain situation means that you have a standard which you will not allow them to cross. Now, you cannot rationally, in any way, shape, or form, argue that you can have a moral standard, but God cannot. Over to you.
Okay. So essentially, first and foremost, me forgiving my father, or me continuing to talk to him, you said it's once you've exhausted that, right? Well, that exhaustion does not come at the same time for all of us. We have different levels of patience. We have different levels, and some people just are patient forever, right? So it doesn't stand ground. It doesn't stand that test. The second thing, how we unhead, if you're basically saying that I can't have that criteria because you're going to be explaining it away, or somehow we have to come to a consensus. It's going to be never ending, because I think you're coming from a paradigm where this is true, right? You're coming from that paradigm, and I'm coming from another paradigm. So what I'm saying is the morality that we're projecting onto this head is not meeting, because I think you already have something written. I don't know how it's written in our DNA. So I think that's where we're not understanding each other.
No,
Furthermore, furthermore, the last point. Furthermore, these tenets that you're saying that are contained within the Quran, those same values, can they not be found elsewhere? And if they can be found elsewhere, are those other scriptures also from God?
Okay, cool. Let me deal with the first point. Yeah. The first point is you're being completely unjust to the Quran, because the Quran only talks about a specific moment, which is when you have concluded that this individual is not turning back from their ways, and you are not in any disagreement with that whatsoever, for as long as you have any standard of any kind where you would not allow your father to cross, and if he did cross, you would try and get them to mend their ways. As long as you believe in making people mend their ways, then you are in no disagreement with the Quran, none whatsoever, because that is precisely what the Quran is stressing on.
Let me ask you.
Okay, but what about the question he asked you at the end? Saying like, what if anybody else can?
Yeah, cool. The second question about supposedly finding good stuff in other books and stuff like that. This is not a matter of finding good stuff. It's a matter of consistency, consistent with the human nature. The Quran is consistent with the human nature from beginning to end. You can find.
So it's not from God.
You can find. Of course, it's from God. You can find portions. God is the only one that would know a human being to that kind. You can find portions of good things everywhere. Of course you can. But we're talking about the whole thing. The only thing that
the whole thing. Are you saying that we can't write a book that's completely good?
We're talking about the only thing that can consistently and rationally explain life, full stop.
Bro, New Nomad, I see where you're coming from. Full stop in that.
Yeah. Yes. Because the thing is,
yeah, where are you coming from though? Where are both of you coming from?
I think what I had said was I'm basically understanding that we all across the world, right? Across the world, people have always believed. So the belief in a creator and a higher being, in a call it whatever you want, is not it's nothing new. It doesn't date from 1400 years ago. It was from the dawn of time. What I see based on what I've read and what I've studied, and I've been to Mecca and Medina.
You haven't studied much. Let's be honest.
You can put me down if it makes you feel.
No,
better.
I'm not putting you down. I asked you the question. What have you studied about the Quran?
Well, you didn't ask me a question, did you?
I did. I've been asking you the whole day. What is your beef with the Quran?
You probably read the wrong translation of the Quran, brother.
He hasn't even bothered with the Quran. It's mostly hadith.
Bro, red herrings again. Like you're just throwing.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me, what is the issue with the Quran?
Which translation of the Quran did you read, Nomad?
Nomad, Horta, let me just say, up until now, you've just been saying, what's the issue with the Quran? You haven't proved why it's from God.
There we go
again.
Like
you're struggling, wallahi. Bro.
Nomad, what religion are you?
You're struggling to understand the term criteria, CD, bro. Wallahi, like, I don't understand.
I know what criteria is.
How do you struggle with the term?
No, I gave you one and you rejected it.
If until now you don't see that, earlier how I said you both agreed. If logically you can come to the same, or you should be able to come to the same.
Means for crying out loud,
criteria can be logic. Why are you struggling to see that? Criteria can be logic.
Logic goes without saying. You don't utter things like
okay, so why do you need criteria?
Have you
why
ever
do you need
heard that statement ever in your life?
Why do you need all this extra stuff?
Let's hear each other.
You know what? How about when it comes to football, when it comes to football, let's get rid of scorecards and let's make logic the criteria. Let's get rid of score. No, it's the same thing. That is exactly what you're doing. You don't understand what the term criteria. No, bro, I had to show it to you that way because you're struggling to understand the term criteria, fam.
I know what it means, bro. I speak English. What are you talking about?
You're literally saying, let's get rid of the scoreboard in football and let's use logic. Let's use logic as the criteria.
Because you're
Yes,
struggling to
what's wrong
understand
with
what
that? What
criteria
is wrong
is.
with that? What's wrong with
Alright,
logic?
cool.
Why do you need other stuff to back
Cool,
it up?
we
What? Why?
Maverick, I have a question for you.
Let's get rid of these phones and just use logic to speak to each other. How about that?
Yeah, Maverick, I have a question
Yeah.
for you.
Guys, can I just make a point, please?
How can you not understand what criteria is?
Go ahead, GS. Go ahead.
So what he's saying, and this is what I gather, and this is why at the beginning I said, hey, Quran could never help a new Norman, because the Quran will talk in a totally different language than New Norman is talking about. So New Norman is saying there's a lot of religions in this world that believe in God. So New Norman is not coming from an atheistic perspective or even a materialistic perspective where he's denying the existence of things beyond the natural science. He's saying, I believe in God. I believe that your book might even be. He never said it might even be from God, but it doesn't mean I have to follow Islam.
No one said you have to do anything.
New Norman, am I right?
Right. I said I there's things that I won't disagree with that are in the Quran. But we have to understand that there's different realities, and from those different realities, different religions came out of them. All right, the religions that are actually in this. So I'll explain that to you. The reason why.
Give me a second.
Go ahead.
What Maverick should be arguing, he used to say that as Muslims we follow the God of Abraham, so we follow one God, one supreme God, no other God.
No, that's not what I say. Don't speak for me. That's not what I say.
But that's the way I would come for if I was.
That's you.
The second point I want to make is it's really hard for like someone like Hamza Ibrahim, even Maverick or Quranist, to really talk to you and have a discussion with you if they don't even know what you actually believe.
Yeah, what do you believe in?
I keep asking for criteria. Like, it's not difficult.
Right.
What religion are you, Newman?
Right. So I'll consider myself a humanist or a waqist, if you will.
So what see when you say terms like one second. You see when
Hamza,
you say
do you know your Somali
when you
history?
say terms like waqist, you're basically saying God in Somali. So it's like saying I'm a goddess.
I understand that now.
No, it's just the religion, the ancient religion. You know what it is, man. Why are you saying that for?
Yeah, you know
what do you mean? What is the ancient religion? You tell
the
me.
Ancient Somali religion, bro. You know what it is.
You tell me, what is it?
Okay, so do you Maverick?
All we have is hearsay.
Maverick.
Yeah.
Do you believe Somalis existed before Islam?
Yes,
No.
I believe.
No.
Oh, okay. So Maverick, you don't believe that? Okay, so then already right there, we're parting ways.
Well, ask me why. What the hell? Ask me why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you want to talk? You go why?
Cool. Very simple. Islam is the message of guidance that was sent to the very first man. Somalis kind of existed before that.
Okay, I think from the Prophet's time, before the Prophet's time.
So okay,
I said the very first man. The guidance.
Now, the Maverick. Maverick.
That was a quick beat up, fam.
Yeah, Maverick.
Yeah.
Come on, Khalid. Maverick, do you believe that it's shahadatain? So you just do the shahada? Not at all.
No, you don't need the shahada, bro. Shahada is fabricated, man. It's not true.
It's not in the Quran.
So how
it's all over the Somaliland.
Wait, let the man finish, man. Go on.
Yeah, sorry.
Hamza, where are you from? What country you from? If you don't mind the origins.
New Zealand, bro. Yeah.
Like the original New Zealand.
New Zealand, what it do? What it does?
Australian. I was Australian for a couple of years.
New Zealand in the house.
Can I explain why I became a Quranist?
Of course.
I'll explain. All right, I'll explain. Right. So I'm a person who researches a lot. So I was like researching early Islamic history and going on like old books like Sahih Bukhari and Muslim and these old books, and it didn't make sense to me when I was coming across like stories like, you know, Muhammad having sex with 11 of his wives, and you know, all of these like interesting stories that made no sense why that would, you know, be guidance for us, you know? Like it didn't make sense how having sex with 11 of his wives would be a type of guidance for us, like, you know, to change our lives and stuff. That's why I started like going on like Quranist websites and Free Minds, you know, freeminds.org, Maverick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went on that website, I was researching, and then I started looking into the Quran and just looking at verses like how Maverick was doing it, using root words and stuff. And it made sense to me because the Quran itself was the book, because Allah says he revealed the Injil, the Torah, the Zabur. He revealed these 3 books. He didn't reveal it with hadiths or like other books. He just revealed them by themselves. You know, after people change, as Allah says about the munafiqun, that they're going to change the Quran. It's in the Quran itself. There's a verse where it's like they will change the book, not the Quran itself, but they'll create something similar to the Quran, like the hadith books. Yeah, so I started like researching and came to this conclusion. You know.
There's nothing but the Quran.
Let's go back to Nomad, bro. Nomad's not going to get away with it tonight.
Can I?
I want to stick it on Nomad, bro. He's not getting away with it.
Can I ask a question?
وانا صبر جنة Maverick. والله you know what it is, yeah. You know what it is? Wallahi, I'm not joking, yeah. The Quran is the most violated book in history. Wallahi, Wallahi, it's the most violated book in history. It has both domestic haters and foreign haters, and the domestic are the worst because they claim the book, but they don't follow any part of it. They're constantly trying to contradict it.
And Prophet Muhammad is probably the most insulted man in history, to be honest. Like
it's all because of hadith.
But you yourself insulting.
How did I insult the Prophet?
Never that.
Wait, let me say this: like you don't believe what he believed, and you're saying that just like.
No, I don't. Wait, I'll tell you. I believe.
How do we not believe?
He's saying that let me say that Hamza, you going against the teaching of the Prophet, and you saying at the same time, Prophet was insulted. You are the first one insulting.
No, okay. So explain to me. Can you guys explain to me how, like, you know, the stories in the hadith, like Prophet Muhammad was suicidal and the Jews did magic on him? Like, isn't that an insult to the Prophet?
Wow, what?
Sahih Bukhari. In Sahih Bukhari. Bro, I read the books. Sahih Bukhari.
So that's what he's telling you. He's telling you that the hadiths are very insulting to the Prophet.
To the Prophet, yeah. They insult the Prophet, like saying Prophet had 11. So think about this. They said the Prophet had sex with 11 of his wives in one night and he didn't take a shower. That's an insult. That's like...
Just give me a second, brother.
Degrading the Prophet.
Brother, give me a second. From an Orthodox Sunni perspective, the only people...
So like...
Let me finish, please. The only people that take the hadiths as 100% are crazy Salafi Wahhabis.
No. I'm not talking about Sahih Bukhari, bro. Not these fabricated... Bro, I know the hadith, I know the Sahih, I know the... You know, the fabricated ones as well. You know.
Yeah, but even those ones, if you read the work of Imam al-Ghazali, there's hadiths that he actually he did not really respect. Even if you look at the history of Islam, the first 200 years, the hadiths were never this whole idea that the hadiths are on power with the Quran. This is a Salafi movement, man. Even if you read the Maliki hadiths, are a lot more concise and better than the Bukhari hadiths, and they were a lot.
I read some of Maliki's works. Yeah, Maliki's pretty good, but I feel like Maliki he also is a deviant, you know.
When you guys are debating, you guys are arguing, in my opinion, and you guys are all the creation of the Salafi movement, of the delusional Salafi movement. You guys are the creation of.
You see all of these hundreds of sects. Listen, you have these hundreds of sects in Islam, right? How come all of them have the Quran with them, yet they all fight against each other? It makes no sense. Like, it tells you like the state of the Quran. It's been humiliated. It's been left behind. You know, as Allah says that they left the Quran and they followed their forefathers. You know, they just.
Do you know what the Prophet says in the Quran? Yeah, the Prophet says, "My qawm have abandoned the
Quran." That they left the Quran.
Do you know what qawm means?
Yes, his people.
These guys are doing
that's
some
his
real
people.
da'wah,
That's Arabs, basically.
Arabs, yeah, not us. We're not Prophet Muhammad's people, bro. Prophet Muhammad.
Exactly. It's the Arabs that have abandoned the Quran.
Yeah.
The Quran is clear.
Wait, Hamza,
Somali culture has been taken over by this Saudi Arabian type of culture. Yes, I am.
Okay.
So yeah, it's been taken over by Arab culture. Like look at go to Somalia. Everyone is wearing khamis. Everyone's
Bro, here in London, you don't even need to go Somalia, bro. Here in London, in the middle of winter, these niggas are acting like the thobe is some Superman cape.
Yeah, there's a hadith that says if your khamis is lower than your ankles, it's gonna go to the hellfire.
That killed me, bro. Yeah, your feet is going to the hellfire. I mean, damn. Come on.
Well,
no,
as long as we understand that there's no consensus, that's what I've been saying this whole time.
There was a consensus.
Where's the consensus amongst all of you guys? Where's the consensus?
Guys, Nomad's getting away with it. Please hold on, man. Let me get back to Nomad, bro. Let me get back to Nomad, man.
He's trying
to get away with it. Hey, Nomad.
I'm not trying to. I'm not. When I see you at Somaha, and
you're just gonna repeat the same thing.
No. I was gonna actually give you a verse.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, I know you like that stuff. Okay, so right. If I was to say, well, it's Somaha, that if we go to it's a popular one, 434. Okay, if we go there,
oh yes, I'm glad you brought this one.
Yeah, let's talk about it. I'd be really interested in knowing your perspective on that, right? So
no problem.
The Almighty Creator telling me to strike my wife, as even though it's a last resort in the proper context and all of that, right? I can't see how that is from an all-wise, all-merciful.
You are correct. You are correct. Well, no. I got this one.
Yeah.
Okay, you are correct. But what you need to do is, first and foremost, the word daraba means strike, not beat. Yeah. Second of all, to make it very simple for you, rather than argue, oh no, the word means this, blah 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 blah, just simply go to the verse after. Go to the very verse after 434. Go to 435.
Okay, yeah. Okay, hold on. Now you're giving me okay, I got it.
Please do that.
Yeah, give me a sec.
No worries.
Let's see, 435. If you fear a breach between, hold on. 434.
435.
Yeah, it says if you fear a breach between them twain, the man and his wife, appoint 2 arbitrators, one from his family and the other from hers. If they both wish to peace, Allah will cause their reconciliation. Indeed, Allah is ever knower, ever acquainted with all things.
Is that verse possible if you can beat her? If you can just simply strike her to get your way?
But
you're breaking up.
He left. He's not even here.
He's disconnected. Wait, can I share something? Like, can I share screens?
But when he comes back, guys, let him talk. Yeah.
Alright, can I share screens? Okay, I'm sharing screens. I want to show you guys something. Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
No, Khalid. You have to ask Khalid.
Okay.
So what do you want to show us? Just talk.
Oh, he's gone as well. Wait, Maverick, can you explain the verse? I wanted to hear it.
No man.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I dropped off.
No worries. Nomad. As we were saying,
conspiracy on this, but okay. No, I'm kidding. Yo,
as we were saying, is 435 possible if 434 meant that you can beat it?
Hear what I said? Or
what does 435 say?
Oh, I read it. Okay, it says, if you fear a breach between them twain, the man and his wife, appoint 2, and there's a lot of parentheses, so take it with a grain of salt.
Leave the parentheses.
Oh, leave the parentheses? Okay, so it says, if you fear a breach between them twain, appoint arbitrators, one from his family and the other from hers. If they both wish to peace, Allah will cause reconciliation. Indeed, Allah is ever all-knower, well acquainted with all things. That's what it says.
Is that possible if you can beat her?
So what Maverick is asking me is that if you can beat her, would that be possible?
Yes.
And my answer to that, you're asking me to ignore things that are written down.
No. I'm asking you to simply answer the question because you don't understand what the strike refers to. So I'm helping you eliminate the possibility that you have in your mind. I'm telling you, the striking has nothing to do with beating her, because this verse would not be possible. I'm not stopping there. There is more. But do you understand what I'm showing you with this verse? How do you beat someone and then have arbitrators to, you know, if you want to reconcile? How is that possible?
He's gone again. You explain the verse. You explain it. You explain.
Like Mafrigo su'aala ku weydiina qof soo muslim ku noqdaa soo gaal ku noqdaa maadaama
No, bro, don't please. We want to understand the.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on, man. I keep dropping off for some reason. I'm not doing anything.
Go on, no, man.
I keep dropping off. So what I was saying, I understand what the second verse says, the 35 says, 435 says. But what you're asking me to then do is to use my logic. Would verse 35 be possible if you can strike them? Well, that's completely inconsequential. That would be completely inconsequential. My answer would be completely inconsequential because you're asking me to forego and forget and ignore a verse right before it. So what do I do with that?
All right,
is that a fair question?
All right. Listen, bro. I'm not asking you to forego or forget anything. What you have here is the word strike. You don't know what that word strike refers to. You are assuming that the word strike refers to physically beating her. That is an assumption. What I'm trying to help you do is eliminate that assumption simply by looking at this verse, because that assumption in this verse cannot coexist. It would be a contradiction. That's the point I'm trying to highlight to you. It's not going to be the only argument. There's going to be more, but it's a point I'm trying to show you, which, to be with respect, I don't see how you could dispute it. How could you have?
It would make no sense. Yeah, 45 would make no sense, to be honest.
I understand that, but we have to, gentlemen, we have to understand that now we're in the realm of interpretation.
Interpreting what?
Because I'm seeing a verse that literally says, and by the way, this in the noblequran.com, it says beat them. It literally says beat them, right?
Okay, the word is not
even
beat.
though they.
What's the word?
Ahmed,
the word is daraba, and it's used multiple times in the Quran.
The word daraba is all over the Quran, and the furthest
it's used multiple times.
The furthest you can go is strike, so you can forget about beat.
It has two different
meanings. So what does strike
mean
then? You could just wave your hand.
I heard arguments that say you go on
can strike an example.
Isn't the other one to set forth?
Strike is an example.
Yes.
The other meaning is to set forth
an example. Yeah, set forth.
How have you inferred get an example from strike?
Because it's in the Quran. Many times you use it, daraba, etc., etc.
I understand. Like daraba Allahu mathalan. Yeah, I understand, but in this context, how could
in this context, I can show you
what would
why
the example be?
I can show you that. It would be the three steps of that you take for divorce and that. So, but we'll get there. First, we need to eliminate. You cannot have this verse and basically physically beaten her. You just literally couldn't.
That don't make any sense.
Now this is you again pulling me into your alley.
Okay, can you beat? Okay, please tell me this.
No, well, it doesn't make any sense for God to say beat your wife.
Maverick is slowly trying to get to his points, man.
I'm slowly trying to get to my point, but even the most obvious you want to argue. If you argue that you can have this verse and beat him, essentially you are arguing that you can strike a woman. Then how do you get to 435 if you can strike a woman? How do you get to a position where if you fear separation, then bring arbitration?
So let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question, Maverick. How do you have 434 when you have 435 following it? Let me
because I'm trying to prove to you that 434 has nothing to do with beating her physically, and I can prove that to you. But you cannot deny what I'm eliminating here. How could you have beaten her in this verse?
I'm not. Look. Before you kind of get me to sign off on contracts, say the whole thing. Tell me the whole thing before I agree to it.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, bro. Tell me the whole thing.
New Nomad. Should I give you the translation of that?
Yeah, give him the
Well, I was
translation.
reading it. but
Okay,
go
okay.
ahead.
Towards the end, it's first advise them, then forsake them in bed, and set them forth, like let them go, and then but if they obey you, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted in ground. It doesn't. The word is not strike. It's to set them forth.
Wait. Let me add to that. Wait. Let me add to that. Well said. And to add to that, if you go to chapter 2, 226, it tells you the process of what happens after that. There is a period of separation. Watch this. Though those who intend to divorce their wives shall wait 4 months. If they change their minds and reconcile, then God is forgiver, merciful. How do you have that verse?
Can I ask
How
you
do you
a
have that
question?
verse if you can beat her?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Do you
Okay,
see how B is eliminated?
okay, there. I don't force it. Just let me ask you the question. Okay, let's surf. Okay, what I'm asking you is this: do you believe that the people that interpreted or that did the translation in these Qurans knew what they were talking about?
No, they were
No,
following
they were
hadith,
corrupt.
bro. They're following the rhetoric of hadith.
Oh, okay.
They were corrupt.
So they're
all
using
right.
hadith to
So
interpret
you're
the Quran.
you're rejecting all of the different translations.
Yes,
of the Quran.
they're corrupt.
Okay.
They're corrupt, bro. No, we're retranslating. We're trying not everything, but we're trying to make the Quran into like a book that we could understand properly. Like these
It's
words.
simply consistent with its own language. That's all it is. Because you gotta understand. Watch this. This is not a secret. The Quran was translated using the hadiths. We simply translate it using the language. That's it.
Yeah.
Interesting. So somewhere, daraba can mean strike.
It has two meanings, bro. Daraba has two
strike as
meanings.
in put forth.
And set forth, right? Or put forth, whatever, right?
It could mean literal strike, but watch this now, yeah. In the Quran, when daraba is used to mean literal strike, God always add with what and to what. So strike them with the staff, for example.
Strike them in the necks or something.
Strike them in the neck. Do you see what I'm saying to you? So it always tells you what to strike with and where to strike. When it means physical. The Quran is clear.
Obviously not, right?
No,
very obviously not.
No. You can't say obviously not. You just didn't
Obviously
care.
not, bro.
You just didn't care. You didn't.
No.
You
No, that's
didn't
not true.
because you didn't even bother
that's
to
not
read
true,
the very.
Maverick.
No, it is
That's
true
not true.
because hold on.
Let me speak for myself. Don't speak for me.
I'll prove to you. I'll prove to you because
No, you can't prove
because
anything
I'll
like
prove to you.
that.
Give me a second. Because you would not have used 434 if you have given the Quran its due diligence. Because the very verse after would eliminate the very verse after would eliminate that nonsense. There's no way you could ignore that.
Maverick, okay, microphone here. This I don't see this as due diligence. I see this as reinterpretations because you wanted to fit into your own box. That's what I see.
No, you can't.
It would make no sense.
So now
Do you get it?
No.
See, now
you're just trying to slander. Now you're just trying to slander.
Now
you're trying to be slanderous.
New nomad.
Now you're not letting
You do
me talk,
realize.
man.
You do realize
guys,
if 35.
You guys are not letting me
something.
finish.
I'll let you
You
talk.
have to
Just let me.
listen to me.
All right, talk.
Please, come on, man. Like, let me, because the thing is, we have to exchange something, right? Like, I mean, I knew at the end of the day, man, you're my brothers. At the end of the day, I knew I see your Somali brothers, right? And I'm not trying to get emotional, but that's where I'm coming from, right? You're
Let's
the
go.
one. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is this, right? You are basically trying to say that, okay, so the Quran and these different interpretations that are out there are different interpretations, like because the word strike is described as hitting, as actually physical harm, right? That is described in actual Qurans that are running around in this world. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, so if we agree on that, so in the word daraba can mean different things, right? It
has two meanings.
Or it can mean So let me ask you guys a straight up question, okay? If the Quran says that it is a clear text from the Almighty,
Hamza, this is mine.
How is that clear?
All right, Hamza, this is mine. Is
that a valid question? First of all,
all right, cool. Let me answer that. First and foremost, what you address with translations.
The Quran is not translations. The Quran came in Arabic, first and foremost. Secondly, secondly, the way Arabic works, full stop, is that every single root word gives a description of what that word means. Now, you may find that many words can have that same description. And the way that Arabic works is you render the right word depending on the context. So, for example, when we notice what the first thing I did to you. The first thing I did was I tried to point to context, and I continuously pointed to context. I pointed to 435 and I pointed to 226 to show that in context it can only mean this. That's how the Arabic works, and there is no word in Arabic that has one specific, only one specific definition, because it's a description, and many words can fall in that description. So it's clear because the description is always
a single word. Yeah, I hear you. But if a single word has many different meanings, does that not lead to confusion?
No, it doesn't have many different meanings though. That's where you messed up. The meaning is the description of the word is always the same. It's just different renderings. It's like, for example, the word.
There's a huge difference between setting forth and hitting someone, bro.
No, see, you're using the word hitting. You're using the word hitting. It doesn't use the word hitting. It's strike.
You know, they could say the word means anything. It doesn't make it right. You know, that's the point.
That's it.
Yeah, just because they say it means this doesn't make it right, bro. And even if the majority was to say that, it doesn't make it right automatically.
The point is Arabic is clear. It's not the translation that decides.
Nah, though I feel like you're forcing Arabic to be clear when it's saying it's not.
Forcing, bro. No, that's not being fair. You're not being fair, you know, man. Because if that's his interpretation, you can't say it's invalid. It's a valid thing. He like to me, what he's saying makes way more sense than some guy saying you can hit your wife, bro. That makes no sense to say is a religion.
I know.
God, to me.
I know. No, I understand.
So
no, it's not
like forcing.
It's not only that. It's not even
the clear. It's what makes sense.
It's not only that. It's not consistent with the verses that I just showed you. It's just not possible.
CD, you have to already start at a point where you take this on to be the word of God. There, that's the starting.
Yeah, this is why I was saying the objective thing. Like we never got there. Eventually, I think you lot gave up. But
man.
Man, you do realize it's 1400 years.
You know what you're doing here. You know what you're doing. No man. Do you know what you're doing here? You're basically displaying this dismissive, almost atheist attitude of religion. You're like, it's all bullshit. Bro, you have to prove it, you know.
Well,
it's easy to say, it's all bullshit. What is bullshit?
No, that's okay. Well, now you're.
No, that's not fair as well. That's not fair as well.
No, but that is what he's doing. He's just doing
Maverick proved it to you. 34 correlates with 35, and you still said 34 means striking.
The portion of the conversation you had missed, Hamza.
No.
It's that at the very beginning.
Brother, let's come in, brother. You know what?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like Nuno, man, because of his trauma, and losing your cousin has trauma because of the stuff that he's seen. He's got these barriers, these walls, and you guys are coming out with all this new information, this new way of looking, and it's hard for a person to take it in at one moment.
I didn't know about this.
I hear you. I've got no care for emotions. I'll be honest with you. I'm all about logic.
Understand where he's coming
I'm all about logic. I don't give a damn about sensitivity.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, you don't have to be sensitive to anybody.
That's inconsiderate to say at this point, though. You know,
no, it's fine. He has a right to say it.
Who I am, bro.
He has a right to say it.
I don't understand emotions.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying we're humans, man. You can't deny the fact that you're human.
Maybe you know what? I'd rather Maverick be completely upfront about it than act like he does. You know what I mean? It's okay to be a psychopath.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, I don't want. Obviously, I want everyone to be happy, no harm, all of that good stuff. But when it comes to
you don't even say it like you mean it. It's all good.
When it comes to all I know is reason, man. I don't do emotions, bro.
Maverick.
But yeah, but this whole time you were struggling to prove the Quran with reason. You was going with, it makes sense, it makes sense. Oh, it feels good, it feels right.
I've never used the word feel. You keep saying that. You're doing like him. You're just being dismissive. I keep asking you for criteria. You don't know what your criteria is.
I'm saying forget criteria.
You just want to fold your arms.
You don't need criteria.
One second. Without a criteria, without a criteria, what you get to do is you get to fold your arms and go, Nah, that's not good enough. Nah,
Well,
that's not
that's
good
exactly what you do. in Hinduism.
Look, you know, you're
That's what
making
you're
me
doing.
seem like I'm like new nomad. I don't believe in the Quran. Bro, I believe in the Quran, but not for the reason you do, bro. I have my own reasons, innit?
I'm not telling you to have my reasons. I'm just telling you to give me a criteria to work with. I
I'm
don't
saying your
understand
reasons
adults
are
that don't
absolutely
understand.
wrong.
Like,
But Maverick, a criteria is man-made. I mean, if you want to find
what?
God, you don't
That's
find.
the whole thing
You
he's
know what
not getting,
criteria?
bro.
Yeah.
You know what criteria?
Subjective. Criteria is all
Yeah.
subjective.
Of course.
What?
No, it's not subjective. It's objective. It's man-made. Okay.
No, the ones he said, they were
Criteria is
subjective.
man-made.
Just give me a second, guys, please. So the problem I have with Mamluk is the idea that you can find God through reason, which is kind of like a very ancient way of looking at the Quran. And I'm not saying
How else would I know?
no, you can find it through divine inspiration.
Yeah, but
Look at
okay, how would
DNA,
I know?
man.
How would I know? Wait. How would I know the divine inspiration is actually divine inspiration and not delusion without using reason?
Wait 1 second. Did you say the problem you have with him is that he said you can find God through reason?
Reason. Yeah. Like there's people here that have problem with reason, bro. Welcome.
Wait, how did Abraham find God? Was it not through reason?
Literally through reason. Well said.
Yeah, everything was reason.
No, but didn't Abraham have experience?
Yeah, he did have experience, but he
well,
saw everything and he
his
experienced and he reasoned, you know. He came to a conclusion using reasoning.
Journey of reasoning with himself. What is God? That was his experience. That was his journey, and he got to his destination.
Physical experience.
Abraham wasn't Shia or Sunni. He wasn't any of these sects.
Please,
metaphysical experience.
I want you to put that Shia and Sunni crazy stuff over the window. You're talking to a traditional Somali Sufi, okay? So for me,
but to anyone, even to a Jew or a Christian, like Abraham, he had an experience in it that he found God.
What I'm saying,
if you want to say it wasn't a physical journey. You could say it was a metaphysical journey
of the five senses.
Abraham submitted himself to God. Okay. That's what God expects from us.
I don't like the word submit. It's called surrender. Submit and
surrender.
I agree. Yes. Surrender.
That's what Allah wants from us. He doesn't want us to
submit. Okay. What is the process of surrender? From a Sufi's perspective, it's letting go of your ego, because your ego is what's alive. When you let go of your ego, you could see beyond the material world. So in essence, when you surrender and the process of reaching a high state of consciousness is learning how to surrender to God, not to submit to God, to surrender.
To surrender
the
to
Quran's point of view is much more deeper, to be honest.
What's it say?
The Quran's point of view is much more deeper.
In what way?
Deeper.
Like way deeper, because the Quran tells us to literally submit every part of ourselves to God. Like what this, when Allah says worship,
I like the word submit.
You know what Allah? Okay, so when Allah says worship, do you know how to worship Allah? GS? How do you worship Allah? I want to ask a question. How do you worship Allah?
So
is it by praying? Is it by praying, or is it by?
Is there only one way? Is there only one way, Hamza?
Yeah.
Tell him.
No, I don't treat it as one way.
Okay, so tell me how
many ways.
Okay. It's many ways. So okay. Well, it's honest question. Is worshipping Allah praying to a black rock 5 times a day? Is that how you worship Allah?
You're gonna get it triggered.
You won't get me triggered.
No, Hamza,
no, I'm just wondering. No, well, I'm being honest, bro. Like praying to a rock 5 times a day. Is that how you worship Allah? So on the day of judgment, when God asks you what you did, do you think He would care about you praying to a rock 5 times a day? Like, do you think this is something that God would ask? Like, He would care about?
Bro, this is.
But Hamza, 1 second. In the first place, it's like you don't benefit God in the first place, innit? It's you who should be caring. Really.
God. Okay, so God gave you life. He gave you all of this, and He says so that either you become kafir or shakir. You translate the word kafir and shakir to mean like some disbeliever, some non-Muslim, something like this. But it's shakir and kafir literally means someone. It's action-based gratitude and ingratitude. It's like literally, it's literally going against what God has given you of intelligence and logic, and the other one is using that faculty to benefit society. That's what Allah wants from you. That's what Allah keeps saying. That's why Allah keeps saying they entered paradise because of their actions. Like He doesn't say like. That's why Allah says in the Quran. He doesn't say anywhere in the Quran that He loves the believers. He loves those who are righteous and,
Well said.
And at the end of the day,
even
we're the ones
believers use a lie. The word is trust.
behaviors.
Yeah, like, for example, you guys call yourselves okay, you call yourself a Muslim, right? But that is not true because the Quran has standards for a Muslim. Like it expects certain standards, like Quran tells us that a Muslim is someone who upholds.
Ibrahim, give me a second. When you say come and let people reply to you, who says we're not meeting? I'm not meeting the standards of the Quran. Who says as Sunni Sufis we're not meeting the standards of the Quran?
Did the Quran tell you to become a Sufi?
No, but the Sufi. Wait. The Sufi is just a nickname.
No, it's not a nickname. Allah says don't create sects. He says don't divide and hold on to the rope of God.
Come on, man. You just talk like a now, man.
No, at the same time, even with the thing like striking the lady, if you did take into consideration the rest of the Quran, you would understand that does not mean like you get me to hit your wife, innit?
Yes,
if you actually took the Quran into
That's why I
consideration.
said no man didn't give it his due diligence.
It has, so the type of person the Quran is kind of reinforcing you to be isn't someone who would go around hitting a lady in it. So if you isolate that,
God bless you, my brother.
What was that lady that used to in the 90s used to help the poor people? What's her name? The Christian lady?
Mother Teresa.
Mother Teresa, right? Yeah. You guys, according to Hadith books, she's going to hell because she's Christian. Stop. She didn't believe in. So she's going to go to hell even though she worked righteously. Like Allah says about even the Christians, they're going to enter paradise in the Quran. You know that?
You like to talk and never reply to anyone. So you make a comment, just continue with the comment.
Nah, Hamza, man, you flopped there, bro.
No, if you guys want, then let me reply.
Okay, now, 1 second. I see a little. I just want to ask here, you guys, do you think that you need a messenger and a message from a book to be able to
connect with the Most
believe
High
in God or have a connection with in the first place?
Not to believe in the Most High, but it's a reminder of the Most High. It's to basically give you certainty of your contract, if you will. So the book doesn't make you believe in the Most High. You already believe in the Most High, but this is a reminder of the relationship of you and your Maker. And I use the word reminder because everything in the Quran is already your natural inclinations, basically.
Right. So no one here believes that you the only choice to have a good connection with God is through a messenger and his message.
The only choice.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Holy choice. That's kind of a
but when you say a connection with your Maker, I think without the message there will be a doubt that won't be there with the message. Do you see what I'm saying? Like for example,
can you not
get
the message of your Maker then?
What'd you
Can
say?
you not get the message of your Maker if you have a connection with him?
Can I not get the message of my Maker?
Yeah.
No, but
yeah, of course I can. But it's who decides how I would get the messenger. Do I decide that, or is it God?
It's both. According to Islam, it's both your decisions, isn't it? Like you have to make a decision, and God will help you with your decision.
You're right. You're right. I have to obviously decide to be sincere, but the channel that God takes is obviously up to God. Like I can't be like.
Then it's interpreted by men, isn't it?
I can't be like I don't accept that God would send me a message because it's his decision.
But there are categories of people who, like, in the Quran, is different categories of people, different classes and statuses of people, and the levels of how close they are with their Lord and things they do to keep a connection or strengthen a connection. And these people, they seem to be able to do things that other people can't, innit? So they obviously have some sort of
from God
knowledge that other people wouldn't have. They obviously.
And how does that work?
I know. Even though
those sure about that.
Kind of people would be seeking knowledge in the first place, innit? Like obviously that's a criteria to be a.
I'm not really sure about that. The only people that the Quran talks about that has like, you know, more of a connection than others, if you will, are the prophets and the messengers. And other than that, I don't recall anyone being more special than another.
Do you believe in sainthood?
Yeah,
Sainthood?
it speaks about sainthood.
Hell no.
That's basically what I'm talking about.
The Quran says that they took their scholars and monks and
As
rabbis
idols
as
besides
gods.
As
Yeah,
partners
besides
besides Allah.
Like for example, the hadith the hadith books. Like, for example, I'll tell you, GS. You know the hadith books, right? You guys take Bukhari, Muslim, Ibn Taymiyyah, and these people, these random people that you've never heard of in the Quran. You take them seriously.
I don't care about Ibn Taymiyyah, man. If you want to talk to me, you have to talk to me from Imam al-Ghazali, Ibn Arabi.
Okay, Imam Ghazali. Okay, Imam Ghazali. Yes, he was an interesting man. He's a really intelligent man. But the problem with him is he was also following sectarianism. He was following.
I'm not following sectarianism, bro. The only people that follow sectarianism are Salafi Wahhabi brothers. Okay, everyone else, and maybe one group within the Shia group. But everyone else, like for example, if New Norman knows me, I'm probably the most open, welcoming person in the panel.
Okay. Can you explain to me what's the difference between a Salafi and a Sufi?
Okay. Well, what the difference is, and I'll tell you what the difference is.
Yes.
For me, as a Sufi perspective, I have love for all of God's creation.
Yeah.
I have mercy in my heart for all of Allah's creation. I do not condemn, judge, or belittle people.
Even those that do wrong.
There's a difference. There's a system, a legal system for that. That's what.
But you just did a minute ago, though, man.
What did?
You just did a minute ago.
I'm not perfect, but anyway. But that's what I'm telling you. The Sufi doctrine, even what Rumi teaches, what Rumi taught in his books. That's the way I'm coming from. I'm not saying to you I'm 100%. Okay.
Okay. Can I ask a question? What is this dancing? What is this dancing thing you guys do in the mosques?
What the dancing thing? Okay, fantastic.
Wallah, billah, I'm not joking, but I don't know what this is. Like, wallah, I'm being honest. Wallah,
do that, the whirling dervish thing.
What is this? And what is this? All this dhikr that you guys do? Like, what is like just glorifying God?
Please let me explain that.
Okay, explain.
This is important, and I'm going to come from a Imam al-Ghazali perspective. So back in the day, there was a movement within Islam called the philosophers. They were the Muslim. I can't pronounce the name, but Mussolini or something like that. But there was this argument: how do you prove the existence of God? Within the Muslim community, there was a consensus that you could not find God through the scientific method. You could find God through expanding states of consciousness. So what dance does is expand your state of consciousness. You've experienced things that are beyond the material realm. Do you understand?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, but how would that be able to affect that? In what way?
Because what we know in modern science, that you could do brain scans. For example, when you take psychedelics, when you do breath work, when you do certain dance method, you can experience a expanded state of consciousness. So your neurons.
Meditation, yeah.
So do the people in the nightclubs experience this?
No, but this is the thing, bro.
Where do you think nightclubs come from, Hamza? Where do you think that comes from?
You tell me.
Bro, but the thing is, you're gonna laugh, but these raves and everything were forms of worship.
No, they're
is
not.
That Orthodox Moor in the building, yeah.
Allah, it's Orthodox Moor.
No, but Hamza,
Orthodox Moor in the house. Oh shit!
But Hamza, you're coming from.
What's up, brother man?
Just give me a second.
Okay, I get you guys dance, right? But like, what are you dancing to? Like, just dancing out of nowhere? Like,
it's not dancing to. He just told you it's the aim of what they're doing, isn't it?
No, but Hamza, Ibrahim, you're coming from a materialistic, atheistic perspective. When you say to me, you cannot experience things that are beyond the supernatural, you're coming from a materialistic perspective. That is delusional talk.
Okay, so what do you experience? Okay, when you dance, what do you experience?
You can experience.
Start asking, like, when you pray, what is this exercise you're doing? Like, what do you experience?
You know what are you experiencing? Yeah.
Who does? We don't do no exercise when we're praying.
What, you don't do the 5 daily prayers?
Well, conversation is mad interesting tonight.
No, we don't do no 5 prayers a day, fam.
Isn't that in the Quran?
Wallah. Oh, you know what's so funny? When I was a kid, they used to say that if you don't wake up for Fajr, the shaitan will pee in your ears.
That's the one that made Maverick. Funnily enough, that's the one that made him a Quranist.
Yo, Ahmed, that's actually the one we actually debated that on the comment section on Jedi's thing.
Is that a real hadith?
And this guy, yo, Maverick, do you remember that?
Some of the most delusional hadiths. And you know
what it is? Actually, hold on. Let me deal with that quickly. Yeah? And I'm glad, my brother Orthodox Mo is here. Understand this, yeah. Like, I don't know what's happened to Somalis, but last I remember, we only knew about the Quran, and then the Hadith was introduced to us as history. That is how it was introduced to our community. It was not introduced to us as revelation. As a matter of fact, I remember back in the day, people used to say stuff like, "Is something farad or is it sunnah?" As in, is it wajib?
People still say that. People still say that.
One minute. Is it obligatory or is it optional? Do you see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So I don't know how it went from optional to now it's all of a sudden revelation. So I didn't get the memo. No.
Nobody says it's revelation though.
No, they do. Oh wow, I don't know where you've been. They call hadith revelation now, fam.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is literally the whole beef, CD.
Do Sufis follow hadith as well, or do they?
But 1 second, let me finish, please. 1 second. Not only do they call hadith revelation, yeah, but please understand this. Here's where I went wrong. I was introduced to the Quran. I read the Quran, I understood the Quran, and I subscribed to the Quran. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Now, because I was told that the hadith is history, I was cool with it. Now, history, as we all know, last I checked, besides Sunnis, that is, history is possibly true, possibly not so true. There's no way to verify. It's a fucking narrative. Literally, his story. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's always the victor's narrative. So there's no way of verifying it. So I didn't see it as a fact. I had no reason to. And the other thing is, I had no reason to believe that people who subscribe to what the message of the Quran is would write ridiculous history about the Prophet. Little did I know people are actually that crazy, and that's where I went wrong. So, for example, when the so-called listen to this, that's where I went wrong. I didn't know people would be that like I don't know where they would get the balls from that. But anyways, wait. Now, the saying in the nose business, yeah. Well, I'm gonna be honest. Listen to this, yeah. First and foremost, you gotta understand. You gotta understand this. I'm Somali, innit? I'm fucking stubborn. You can't tell me.
There you go.
Listen to this. No, we're gonna keep it real. You can't, like, Sarah's all up in my face saying, ha, you believe Satan, ha. So what am I gonna do? Am I gonna buckle? I'm not gonna buckle, am I? So
you were justifying it 3 years ago. Like,
no, watch this. I'm not gonna buckle, innit? I'm like, so fuck it. I'm gonna stand tall.
But you believed it though, Maverick.
Man. Just shut up and listen, man. I'm like, I'm gonna stand tall. So I'm like, okay, man. So I'm like, fuck's sakes, bro. So I'm like, I'm gonna stand tall, and basically, if I stand tall, he's gonna get confused. What's he gonna use? If I fucking take the only ammunition he's got, what's he gonna use? Do you get it? And I'm thinking, obviously, this fucking hadith is history. You can't use this. Come to the Quran. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, there's gotta be a rational explanation for this. I mean, why would they write ridiculous history like they're saying in your nose? I thought there's got to be. Well, to the point, I was like, you know what?
Then you researched.
I was like, listen to this. I was like, do they mean Satan as in like shaitan, as in like a disgusting thing on your nose, like shaitan? You get it? Well, I'm trying to look for a rational explanation. So to cut the long story short, where I went wrong was I didn't think people would be that crazy in it. What the fuck? So it's not my fault.
Oh, you know the funny. I'll tell you something. You know what's funny. You know what's funny? There is this hadith, right, where it says like there's like billions of people hiding under a mountain, like Yajuj Majuj or something.
Yajuj Majuj, yeah.
Google Earth didn't find them or something like there's another one. Yeah, Dajjal, a man chained in like.
Bro, you know that one talks. That's in the Quran, not even in the hadith, though.
No, but you guys Maverick. Have you come across Have you come across the verse Yajuj Majuj? Like, have you translated it?
Yeah, they say they descend.
What does it mean?
Allah says is they're gonna descend from every mountain, or I can't remember the verse properly, but you know, it's in the Quran.
Hadith says that they're gonna drink like a whole ocean or something like.
To cut the long story short, it's two particular tribes that a specific community was scared of, and basically they're told that, at one point they will be released. That one point.
No, but in the Quran it says they're going to come out like at the end of times.
No, but see, you're choosing end of times. See, the end of times could simply be the last section of time. So, and we could be in end of times right now.
What time? That doesn't even make sense, bro.
Let me tell you how it makes sense. End of time. What way is end of time? Is it the last 10 minutes? Is it the last hour? Is it the last day? Is it the last year? The last 100 years?
The end of the world.
You tell no, okay, but when?
No, you tell me. I don't know. I don't know.
Like, that's the point. The point is we don't know the duration of end of time. So this could have happened this could have already happened. We don't know the duration of end of time.
Yeah, I think it's already happened.
Okay.
Like,
well, you know, you could be right. You could be right. You could be right.
The Quran doesn't talk about Dajjal, you know that? Like, it doesn't say anything about Dajjal or like you have to read this first 10 verses of Kahf. You get protected by Dajjal.
Hamza Ibrahim, you guys are not talking to Salafis. I think you guys are really the affected.
Wait, do Sufis? Okay, so exactly, tell me about Sufis. Do they follow Hadith?
Of course, we follow Hadith. But we're not. Okay, if you follow normal.
I'm gonna be honest with you lot. By the way, just a quick one. I'm gonna be honest with you lot. This is just my theory, by the way.
Yeah.
I think Yajuj and Majuj are basically the Caucasians and the Mongolians.
Alright, guys, you lot stay here, yeah? Everyone else, peace, yeah? Hit the like button, share, like, subscribe, all that good stuff, yeah? Alright, listen, I'm gonna be doing another one tomorrow. I'm not even going speaker school, not tomorrow, yeah? I was gonna be doing another open mic. You guys sit here if you guys want to enjoy the stream.